Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series The Survivor Becomes a Dungeon. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 105, Trisha Point of View. Trisha found herself waking up in the storeroom, having taken a nap, which turned into a full night's sleep at this point. Despite the less than comfortable condition she found herself in, she felt more rested and energized than she would have expected. She couldn't help but wonder if this was a benefit of having Vidmore as a patron, as well as a boon of strength and mana heart and mana ring. Once she was fully awake, she made her way back over to the forge to look over her handiwork. She had gotten started on a blade of a short sword, using an alloy of several metals that produced a light green hue. It still needed to be sharpened and then fitted into a hilt that she still needed to put together. But all in all, she felt proud of her work so far. Next up was a dagger with a wicked wavy blade. She used a similar alloy of metals that produced the blade with a light green hue. If she's being honest with herself, she was never made a blade with an edge like this, though she had come across a number of pieces with the style over the years and had a feeling that it would suit Vidmore's needs. She designed the hilt of the blade to be compact and thin for the sake of concealment, rather than to be worn openly at the waist. Setting the dagger away, she gave the brown throwing knives a cursory once-over before collecting the pouch of black arrowheads and making her way out of her smithy. She is greeted by a noon sun above her, realizing that at that moment she may not have actually known when she took up a nap or how long she slept. Taking a deep breath of refreshing mountain air, she made her descent with an energetic pep in her step, despite all the hard work she's put herself through in the last couple of days. She felt stronger, healthier, and overall just felt better about herself due to finally getting to work around a forge once more, especially a forge that she can call her own. Once she was down at the forest, her senses were almost overloaded with all the new information due to her bond with Vidmore. Before, all she could tell was that there were lots of birds flitting about the place. Now she can feel where all the nearby mana beasts around her are, and that just about every bird and quite a few squirrels in the area have the mark of Vidmore's influence. As she walked, she was approached by a few of the birds and squirrels who checked her out, and she could feel their minds recognizing her as an ally before moving on and leaving her to do whatever it was she was doing. It wasn't much longer when she arrived at the clearing of the haven, and she could see people milling about, working on various tasks and projects here and there. Woody was working with Lanzek and Twig, mixing what appeared to be some kind of extra thick mud or perhaps clay at the opposite end of the clearing. Then she spotted Harriet, the dog-kin woman, leading another class for the children of the group under the shade of a longhouse, using a piece of charcoal to write on the stone in the building as she went over the numbers today. Despite the lesson being for the children, a few adults and parents were standing around with the group, listening just as intently as the kids and following along with the lesson. Walking further through the clearing, she spotted Sylvia, Miriam, and Vertisa working around the old fireplace. The trio sat under the shade of a nearby tree as Vertisa stirred a pot filled with boiling water and tree bark. Sylvia and Miriam worked on what she assumed to be Vidmore's armor and clothing. They seemed to be chatting quietly, even if Trisha could tell Miriam appeared notably crestfallen, which was odd. Before she made her way over to the trio, she noticed a group of squirrels heading into the longhouse, carrying a number of pointed stones between them. With her curiosity piqued, she followed after them to find Cinco sitting inside the longhouse at one of the tables. There was a distinct pile of wood shavings scattered around him, along with 2 different stacks of wood and small pile of stones that the squirrels added before scurrying off. There was also a little pile of feathers nearby, which was soon visited by a couple of small birds, which dropped off a few more feathers before flitting away. "Well, Cinco, what is this all about?" she asked curiously, flashing the rabbit-kin man a smile as she made her way over and settled at the table, sitting across from him. Looking things over, she could tell that he was doing some fetching, though she was more surprised by this whole setup than the fact that he could make arrows. Cinco smiled in response, turning his attention away from the arrow shaft that he was carving to look over at Trisha. One of his ears waggled absently as he set down his knife that he was using. "Oh, good afternoon, Trisha. It's good to see you," he greeted pleasantly before looking over the table. "Oh, there's more here than I realized," he mentioned, apparently not having noticed just how much material had been set up around him. Trisha chuckled softly at his response. though she waited patiently for his answer as a couple of spitter wolves arrived, setting down some slightly slobbered-on sticks and adding them to the steadily growing pile of sticks before heading out once more. Looking over at the spitter wolves as they left, Cinco couldn't help but chuckle sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. "So I take it that you want to know what's going on?" Tricia bobbed her head once as she smiled some more. She mused as she took up one of the more completed-looking arrows. The only thing that it was missing was the arrowhead. Cinco looked around himself some more and set down the shaft that he had in his hand. "Well, I've been feeling rather listless since I haven't been able to go out and hunt for the group lately. Between my darling wife and Vitissa, I've been confined to Haven until Vitissa is confident that I've fully healed from my gut wound," he explained first, before plucking up the arrow shaft. "Once I heard that Maury commissioned Woody for a bow and arrows, I had the idea to make even more bows and arrows." "That's a good idea as I've ever heard," she teased kindly as she set the arrow down and leaned forward on the table, resting her elbows to settle in for the conversation. Cinco flashed a toothy smirk at her comment and chuckled a bit. "The point of the idea was that if I can't make myself useful by hunting and providing, I figured that I could get started with teaching these city folk some more practical skills. More to the point, I could teach them how to handle a bow," he enthused almost cheerfully. "Sure, I probably won't make many of the others into proper hunters, but I've already taught a couple of them how to be trappers." He shrugged a bit at that comment, though he still looked rather cheerful as he looked over the arrow shafts he'd already carved and fletched. Tricia nodded rather thoughtfully at the idea. Sure, they have Vidmore and his mana beasts to protect them, but they can't solely rely on them for everything. "So what's with the supply line?" she asked as she pointed at another pair of squirrels dropping off some more pointed rocks to the ever-growing pile on the table. He smiled a little more as he scratched his cheek. "Well, since I can't leave the clearing of Haven, I was asking some of the birds if they could help me with gathering some materials and, But before he could continue, Tricia spoke up, doing her best not to be overly rude, but her curiosity got the better of her. "Wait, you can talk with animals?" she asked, tilting her head a bit at that. "I mean, I can talk to animals now, but that's only due to the bond I share with Vidmore, and it's only the mana beasts that he's bonded with, But how do you do it?" Cinco couldn't help but look amused by her interruption, as he leaned into the table as well. "Well, I'm a ranger. Not to say that that's the only reason I'm able to do what I can do, but even though I wasn't fortunate enough to awaken a mana heart of my own, I was trained to commune with nature and was able to develop my connection to the point where I could have some sort of empathic ability to speak with animals." She nodded intently, looking fascinated by the idea. She then furrowed her brows in concern as she watched him. "So you can talk and understand animals, but you still hunt them, even though you don't even need to eat meat?" He nodded intently, his long ears waggling thoughtfully as he smiled and answered a question with a question. "Well, how about you? You can talk to the animals as if they're people now. Are you going to stop eating meat?" Tricia, for her part, looked rather uncertain of herself at this question, though Cinco continued before she could get her answer out. "Even though I don't need to eat meat to live a healthy life, others do. I hunt to provide for others who can't provide for themselves, and in doing so, I would earn the coin to buy the fruits, bread, and vegetables my family needs to live. In any case, hunting is a necessary part of life. All animals, monsters, and mana beasts were killed to survive and live, and we're all part of that cycle too, whether we like it or not." Tricia considered everything that was laid before her before nodding slowly. "I see. Well, then I suppose it isn't too odd for you to hunt animals, despite your ability to speak with them." Cinco chuckled softly at that, as he scratched behind one of his ears. "I'm just happy you readily accepted that answer. I have plenty of philosophy and teachings to call up and explain myself with. However, I'm in no mood to try and hold a lecture right now," he mused kindly, as he took up his knife and the arrow shaft that he'd been working on before. Tricia smiled as well, though she looked sheepish as she cleared her throat and spoke up before Cinco got too distracted. "I don't mean to pester you too much, but how did you get Vidmore's mana beasts to help you gather all these materials?" she asked as some of the birds flew in, dropping off some more feathers before flitting off once again. "Ah, right," he remarked as he remembered what they were discussing before the whole tangent. He set his knife down once more before regarding Tricia again. "Well, I was asking the birds if they could help in at least gathering some spare discarded feathers for fletching, as those, in particular, would be hard for me to gather on my own. Well, the birds were agreeable, They were curious as to why I would want the feathers. So after explaining myself, they decided to go and get Jack. He then chuckled a little as he watched the spitter wolf come in with more sticks. One thing led to another, and I was explaining what I was trying to do to Jack. Legosi, Ururu, and a squirrel who went by the name of Dionyba. They said that as long as I made Vidmori's arrows first, they'll bring me all the materials I need to make the practice arrows to train the others. Trisha looked rather surprised by all of this before procuring a pouch of black arrowheads and setting it down on the table between them. If that's the case, then you'll need these, she said before looking into the side of the spitter wolves made their way out. When do you think they'll stop bringing stuff over? It's already been looking like quite a lot by now. Cinco hummed thoughtfully as he plucked the pouch from the table. Probably when I ask them to stop. I don't mind. I've been restless since sitting around, and this has been great work for my peace of mind in general, he said cheerfully enough, as he gently poured a couple of arrowheads into his palm, looking them over curiously and flashing a small smile. My, these look wonderfully made, he enthused before looking over at Trisha. Think I can trouble you for at least a dozen more for myself? The ones I have weren't the best in condition when I got my hands on them, let alone after the couple weeks of use. Trisha bobbed her head at their request. Yeah, that should be no trouble at all, Trisha said, clearly beaming with pride at the appraisal of her work. Cinco was still admiring the arrowheads for a moment more before chuckling to himself. You want to know something funny? He asked, though he didn't wait for an answer, as he put the arrowheads back into the pouch. The squirrel seemed particularly interested in the idea of bows. I don't know if you'll notice, but the longhouse is now basically infested with the little furballs, he mentioned as he started pointing them out. With that, Trisha looked around curiously where he gestured, and sure enough, she started spotting all sorts of squirrels here and there. There were some above them, sitting in the rafters, messing with smaller cuts of wood. At a glance, it looked like they were making their own arrows, though they were admittedly smaller and rather crude. Looking around further and experimentally tapping her bond with the Vidmori, she sent squirrels watching Remy, Luna, and Mina as they prepared the next meal. There were a few outside listening to Harriet's math lesson, and even a few over by Woody, watching how he made the bricks using the weird mud. If they weren't bonded with Mori, I would be rather unnerved by all of this, she admitted, looking back over at Cinco before shaking her head. Who am I kidding? That really is just odd. When did Vidmori start using squirrels anyway? Cinco couldn't help but chuckle at her expense as he finally went back to working on arrow shafts. A couple of days at least. Remy mentioned how Vidmori came in asking for a bottle of wine, claiming he needed to make peace with some squirrels. And now there are a bunch of squirrels all over the place, so I think it's safe to assume that he made peace with them. Trisha nodded, looking admittedly bewildered, as she started to consider just how much time she lost track of in her pursuit of working the forge. Damn, what else happened when I was gone? Cinco had to think about it, shrugging at first before remembering something. Ah, right. Isak got dragged away by the Drake Warden folks. Sylvia said that it was something about some kind of initiation training or something. I'm not all that sure, he admitted before collecting one of the feathers. All I know is that the half-elf lady said something to Miriam, and the girl has been in a mood ever since. But that... Oh, Basti is a person now. She just left, taking some pink-haired woman riding off in one of the shiver steeds. I think that's about everything since the last I saw you, he said, furrowing his brow thoughtfully before nodding to himself once he was sure. Trisha wasn't sure what to make of all of that, but if a giant snake can become a person, why not a prowler? Taking a few moments to digest everything, she responded with a simple nod of her head. All right, good to know. With that, she stood and flashed Cinco a smile. If you excuse me, I haven't eaten for nearly a day by now, so I'm going to see if I can get a bite to eat. Cinco bobbed his head politely, now fully returning his focus to the arrows, as Trisha made her way towards the kitchen. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Vidmori. I find myself sitting at the entrance to my chamber, watching the horizon and just thinking about my thoughts and feelings. It was already midday, and I haven't done much to be productive today. Though, after the night I had, I'm having trouble really bringing myself to do much of anything. Beyond having to relive the worst day of my life, a new question has been pestering me ever since I woke up from that dream walking. Just how long have I been being watched? 2 times, I heard a feminine voice that sounded awfully similar to the goddess or administrator or whatever they were called. Yet I have no memories of those conversations when they supposedly happened. I brought it up to Raegar again when we woke up, but she had no clue what it could have been, as she couldn't remember me having those conversations during her time viewing my memories. I've yet to see any one of those weird screens or windows pop up since I discovered these memories, so it's very likely that whoever has been watching over me either doesn't care that I know she's spoken to me before I came here, or hasn't noticed that I know now that we had conversations during my last life. I wonder how well I knew her or what they think of me. Obviously, I poured my heart out to this being, sharing my deepest and truest intimate thoughts and feelings at their apparent request. They must know of the atrocities I inflicted on other human beings, and the lack of remorse or even satisfaction I felt immediately after committing those acts. Yet, despite that, I was chosen by them to be a candidate, whatever that means. Maybe I should ask someone about the gods and goddesses of this world. It's clear to me that they at least appear to have more active role in this world, at least if what I've learned from Tori is anything to go by. But then again, her opinions and information come from a perspective of another candidate who was placed in this world by a higher power, so her experiences might be rather biased and unique. Maybe I'll have to talk with Zassita or even Dread about it. They came from a theocracy, after all, and have their own saints according to Raegar, not to mention the fact that people with aspects are historically known to be granted powers directly from the gods, which means I can probably safely assume that at least one or more gods have their eyes on me. Regardless, that's not much for me to actually do about it right now, with how isolated I am from the rest of the world. I finally focus on the moment, figuring I've done enough contemplation for one day. Making my way down the mountain, I crossed through the Spitter Wolf Den and continued to descend until I found myself in Lictrin's core chamber, standing before the throne that stood in front of an absolutely massive core. I looked over at the serene skeletal remains of Lictrin. Out of sheer curiosity, I reached out and attempted to try and find her soul, to put it back through the veil like the others I've done before, and I couldn't do it. It was an odd sensation, to say the least, as if I'd stuck my arm through murky, muddy water and was blindly reaching around. There wasn't any particular resistance, but it felt like I was just pouring my mana into a bottomless hole. Putting away both physically and mentally, I looked over Lictrin before releasing a pointless sigh. So much for that. I hope you're able to enjoy your rest. I have a feeling that you're more than earned it after so long. With that idle curiosity resolved, I decided to make my way back up the mountain. Perhaps I'll pay a visit to the haven and see how I can make myself useful. Ferodia's point of view. His claws tap against his desk in a slow 1-2 pattern as he leans back in his seat, eyes closed in deep contemplation. There's a lot on his plate right now, and he's not sure what to start acting on. First of all, he's still got a peace banquet to manage and plan for, though, at least for that, Tori and her ladies have been doing an admirable job of handling most of the planning and work for that. Secondly, the Drake Wardens are currently planning to leave en masse to settle in Vitmori's lands. Well, this is not a problem in and of itself. This does mean that his own Imperial Drake Riders are going to be short-handed for quite some time until more of them can be trained up. Ethically sourced drake eggs are rare at best of times, even with breeding of domesticated drakes, and wild-sourced eggs are especially rare and expensive. He could probably make do with consolidating the Drake Riders with the other branches of his Air Force, but he has no doubts that the egos will be bruised and that there will surely be squabbles amongst his men and women over hierarchy amongst other things. While it is not necessarily a problem, he also needs to figure out how to publicly deal with the fact that Tori is now a mage of sorts. Her having power is not an issue at all. The issue is how quickly she developed to this point. Before she left, she didn't even have a mana heart, but after her trip to Vitmori, she not only had a mana heart, but also a mana circle. Their level of speed and growth are, it's unheard of. Poor Regan ended up getting an upset stomach from his stress of it all, especially after performing an examination on Tori and discovering that her newly formed mana heart and ring were perfectly stable. Her body seemed to handle the drastic change in mana with no complications whatsoever, and he could see no signs of any of the adverse effects of mana doping that are common in those trying to unhealthily increase their strength with usually short-term methods. Ferodius is happy for her and is glad to see that she is taking it all in stride, despite her rather unique situation. But they have yet to come up with an official story for her sudden development, and it is only a matter of time before the rumors get out about her. Regardless, Tori is taken to her newfound stamina and vitality with gusto, much to the dismay of her ladies-in-waiting, who try to keep pace with her, with only the daughter of one of the knight captains managing to do just that. Nowadays, Tori has been keeping pace with Ferodius while doing the bureaucratic paperwork, diving deep into her magic studies with Regan, and ransacking the Imperial Library for all sorts of different books on a wide variety of topics, and even different languages. Beyond that, the real problem is the report he got from Senior Drake Warden Dubois. According to him, W.R.E supposedly received a revelation from the gods that there would be some kind of calamity in 4 years. Though with no real clue as to what the calamity is supposed to be, all the information he has done has set him on edge, making him feel as if there were a sword hanging by a thread over his head, as he has to consider how to best protect the empire he's worked so hard to forge. His mind wanders to the report Regan told him about a couple weeks ago now, how the Saintess of Gaia had received a revelation which was the apparent cause of an uptick in activity in the last year, with the escalation of beastkin disappearing from the streets in the last year or so. Did they hear from the goddess herself about the same calamity that W.R.E was told about? Or is it something else? Now that he's thinking about it, Tori told him how the slavers from the hegemony were transporting a strange chest that was magically locked and shielded from scrying. Did that have to do with whatever the theocracy is planning regarding the revelation the Saintess received? Having lost himself to his thoughts, he had been caught by surprise when he heard the door of his office opening. He didn't even hear them walking up, nor did they knock. He was annoyed at first by the intrusion, but upon seeing Tori, he couldn't help but smile as he sat a little straighter, fixing his posture. "Hey there, Tori. Do you need something?" he asked, as though he was soon taking a slow, deep inhale through his nose as he caught the scent of some delightfully savory smells from the tray that was in her hands. The otherworldly Empress flashed a charming smile as she used her hip to push the door open a little more, before shutting it with a nudge of her foot. "Yes and no," she said simply before bringing the covered tray over and carefully setting it down on his desk. "I could definitely use some help in trying my latest creation, but beyond that, I just wanted to spend some time with you, is all," she explained cheerfully, taking the lid off the tray and revealing a plate of what appeared to be fried and breaded sticks of something that smelled of matellows and other things. His nose twitched with curiosity as he looked over the plate curiously, though as she began running her fingers through his head fur, he couldn't help but smile a little more and lean into her touch. "I see. Well, you'll have no complaints from me. What have you made today?" She flashed a smile as she pulled away, walking over to a cabinet in his office before grabbing a bottle of red wine along with a pair of glasses. "What I have for you is some fried cheese sticks with a marinara sauce, or, at the very least, the closest approximation to it that I could make. This particular dish took some time since I needed to figure out what ingredients were the closest approximation to those in my world." With his curiosity piqued, he took up one of the cheese sticks and bit into it. His eyes widened with surprise at the stretchiness of the cheese when he pulled it away, having to bring up his other hand to not make a mess of himself while he chewed. Tori started to chuckle softly as she watched, pouring them both a glass of red wine before going back and running her fingers through his head fur. It took another moment for him to swallow before he looked up at her with a delighted smile. "And that's quite good. What sort of cheese is that? I don't believe I recognize it." "It's called mozzarella. At least that's the way I prepared it," she explained before gesturing to the dish with the sauce. "Try dipping it in the sauce." Ferodius did so, his ears waggling with extra flavor before looking over at her curiously. Did you say you made this? I was under the impression that cheese took quite a while of time to prepare. When did you start?" Tori could only smile as she watched him enjoy the food before speaking up once more. "This morning. It took some trial and error to get it right, though I'm satisfied with the final product." Ferodius nodded in silence. His mouth was full with the second stick of cheese and sauce before chasing it down with a sip of red wine. His ears waggled more at the complementing flavors. "I would like to know more about these, mozzarella and see how it's made later," he enthused, struggling a little with the foreign word. "Though I must ask, when did you get so good at cooking? It's not an exaggeration to say each of your creations is wonderful as one before." Tori's cheeks flushed at the compliment, though she simply leaned in and lovingly kissed the side of his head, before taking up a cheese stick for herself. "Both of my parents were amazing at cooking. It wasn't their job or anything. They just came from families with strong cultural roots, and they both taught me and my siblings everything I know." We would often eat all sorts of restaurants too, and try food from all over the world. When I got older and my parents got busier with their jobs, I would take over the cooking with my brother, and got even more practice that way until I moved out for college. Herodias listened intently, soon realizing she was not talking about a family as he knew it. Is this the family from your old world? He asked curiously, having, of course, met Count Blackstone and her mother at this point. The way she spoke of them, there was so much more warmth and adoration in her voice than when she spoke of the Count or any of her siblings. He wondered how much of herself was holding back before now, though ever since she revealed that she came from another world and reincarnated into this world, she's been much more confident and even more open than before. Tori smiled warmly at that as she nodded. Yeah, I'm just so happy I can talk about them now. I feel like there's a weight that's been taken off my shoulders now that you and Regan know more about me. I can finally just talk openly to you and be even more straightforward and honest instead of having to make things up or talk in circles. She leaned in, kissing the side of his head again, before draping an arm around him, pulling him in close to her as she sat on the arm of his chair. You're so good to me, Pharaoh. Herodias leaned into her willingly, happily accepting her embrace. Your happiness makes everything I do worth it, my darling, he said softly to her. Afterwards, the duo ate quietly for a little while longer, just enjoying each other's company, when Tori suddenly snapped her fingers, looking as if she just remembered something. I nearly forgot to bring this up since we've been so busy. But I was having a talk with Vidmori the other day, when he mentioned that he has some people going to infiltrate the Gaian church in the capital, as well as the slaver household in the hegemony. We should probably inform our spies in both countries so we can work around them. Herodias' ears perked up with surprise at that, opening and closing his mouth a few times as he did his very best to find his words. After another moment, he looked up at her curiously. Is that wise? I don't mean to be rude, but how are some mana beasts going to accurately gather some information? He knew there was a prowler, a serpent, a rat, and numerous mana-mutated birds along with a few representatives. But none of them sounded like they could properly infiltrate or gather information. Tori tilted her head side to side and thought, well, I'm not sure how to exactly explain it, but essentially, he's got 8 people from the theocracy who decided to turn on the church and work for him. So they're double agents, essentially. Oh, but for that slaver household, the prowler, Basti, is able to shapeshift and is replacing someone who was already there. That part I was there for. She was able to perfectly replicate the woman by the name of Dahlia, the beastkin who worked for the lady of the slaver household. But Maury used some kind of memory magic to transfer Dahlia's memories into Basti so that she could assume Dahlia's place more accurately. He also plans on making his way to the hegemony himself, using his avatar Revire built for him. She readily explained before taking a sip of a glass of wine. Herodias could sense that she was omitting something, but he knew better than to doubt her or mistrust anything she said. He's had the feeling for years for the most innocuous of things, which was mostly likely due to her secret of being from another world. If there was another secret she wanted to keep, he had no qualms about it. Regardless, everything else she said rang true, which had some heavy implications for the future. He leaned back in his seat before tapping his fingertips against his desk thoughtfully. I see. Well, that will certainly be useful to work with. I'll be sure to get this information to our people. Are we able to get some names or physical descriptions, perhaps? He asked her curiously. Tori flashed a smile as she bobbed her head. Sure. I got to see all of them, so I'll get with one of the artists and have them draw them up. She offered readily, though she then hesitated as she brought her hand back to his head and ran her fingers through his head for some more. Actually, we should probably wait before we act. These are not our own spies we're dealing with here. We don't want to compromise them before they're able to do anything. Herodias nodded intently, leaning into her touch. She made reasonable points, and as Vidmori is now their ally and equal, they need to be mindful of how they act around his forces, especially if they're both working towards the same goal. He reached up, taking her hand by the wrist before bringing it down and affectionately kissing the back of her hand. Very well, my beloved. Then I will rely on you to coordinate with Vidmori if he's willing. Could you please update me on his decision when he makes one? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and brought her hand around to cradle his jawline, her thumb brushing his bottom lip. Of course, Pharaoh. You can count on me, she said in a soft, almost husky voice, while gazing deeply into his eyes before flashing an amused smile and putting away. Make sure to go for a walk. It isn't healthy to stay cooped up in your office all day. With that, she took up the tray of the now empty plate and bowl, leaving Herodias on his own once more. He couldn't help but smile a bit, bringing his hand to touch his lips, the warmth of a touch still lingering as his tail curled and flicked behind him. He sat there for a few more minutes until he decided to stand up and take her advice. Perhaps a walk through the gardens would help settle his mind. End of story. Chapter 107. Vidmori Point of View. I approached the edge of the clearing of Haven, and the place is abuzz with all sorts of activity. At first, I'm not entirely sure how to approach anyone or where to start. But upon spotting Trisha sitting with Sylvia, Miriam, and Vertissa, I decided to make my way over and check in with them. As I walked closer, Seka bounded over from Vertissa's side, lunging for my legs and using her claws to scale up my wooden body in quick fashion as she perched on my shoulder rather proudly. "Hey there, Seka. Nice to see you too," I mused to her, reaching up and gently scratching her chin and throat while she preened and murred at the attention. Sylvia was the first to speak up at my approach, as she was regarding me with a small smile. "Good afternoon, Vidmori. Good to see ya. Are you here about your equipment?" she asked as she shaped some hide around a curved piece of wood that looked to be about the shape and size of my foot. I moved to sit with them, settling beside Vertissa, and Seka hopped down from my shoulder, only to get cozy on my lap as she sat there, looking rather comfortable. Not in particular, no, but I would like to see what you've done so far, now that you mention it." Sylvia flashed a bit of a grin as she stood, setting the wood on hide to the side. "I figured as much. I'll be right back." With that, she started for the longhouse. Looking amongst the others while gently scratching the back of Seka's ears, I sensed that Miriam seemed deeply upset, though I couldn't get a clear impression as to why she was in that state. None of the others seemed to be particularly reacting to her being this way, so it's likely not something relatively recent that has her upset. Before I could be nosy and say anything, Trisha piped up as she swallowed a bite of some kind of fruit. "So, Vidmori, what brings you to the Haven, if not for your equipment?" "Well, if I'm being honest, I just needed to feel useful today, so I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help out around here," I admitted, though for some odd reason I felt rather embarrassed about it. Maybe it's because I'm an older man, or maybe it's because I finally have a body and hands that can move freely. Sure, I may have built the longhouse all on my own, or gathered all that wood, but that was done quickly through magic. I want to use my hands and do the work somewhere and somehow, perhaps for my own selfish satisfaction. Trisha nodded intently, and I could sense she understood what I was feeling in a way. "Fair enough," she said simply, offering a bit of a smile before taking another bite of her fruit in her hands. Vertissa was the one to speak up next before the lull could drag on too long. "If it's not too much trouble, I actually have something for you to look into if you're up for it," she mentioned as she stirred at the simmering pot of bark and water. With my curiosity sufficiently piqued, I gave Vertissa my attention before bobbing my head. "Sure. What's going on?" I asked simply as I feel Seka start kneading her claws into the cloth of my poncho and my wooden shoulder. Vertissa smiled a bit more, looking towards the tree line. "I don't know how much you know, but we've been seeing an increase in spider activity around these parts. We've been finding a lot of webs all over the place, and the traps that Cinco and the others have been setting have been found empty after being clearly triggered and catching something. At first, we thought that it was the one Tehran tracker that Cinco hunted around a week ago, but since then, there have been only more webs and signs of spiders." I nodded intently, considering what I knew about spiders before piping up. "Well, I was aware of their nest, and that there were a few spotted on the side of the mountain, but the fact that they're stealing food from traps is a problem. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll look into it," I say as I offered them a small smile. Trisha looked over at me curiously before deciding to speak up. There's a whole nest of spiders around here. Really?" Bobbing my head once, I gestured in the general direction of the nest as far as I could recall. "Yeah, off in that direction. The size of the nest is about 5 city blocks, last I checked, and still growing. But the bulk of them are rather far away and on the other side of my mountain. There's supposedly some kind of magic tree in the middle of it all, now that I think about it." There earned me more concerned expressions as the women glanced at each other before Vertissa spoke up once more. "Vidmori, when you say a city block, how big is that?" That took me a moment to consider, since I couldn't just give them a reference that I would readily understand. I would say around the size of an average village with fields included," I offer as Sylvia returned, carrying a bundle of things. "A spider's nest the size of a village. My gods, are you going to do something about it?" Miriam asked, that bit of information getting her to finally speak up as she looked between me and the others. I smiled sheepishly, scratching a little of Seka's throat as she meowed pleasantly. "Well, it's not like they were behaving particularly aggressively. As far as we observed, they have only been wrapping their webs around trees and guarding their own territory. But the fact that they're starting to take food out of your traps is worrisome, so I'll definitely check things out." Though at that, I looked over at Sylvia curiously and checked out what she had and flashed a bit of a smile. "Well, if you're about to go off and fight some of these oversized crawlers, you're going to need something to protect yourself with, even if a bite probably won't affect you all too much." She mused a bit and handed over a bundle. Tricia stood as she finished the last of her fruit. "If that's the case, I've got some throwing knives and a dagger ready for you. I hope it'll be enough for now," she expressed with some concern, wiping her hands on her pants before jogging off towards my mountain. It was at that moment that I realized that they were expecting me to head out right now. So much for helping around Haven or talking with Zassita. I looked over things Sylvia had brought me and smiled to myself. Wow, this really is well made. The clothes were hand-stitched, but the needlework was tight and well done overall. This was the effort of several days of work, and I could feel the skill that was put into it. As for the armor, it looked almost like a gambeson at first, but once I picked it up, I could feel the metal plates that were sewn between the layers of the thick cloth. It almost reminded me of a bulletproof vest if I had to find something to compare it to. But it was made of the shape of a coat, though at the end of the day, what I was most excited about were the pants. I could finally get out of this oversized skirt/wrap and move normally without having to constantly worry that it was going to fall down in front of someone. As I'm looking things over, I realize Miriam and Sylvia seem to be watching me rather expectantly. I suppose I ought to put these on then, I say simply, standing as Seka popped down from my shoulder and rejoined Vatissa's side. Looking around for a moment, I'm not entirely sure where to go to get changed. I may not have anything to conceal under the skirt, but the idea of me being naked in front of this woman, despite being a glorified mannequin, doesn't quite sit right with me. After taking another moment to think about it, I opted just to cross the tree line. Once I was out of the direct line of sight, I opted to further ensure that I had my privacy, as I poured out some dirt and stone before shaping them into some sort of impromptu changing room. Despite having never worn these clothes before, the act of getting dressed in something that wasn't just a poncho or a glorified skirt to tell felt so comforting, even as I used a cut of rope of improvised belt to ensure my new pants stayed in place. For just a moment, I felt more human than I had in quite a time. Putting the long-sleeved green tunic, I'm satisfied to find that there was enough freedom of movement that my clothes shouldn't hinder me in the day-to-day. I was still lacking in the shoe department, however. Seeing as I'm made of wood, I probably don't need shoes to travel, but it's not like I've been wearing any to begin with. I'll probably just try to buy some from a shop of some kind instead of letting Sylvia try to go out of her way to make some for me. Looking over the black armored coat, I go about putting it on as well, fastening the buttons until they're properly closed up. Just going through the motions of putting on armor felt rather nostalgic, even if it wasn't like any armor I was used to wearing back home. Now, wearing it, I could appreciate the considerations that were taken when designing it. There were quite a few plates that were sewn into key places around my body, guarding my forearms and upper arms, around my shoulders, and even some that were shaped to fit around the collar of the coat, protecting what would be the nape of my neck and clavicle. Beyond those, I could feel plates spread out evenly along my chest, stomach, and back. All in all, it was a weighty piece of kit, but not at all cumbersome as far as I could tell. In practice, the plate should protect me from most kinds of slashing attacks, while the sheer padding of the coat would be useful for shrugging off blunt strikes. It is also likely to be fairly warm with all these layers, though I have a feeling I probably don't have to worry about exposure while using this wooden body of mine. With the need for privacy done and over with, I pulled the walls of stone and dirt back into my storage, along with the cloth of my skirt and the poncho, before making my way back to Haven Clearing. Though before I could say a thing, Sylvia and Miriam both approached and started looking me over, making me bend this way and that, and move in specific poses to test the range of movement that I could accomplish while wearing the things they made. After a few minutes of this, Sylvia spoke up with a rather pleased smile on her face. "You certainly cut an impressive figure of it, Bori. Is there anything you want us to fix? she asked rather sincerely as she looked me over from shoulder to shoulder. I couldn't help but grin in response as I shook my head. Nothing I can think of, no. This is some wonderful work, I enthused cheerfully before glancing at my own feet and continuing. You also don't have to worry about making me shoes or gloves. I don't need either right now, I mentioned while looking between them. I owe you both. Is there anything you would like for me to do for either of you? Anything at all? Miriam looked taken aback with surprise, while Sylvia looked thoughtful. The two women glanced at each other for more than a few moments when Miriam piped up first. I'm not sure what I could ask for. Is it all right if I take some time to think about it? She asked, her voice clear with an air of uncertainty right now. Sylvia smiled as she started walking back over to the sitting area around the boiling pot. I'll also hold on to the debt of yours for later. It's not every day a dungeon says they owe you after all, she mused rather teasingly while collecting her tools and materials before stashing them away. I bobbed my head at their decision. Sure, there's no time limit on cashing in these debts. Just let me know when you've got something in mind. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll see about dealing with that spider problem. Good hunting, Vidmari, Vitissa said and held up a large wooden spoon in declaration, Seka morowling at her support as I made my way out of Haven's clearing. Instead of making my way straight to the spider's nest, I started making an ascent up the mountain to meet with Tricia. Through our bond, I made sure to let her know that I was going to meet her soon so she didn't have to rush back down the mountain for no good reason. When I finally do make it to the smithy, I find Tricia in the storeroom as she methodically polishes something with a piece of cloth. Hey, sorry about making you feel like you had to rush up the mountain. I appreciate you going through the trouble, though, I offer, though she still jumps slightly as I sensed I startled her by speaking up suddenly. Apparently, she didn't hear me come in. She looked back over at me and flashed a small smile, turning to face me while hiding whatever it was she had been polishing behind her back. Hey, boss, don't worry about it. I just wasn't planning on you needing your weapon so soon. Your sword still needs a hilt and sharpening, and I haven't even gotten started on your spear yet. Despite her concerns and somewhat self-inflicted sense of pressure, she still seemed rather proud and even excited about what was to come next. I couldn't help but be at least a little swayed by her good mood, as I smiled back and stepped closer, crossing through the store's room's threshold and waiting to see what she'd been hiding. It hasn't been all that long since you started, so be sure to take your time. Honestly, I'll be happy with whatever you can make for me after my own piss-poor attempts at smithing using magic. I mused almost mischievously at the end before shutting up so that she could finish hyping herself up. After another moment, she pulled out a cloth-wrapped bundle from behind her back and held it in her palms of both of her hands. I want to say that this is my best piece yet, though I'd be lying since I am still working on your sword and spear, she mused confidently. I could sense that she was genuine in her confidence, which was quite a good sign. When she offered up the bundle, I took it up and immediately felt the hilt was heavier than the blade and smiled again. It dawns on me that I didn't even tell you what I intend on using the dagger for, I mentioned offhandedly as I unwrapped it, revealing a wicked-looking double-edged dagger that had been sharpened to a point. The blade was quite beautiful shade of metallic mint green, whereas the thin hilt was rather dense piece of black metal with a compact guard. At that comment, I sensed a spike of worry shooting from Tricia as she suddenly looked a little less confident. Is there something wrong with it? I can remake it, no problem. I chuckled softly as I shook my head, taking up the dagger by the hilt and holding it securely in my hand as I got a feel for it. No need. It's perfect. This dagger was made for stabbing and making a mess. It was just what I needed. Tricia seemed to shudder at that comment, and I can feel a healthy mix of fear, awe, and pride at how I described her work. Ultimately, she settled on pride as she flashed a toothy grin and scratched the back of her head. Thanks, boss. I honestly wasn't sure about it at first. I'd only seen a blade like this before and was hoping for the best when I settled on a design. Now, that was a surprise. I glanced between her and the dagger again before chuckling a bit. If that's the case, I'm even more impressed. There was this contest where they would gather blacksmiths from around the nation, and they would put them against each other, racing to make a certain blade shown to them by the judges. For all their tools and machines that sped up the process and made things much easier, they would still fail to do right with the example in front of them. I then held the dagger up, letting it catch on the light with the self-sustaining ball of light that illuminated the room. Yet here you are. You may have had the advantage of getting to work it a little longer. But you beautifully recreated a blade from memory that you no doubt only looked at quite some time ago and undoubtedly improved on the design to what you thought best. Tricia was all sorts of shades of red from the praise as she sheepishly scratched the back of her head. A smile nearly glued to her face as she looked up at me. Only did my best and nothing more, boss. She was not sure what else to say, but I could sense she was fired up as she then procured a set of brown throwing knives that were bound together by a cord and pressed them into my free hand. Now, if you excuse me, I've got work to do, she said, very bluntly trying to force her way out of the conversation before she seemingly embarrassed herself in front of me. I eagerly held up the throwing knives as well, marveling at how balanced and sharp they were. But before I could say a word about them, Tricia had already hurried off towards the smithy without another word. Well then, I suppose I ought to get to work. End of chapter. Chapter 108. Good Maury Point of View. Before me was a spider nest, or perhaps it's more of a spider's village considering the size. The mass of white vaguely writhed and swayed as the wind no doubt caught the many layers of spider silk that made up the exterior and borders of the mass of webs. Looking up from the map table, I glanced around at the various bit of wolves that had started lingering in the room. 2 of them sat at the entrance, guarding it like they guard the rest of their den. Another 3 lingered around the room itself, looking at the various things in the room, while one in particular stood with his paws on the very edge of the map table, studying the magic sand that was constantly recreating the spiders' nests and the surrounding green trees. He then looked over at me, smiling almost cheerfully, as he softly pants with his tongue lolling out. I acknowledged him with a bob of my head before looking over at the entry as I sensed Jack's approach. The raptor-sized sparrow flitting into the room and perched on the edge of the map table when he started looking me over, letting out an impressed-sounding whistle and offering me his usual flourishing bow and outstretched wing. "Hey there, boss, you're starting to look proper intimidating now. What can I do for you?" he asked pleasantly, and I could sense that he was in a relatively good mood. That was until he looked over at the map table. If a bird could frown, well, it seemed Jack was doing his best, with his feathers starting to poof with irritation. I nodded intently and decided to answer his question before he could voice it. "I'm going to be dealing with the spiders now. They've started tampering with the traps and food of those in Haven, and I've been asked to look into it." Jack nodded intently, and I have a feeling that if he could spit at the mention of spiders, he would have. "Hey, boss, you'll have my support. What do you need from me?" he asked, and I could feel him readying himself for a fight. I raised my hands in a placating manner and shaking my head a bit. "Dial it back for now. I'm not on the warpath yet." I then gestured at the spider's nest before looking back up at Jack. "I'm going to investigate and scout things out. See what things look like underneath all that web." At that, Jack looked rather upset, his feathers poofing up with indignation. "But boss, I'm the scout here. That would be my job anyways. You can't take this glory from me," he said, and I could tell that he was doing his best to not raise his voice out of respect. But he was clearly against my decision. I smirked at his little display, crossing my arms before tilting my head a little at him. "Jack, I'm the one who gave you the job of being the scout. But between you and me, I've got the most experience here," I mused kindly while leaning forward on the edge of the map table. "I've been scouting around and sneaking through dangerous places for over 30 years. Besides, this place will be especially dangerous for a bird like you," I said while gesturing to the massive webs between us. "Remember how Ururu said that you would have a hard time fighting the squirrels due to the high risk of crashing into tree branches and facing them in the home territory? Well, the same sort of issues apply here. It's going to be hard to maneuver around, and you'll likely find yourself getting snatched up by webs rather quickly." Jack went to open his beak a few times, doing his best to find a counterpoint, but coming up with nothing as he let out a defeated-sounding whistle and sigh. I offered a kind smile as I stood away from the table, walking around it and gently patting his back. Now, I didn't call you here just to tell you I didn't need your help. I do, in fact, need your help, but with something else," I started to say before putting away and leaning onto the map table beside him. "I will need your help, but first I want you to tell me what you remember of this Everfree of yours. You mentioned how the spiders took it some time ago," I asked leadingly. Jack perked up at that. fluttering his wings and settling his feathers as he considered my words. I was still a young chick when it had happened, about 2 or 3 winters ago, but my parents and the other birds often spoke of the Everfree before the spiders took it from us. I nod along, listening intent, as I can feel Jack going through his memories, cloudy as they may be due to his time as a simple bird. Though I call it the Everfree, it was actually a small group of trees with one main tree at the center of it all. My parents told us that the area around the trees were comfortable through all seasons, and was a sanctuary for birds who are just too injured or old to travel north for the winter. It always had fruits for us to eat through all seasons, and they never lost their leaves or withered, he explained, as he hopped off the edge of the table and onto the map itself, sauntering around the mass of webs. The spiders showed up in the height of one winter. We birds welcomed them into the warmth. They didn't try to eat us at first, but suddenly one day they started webbing everything up, taking the trees for themselves. We birds fled and were first out in the winter. Many of us died, but I suppose that's the way of the world. We were just animals. But now I'm more than a bird, and I can't help but hate them, he admitted bitterly before pecking at the image of the mass of webs. I nodded intently, feeling his sorrow, anger, and hate all bundled up into a tangled mess of emotion, as I gently pat his back again. Well, one way or another, I'll do my best to return the trees to the birds. But I must ask you to let me do what I must, whether that means making peace with the spiders, or having to kill them all if it comes down to it. Jack looked up at me, and I could feel him wanting to argue against sparing the spiders. But then he considers what I've done with the squirrels and my words about wasting a life. He looked back at the mass of webs before slowly bobbing his head. "Aye, boss, I'll put my trust in you," he said softly. "Good man," I enthused before putting away. "Now then, let's say I still needed your help. As I don't know what to expect there, I want you and your birds to try and draw the spiders' attention as best you can. Take a squad and do your best to harry the spiders. Send as many attacks their way as you can, and do your best to stay out of their reach. Meanwhile, I'll enter from the other end of the nest and check things out. I'll try and find these Evertrees of yours and work out what we're dealing with." Jack blinked once before whistling with amusement. "I see, sure, boss. I can do that, no problem." His mood dramatically improved at the idea of getting to at least antagonize and mess with the spiders with my permission. It does make me wonder if he's antagonized them before, but I suppose that's neither here nor there right now. I flash a smile before bobbing my head. "All right, Jack, that's all for now. I'll see you soon." With that said, Jack dismissed himself and eagerly flew off. As I made my way out of the map room, the split of wolves had been loitering around the room were now sitting eagerly at attention, wondering if they needed to go get Lugosi and join me for this raid on the spiders. I smiled a little more, reaching out and giving their heads a gentle pat. "I appreciate the offer, but we don't need to come on too strong. Just go back to your duty, and if things escalate, I'll certainly call on you all." Their ears droop, though they do lean into my touch before dispersing as I made my way out of the den. Standing before the spider's nest, the image of it on the magic map didn't do it justice. Now I'm not particularly afraid of spiders, but seeing this absolute wall of dense webbing before me just sends all sorts of weird tingles and chills down my metaphorical spine. I definitely hesitate, but after another moment I drew my dagger and cut the webbing. Only a blade doesn't go very far and do much at all. That's not good. I take a moment to consider my next choice when I hear the sounds of the wind swirling around, and I could sense the skirmish kicking off at the other end of the nest. I don't have time to waste, and I need to get in and look around to see as much as I can see. Racking my mind on what I could possibly do to get through the webbing, I glance at my hand and suddenly remember that I have magic. Leaving the dagger in the webbing, I took a step back and held out my palm and did my best to imagine a flamethrower, more specifically, a gas flamethrower, rather than a liquid or gel. In the next moment, a spout of flame erupts from my hand as I trail a vertical line down and then back up the wall of webs. The webs melt away like thick sheet of polyester that was exposed to flames, giving off a fairly thick smoke as my dagger drops to the dirt, revealing the way inside. I scoop up the blade, clutching it to my offhand as I maintain a conjured fire in my right hand, imagining the flames as I simple torchlight until I need them to flamethrower again. Before me are more webs, but it's as if I can see multiple paths around me, the trees almost acting as the load-bearing columns that the spiders built their webs around. Strangely enough, or perhaps not strange at all, the floors are more completely free of webbing, allowing me to walk through mostly unimpeded as I made my way down the path straight ahead of me. I kept walking straight until I came across a branch in the path, with there being a left and right turn. For some reason, this place is starting to remind me of some kind of maze, and I don't like it. What are spiders doing making a maze? As much as I can appreciate a good maze, now is not the time for me to get lost wandering around the place. Instead of taking the left or right path, I decide to forge my own way as I aim my flaming palm at the wall of webs before me and burn it down like the last one. The thick webbing melts away once more, and another corridor of webs reveals itself, and I hurry along ahead. It isn't long until I start feeling eyes upon me. The sources coming from relatively normal-sized spiders, or perhaps they're baby spiders if normal ones are those huge dog-sized critters. But they aren't trying to come after me, so I'll happily leave them alone. Glancing back behind me, I can tell that I've already crossed about 100 feet of the strange maze of webs. Something about this feels odd. There's too much intelligence behind this design. Though before I can ponder it much longer, I cross through another melted wall when I'm hit with a wave of energy, as if I've crossed some kind of threshold. More accurately, it feels like I've entered someone else's bubble. From what I've heard, the feeling is supposed to be oppressive and almost suffocating to his senses. At least, that's how it is for my beasts and sinners. But here, I feel just fine after the initial wave. Is it because I'm stronger than it, or something else? Whatever it is, I can't sense anything beyond the fact that there was something emitting this bubble. Closing my eyes to focus on the presence, it doesn't seem to be reacting to me. It hardly knows that I'm here, despite all the fire I've been throwing around. But I can sense it ahead of me. It's not all that far now. Maybe it was the sounds of battles in the distance, or maybe because I started feeling even more eyes starting to crowd around me. But I decided that I was through with burning down the wall one at a time. Sheathing my dagger, I take a step back and hold both my palms, conjuring a ball of fire in each one until I bring them together and aim at the source of the bubble around me. Before I knew it, I could feel a wicked grin on my face as I unleashed a massive spout of flames, all of the wall of webs melting away, as I also melted away the webbing of the ceiling above me, exposing the maze of webs to the open air as the thick smoke rises up into the sky. If I had a heart, it would have been pounding with exhilaration, as I couldn't help but relish in the literal and sheer firepower I was able to call down without needing any sort of fuel or tools. With that little display, I could sense all kinds of movement starting to converge on me, as both birds and spiders started heading my way. No time to waste then. Breaking out into a dash, I crossed through each melted threshold as the shadows of birds come in overhead, Jack and the others whistling out cheerful war cries as they followed my lead. "So much for the scouting, boss, ha ha!" Jack mused as he swooped in close before climbing higher again. "Yeah, I might have gotten a little carried away." I cross through a final threshold and enter into a round chamber that feels like it's in the middle of the spider's den. There, in the middle, is a pedestal of wood, web, and stone, and on it is a blue crystal just around the size of a cantaloupe. Only an entire quarter of it had been cracked and broken off, and I could sense the trickle of mana leaking from it. There was still light swirling within, but to me, it felt like it was in a deep sleep. From the other end of the chamber, an even more pitiful sight came into view, as what I can only describe as the top half of a teenage ballerina and the body of a spider came crawling forth before defiantly standing between me and the damaged core. However, she'd been clearly mangled at some point from what I could only guess was a fight several years ago. She had managed to move gracefully on 5 of what used to be 8 legs. Her left arm had been messily removed at the elbow, and the entire side of her face and right shoulder looked almost melted with scars of what was clearly fire damage. How she was alive was anyone's guess. She did her best to seem intimidating as she glared at me with her 3 good eyes, but I could sense her eyes continuously flicking to the balls of fire in each of my palms, filling her with a deep-seated dread that made her want to run. Yet she stayed still and refused to move. Suddenly, I feel sick to my stomach at what I've just done. Here I am, the cruel monster and destroyer that just melted her home. I could sense her life flashing before her eyes as she wondered when the flames in my hands would finally take her. And the next moment, a massive swarm of all sorts of spiders spills into the room, but they stop in their tracks as they see me facing off with the spider girl. There is no doubt in my mind about what I have to do next as I raise my hands, and the spider girl flinches at the movement. but I then dispelled the flames and spoke out to Jack. "Jack, call off your birds. This fight is over." I then turned to look up at him as he hovered nearby. "Round up Ravaya, Rita, Ururu, and Lugosi, and come back here. No rush." I could sense his hesitance, but after he took another look at the mangled spider, I felt at least some of his hate start to fade as he simply whistled out his confirmation and took off with his birds. Looking back at what I supposed is some kind of spiderkin, I could sense a million questions on her mind, though fear was the main sensation at the forefront of her thoughts. I took another step forward, closing the distance, before speaking out in the gentlest, kindest voice that I could manage. "My name is W.R.E. I am the dungeon core of this land, and you are in my territory." Before I could continue, I could sense she understood my words as she backed up with a greater sense of fear, standing closer to her core. I sigh softly and take a step back, giving her space she needed. "I want to help you. Will you let me help you?" I asked as I gazed into her eyes. Her mind races some more when she glances behind her before looking back at me when another thought comes to the front of her mind. I bob my head once, though my expression is grim with the guilt of terrorizing the poor spiderkin. "Yes, I am showing mercy. I'm so sorry for scaring you. Will you accept?" End of chapter. Chapter 109. W.R.E. Point of View. The spiderkin girl watched me warily, still very much afraid despite my reassurances. I don't blame her. I just steamrolled their defenses in what was essentially an ambush while using a diversion to divert her forces somewhere else. I hold the cards in near overwhelming power right now, at least compared to her and her damaged core. I know for a fact that I used to be someone to be feared and respected in equal measure. That is an unfortunate notoriety that I earned for myself in my later years. But to be feared again by what appears to be a wounded youth just trying to protect their home, that's not the kind of image I want for myself. Not again. The spiders seemed to mostly disperse, tending to their wounds and looking over the damage inflicted on their walls of webs. For now, they appear to be focusing on closing the roof as their main priority. A few of the bigger spiders linger in the core's chamber, watching me with their many eyes, but not even attempting to attack me or try and drive me off. There are quite a few varieties from what I can see, but bugs, let alone spiders, are a major blind spot in my studies, beyond knowing about a few of the particularly deadly local varieties. The spiders of this world appear wholly unique and don't remind me of any particular spiders that I know of, at least as far as I've seen. After a few minutes of standing around and surveying the chamber, my eyes fell on the damaged core. I could sense a spike of anxiety coming from the spiderkin girl when I took a step towards it, and she moved to stand between me and it. She's not overtly hostile, but doesn't want me to get any closer to the core itself, fearing for its life. I slowly took a step back, deciding to respect her boundaries for now. For the others on the way here, I probably should do my best not to agitate her until they arrive. Instead, I walked a large circle around her and the core and approached three of the larger pillars that made up the chamber as I sensed some kind of mana flowing from them. I could tell that they were a source of mana, and the energy they gave off had a different sort of feeling altogether. As I studied the trees, my eyes found their roots, some of them having been unearthed and trailed over towards the blue core's pedestal as they make up the wood that I saw underneath the webbing earlier. The spiderkin girl eyed me nervously, moving once more to stand between me and the core once more, but not doing much else as she tried to mentally consider her situation. Turning my attention back to the tree, I'm more surprised that the roots aren't absorbing the mana from the other core, but I'm no more an expert on magic trees than I am on dungeon cores. Looking up at the branches, I see that the webbing isn't wholly wrapped around them, only draped over the tops of these trees in particular. As I look at the branches of them, I spot little fruitlet buds that were in the middle of stages of becoming full-grown fruit. The only thing is that I think I actually recognize these fruits in particular. But they couldn't be, could they? My curiosity gets the better of me as I make my way up the massive tree trunk, my wooden fingers finding purchase in the thick bark when I manage to reach the lower branches and pluck a fruitlet before letting myself fall back towards the ground. I rolled into a landing before dusting myself off, but at that, I had a feeling that I could have eaten the fall with no issues. so I probably ought to experiment with that. Regardless, my attention returned to the fruitlet I just harvested, and after taking an experimental sniff, I couldn't help but smile as I looked at it again. It was an honest-to-goodness apple. I don't recognize this particular species offhand, especially since it isn't fully grown, but I knew enough about crops to recognize an apple for being an apple. Convergent evolution, perhaps, or maybe some kind of tampering from the alternate Earth. But why would an apple tree be magic? Or is it more along the lines that magic tree makes apples? I don't know, but as I muse over my ponderings, I could hear the flapping of wings as Jack flies in, followed by Rita carrying Revire by her arms. Jack comes around to perch on my shoulder, while Rita drops off Revire before hovering off to his side and gently touching down. Before anything could be said, I feel another greater spike of fear coming from the Spider King girl, as she was now practically on top of a corpse pedestal, guarding it as closely as she could manage with all the new, powerful trespassers in her chamber. As for Revire, despite everything happening in the chamber, her eyes locked onto the apple fruitlet in my hand, and she hurried over and grabbed my wrist, holding the fruitlet before her eyes with a mixture of excitement, confusion, and outright awe just spilling from her. Mori, where did you get that? Do you even know what you're holding? Before I could open my mouth to speak, Jack reached out and plucked it from between my fingers with a cheerful whistle, breaking the flesh with his beak before eating it whole, looking even more delighted after swallowing it. "A delicious treat from the Everfree, that's what," he enthused before flitting away as Revire lunged for him. "You stupid bird, that was a Zamzam fruitlet, incredibly rare, incredibly extinct." She nearly shrieked with despair as she chased after Jack, actually conjuring balls of icy wind and launching them at the scout as he bobs and weaves, deftly dodging her flurries of wind while still in a decidedly good mood. I glance up at the trees and look at the numerous fruitlets amongst the branches of the supposedly extinct fruits before sidling up to Rita and speaking up. "So, do you know anything of the Zamzam fruits?" Rita glances over at me and then at Revire and Jack as they run away. She then shakes her head. "Must be an elf thing. I've never heard of them," she admitted rather casually before gesturing over to the Spider King girl. "Oh, what's with her?" I nod intently at her response before looking over at the Spider King girl. "She's a vassal to that blue dungeon core beneath her. See there?" I explained while pointing, and the Spiderkin girl moves to block the core from my pointing, as if that could endanger it. Rita nods intently before glancing up at me. "I know you call us your representatives and vassals, but for other dungeons they're called scions, as in the most powerful pinnacles of a dungeon mana beasts and monsters." I blink in surprise at that, glancing between her and the Spiderkin girl before settling on Rita and quirking an eyebrow. "Scions?" I parrot back to her, getting a feel for the word before simply shrugging a bit. "I don't really care for the feel of that word," I reply simply as another burst of icy wind sails over our heads, though I do wonder where I got the words or decided to start using those terms. Rita piped up again as she tilted her head over to the Spider King girl. "So, what are you going to do with that monster over there? I can tell you don't have any intentions of hurting her, but are you just going to leave them there with that busted core?" I couldn't help but be a little confused at her wording, and as I glanced back at Rita and quirked an eyebrow. "Monster? That girl is obviously a beastkin. She's a person," I say rather resolutely, though Rita still looked unsure as she watched me. I could tell she didn't want to argue with me too much, but I could sense she felt calling the girl a person was too much. Looking over to Revire and Jack, I let out a loud whistle to get both of their attention, all while startling the Spider King girl all over again. Jack flitted over first, perching on my shoulder and looking rather merry, all while Revire starts creeping over, looking ready to strangle the bird for his transgressions. "Let's bust something up," he asks pleasantly. I flash a smile before looking over to Revire. "I need you two to settle something," I say simply before gesturing to the increasingly anxious Spider Girl. "That's a person, right? A beastkin?" Jack looked over at the girl, tilting his head a moment before looking back at me and letting out a content whistle. "She's as much a person as you and me, boss." At that, I'm almost satisfied, though after thinking on it for a moment, I realized that between the three of us, we're a magic-talking bird, a spider-person, and a glorified mannequin. Looking over at Revire, I caught her gaze as she sighed and ran her fingers through her hair, deciding to settle down for the moment. She looked between me and the Spider-Kin girl, and I could sense that she was trying to measure her words. "Whether or not she's a person is not the question I think you're trying to ask. Is she a beastkin?" She asked for me, looking up into my eyes before looking back at the Spider-Kin girl. She's not. In all of the known variations and species of beastkin, there are none that are known to be any sort of insect or arachnid. In fact, the only classification for known beastkin are mammals, reptiles, avians, and amphibians. She then looked back up at me, an uncertain expression on her face. But the things I've seen here with you cause me to rethink that possibility. Considering how you've turned known manor beasts into a new variety of beastkin, I must start reconsidering the very fundamentals of who or what could be a person. She then looked over at the Spider-King girl and spoke once again. As she is right now, that girl is what is known as an arachne, a high-end spider monster with the ability to control and manage swarms of mundane and monstrous spiders, commonly found within dungeons. She's classified as a rather dangerous encounter that requires a party of sapphires and emeralds to properly take on with moderate risk. Revire then tilted her head a bit, as she regarded the arachne before her more analytically. Despite her injuries, she looks like she could still give a good fight, even a party of emeralds if it came down to it. Try as I might to understand this world, quite a few of those ideas flew over my head, despite the memories I have of others knowing about these sorts of things, though I'm not sure where to start asking for clarification. As I consider what to say, I'm suddenly aware of some thoughts being aimed my way as the arachne stared more intently at me. She says her name is Arwas. The Corps named her as such, I mentioned before scratching the back of my head. Now is not the time for such deep talks about the world, so I decide to move on as I turn to address Revire. Do you know how to fix dungeon cores? Revire blinked a few times, and I could feel her considering a few things before shaking her head. I have a few ideas, sure, but cores are usually destroyed for a reason, she mentioned as she glanced over at the cracked blue core and Orwus. Dungeon cores are strictly monitored, passive, cooperative, competitive, and even belligerent are generally protected and watched over by city governments and affluent guilds. With that in mind, only the absolutely murderous and psychotic cores are destroyed for the safety of society as a whole. She then looked back up at me. As I don't know the history of this particular core or its origins, I can't rightly advise you to try and repair it without considering the risks. I nodded intently at her words, but I just can't help but shake the feeling that I should at least try and help. Before long, Ururu and Lugosi both arrive. Entering through the path of melted webs I carved for myself. They patiently remained silent for me out of consideration from what I could tell, and after another moment I came to a decision as I turned to address the arachne. Always, I have decided to try and repair your core. If and when you are able to, and if we are able to keep things civil, I'll discuss things with them and we shall plan for the future. Always, for her part, still seemed rather anxious and a little unsure, but not nearly as afraid as she was earlier. I have a feeling that she liked the way I talked about her, though I couldn't be sure with all the other things on her mind. After another moment, she gingerly picked up the blue core from its pedestal, before spinning a web as she secured the core in a bundle of silk and secured it against her lower back, where her humanoid torso ends and the rest of her spidery body begins. I then looked over at the others as I scratched the back of my head and thought, Lugosi and Jack, position some of your wolves and birds to specifically patrol around here. The spiders are free to roam, however, they're currently forbidden from crossing the mountain and getting close to the haven. With that, the two of them make their way off again to see my orders. Looking over at Ururu, I'd like you to use that far side of yours to explore this maze and the surrounding forest to see if there is anything that we need to know about here. You can do that from here or back in the mountain, I order before offering a bit of a sheepish smile. Sorry for making you come all the way out here for that. Ururu flashed a charming smile before shaking his head. It's no trouble, W.R.E, he said simply as he looked around the chamber, deciding to settle in a coil before the trees and closing his eyes. Making my way over to Revire, she was looking over where Jack flew off, still feeling rather upset about the fruitlet. I couldn't help but feel at least a little amused about her overall reaction to the supposedly magic apples as I pat her shoulder. I'd like you and Rita to accompany me. I have a feeling a lot of magic is going to be involved in trying to fix this core, and I would greatly appreciate your support. Revire sighed softly and bobbed her head. Of course, W.R.E, I'll be happy to help, she replied, offering a slightly strained smile. I chuckled softly at her, unable to really contain myself at this point, and earning an offended look from Revire as she quirked a brow at me. I contained myself just a bit more and smirked kindly at her. I'm sorry. You just looked so miserable about the loss of that fruitlet. I'm just amazed that you haven't tried asking me if there were any more. Revire's eyes widened at that comment as she opened and closed her mouth a few times, doing her best to collect her words before hesitantly speaking up. Are there more? I flash a smile and point up at the trees that I climbed to get the fruitlet in the first place. Yeah, they're practically growing on the trees around here. Oh, Revire said the first before looking up to where I pointed. Oh, by the gods, fully grown Zenzen trees. Here. She was so clearly shocked, yet nearly giddy with delight at the discovery. I could sense this was a major find for her, and something rather important in her thoughts or anything to go by. Though before she could get carried away, I reached out and gently pat her shoulder and spoke up. The trees aren't going anywhere, Revire. Help me with the core first, and then you can come back here and do whatever you want. Revire made a few noises which sounded almost like a whine as she glanced between me and the historic discovery before sighing heavily and bobbing her head. Of course, W.R.E, as you say. Rita snickered a bit as she walked up beside Revire, flaring out her wings and holding out her hand. Shall we take the quick way back? She offered with a playful smile. Revire smiled a bit at that and took Rita's hand. Sure, sounds like a plan, she enthused as Rita took flight, carrying Revire off again. Then it was just me and Orwis, the arachne, chittering to the large spiders who were in the chamber and explaining their circumstances. When she was done with that, she slowly skidded over towards me, building her nerve, though still admittedly anxious about the whole thing. I do my best to offer a kind smile before starting to walk out the melted pathway. Come along, let's get going. End of chapter. Chapter 110. Vitmori Point of View. Once we actually left the maze of webs, I noticed the blue cores bubble, reshape, and shift around. I still couldn't sense any noticeable awareness or presence from it, so I can only assume that whatever happened had happened instinctively or reactively. Whatever did happen, the bubble kind of felt like it took up less space somehow. It certainly wasn't as wide as it was before, though I could feel that it was more of a sphere with half of it underground. Regardless, we made a hike to the mountain quickly enough, and I could feel Orwis's eyes on my back as she watched my every move. While she wasn't overtly anxious or suspicious of me, I could sense that she still had her doubts and anxieties and was second and triple guessing herself with every passing moment. When we crossed through my bubble, I could feel her get startled at the size of my bubble as she looked around with intense curiosity. But as we ascended the mountain itself, I felt her curiosity turn to confusion as she looked around some more, checking out the array of stairs spread across the mountain before looking at me again. What's the matter? I finally asked, during our ascent, looking back at her as I couldn't help but wonder what exactly had her all confused. She took another moment to consider her thoughts, chittering out something I didn't verbally understand, but her intent was made clear without her thoughts. Because I didn't know I was supposed to be building a labyrinth or a maze of some kind. Also, what's a spawner? I asked, glancing back at her curiously. She felt even more confused at the notion of a core mind strength supposedly not knowing the fundamentals of dungeons. Even she knew that this is supposed to be a common practice for dungeons, at least according to the eavesdropping she'd done on dungeon delvers. As for what dungeon spawners are, she did her best to describe them, but she couldn't really tell me the how in regards to how they made or how they do what they do. It was interesting stuff to hear about, to say the least. But regardless, there wasn't much I could do to act on this information without knowing the details about spawners in particular. But at the end of the day, I don't have any plans on actually making a labyrinth or maze. That just doesn't appeal to me. Eventually, I led her into the medbay. The room was mostly empty, save for some sleeping areas composed of elevated slabs of stone, draped in animal skins for padding. I go about setting out a pedestal for the blue core, just using my old one since I hadn't taken the time or even needed to take it apart for the materials. Looking over at Orwis, I gesture to the pedestal and offer her a bit of a smile. You can set up in this room for now, so feel free to make yourself comfortable as you see fit. I need to meet with Revire and Rita so that we can figure out the best way to help your core. Orwis studied the room intently, slowly approaching the pedestal I'd set out before looking at me. I could still sense a healthy level of apprehension, yet she still seemed to realize that nothing bad had happened so far, and it would be unlikely for anything bad to happen by now. I stood and watched curiously for another moment, but once it was clear to me that she wasn't going to relax or do anything else until I was physically gone, I quickly made my way out of the medbay and descended my mountain. Tapping into my bond with the others, I track Rita and Revire, sensing them as they make their way down to Lichtron's core chamber. By the time I got down there, Rita was examining the core chamber with a head full of academic intrigue. Revia, for her part, was carefully collecting the ancient, desiccated remains of the electrocuted elf to take home with her, as she had wanted. Upon spotting me, Revia offers a strange smile between the discovery of the magic apples and the grim work of corpse retrieval. She was a mixed bag of emotions right now. Good to see you, V.R.E. I suppose you're going to ask what I think we should do to help the Blue Core, she asked while doing her best to pull the armor off the corpse so that she could give her a proper ceremonial send-off later. I bobbed my head, intent on giving her the space she needed and wanted while she worked, though the topic still weighed heavily on my mind. I still want to help the core, though what you said does give me pause. If cores are strictly monitored as you told me, how did this one manage to give its handlers the slip for so long? I don't think our kill squad would be satisfied with simply maiming a core and not giving chase if it was officially sanctioned to be taken out. At the end of the day, if it deserved to die, I'll have no qualms about putting it, Orwis, and all of the spiders down. However, if there's that slim chance that it didn't deserve its current fate, shouldn't we be doing our best to aid them? Rita had of course overheard the conversation, making her way over to more openly listen in as she glanced between me and Revia, though not contributing anything more than her presence at this point. Revia sighed heavily, my words having an effect as she mentally considered the possibilities as well. She didn't say a word at first, just focusing on putting away the equipment and the corpse for now. Once she had done so, she stood, brushing her hands off on her robes before casting me a sideways glance. You have a point. If the core cracking was officially sanctioned, then there was no way the spider scion would have escaped with the majority of a still-living core, she admitted, as she ran her fingers through her hair thoughtfully. I couldn't help but flash a bit of a smile as I considered what else I knew about the core. Jack mentioned that the spiders took over the area of the forest around the Everfree just around 3 years ago at the height of winter. Revia looked confused at first, mouthing the word Everfree before realizing what I was talking about. You mean the Zanzan trees? The birds had a name for the trees before they were in your service. How delightful, she enthused, that little piece of information managing to wrangle a small smile on her face for a moment before she furrowed her brows in thought. 3 years ago? Well, 3 years ago I was still in Ferodius' service during the final run of the Unification Wars. Perhaps something happened during that time to cause the core to be displaced and damaged at some point. But that's assuming it came from the north. She considered it a possibility before looking over at me. All right, so what do we need to do to try and confirm these details? Run to one of the guilds or something and request a little info on the Blue Core? I asked curiously, glancing between Revia and Rita to look for a suggestion from either of them. Rita smiled a bit as she piped up with a suggestion. How about we just dreamwalk their memories? That should provide us with the answers we need. Revia looked taken aback by that suggestion, though the more she thought about it, the more she found herself agreeing with the idea. She spoke up soon enough, having considered the suggestions more thoroughly than I could have. Well, thanks to V.R.E, we know it can be done on dungeon calls, so we should at least be able to make the attempt. The only caveat is that is how damaged the core is. We probably won't be able to get a full picture. It very well could be that the memories we need to see won't even be accessible. But with that in mind, if we're able to understand the personality of the core as a whole, we should be able to at least infer why it should have been assigned to be cracked. If we're worried about the damage being a problem, how about we dreamwalk Orwis's memories? I suggested, glancing between the two mages. She may be in relatively bad shape, but her mind is whole and stable. She also probably wouldn't even object or resist if we tell her it's for the sake of her core. At that, the two mages share a glance and nod agreement. That sounds like a safer choice for all of us, Revia commented after another moment. I couldn't help but flash a small smile at that before looking over at the Lictrin's broken core. So how should we go about actually fixing the little blue core? I asked as I looked at Revia again, since she was the one who mentioned having ideas on how to do it. Revia looked vaguely surprised by the question, tilting her head a little as she watched me. Are you sure you want to take the time to set that up already? I thought that we were going to dreamwalk and check their scion's memories to see if the core was even worth repairing. Now it's my turn to be confused as I look between them. Have you never heard of innocent until proven guilty? As far as we're concerned, that blue core didn't deserve to be destroyed, so we should have the method to fix them ready so that we can commit the resources as soon as we have our answer. I'll be the first to admit that I haven't always practiced this, especially of late. But I'm in both place of power and have a comfortable sense of stability where I can safely practice that ideal. So I shall do just that. I could sense both Rita and Revire felt uncertain about my statement, which was concerning, but neither of them felt the need to argue against my reasoning, as Revire looked around the chamber thoughtfully. Very well, Vidmore. Like I said, I have ideas, but nothing truly concrete, she advised, as she beckoned us to follow her. Isak point of view. The world felt like so much more. He wasn't sure how else to describe it. His senses were still rather reactive, but he could now open his eyes in the presence of a flame of light and carry on normal conversations without shattering his ears. With that said, talking too much was still a little overwhelming, so he spoke as little as possible for now. The food situation also dramatically improved, having since upgraded to fire-grilled meat seasoned with salt. Despite such a simple meal, he was able to enjoy the complexities of flavor that were previously unknown to him thanks to his newly heightened senses. From last night and throughout the day today, he had been learning how the Drake Wardens meditated, a few different variations when it came to recovery and development, as well as a method that he could use to meditate with a Drake if he managed to qualify for the honor of becoming a Drake rider. All in all, he was starting to come to terms with this development. He still needed to be tested outright, and according to Jolie, they also needed to perform a more thorough examination of his body to see what sort of changes he's undergone. Beyond his senses and the increase in his musculature, well, he wasn't sure what the examination would entail. What he was excited about was finally getting to go outside again. He was meant to get washed up in the river and be tested on handling himself around others in a crowded place, which meant that he was allowed to eat around the others back in Haven. If Isak was being honest with himself, the last few days dragged on for what felt like weeks, and he was sorely craving interaction with others. That was not to say that Jolie or Lars was poor company, but there was only so much to do when he could hardly even speak for most of the time. Lars decided to stay with the Drakes in the training cave, helping pad and maintain the nest for the duo of Drakes who were still brooding the egg that they had given to Vidmore. From what Isak could gather, the eggs weren't due to hatch for at least a month, or perhaps longer. But after being granted mana due to being promised to Vidmore's service, the Drake Wardens had no idea what to expect when it came to how much sooner or perhaps even longer it'll take for the egg to be fully developed. Before long, he was following Jolie down the street of the fake village. He had heard from her what Vidmore had told her and Lars, how this place was a recreation of his old home. It was interesting to look at for sure, but he didn't really have much else to say about it. As they entered the chamber just outside the training area, they came across Vidmore along with Revire and Rita as they discussed something about core repair. He didn't really understand most of what they said since it was beyond him, but he figured that it was no business of his anyhow. That said, Jolie approached as Vidmore and the others noticed the two of them. The half-elf lowered her head in a show of respect before offering a concerning look to Vidmore. Good day, Vidmore, and good day to you, Maid Revire, Maid Rita, she expressed politely when she turned her attention to Vidmore and stood tall once again. I'm glad to see that you are looking well. You're certainly better dressed for sure, she mused kindly before continuing. Forgive my eavesdropping, but I overheard that you are trying to repair a damaged core. Were you attacked? Is there any way that I can help? She offered, seeming rather sincere as far as Isak could tell. Vidmore flashed a smile and shook his head. I'm fine. It's not my core that is damaged, he explained, though Jolie only looked confused by that statement when Vidmore decided to continue, as he appeared to have an idea. Say, Tobias said your order has put down 7 murderous dungeons in the last couple centuries. Is that right? Jolie still looked relatively confused, but pushed forward as she bobbed her head. Yes, Vidmore. The Drake Wardens have had to intervene and provide aid against 7 notable dungeon cores around the world that could not be put down by their local guilds or nations. Vidmore nodded intently, rubbing his chin in apparent thought. So it's likely you would hear about such things, like when cores are slated for cracking, he asked, glancing back at Revire and Rita, who both looked interested in what Jolie had to say. Jolie nodded once more as she looked up at Vidmore. Yes, Vidmore, we do tend to look into these sorts of things on the off chance that the services can be offered. Vidmore flashed a grin as he bobbed his head. Excellent. Then would you have heard anything about reports of a murderous dungeon in the north? A blue one with spiders? He asked before snapping his fingers as he remembered something. This would have been around 3, maybe 4 years ago, so don't worry if you don't remember anything right away. Jodie looked rather surprised at the specifics provided, as she scratched the back of her head in consideration. "A blue core who uses spiders," she repeated back, starting to shake her head before seemingly remembering something. "I don't know about the core specifically. However, I do remember a battle with a country's fortress during the Unification War," she mentioned as she looked at Vitmori once again. "A trio of spell slingers were keeping our forces at bay with considerably powerful magic. They weren't especially skilled as far as I could tell, yet they were able to last for a surprisingly long time in a prolonged battle, despite the rate that they were tossing mana at us. After the battle, it was discovered that they were using a staff made of a rather large chunk from a blue core. Despite the materials used to make it, the staff didn't do much beyond reducing the mana needed to cast their magic." "Such a waste," Ravai commented, just shaking her head upon hearing how the core piece was used. Rita and Jolie nodded in agreement at Ravai's words, though Jolie looked more thoughtful once again. "If I recall, our order was allowed to keep the staff as a trophy due to our contributions." But Maurice smiled at that as he looked over at Ravai. "How does that sound? If we're able to use the original piece of its core, we should be able to repair it more easily, no?" Ravai nodded once at that. "It would certainly make the process safer for the core in general. However, we haven't even learned if it's worth putting back together," she said, seemingly chastising Vitmori a little. Vitmori simply shook his head at that. "Again, innocent until proven guilty. Besides, discussing how to go about fixing it costs nothing but our thoughts. It's hardly a waste to consider these ideas." Jodie piped up, looking a little lost and unsure for a moment as she listened to them talk. "I'm sorry. Are you saying what I think you're saying?" she asked, looking at Vitmori curiously. At that, Vitmori smiled. "Yes, we found a dungeon core in my forest, along with its scion. I would like to repair it, but Ravai wants to make sure it isn't murderous, even though I don't get that feeling from it. We're going to be dreamwalking its scion's memories to see what sort of core it is and how it ended up getting cracked." Jodie looked fairly surprised as far as Issa could tell, but she nodded intently at that. "I see. Well, if it's not too much trouble, I would like to be notified of your findings. If it was not murderous, as you suggested, yet was still cracked, then an investigation should be launched as to why the loss of a beneficial core was permitted to happen," she explained dutifully, lowering her head in respect once more. But Maury smiled kindly and nodded. "Sure, no problem. I'll make sure to let you know as soon as we have an answer." He then looked over to Isak, giving him a once-over before smiling a little more as he decided to change the subject. "You're looking remarkably better than when I last saw you, in more ways than one." He then turned to address Jodie once again. "Is it safe to assume you will be starting the next part of his training?" Isak could feel his cheeks flush a little bit of pride, satisfied that even Vitmori was able to notice the results of his efforts. He looked at Jolie as well, wondering what she had to say as she flashed a smile. "He's taking a break for tonight, but yes, tomorrow we'll be starting with his movement training and exploring the best way for him to use his mana heart. You are of course invited to observe and partake in this training, as we previously discussed." But Maury bobbed his head again, having heard what he wanted to hear, as he looked between the two of them. "Great! I look forward to the lesson," he enthused almost excitedly as he flashed a charming smile. With that said, Vitmori dismissed himself, followed by Rita and Ravai as they ascended the stairs first. Isak looked after them, taking a step to follow, but when he noticed that Jolie hadn't moved, he stepped back to her and waited as he watched her curiously. Jolie, of course, noticed her staring and met his gaze as she smiled a little conspiratorially. "This is a good opportunity for us to earn more of Vitmori's favor. I highly doubt the Order will be traveling with any of our trophies and artifacts, so we'll need to get into contact with them to bring the stuff so that we can have it ready just in case Vitmori needs it. Even if he doesn't, it might still make a suitable gift, since he'll then have a whole core anyway," she explained. Isak could see where she was coming from, giving her a nod in understanding as he glanced back up the stairs before looking back at her. Jolie tapped her chin thoughtfully, before smiling some more and waving Isak to follow her. "Come along, let's go tell Lars what we learned," she instructed, as they went right back into the training room. End of chapter. Chapter 111. But Maury point of view, always memories. There was a flash of light that enveloped everything. We then opened our eyes to see a soft blue light coming from the fragile-looking pebble. It was a gentle and new light, open to discovering and the new places it found itself in. It turned to look, seeing a clear rock with strange lines within it. Her feeling came over the little spider as she reached out, tapping it with its gentle legs as the rock glowed and shifted. This is as far back as we can go, right? I asked, putting my perspective away from the small spider and standing in a room that felt cloudy and obscured. This whole place was new and unexplored, and always had no frame of understanding its surroundings just yet. I watched as Rita and Revire stepped into focus, looking around the small cave that we found ourselves in. This is the earliest memory I could find, so we are likely near the beginning of the core's existence, Revire stated, though, as we looked around, I could sense the palpable excitement coming from both of them as they stood around a newly created Orwis from before she had a name and way before she became an arachne. What's got you two all excited? I couldn't help but ask as I came over to see what they were looking at. At first, all I saw was Orwis, who looked to be about as big as a Texas house spider, around 3 to 4 inches in length. But it was not a species I recognized. But that was to be expected. Revire spoke up first, gesturing to a strange rock that was behind Orwis. It was a crystal of some kind, a little spike-looking thing that was around 2 to 3 inches in height. I don't think you understand the significance of this, Mori. This right here is a spawner. However, it's still in its nascent stage, essentially blank without significant influence from the monsters it creates, she explained rather excitedly, while doing her best to memorize the thing with her eyes since she was unable to take physical notes in our current state. Looking over at Rita, I quirked a brow curiously while tilting my head a little. How about you? What's got your eye? Rita flashed a little smile, shrugging her wings as she glanced at me before looking at the little spawner over. I took a couple of years of dungeon studies back in the academy, so I'm just appreciating this for the novel experience that it is. Revire smiled over at Rita, just happy that the winged mage was appreciating this moment as much as she was. She then looked up at me as she gestured to the spawner itself. You should be looking into this, Vidmari, quite frankly. I'm surprised you don't have any spawners at all, now that I think about it, she mentioned before studying the crystal again. Huh, now that she mentions it, how come I didn't get any spawners? Turning my attention back to the moment and walking over to the memory of the core, it didn't look any stronger or bigger than I was when I awoke in this world. At the back of my mind, I do feel a little cheated, but I suppose things worked out in the end. I'm just lucky that I was so isolated as I am now. Who knows what would have happened if someone stumbled across me in those first days before Basti came into my service. Anyways, we should keep moving and see what kind of core this little blue pebble turned into, I remind them, focusing back on the moment the memory progresses. Well, the little spider was mesmerized by the blue light. Another glow caught its attention, a small circle of lights that sparkled crystal in the center. The light only grew more intense, illuminating the crystal as the air itself seemed to be charged with energy. Revire stopped the memory again, stepping out from Orwis's perspective, followed by Rita and then myself, as she hurried over to the still glowing magic circle. She quickly dropped to her hands and knees, eagerly examining the whole thing. All the while, I could literally feel the excitement just radiating off of her. Rita soon followed after her, a sense of excitement coming from her as well. The duo quietly discussed things between them. The older and more experienced mage made observations while the younger did her best to follow along and offer her own insight. As much as I knew of magic thanks to their combined memories, all of this was still Greek to me as I looked things over. I recognized a few runes here and there, but trying to decipher how they were strung together or intended effects was beyond my understanding. Turning my attention to Revire, I decided to address her first while gesturing to the magic circle before us. So, what caught your eye? Anything interesting? I asked, leading as I can. Revire was practically shivering with excitement as she perked up at my question. I have no idea, she admitted as she looked at the magic circle over again. Okay, that's a lie. I think I already have an idea. But the thing is that I've never seen a magic circle quite like this. The intricacy of the runes being weaved here is unlike anything I've ever seen and done before. The commands and instructions are listed in very archaic and wordy fashion. It almost reads like a chant or a promise, but the language is old even for me, she explained almost too quickly as she ran her fingers along the memory of the glowing runes. Rita pitched in at that, giving me her full attention, unlike Revire. If I had to compare it to anything, it reminds me of a summoning circle for making contracts with spirits, but those are usually very specific and require different runes for each element that you would try to contract with. There is a universal summoning circle, but usually people have an idea of what sort of element they would prefer to contract with. Wait a minute. Spirits like ghosts? I asked, feeling a little out of my depth as they discussed more magic stuff. Rita nodded, still giving me her attention, while Ravaya was in her own world. Spirits are a field of magic that is not commonly practiced as other sorts of magic, she mentioned, taking a moment to find her words as she nodded to herself. It's looked down upon by the wider magic community, as it is most commonly known to be used by talentless or weak spellcasters needing a form to bond with another being to be able to use magic from a single element. It's ironic, really, as the same sorts of magic users who denounce spiritualists are often the ones who form pacts with higher beings for a gift of magic power. Alas, spiritualists do serve important roles beyond being another type of magic user, as the more talented of them who have contracted multiple spirits often serve as the bridge between our world and the elemental realms of spirits, much like how druids serve as a bridge between our world of civilization and that of nature, she explained as thoroughly as she could manage, looking at me with an almost sly smile at the mention of druids. Ravaya finally pitched in, having crawled to the opposite end of the magic circle, closely studying the entire thing, but taking a moment to look up at me with a smile on her face. Remember how I said your affinity with flames was akin to a fire elemental? I bobbed my head once, remembering the conversation. Or a dragon, if I remember correctly. Ravaya nodded as she started to look back at the runes again. Right. Well, an elemental is just a type of spirit. Sure, there are spirits of soul, life, death, light, and darkness amongst other things, but those are much rarer, and they hardly ever form contracts with the short-lived, and they're rarer still amongst those of us who live longer lives, she explained, though her focus was soon elsewhere as Rita joined her again. The two of them discussing things was quite frankly a concerning amount of jargon that continued to go over my head. After what feels like hours, the two are finally done for now. They stepped away from the magic circle as they looked at me almost cheerfully. All done now? I asked, forcing a pleasant smile despite my slight annoyance at how long they dragged on their discussion. While I can certainly appreciate the academic curiosity, we were here to figure out if the core in my care is innocent or deserves to be cracked, not study circles and spawners. Ravaya politely bobbed her head and smiled at me. Yes, V.R.E, thank you for indulging our interests, she offered cheerfully, seemingly noticing my annoyance. I really couldn't hold it against them for all too long, and I figured whatever they learned was likely to benefit me anyway. In the end, I just sighed a bit and smiled in response. Sure, shall we continue? With that, both Rita and Ravaya nod as we jointly focus on the moment. The magic circle flashed brightly, and in the next moment, a little frog came into view. We moved forward through Orwis's memories, and coming back into focus, we saw a forest with trees and brush that were tactfully littered with webs. Spiderlings patrolled the treetops, tending to the wild fruits blessed by the core's influence. Orwis continued her patrol, wandering with two other larger spiders as they skittered from tree to bush to yet another tree, checking on the spiderlings to maintain it. Suddenly, she hears a twig snapping. Turning to look, she spots a trio of dungeon delvers with large baskets strapped to their backs. She let out a chittering call of challenge, skittering back as the spiders that were with her began charging forth. The trio, armed with spears enhanced by spider limbs and other parts, get into a readied stance. One girl rushes forward, a small but effective mana heart pulsing in her chest as she swipes at the first of the two spiders with her spear. The large spider ducked and dodged as it skittered around her, forcing her to turn to face it as she managed to separate it from the other spiders. The other two dolls ready their own spears, a boy and a girl with no mana heart to speak of, as they do their best to take turns harrying the second spider, one grabbing its attention while the other takes stabs at the main body of the spider. The spiders manages to get a good swipe with its forelimbs, cutting the boy along his right shin. The boy cries out through gritted teeth, but manages to press forward as he buries the spear in between the spider's eyes, the girl coming around to finish it off with the spear through its abdomen. The first girl soon finished up her own battle, parrying multiple strikes with a large spider, using two of its forelimbs to strike at her before she hooked one of its legs and suddenly flipped the spider with a surprising show of strength. She then used her enhanced speed to impale the spider through its abdomen, finishing it off. The trio looked exhilarated by the quick combat encounter, soon setting about collecting materials as the girl with the mana heart butchers the spiders. The other girl taking a small folding ladder from the boy's back and using it to climb up one of the trees to start collecting fruits and webbing. The boy takes a moment to bandage his leg before joining the girl with the mana heart as they butcher the spiders together. Orwis can already sense the spider's energy being sent back to the spawner to be remade anew. She also relished in the exertion of vital energies that were released by the Delvers fighting, this encounter providing her and Core with a fresh power for it to use elsewhere when needed. The girl with the mana heart spots Orwis in the distance, but does not move to engage or fight Orwis, as they clearly recognize each other. The girl simply bobs her head before focusing back on the butchering at hand, as Orwis skittered off to another part of the forest. Orwis couldn't help but feel satisfied pride at watching the Delver with the mana heart, the girl having ignited it when the dungeon calls borders a year ago. Her companions lacked the good fortune of awakening a mana heart for themselves, but they held their own well enough. I take a step back from the moment, leaving Orwis's perspective and looking around curiously. Revire and Rita follow me out soon enough as they look amongst the trees and check out the Delvers curiously. So, this is considered a dungeon. It's just a bunch of trees with spiders roaming the area. What about the labyrinth and mazes I heard about? I asked, looking at Revire and Rita. Revire smiled a bit and nodded. Dungeon is usually a catch-all term. Generally, it's the competitive and belligerent dungeons that build mazes and labyrinths to expressly test and combat the Delvers that choose to enter their territory, she explained before looking at what the kids were. Something like this is an open forest with roaming encounters. Well, based on how we saw that Delver with the mana heart and Orsis interact, she started to explain, trading off as I could sense the uncertainty in her mind. Well, so far, this is looking a lot like a cooperative dungeon. Bountiful and generous with supplies and goods and rarely ever deadly. Sure, mistakes happen on both ends, but usually cooperative dungeons don't seek the death of the Delvers. I nod intently, looking over at the kids who just battled the oversized spiders. I couldn't help but be surprised at how well they handled themselves. Sure, there was a lot to improve, but they managed to maintain their composure in combat situation, where friendly blood was drawn. He knew a lot of grown men and women back in his old life who couldn't even manage something like that. They're so young. Is this the usual age for someone to be fighting monsters? I asked as I looked at Revire. She snapped out of her thoughts, having been considering why the cooperative dungeon would eventually be slated to be cracked. However, she soon focused back on me, needing a moment to digest my words before offering an answer. Well, yes and no. Anyone can delve dungeons, that's just a part of the risk and reward of harvesting the natural bounties within their borders. After all, it would be nearly impossible to keep local villagers from exploring a newly formed dungeon that sprouted in their own backyard, she explained as she came up beside me to look over the trio of kids. The girl with the mana heart looks to be around 11 or 12. She would be old enough to test into the guild and possibly become a porcelain if she's skilled enough to meet the minimum requirements. The mere fact that she has a mana heart would already be enough for most guilds, though. The other kids would have to be tested for sure, and if they weren't able to meet the requirements, they would then be prevented from joining a guild until they were eventually able to pass, she said as she mulled over her thoughts once again. After a few more moments, she happened to look over at me again, noticing how I was watching for her to continue explaining a few more things now that she mentioned guilds. She flashed a bit of a smile before continuing. Joining guilds brings all sorts of benefits, especially getting to take jobs that would earn more coin, connections, and notoriety than merely delving would offer them. I nodded along, trying to wrap my head around the idea of mercenary guild that would earnestly recruit children for possibly dangerous and deadly work. However, it's not like I have much of a leg to stand on, as I also consider how many children I trained to survive the apocalypse so that they could be able to provide for others. I suppose if this world is naturally that dangerous, it would make sense for the training of these who seek this lifestyle would start young for the sake of both quality and quantity. Interesting. That is really all I have to say about that, as I stepped away from the kids and looked over at the trees of the spiderkins that were maintaining them. Let's keep moving. We still have more memories that need to be reviewed, I suggest, starting to focus back on the moment of the memory as Rita and Revire followed suit. We kept going, checking in here and there as the next couple of years went by, watching as Orwis continued to grow and develop along with her core and more delvers visited their territory. Watching as she emerged from a cocoon of her own silk to become an arachne, no longer just a spider that she'd been all this time. Another half year goes by, and we focus back on the moment once more, only to find the forest is burning. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Vidmori point of view, Orwis memories continued. I stood in the memory of the frozen burning forest, my throat tightening as I looked amongst the still flames that engulfed the trees and brush. Looking around at the fleeing spiderlings and spiders, I could see many were already wounded from the flames, yet they continued to move as they converged to where the core should be. I wasn't sure what to say or what to think. Though glancing over at Revire, she appeared to be most distressed amongst us as she watched the dungeon we observed growing up suddenly be destroyed before our very eyes. As for Rita, I could see her absently clutching her shoulder as she stared at the charred corpse of spiders that had fled from deeper within the flames. "Well, Revire, is it normal for scorched earth tactics to be used on the core's territory and the local village when a core is slated to be cracked?" I asked as I looked at the two mages. I was laying it on a little thick, but the years of memories that we had seen showed no signs of anything which would call for a blue core to be cracked. Revire did look a little indignant at the question, but she sighed as she shook her head. "No, Vidmari, it's not normal," she stated before looking around us some more. We should keep moving and see how things played out," she said finally, having been unable to glean any more information from this point in the memory. Rita and I had nothing else to say against that, so we collectively focused on the moment as the flames roared back to life. Always could feel the panic roiling in her stomach as the flames devoured her precious trees. She faced delvers who used forms of fire magic before, and fallen to flames more than once in a direct combat. However, she'd never experienced anything like this, such careless and pointless destruction. Many of her spiderlings were dying, and she could feel so much energy flowing back to the core as flames released the mana stored within the trees and brush along with the excessive deaths of the spiders and spiderlings. Through their bond, she could feel her core calling her back to their chamber. They were frightened and unable to do anything else in the face of these flames. They wanted to protect its scions and monsters and hopefully just ride out the flames until it was all over. Oars couldn't help but feel that this was not something that they could just wait out. But she wasn't about to disobey as she let out a bestial shriek, rallying her spiders and passing out the orders given by the core. She felt the shift in the air as her spiders and spiderlings were unified under the direct order and began pushing for the core chamber in mass. She skidded away from the brunt of the flames as she guided her spiders to safety, her feet sinking into the fairly deep snow that had yet to melt despite the nearby flames. It wasn't much longer until they came to a hidden entrance of the pathway that led to their core's chamber in the middle of their territory. Waiting there was her fellow scion, guardian of the lake, the steamer frog Bufo. He croaked and deflated greeting, watching the flames in the distance before looking at Orwis curiously. Orwis chattered a response to Bufo, relaying the order she got from the core as the massive frog bobbed his head and body in response, having gotten his own orders too. The duo then stood guard at the entrance, ensuring all the remaining monsters made their way into the tunnels that led to the core chamber. The entrance was a half-submerged tunnel in a hilly area close to the lake. It was hidden with overgrown evergreen foliage and filled with webbing that littered the top half of the tunnel for the spiders, whereas the frogs traveled through the water along the bottom half, the water being lukewarm despite it being in the height of winter thanks to Bufo. As the last of the stragglers made their way in, she noticed one of her spiders was particularly injured with blade wounds. An odd knife with a jewel of some kind stuck out, and while the spider itself seemed to move at an angle, off balance and disoriented. The spider kept going though, climbing into the webs above the water and making its way further through the tunnel. Taking a look over at Bufo, it was clear to both of them that there was nobody else remaining outside. With a shared nod between them, Orwis made her way inside, maneuvering through the thick, damp webbing that filled the upper half of the tunnel. Bufo soon followed, swimming through the water of the tunnel. However, he stopped short, looking to the tunnel entrance before croaking out a heavy blast of steam that shook the earth and stone, causing the entrance to collapse. The duo proceeded to make their way further through the tunnels, passing by the spawner rooms, storerooms, and crafting rooms. Before long, Orwis and Bufo finally arrived at the core chamber, the room being illuminated by the core's brilliant blue light. The spider and frogs all huddled close around the core's pedestal, just resting and relaxing after all the chaos the fires had brought into the once quiet evening. Despite the calming blue light, she could feel her core was still frightened and worried. From what she could tell through the bond, the core would see that people were emerging from the flames, and they were all converging towards the hidden entrance somehow. This alarmed Orwis, as she thought hard about how they could have known where the entrance was. But before she could think on it for too long, she suddenly sensed something shift in the room, the mana in the air swirling as it was quickly pulled from the air. Turning to look, it was the injured spider from before, the blade that was stuck in its body now glowing with runes that had been painted onto the metal. And there was glowing coming from the other open wounds. Before she could figure out what was going on, Bufo reacted first, firing off his massive tongue which grabbed the spider when he suddenly swallowed it whole. Even as he swallowed, he quickly turned and started hopping out the core chamber, carelessly crushing other frogs and spiders in his path. Just as he made it into the water, his body suddenly erupted into a massive ball of fire and steam. The shockwave launched the core, Orwis, and everyone else to the far walls as everything went black. I step out of the memory, standing in the murky darkness of Orwis's unconscious memory. "I've seen enough," I say simply, glancing over to Ravaya and Rita as they follow me into the pitch black. "Or do you want to keep watching as things unfold into what is obviously a massacre?" I feel my voice coming off harsher than I intended, but I just can't help it. I'm furious over everything I've just witnessed, and there's nothing I can really do about it but inform the proper authorities about what we've learned. I could feel Ravaya flinch at my rage, though she managed to remind herself that it was not her I was angry with. "No, Vitmari. I believe it's time for us to wake now, so that we can start doing what we can to repair this cooperative core. Let us hope that it is mentally well enough despite the trauma it suffered all those years ago," she said softly, and I could feel her eyes on my back as I seethed to myself. I sigh softly, running my fingers through my imaginary hair before looking between the two mages. After a moment, I settle on Rita. "When we wake, head to Haven and let Jolie know what we've learned. Feel free to join us again when you're done with that." Rita nodded respectfully. "Will do, Vitmari," she said as she flared out her wings to flex and stretch before suddenly realizing that she wasn't in her physical body. Putting them in close again, and while feeling only mildly embarrassed with herself, Ravaya then conjured a glowing doorway, making a way for us to safely exit as we stepped through the light. Isaac point of view. After a chilly bath in the river, a rather refreshed Isaac found himself approaching the clearing of Haven with Jolie at his side. The half-elf kept tossing him glances, looking increasingly amused with each passing moment for whatever reason. After a few quiet minutes of this, he was finally annoyed enough to speak up as she met a gaze with quirked a brow. "Is there something on my face?" he asked in a soft whisper before looking ahead of them. Jolie chuckled at that as she looked over at him again. "Not exactly, but I can tell you're nervous. About what in particular? Well, I'm not sure, but I think I have a few ideas," she mused mischievously. Isaac mulled that over for a moment. He considered saying something snarky in response, but his overall curiosity won out as he looked back over at Jolie. "How can you tell?" Jolie seemed clearly delighted by the question as she stopped walking, looking at Isaac up and down before gazing into his eyes. "Well, for one, I can smell your nervousness just wafting off of you," she mused before stepping closer and poking his chest. "Secondly, your heart is beating faster than what's normal," she explained rather matter-of-factly, before pulling away, though upon noticing Isaac's still confused expression, she decided to explain further. In his later years, first Drake Warden Davy McDougall had produced a manual on how to read people, revealing tricks and signs one can use to deduce others' emotions without sheer use of magic. They aren't completely reliable, but they aren't accurate. You'll be learning these arts and reading people soon enough once you understand your own body, so just be patient. Isaac blinked, with surprise at that, but nodded intently. However, he then wondered why an order of warriors would need to have a manual on reading people. Looking back at Johnny, he decided to just outright voice his thoughts. Why would an order of warriors need a manual on reading people? Jody shrugged a bit, turning to walk again before glancing back at Isaac. Because we aren't an order of warriors. At least, we're not just an order of warriors. We wear many hats and do many things. Sure, we fight for the sake of others, but we also gather information, collect secrets, and root out potential evils in order to prevent calamities and disasters. She then flashed another smile back at him. As for what you'll be doing, well, we'll have to figure that out as we continue your training. Isaac nodded at that again, and felt like he needed to think on that some more, though before he could say anything else, Jody piped up once again as they drew close to Haven's clearing. Anywho, enjoy your break, and be mindful of yourself, she said as she poked his shoulder. You need to acclimate to being around people again, and it definitely won't be easy. Have fun, she enthused, breaking away from him as they crossed the tree line into the clearing. All at once, Isaac felt almost overwhelmed by everyone in the clearing. It was one thing to catch their scent on the wind and hear them in the distance. But now that he was here, and they were that much closer, It put him on the back foot, almost reeling from the sensory overstimulation. The shrill shrieks of children playing games and running around the clearing, the sound of animated and cheerful chatting and laughter of the people talking about this and that, the smell of wood smoke and fire mixed with all sorts of foods coming from the longhouse, while another set of wood smoke from fire mixed with a sort of woody, herbal scent also hit him from the other end of the clearing. There was also the smell of animals all over the place, which was a distinctly different scent from all the beastkin around him. Isaac wondered if Jolie and the other Drake Wardens were aware of all these scents and sounds and were just used to it, or if it was just something that he was overly sensitive to and aware of due to his body not having fully settled down just yet. Isaac, is everything all right? All too suddenly he was aware of Miriam, who was right beside him. He hadn't even noticed her approach, her small hand gently touching his shoulder as she looked up at him with what seemed to be genuine concern. The moment he focused on her, it was like he was able to tune everything else out. Had she always been so short? Her eyes looked even more blue than before. Her hair seemed almost more golden blonde than he remembered. And her smile. You smell really nice. Are you wearing a perfume? He asked before he could stop himself, his cheeks flushing as he suddenly realized what words just came out of his mouth. Why did he just say that? Why was the first thing he said after days of not seeing her? Miriam's cheeks flushed at his words, and he could hear her heart rate pick up suddenly. She stammered for a moment, clearly needing to collect herself after he had blindsided her with a stupid question. Her hand pulled away from his shoulder as she ran it through her head, anxiously toying with a few strands before brushing it back behind her ear. Yes, she finally said, averting her gaze as she brought her hands together and anxiously began twiddling her thumbs together. Farah has been trying her hand at making perfumes with wildflowers and other things. They're not real perfumes, of course, but she asked me to try wearing some, she explained, not quite looking at him until she finished talking. At that point, looking back up to him, and she anxiously met her gaze. Do you like it? Isaac swallowed, doing his best to measure his words and voice while being keenly all too aware of her. Yeah, I do. It's a really nice scent. It suits you, he said, as he offered a smile while scratching the back of his head. The smile that he had when he said that just brightened her face in an almost blinding way. She seemed to collect herself a little more as she started looking him over. Thanks, you, look better. I was worried about you when I saw you a few days ago, but I'm happy to see you're doing fine, she said as her eyes trailed along his exposed midriff, the two of them suddenly realizing just how ill-fitting his clothes were. Now, as his cheeks flushed while she averted her gaze all over again. Yeah, fine, she said as she absently scratched her cheek. An odd silence fell between them as Isaac carefully tried pulling his shirt down a little more with no success. Anyway, is dinner ready? I'm starving, he admitted, patting his stomach to emphasize his point before trying to pull his shirt down again. Miriam bobbed her head, glancing over at the longhouse before looking back to Isaac. Yeah, I think they're about to start serving, she said as she took a step away towards the longhouse with all the others. Isaac took a step to follow her, but hesitated as he felt all too aware of the noise and smells coming from the longhouse itself as people started to gather for the meal. Actually, if it's not too much trouble, could we eat alone? Just the two of us. I don't think I'm ready to be around everyone just yet, he admitted sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. Could you also bring the food for both of us? Again, if it's not too much trouble. Miriam looked back at him, taking a moment to consider his request before flashing a little smile. Sure, I'll be right back. With that, Isaac was left to his own devices again as he watched Miriam walk off towards the others. It was only then that he spotted Jolie watching him from the longhouse doorway, smirking, seemingly with amusement at his expense before stepping back inside. He couldn't help but roll his eyes before settling down beside a tree at the edge of the clearing. It was only then that he finally allowed himself to relax, enjoying the relative quiet as most of the noise and smells was contained to the longhouse. He almost zoned out while he waited, the sound of flapping wings bringing him back into focus as he watched Rita glide down into the clearing before hurrying into the longhouse with the others. End of chapter. Chapter 113. Bitmori Point of View. I find myself leaning beside the cracked blue core, studying the damage, and doing my best to figure out anything I could possibly do. Try as I might, I can't really discern any clear way to help it, besides throwing mana into it to try brute force a fix. But I know from experience that something like that tends to be a rather painful process for those on the receiving end and that kind of treatment. Looking closer, I can sense a trickle of mana leaving the blue core from a smaller crack near the middle of the sphere itself. From what I can gather, instead of the whole missing chunk acting as a sort of gaping wound, it was more like a giant shell or something, while the middle of the core was where the meat of the core actually was. If I had to compare it to anything, it kind of reminded me of a rubber band ball in a way. One of those was made as a toy for the gimmick of the thing, with a bouncy rubber ball in the middle and all the other rubber bands wrapping around it as if it made sense. Here, with the blue core, a large chunk of the rubber bands had been cut away, which is bad. But then the rubber ball in the middle was also cut, which is worse. Pushing my musings and comparisons aside, I turned my attention over to Ravaya and watched as she sits on her knees across from me, her eyes closed and her head facing down to the core. She was in a sort of meditative state, and I could tell that she was thinking back on all kinds of information from her years of studies about various things that I'm not too sure about. Leaving her to think for a while longer, I glance over at Orwis, meeting her neatly unblinking gaze as she intently burns holes into the back of my head. I can sense she generally felt more at ease about everything to do with me, Ravaya, and Rita, though that did little in the face of her core essentially bleeding out mana. Her impatience and general worry were tangible, but more to the point, she was just confused as to what we intended to do to actually help. With each passing minute, I find my thoughts wondering the same thing as I look back to Ravaya once more when she starts to shift and stir from her own thoughts. She blinked with vague surprise upon noticing my gaze before offering a token glance towards Orwis, who was behind me. "Well, do you have any ideas?" I asked while doing my very best to not sound too impatient. And that Ravaya couldn't help but sigh softly before shaking her head. "I'm afraid not, Vidmari. When it comes down to it, there is not much known about repairing cores. The only studies I've come across are either about maintaining them or destroying them. There are likely not many cases actually recorded of innocent cores being cracked, but not outright destroyed. So I can't offer you any specific advice." I sighed for the sake of sighing when I looked back over at her again. "I thought you said you had some ideas. Can't we try any of those?" Ravaya looked slightly pained before hanging her head a little, some of her hair falling in front of her face when she shook her head once more. "My apologies, Vidmari. In the end, they were just ideas. After more thoroughly looking over the damage the core has suffered, I don't think I can justifiably recommend trying any of them without putting the core at further risk. In my humble opinion, we should just put this core back on its pedestal with the Zamzam tree roots. At least there it'll be stable until we can recover a staff made of its chunk from the Drake Wardens. If we have that, then I'm almost positive the core will be able to start properly recovering mostly on its own influence." I nodded intently, going back to pondering the blue orb before me. I don't know why, but through either some kind of intuition or gut feeling, I can't shake the thought that there's at least something I can do to help. "All right, so that'll keep it stable. And sure, it's been stable like this for the last few years at least. But I don't feel comfortable leaving it with what's essentially a bleeding wound. Isn't there anything we can do to at least stop it from leaking mana? Patch the crack somehow?" Ravaya looked more thoughtful at that. I could tell that she wasn't exactly sure what I was talking about. "What crack? Do you just want to fit an entire piece of something to fill the missing chunk of the core?" she asked, and it was only then that I realized that she may have fundamentally missed something that I had figured out. With that in mind, I couldn't help but feel a little excited as I shook my head before beckoning Ravaya to look closer, pointing at the thin, 2-inch-long crack along what I considered to be the meat of the core. "Look here, do you see that little crack around the middle of the core itself?" I asked before glancing up at Ravaya. She leaned in closely, her curiosity having been piqued as she studied the damaged core before spotting the innocuous little crack amongst the rest of the damage the core had suffered all those years ago. "Yeah? What about it? It really doesn't look like much in the face of everything else that's happened with the entire missing chunk," she reasoned, sitting back and gesturing at the whole quarter of the core that was missing. I couldn't help but smile a bit, despite talking about something as macabre as the injuries of what is essentially a comatose person. I was just a little proud of the fact that I was able to figure something out that even Ravaya hadn't realized. "That's where you're wrong. The crack is specifically what is causing this core to be leaking mana. and I think that if we are able to patch it, then it might be able to start building up its reserves more efficiently again. With that said, I could see something start to click for Ravaya as her eyes started to widen in understanding. Do you have clams in this world? I asked a little hopefully, wanting to try and better explain my reasoning. Even if Ravaya has memories of my world, I don't really think that she'd understand the example of a rubber ball band. Ravaya looked suitably taken aback by my tangent, but bobbed her head politely as she brought her hand up, brushing some hair away from her face before studying the blue core some more. We have a few types, yes, she said simply, her eyes now more thoroughly studying the crack that I pointed out while she stroked her chin in thought. Great, so think of cores like clams, I say, gesturing to the core again, which only earned an odd look from Ravaya as she quirked a brow at me. Choosing not to acknowledge that, I pressed forward with my example. See, with a clam, both the meat and the shell are part of them. They both grow and both have their purposes for the whole of the body. As time goes on, the clam of course grows, and the shell gets bigger, but so does the meat inside. The point I'm trying to make is that most of this core is just shell that grows and grows to accommodate the meat, but the layer of the sphere with the crack on its surface is the meat itself and the main body of the core. So, while the shell does not need to be repaired, the damage to the meat is the one causing the most overall trouble for the core. Ravaya nodded along to my example, and while I could sense she didn't really get the point in the way that I was trying to make it, she understood enough. So all we have to focus on right now is finding a way to mend the crack in the core's center and wait until the Drake Wardens bring the core's missing piece. That seems like more manageable task, Ravaya admitted as she scratched the back of her head before leaning in close to the core once more. In the next moment, she appeared to have an idea and started to reach into her robes, digging through the surprising number of hidden pockets before procuring a small pouch. Taking a moment to undo the knot that kept it shut, she poured it out into a palm, revealing quite a few purple shards. I couldn't help but be taken aback at the sight of them, as I somehow instinctively recognized them as pieces of Lichtren's core. I might have been much more obvious than I realized, as Ravaya suddenly appeared rather sheepish before holding the palmful of shards out to me. It only just occurred to me that I never asked if it was all right to keep these. My apologies, Mori. It wasn't my intention to steal from you. I simply shook my head, leaning away from the offered shards at first, before sitting normally again. Don't worry about it. I just wasn't expecting you to suddenly have some pieces of her on hand. Where'd you get them from anyways? Ravaya retracted her hand as she looked over the shards in her palm once again before looking back at me. These are the scraps from when I made the vessel for your avatar. Even little shards like these are useful for making all sorts of tools, enchanted weapons, and magical focuses. I was hoping to experiment with them later, though perhaps they can be useful here, she offered with a sincere smile, looking back down at the shards in her palm before plucking up one of the smaller ones and placing it against the crack of the blue core. We both watched expectantly for a few moments, but nothing happened. It was around then that Orwa started to creep closer, my wooden ears pricking as the near-silent taps of her chitinous feet slowly meandered across the stone. I could feel her concern starting to spike once we started doing stuff to her core beyond looking and talking, though she didn't do more than just looking on with concern. I glance over at Orwa as she comes around the side of the core with the missing chunk, the concern plain on her face despite the nugget of trust that she has at the back of her head. Offering her my best reassuring smile, I turned my focus back on Ravaya and the core. I think I have the right idea, though I have the feeling we might need to actually fuse the shard into the core, rather than just fitting the shard into the crack. Ravaya nodded in silent agreement, though I could tell she didn't really have any ideas on how to actually go about doing that, which was a surprise to say the least. Leaving her to her thoughts, I decided to try and do that mana-swirling technique I used to fix up dread and gluttony to try and fuse the shard into the crack. I'm worried I might overwhelm or maybe even erase the core if I used too much mana, kind of like how I erased whatever was on the crystal in the ooze spring outside of Lichtren's core room. So, with that in mind, I focus on conjuring a mana needle, that way that Rita had shown me when we took apart the slate brands, the small sliver of nearby tangible mana appearing between my fingers as I set to work. I could hear Ravaya questioning how I intended to fuse the pieces, but she soon went silent as I carefully needled the shards of Lichtren's core with as little mana as possible. I'm not sure how much time passes, but what I do know is that I'm just happy that my wooden body has no need to breathe, can't sweat, and responds to my precise instructions with no errant twitching or shaking. Slowly but surely, the purple shard becomes green due to what I believe is the influence of my mana, and the shard itself gradually loses its shape under the consistent but minute injections of mana. The whole process vaguely reminds me of melting a piece of rock candy, the liquefied shard filling the crack almost seamlessly when I finally pulled the needle away and dispelled it. With the leak plugged up, I could sense a faint shift within the core and watch as the now green shard and the faintly green core crystal around the shard turned blue like the rest of the core. But the core itself has slumbered and didn't react much more than that. While I don't know much about core physiology, I think it's safe to say that the transfusion of core materials was successful. At least, it didn't look to be rejecting the material. Before I realized it, a very excited Revier was at my side, shaking me by the shoulder, causing me to rock side to side as I didn't really bother to resist her.
"That was amazing! How did you do that?"
"No, what did you even do?" she asked, before looking over to the core again. Always, for her part, had approached the core itself, gingerly plucking it from the pedestal with her good hand, holding it close to herself as she presented her forehead to it before closing her eyes. Within that moment, I could feel a sensation of relief wash over her. While her core wasn't restored just yet, it had been healed and could start building its strength back up, which was a huge improvement over the previous situation these last few years. It took me a moment to refocus on everything around me, as I hadn't realized that I had gotten into the zone, as it were. Rita had returned at some point, sitting beside Revier, who was previously sitting, a journal of some kind along with a pencil in her hands. It looks like she was taking notes, though about what I hadn't the foggiest clue. "What do you mean? I was just using the mana needle to fuse Lictrin's core shard to this core," I finally replied to Revier, having needed a moment to remember she was asking me a question.
"But how did you figure that out? How did you know what to do, or that it would even work?"
she pressed, reflexively. I felt that she was almost accusing me of something, or that I was doing something I wasn't supposed to. But in the next moment, I could tell that she was genuinely curious and excited about seeing something she didn't fully understand. I couldn't help but flash a cheerful smile as I scratched my cheek. "I'm not really sure how to explain it, but I guess that you could call it a mix of intuition and a hunch. We can talk about this later. For now, we should finish things up with Orwis." Revier sighed with a vague disappointment, but I could sense that she was still satisfied with having watched me the entire time, along with the note that she took with Rita. Releasing my shoulder, she turned to face Orwis and flashed her a kind smile. "Now that your core is stable, let's get them back on the pedestal with the Zamzam trees so that they can start collecting more mana. They're going to be getting better from now on, so don't you worry," she expressed rather kindly, speaking to Orwis in a gentle way. Orwis flinched for a moment when Revier approached, but was soon calm enough to even allow Revier to place a hand on a good shoulder. To think that Revier could easily be so kind to someone she considered a deadly monster only a couple days ago. It's probably only like this due to her one-sided familiarity with Orwis after watching her grow up. Not to mention, Orwis isn't even in her first decade, and Revier has a couple of centuries on everyone here. If an old man like me is young compared to Revier, then Orwis must be equivalent to a toddler. "Well, the day isn't getting any younger. Let's get going and check in with Ururu while we're at it," I enthused, hoping to set everyone in motion. I get a nod here and there from the mages, while Orwis spins up another sling with her spider silk, securing the core behind her at the base of a humanoid half and a spider half body. Rita spoke up, looking vaguely amused as we started walking out.
"The day has been over for a good while, Ledmori. Just so you know," she said, with a kind but teasing way.
"Really? But the sun was barely setting when we just got started." But it was clear to me that how late it was when I spotted the twin moons so high in the sky once we left the medbay. I couldn't help but wonder how many hours I worked to fuse that core shard without overwhelming the blue core. "Oh damn! It is rather late. Have you all eaten?" I asked while looking among the trio. Orwis didn't verbally respond, but I could sense that she was fine. Revier just shrugged a bit before starting to stretch and pop her back.
"Nah, I'll eat tomorrow. I have a lot of notes that need reviewing right now,"
she enthused happily enough, while clutching the journal that Rita had close to her chest. Satisfied with that, I turned to look over at Rita for her answer. It took her a moment to realize that I was waiting on her. She flashed a bit of a smile as she absently stretched and flapped her wings behind her.
"Me and him had me eat with him and some others, so yeah, I've got something to eat."
I was satisfied with that answer, though I could sense Revier was extremely pleased with her answer for whatever reason.
I didn't bother to pry, but I could tell when a mother was trying to sell the idea of her son to another girl, and I definitely wasn't expecting to see that happening here. Before long, we had descended my mountain, going to the other side towards the spider's nest. Even at this late hour, we came across a few wolves here and there, dutifully following the orders I had given Lugosi. I was making my way to the hole that I had burned through the maze of webs when Orvis insisted I followed her. I didn't see any point in not following, so I ultimately obliged her, as she now led us to a flap hidden in the wall of webs, which brought us to the corridor within. Ah, I see. She wanted to use the front door instead of the shortcut I made for myself. As we walked through the maze, she guided us through an assortment of trap chambers and rooms specifically built for ambushes. It made me wonder how long it might have taken to get through the maze if I had done it properly, or if I hadn't set Jack to run a diversion to gather the spiders elsewhere. How would I have done it? Or would I have just burned the whole place down in my impatience? It didn't take us much longer, and after crossing through another hidden flap in the wall of webs, we finally returned to the core room to see Ururu surrounded by large spiders who were supposedly the guardians of the core room. That wasn't until we entered. The massive spiders all turned to see us come in, before skittering over towards Orvis like excited, oversized dogs. Orvis chatted to them with a small smile on her face, before holding out the core for them to see. To say that the spiders were excited was an understatement, as they collectively did what they could only describe as some kind of happy dance. However, the spiders soon dispersed on her orders with an almost literal skip in their step. While they were doing that, Revire had made her way over to the Zamzam trees, seemingly studying them and scratching at the bark, among other things, as she narrated her findings to Rita, who dutifully took notes for her in Revire's journal. Leaving the mages to their studies, I approached Ururu, who regarded me with a deep bow of his head, making use of the long neck to do so without moving his torso. Welcome back, and congratulations on your success in healing the other core, he enthused with reserved cheerfulness. I smiled a bit and bobbed my head. Thanks, Ururu. How about you? Have you found anything of interest around here? I asked as I stood beside him, watching with him as more and more spiders started filling the core room, quickly becoming an arachnophobe's worst nightmare. The spiders began rhythmically moving from side to side as they encircled the pedestal in the center of the core room, watching closely, as Orvis made a show of lifting the core above her head with one hand, before carefully sitting it down and back in its pedestal again. It looked as if the bass was just dropped in the nightclub, and the spiders essentially danced with joy at the return of the healed core. Ururu spoke up once the spiders got started with their thing, shrugging his shoulders before regarding me. I didn't find much, but I did find a lot of stones under the dirt that were evenly spaced out into rows and columns. I think one of the Zamzam trees was planted behind one of the stones, because it's really tangled with the roots now. It took me a moment to really understand what he told me, my attention still mostly on the dancing spiders. However, it soon clicked as he shared that mental impression of what he saw, and after he actually described it, I couldn't help but regard it with a quirked brow. Are you saying that we are standing in an ancient graveyard? Ururu tilted his head curiously, seemingly thinking about my question before bobbing his head. Yes, that's a suitable description of what I saw. I wasn't really sure what to say, turning to look amongst the dancing spiders again before scratching the back of my head. Well, how about that? The graveyard. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Litmori Point of View. With the current pressing matters having been resolved, I was tempted to just head back to my mountain to practice handling my magic until the Drake Warden were ready to start their lessons with Isuk. However, the fact that we were currently standing in a maze of webs that were built by giant spiders on an ancient graveyard that apparently had extinct magic trees specifically planted here, well, let's say that my curiosity was more than a little piqued. As the spiders continued to celebrate and dance around their core, I made my way over to Revire, beckoning for Ururu to accompany me before speaking up. So, Revire, what do you know about these magic trees? And I believe you called them Zamzam trees? I asked leadingly while leaning up against the trunk of one of them. Revire took a moment to finish dictating one of her observations to Rita before looking up at me. a clear air of excitement about her as she stood tall and gestured to the biggest tree of the trio. "That's right, W.R.E. These trees are known as Zanzam trees, once thought to be extinct after the bloody political revolution, led by matriarch Shaxima Onimash," she explained before looking up at the trees with a small smile and sighing softly as she started recalling the history that she had learned during their studies. She was mainly known by her rather unfortunate moniker, the Widow. She had been a once widely respected and even revered elven mage, one of the few elves who had reached 5th mannering around her heart, which allowed her to be both the most powerful and longest-lived mage of her time. Revire then took a step back from the Zanzam trees and crossed her arms with consideration. "It was in the last 500 years or so. Elven society as a whole has been run by an oligarchy of elders who convene once a decade to discuss worldly matters and how we choose to react, or if we even will react. It's a system that is still being fleshed out, but for the time being, it has worked fine," she explained in a sort of tangential way before glancing over at me. I didn't really know where she was going with this, but she had my rapt attention for now. Even Rita and Ururu seemed intrigued as they listened along rather intently. "And what about the time before that?" I asked, guessing that she was waiting to be prompted at this point. Revire bobbed her head in response to the question before continuing. "Before then, we were ruled by what would be considered a line of god kings from a single family that rose to power over 3,000 years ago. Their whole motif was a being descendant from a lineage of the god of the sun," she explained, sounding frankly dismissive of the whole idea. "I don't want to get too into it, but their power was overstated and not particularly all that great in the grand scheme of things. Sure, the early generations of the bloodline from the first 1,000 or so may have been the real deal, but ultimately they ruled by tradition rather than out of anything they earned or deserved." I nodded along, though I had just had to ask as I wasn't too sure where she was going with all of this. "So what does that all have to do with the Zanzam fruit and the widow?" Revire smiled kindly before nodding. Sorry. There's just a lot of context to explain. History, especially for us elves, is never simple," she mused before continuing. "Zanzam trees were historically managed by the family of god kings, the trees and fruits having been gifted to them by a rather powerful human wizard of their age as a dowry of sorts. He was a family friend to them, not to mention a lover to one of the princesses. It was said they were a favorite of his, and while he tried to say the name of the fruit, there was supposedly a mix-up in the translation, and thus we were left with the Zanzam tree." It was at that comment I had a sort of realization, and I couldn't help but laugh with amusement, doing my best to stifle the laughter as I managed to wrangle it down to a hearty chuckle. Revire and the others looked on with curiosity, and I just grinned, managing to physically stifle the laughter before sighing with delight just for the sake of sighing. "I think I have an idea of what the name of that ancient human wizard was trying to tell your ancestors," I say, doing my best to calm down as a bemused grin basically glued itself on my wooden face. Revire looked fairly surprised by that, if not a little doubtful, but she gave me a nod and gestured for me to continue as she offered a smile. "Oh, really? Well, what was the name then?" I smiled a little more before needlessly clearing my throat. "I believe the name that they were trying to tell you was a manzana, a Spanish for apple, which is what I recognized your Zanzam fruits to be." I couldn't help but chuckle again as I wiped the tears of laughter that weren't there. Though how your ancestors managed to butcher manzana to Zanzam is a complete mystery to me. Revire, for one, looked rather taken aback by that bit of info when she started getting rather excited as she gently plucked her journal out of Rita's hands and flipped to a different set of pages, before taking down some fresh notes. As she scribbled things down, she had her own realization as she glanced back over at me. "Wait, does that mean that elven society as a whole has been influenced by a human from another world, like you?" I shrugged a little bit, not exactly sure how influential the human in question was. "Beats me. How important were those Zanzam fruits?" I asked simply, as I settled back against the trunk of one of the trees again. Revire had to consider her words for a moment, before just looking rather stupefied as she reflected on history as she knew it. With the introduction of that wizard's apparently rather special bloodline and the Zanzams, elves as a whole entered into an era of growing influence that allowed us to take steps to expand into other settled continents and on some more dangerous lands, allowing us to grow so far while remaining unified under one banner. The Zanzams alone helped the family of God Kings regain the strength of the old God Kings, meditating and consuming fruits in such great quantities that they were able to etch their 5th mana rings with far greater ease than was normal. I nodded in understanding, even though I didn't understand much of anything in regard to how hard it is to develop rings. After all, I already had 3 rings of mana swirling around in my core, and I haven't even been here for that long. Then again, mana could just work differently for me in general, if I consider the fact that I'm technically supposed to be running a labyrinth of some kind. No doubt, something like that would be rather expensive to set up and maintain. Now that I think about it, I've broken and used entire rings of mana for some of my more extreme feats of magic, like when I rebuilt Zaciter or created brand new souls for the sinners in Dread. I vaguely remembered seeing a panel when I first spoke to that feminine voice that's been watching me, something along the lines of consuming souls or something. If I consider how many people and animals I've killed so far since coming here, well, that could also help explain my rate of growth. Ravaya thankfully didn't realize my ignorance at the gravity of having 5 rings of mana, or at how difficult it supposedly was to get that point as she looked up and regarded the trees while looking among the fruitlets. All of that is to say that when the widow's children and grandchildren were all killed due to some foolish political intrigue, she emerged from her self-imposed isolation and stormed the God King's castle, burning everything to the ground and destroying the ancient household along with the entire court and the entire orchard of Zamzam trees. The only surviving sources of the fruits were those that were preserved and made into alcohols or candied into syrups, and other long-lasting treats which were magically preserved to last even longer, only to be sold at exorbitant prices. Well, that sudden tangent into history and these magic apples was sudden enough to give me whiplash. It took a moment for me to consider my words before speaking up again. Wait, so if that whole family was known for also having mages and the like who also had 5 rings of mana, how could they all be wiped out by a single elf who also only had 5 rings? Not to mention, are these Zanzam fruits truly that potent? Ravaya smiled a bit as she considered my question, and I could sense her taking a moment to consider her words again. Let me put it in perspective for you. Who would be stronger in a straight-up fight? You with a knife and your years of experience, or a fool who barely knows how to handle a weapon, but said fool has a very strong gun with lots of ammo? I couldn't help but frown just a little bit at that example. I've lost a lot of good people to fools with guns. But regardless, I mentally shook my mild disapproval and considered her question more seriously. More often than not, I'd like to be able to kill the fool, getting away with a few, if not no, injuries from the encounter. Ravaya bobbed her head expectantly before continuing. Now imagine you also had a strong gun and lots of ammo going up against a group of fools with similar weapons. How would you fare? I tilted my head side to side in consideration for a bit. With a healthy mix of luck and skill, I'd say that I could be able to kill most, if not all of them, getting away with only a few minor injuries and probably at least one serious one if it came to a straight-up fight. I'm not one to go charging in the front after all, and usually I'd never let myself get caught in a straight-up fight, as that's often the fastest way to get yourself killed. So what you're getting at is that the widow was a skilled warrior facing a group of fools? I asked, at least getting a better picture of things how she painted them the scenario this way. Ravaya nodded intently. That's how the battle historians seem to break it down. The difference between the God Kings, their god, and the widow was that the widow was the product of true effort and talent, having mastered her mortal form and control over her mana heart and rings for centuries by that point in her life, whereas the God Kings only had a volume of mana to match her, without nearly enough combat experience or skill to fend her off. The gods themselves were able to put up a fight, but unfortunately for them, she was unparalleled genius of her era. She then looked back up at the fruitlets before looking back down at me. As for the potency of these fruits, well, yeah, they're pretty effective in terms of mana recovery, historically recorded to be equivalent of a mana potion, with further refinement of the fruit into other concentrated products and proper meditation techniques or physical training. It can make a day of effort equal to at least a week's worth of effort. The God Kings jealously guarded the fruits in their last few centuries, consuming 8 fruits for every 2 which were allowed to be dispersed into high society, or to be auctioned off into certain markets. I nodded once more, looking at the tree apples once again, before absently scratching at my cheek with no real reason. I see. Well, I heard an apple a day would keep the doctor away, but that's just excessive. That earned me an odd look from Ravaya, but she didn't linger on the thought for long as she looked the trees over. What I can't figure out is how these Zanzam trees made it all the way out here. They're more than several centuries old, if I'm reading the bark right. So they're likely planted here before the fall of the Elven God Kings, and even before Lictrin was destroyed, she explained, looking more contemplative as she placed her hand against the bark. Perhaps we'll find a clue in the gravestone tangled under the roots of the tree, I offered, gesturing to the base of the tree. According to Ururu, we're standing in the middle of a graveyard. Revire nodded along, and I could tell that she was only barely listening while thinking of other things. After a couple moments, though, she finally processed exactly what I said as she looked over at me and then Ururu curiously. Wait, what? A graveyard? She parroted thoughtfully. I flashed an amused smile once she started paying attention again. That's right, a graveyard. With that said, I look over to Ururu and place a hand on his shoulder, tapping into the connection of our bond. Ururu, could you please look at the gravestone? Let's see what it says. Ururu bobbed his head in silent compliance as he closed his eyes, his manner swirling within his body when his perspective shifted and moved towards the tree. Looking through his eyes, we quickly found the gravestone in question, tangled in the roots of the tree while submerged in dirt like all the other gravestones. His gaze shifted around for a moment, going this way and that, until we managed to get a good look at the face of the gravestone. When I started narrating my findings to Revire and Rita. Oh, there's 3 different languages on this thing. The common tongue, an Elvish dialect, and German. So, 2 people are buried here. An elven man by the name of Elzalio Brovstyles. Looks like he was 324 when he died. Listed as a loving husband and trusted ally. The second person is Wanda Brovstyles. I can make out some words in German that describe her as a friend, confidant, and best flyer. She was 276 when she died, and, it looks like she died the year after Azalio. There wasn't much else to look at, and I couldn't translate the rest of the German writing on the gravestone anyway, so I pulled away from Ururu, looking through the eyes of my avatar once again, before offering him a small smile. Thanks for the help. Ururu appeared thoughtful, still staring down at the hidden gravestone for a few more moments before looking over at me and bobbing his head again. You're welcome, Litmori. It was my pleasure, he said politely, though when he thought I wasn't looking anymore, I could sense him looking at the gravestone over again. So do you happen to recognize the name Australio Brovstralis? I asked, looking over at Revire once I was done with Ururu. Revire, for her part, looked vaguely annoyed, though she was clearly playing it up for more than she actually felt as she scoffed and shook her head. It's not like I know every elf out there, Litmori. She huffed before smiling a bit and scratched the back of her head. But I suppose I could research him in the bloodline registry. He's likely to be vaguely important, maybe even affluent, or perhaps notorious if he somehow managed to not only get his hands on the Zamzam fruit, but their seeds as well, which has almost never left the grasp of the God Kings. I nodded intently, looking out to the swarm of spiders who were still eagerly celebrating their call, not paying us any mind whatsoever at this point. Orwisted happened to make eye contact with me, despite being in the thick of it as the spiders bobbed up and down or danced. She simply offered a small smile, one that managed to reach her eyes, before giving her attention back to her spiders. Glancing back over to Revire and Rita, I quirked a brow while tucking my thumbs in my pockets. I think I'm done here for now. I'll be returning to my mountain and practicing with my magic until morning. What will you ladies be up to? The 2 mages shared a look before smiling a bit as Revire spoke up. We'll be reviewing our memories of what we saw in Orwis's dungeon. I want to see if we can set up that strange summoning circle that we saw and figure out if we're able to make a spawner, she explained, though her excitement was clearly mounted as she took up her journal from Rita and began preemptively looking over her notes. Quite frankly, Litmori, nobody has ever actually dreamwalked a scion as we have, let alone observed a core actively getting their scions and setting up their spawners. Even if we've never actually shared our findings, it's exciting to think that we may be the first people to actually study these in any actual capacity, she enthused, as the sense of unfiltered joy and delight was just exuded from her. Well, I didn't really get it. I could appreciate that it was clearly important to them. So I nodded once more before flashing another smile. Very well, then. I'm looking forward to see the fruits of your research, I say, while doing my best to match their enthusiasm, even though I didn't fully understand the weight of it all. The duo made their way off first, walking out of the maze this time, as the seeding to the web maze had already been covered up with a fresh patch of webbing at this point. Letting them get a head start so that we're not awkwardly following each other after having said our goodbyes, I hang around the Blue Corn's chamber for a while longer, turning my attention over to Uru, who is still zoned out and looking over the various gravestones again. I have a feeling he's studying them now more intentionally now that he has a better understanding of what they are. I watch him for a while longer before leaving him to it for now. He obviously got something on his mind, and I shouldn't interrupt that until he's ready to talk about it. I eventually made my way out of the maze, having gotten just a little lost on my way out of the place. Now walking through the moonlit forest, I couldn't help but let my thoughts wander back to the gravestones. I had made one for Skylar when she moved on, her final resting place being that idyllic forest close to the lake. I wonder if anyone made a grave marker for me. Do they even know that I'm actually dead yet? Was there enough to recover, or is my half-eaten corpse stumbling around somewhere? I sigh for no real reason, save for the sake of sighing, and shake away my thoughts. I ought to get to training sooner rather than later, so I don't have to linger on these thoughts for too long. End of chapter. Chapter 115, Isak Point of View. The following morning, Isak found himself in a better mood than he had been in a very long time. He wasn't sure if he'd call it a date, but the quiet dinner between the two of them was so enjoyable that he doubted that he could have done more to enjoy the night if he tried. Sure, they didn't do much besides eat and quietly talk, but it was that time they spent together that meant a lot to him. Now that he thought about it, he really didn't have much to say and did a lot more listening than anything else, though that was most likely due to how uncomfortable it was for him to talk nowadays. Thankfully, Miri was more than willing to talk enough for the two of them as they reflected on their experiences since coming to this place, idly gossiping about this and that or talking about Vitmori and his beasts. All in all, he was looking forward to the next time that they could do something like that again, though it was highly unlikely that they get to eat alone all too often, especially considering how it sounds like she's getting along with almost everyone, whereas he only has a select few of the group that he's comfortable around. He shouldn't be too greedy when it comes to taking up a time, should he? Maybe if he was a little greedier, they might have gotten closer a long time ago. He was pulled from his thoughts soon enough, his eyes opening as he stopped his meditating upon Jolie's arrival with Vitmori, the two talking about something or another. He wasn't sure about what, since he hadn't been paying attention until just now. He looked over at them as the two crossed through the empty threshold leading into the stone building that they had been staying in, respectfully bobbing his head once at Jolie, while remaining in a kneeling position.
"So, is that all right with you?"
Jolie asked, looking at Vitmori after taking a moment to acknowledge Isak. Vitmori flashed a small smile and shrugged a bit. "If you're fine with an old man like me, sure, I don't mind," he mused kindly before looking over at Isak, beckoning him to get to his feet. Isak, for his part, just looked a little confused, getting to his feet before silently regarding Jolie with a quirked brow. Jolie smiled, jutting a thumb over to Vitmori, who stood by the entryway behind her. "We're gonna have you two spar for a little bit so that I can best determine how to train you moving forward. I've heard about your sparring session with Xanatul, so I already have an idea of what you're capable of, but I still want to see you in action for myself," she explained simply enough, before turning to look at Vitmori. "Don't rough him up too much, though I want to see what you're capable of too," she enthused kindly. "I'll do my best not to," Vitmori mused a little before looking over at Isak. "Well, come along then," he said, as he beckoned Isak to follow, soon making their way into the street of the fake neighborhood. Once outside, Vitmori proceeded to unbutton his armor and even pull off his shirt, leaving himself in just pants as the clothes and armor seemingly disappeared into thin air. Isak looked on with confusion as he glanced between Jolie and Vitmori curiously. "Should I?" he asked Jolie quietly, not sure if he needed to also take off his shirt. Jolie didn't acknowledge Isak just yet, instead walking closer and looking over Vitmori's simulated wounds and letting out a low whistle. "Geez, you've got more souvenirs than most veterans I know." Vitmori chuckled a bit, though it sounded vaguely hollow to Isak, as he went about pulling out chunks of wood from seemingly nowhere and slowly shaping them into blunt swords. "Yeah, these aren't even half of them. This body Revire made for me, it was me in my 30s. I'm pretty sure that I was in my 60s when I finally died," he mentioned offhandedly, before looking down at himself, his left hand tracing a particularly nasty-looking scar before looking back to shaping the second sword. "Not to discount your veterans, but this is the result of having to survive every day that I was alive.
rather than just fighting a war with rules and morals that could end any day," he explained before holding our wooden sword by the blade over to Isak. "Here you go." Jody nodded slowly, still looking over Vidmori's back with renewed curiosity, before remembering that Isak had asked her a question.
No, I don't think you have to," she said,
glancing over at Vidmori for confirmation, since it seemed that he was taking the lead for this part. Vidmori glanced between the two of them, having noticed their gazes on him now that he flashed a bit of a smile.
"Oh, you don't have to undress like me. I just didn't want my new clothes getting damaged. Not to mention I don't actually need armor because this body can't feel pain," he explained before looking Isak over. "If anything, I recommend getting whatever pieces of your own armor that still fit. At least your braces for arm protection."
Isak bobbed his head intently, making his way back into the building he'd been staying in for the last several days, and collecting what gear still fit. Securely fastening the armor around his arms and shoulders, he made his way back outside to see that Vidmori had built a sparring ring of stone and was quietly speaking with Jody about something or another. Isak hopped the stone railing, but Vidmori looked him over again before nodding in approval.
"There we go. Just to be sure that we make use of your armor if you're unable to fully dodge an attack. Your armor is there to take the hit. You just have to make sure to put it in the way of whatever is coming to hurt you."
Isak nodded once more as he regarded Vidmori.
"How are we doing this?" he asked quietly,
holding his wooden sword as he absently tested its weight and balance to get a feel for it. Vidmori stroked his chin for a moment before flashing a bit of a smile.
"I want you to do your very best to hurt me,"
he said simply, owning him a quirked brow from Isak as he tilted his head in response. Vidmori just chuckled softly as he continued.
"It's all about mindset, as you've never killed before, and you're likely to hesitate or hold back if you're thinking you're trying to kill me. So instead, you need to think about hurting me, aim for my limbs, try to get me to slow down, and cripple my movement," he explained, sounding almost professional now, the air around him changing as Vidmori started taking up a defensive stance, wielding the sword in his right hand while keeping his left hand free. "As for me, every 3 times you fail to get a good hit on me, I'll strike you back. So be mindful, and don't forget to maintain your own defense," he mentioned while flashing an almost teasing smile. "Whenever you're ready, go for this first swing."
Isak couldn't help but swallow a little nervously. It was one thing to watch Vidmori fight someone else, though actually facing Vidmori head-on brought a sense of unease that Isak wasn't expecting. He took a moment to consider what he wanted to do, his eyes glancing at Vidmori's shoulder before taking a step towards and performing a hard vertical slash. Moving quickly, but not too fast, Vidmori closed the distance instead of dodging, as he used his left forearm to smack away Isak's blade, before bringing up his own blade with his right hand and stopping it short of chopping Isak's neck. Vidmori flashed a bit of a smile while locking eyes with Isak, disengaging as he took a step back.
"That was all right. Strong stance and good form. I can tell you're honest too, but you're not too strong or fast enough to be that honest just yet," he said before taking up a defensive stance again. "Be more confident in your follow-through. Remember, I'm just wood. I won't feel it."
Isak could only swallow. His heart started to race and pound as he felt the lingering sensation around his throat. If this hadn't been a training match, he was almost certain that he would have lost his head without even realizing what happened. He felt the heat starting to swell in his chest as his heart continued to race, his senses sharpening distinctly as he readied himself again. He felt the sensation of battle rush during training before, but it was never this pronounced. He briefly wondered if this was thanks to the changes caused by the Drake Wardens, or perhaps his mana heart. Regardless, Isak turned his attention back on Vidmori and stepped forward again, moving faster than he anticipated, while doing a horizontal slash and going for Vidmori's sword arm. Vidmori responded by bringing his sword up and parrying the strike with a strong swipe, which caused Isak's sword arm to swing out wide, leaving him exposed to a strike that Vidmori didn't take advantage of. Vidmori didn't say anything this time, but he looked rather intrigued as he seemed to stare at Isak's chest for whatever reason, while Isak quickly stumbled back, retreating and fixing his stance. Now on edge, Isak attempted to score at least one hit on Vidmori as he launched forward with a lunge, aiming for Vidmori's center mass. Though, even as he committed to the lunge, he could already see Vidmori starting to sidestep, easily dodging the desperate strike, before kicking Isak's legs out from beneath him, making him spill onto the stone floor with a pained grunt. Vidmori was soon by Isak's side, extending a hand out to help the young guard back to his feet. despite being vaguely frustrated at being so easily taken down, even after everything he'd gone through in the last several days. Isak took up Vidmori's hand with little complaint, getting back to his feet before letting out a heavy sigh. It doesn't feel like anything's changed, despite all that has definitely changed already, he mentioned rather miserably. At that, Vidmori couldn't help but chuckle before gently patting Isak's shoulder. There's nothing wrong with getting your ass kicked every now and again, especially during training. Make sure to keep picking yourself up and get ready for it to happen again all over again, until you're the one kicking ass. He enthused kindly when he pulled away, taking a step back before intently staring at Isak's chest again. Vidmori's words did bring a small smile to Isak's face, though he did feel just a little put off by Vidmori's sudden intense staring. After a couple more moments, he started to feel rather self-conscious as he brought his arms across his chest before quirking a brow at Vidmori. What are you doing? Studying the way the mana seems to be traveling through your body. It's flowing around like your blood, he explained, before seemingly realizing something and glancing up to notice Isak's expression. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be rude, he mentioned, rather apologetically, while stepping back and standing tall once more. Before Isak could even ask his question, Jody spoke up, sounding both intrigued and impressed.
You can actually see his mana heart and the way it moves mana around his body.
But Mori chuckled almost sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head before looking back over at Isak. Yeah, though I suppose I got a little carried away. I swear I didn't mean to leer like that, he explained, rather apologetically. Isak simply shook his head, having been more confused than anything.
No problem. It's fine. So what did you see?
He asked, now more curious than anything as he leaned back and relaxed against the stone railing. Jolie also looked rather interested in what Vidmori had to say, coming over and leaning onto the stone railing from the outside of the training ring. Vidmori looked vaguely surprised by the question before seriously considering it, his wooden sword vanishing into thin air as he tucked a hand into his pocket, while using the other hand to stroke his chin in a thoughtful way. I'm, not sure how best to put it into words. It's like, it flowed around a lot like your blood, a fresh pulse of mana coursing through your extremities with every thump of your heart. It wasn't nearly as strong or even as intense compared to what I saw in Rhiannon's mana heart during my match with him, but it was there. If I had to make a comparison, it was the difference between a trickle of water from a water skin to a stream of water out of a spigot of a barrel. Jolie chuckled a little bit, gently smacking Isak's arm with the back of her hand. Hear that? A whole water skin, she mused before looking at Vidmori once again.
Let's keep up the pace for now. I want Isak facing off against someone who can't make use of mana heart before I start sparring with him.
Vidmori seemed to be offended by Jolie's description, before clearly scoffing with mock exaggeration. I see how it is, sure. I suppose I'll do my best to challenge him, he mused, before looking at Isak once more as he pulled the wooden sword out from thin air and rested it against his shoulders. Let's get on with it. It was only now that Isak realized that his day was just barely getting started, and he had a lot of sparring ahead of him. At the very least, he wasn't being used like some sort of punching bag for Xanatol anymore. Ultimately, the training didn't turn out to be as bad as he was anticipating, but Mori never went too far, pushing Isak just enough to make him try a little harder each time. Even when Isak was hit or grappled, it was almost like he was being struck just hard enough with the flat of the blade to fall over with no follow-up. Despite hours passing, he wasn't worked to exhaustion like he had been with Xanatol, and Vidmori actually took the time to teach him all sorts of interesting techniques for close combat that even Jody took interest in learning about. It took some time to really come to terms with it, but after spending the better half of a day with Vidmori as a sparring partner, the unsettling, anxious feeling that he had about the wooden man just seemed to fade. The way Vidmori carried himself reminded him of a kindly older man who just really knew his way around a blade. And when that elf mage came over and asked Vidmori to join her for some kind of magic stuff, Isak found himself surprisingly disappointed at having to stop so soon. Well, that's me for the day. Let's do this again soon, Vidmori enthused, pulling his shirt out from nowhere before putting it back on. He then looked at Isak, approaching him and holding his hand out. Don't think I've forgotten about that talk we're supposed to have. Come find me later when you're feeling up to it, he expressed kindly as he pulled away, saying his goodbyes to Jody, as well as when he followed Revire out.
Now then, time for part 2 of today's training,
Jody suddenly said once before they were alone again.
Same rules as before, you get 3 tries before I hit back,
she explained as she hopped the stone railing, conjuring a whoop of water with one hand while taking up one of the wooden swords. With a soft sigh, Isaac nodded in response as he took up his wooden sword again, though this time he felt just a little more confident with himself as his mana heart starts to pound with anticipation. End of chapter. Good morning, point of view. As we ascended the stairs, I could feel Revia's gaze focusing intently on me, her mind burning with a few questions, though I could tell she didn't want to pester me after interrupting the training that I had already been doing. I didn't really mind all that much, though, since I had already learned what I needed to by now. "What's on your mind?" I asked in a leading way while glancing back at her. She almost immediately perked up at that, excited curiosity at the forefront of her thoughts despite the casual smile she maintained on her face. "I was just wondering how your body is holding up. You were training your magic last night and then trained in combat until just now, right?" I smiled a little before looking ahead again as we continued to walk. "I'm not really noticing any real delays anymore, though I do feel an odd disconnect between myself and this body. As responsive as it may be, I still feel like it's more of a puppet that I'm giving orders to rather than my own body that I'm moving without much thought. Perhaps it's because I used to be flesh and blood that I'm feeling that disconnect, but regardless, it is performing well." Revia nodded intently, and I could feel her scribbling notes into her journal without even having to look back at her. Once she finished a current thought, she peeked up at me curiously again. "What sort of things did you experiment with, regarding your magic, that is?" "Nothing particularly esoteric," I mentioned outright before scratching my cheek in thought. "I was just experimenting with elemental magics, as those seem to be the most straightforward magic types. Basically dipping my toes in water, as it were, to see what was possible based on my understanding and imagination alone." Revia bobbed her head intently, clearly ready to take down even more notes as she watched the back of my head. "I see. And what were you able to do?" I hummed for a moment, considered what I did and the results. "I was able to create clean drinking water through nothing but mana. It wasn't even as hard as I thought it would be, though the act of destroying the water cost just a little less than actually making it. It felt more along the lines of simply making it evaporate instead of forcing it to disappear outright. I also tried to change the color of the water, or even the pH of it at times, by imagining various chemical additives, but that proved to not be as straightforward as I would have liked." I couldn't help but smile as I reflected on my findings. It's been a long time since I've experimented for fun and discovery, rather than necessity or desperation. I hadn't tried controlling the water after conjuring it out, but I've been able to change the way it comes out. The mental image I had was that of a hose with a different nozzle as I created a fairly strong jet stream, a shower of water, and fine spritz of mist, cones of water, and then just a steady stream. Oh, but I was able to create a stream of water that was pressurized to carve into stone. But it would be more efficient for me to just use earth magic to shape or cut through the stone itself, I explained before glancing back at Revia. This was all pretty small-scale stuff too. I did my best to limit myself to what I discovered to be an equivalent of 15 gallons of water. However, I would like to try and increase my output eventually. Maybe trying to blast out water with the force and volume of a fire hose. She nodded intently at my words, and I was glad she at least understood what I was referring to for the most part, even if she apparently got confused by the concept of pH at first, though I think she figured it out as the next question on her mind was anything to go by. "But Maury, I would have thought that you would have been able to make acid with your understanding of alchemy, though I suppose you would call it chemistry." I had vaguely recalled something along those lines and combined memories of all the magic uses I've come in contact with so far, but I wasn't sure how to actually go about doing that. If anything, I was under the impression that it was some kind of acid bomb or something they prepared beforehand. "So water magic does lead to being able to conjure a form of acid?" I asked for the sake of clarification. Revia bobbed her head, closing her journal and tucking it under her arm for the moment, as we came into the Splitterwolf den and started heading outside. "It's usually not as particularly corrosive acid, but yes, it does," she started to say as she held up her left hand, a very small ball of yellow-green fluid bobbing above her palm before she held it up to show me. "Though, if I'm being honest, this is likely to have been more dangerous substance for you to come into contact with. It essentially cleans metal and stone, burns flesh, damages leather, and, well, it heats through plants, cloth, and wood," she explained as she walked over the sparse patch of grass in the gravel around the base of my mountain, turning her palm over and spilling the little ball of acid into the grass. The grass itself quickly started to wilt and melt away under the sizzling of the fairly corrosive acid. There are always ways to make a more corrosive and deadly acid, and the same goes for poisons as well. Most mages partner with an alchemist to prepare acids and poisons for them to use in combat, which they then enhance to simply launch with their magic. Now, that was interesting to see. Maybe I was thinking about it all wrong. I see. Well, let's see how it affects me. Better to learn now instead of waiting to see with an alive environment, I suggested, flashing her a smile as I held my arm out to her while using my other hand to roll up my sleeve. However, I then had a realization and focused on the vessel within my avatar, suppressing the intricate enchantment that maintained the illusion of my skin as I exposed my wooden form. At first, Revia seemed rather hesitant, but then I could see her very palpable curiosity start to form in her thoughts as she intently eyed my forearm. I suppose you have a point. Now, I'm not overly familiar with using acid in combat, but I'll do my best to make it as most combat mages would try to, she admitted soon enough, before holding her hand out, conjuring a larger ball of acid, before crushing it with her magic. The acid spilled over my arm, running along the surface of my forearm and wrist and hand. The reaction was rather quick and intense as the wood started to sizzle and smoke with acid burns, the wood being consumed fairly rapidly as it reached deep into where the bones of my arm would be. All the while, my wrist simply fell to the ground, landing in a small puddle of acid that had formed between me and Revia. Soon enough, I was left with just under half of my forearm in less than a minute. To say that it was a rather surreal experience to watch my arm melt away is an understatement for sure, especially considering that I was expecting to feel some kind of pain somewhere. But I still felt nothing, despite what should have been a rather gruesome way to lose a limb. Well then, I suppose I should do my best to avoid acid, amongst other things, I mused a little grimly while checking out my new stump, all while taking a few steps away from the acid puddle to put some distance between me and it. Revia, for her part, looked rather horrified at what she had done, guilt superseding her initial curiosity as she conjured a ball of water to quickly set about swirling it around my stump, washing away the remaining acidic residue before using a ball of water to disperse and clean away the acid puddle. With that done, she gave her full attention back to me and my arm as she carefully took it up. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Are you okay? She asked, sounding nearly frantic as she racked her mind for ways to repair the damage. I did my best to look reassuring, even offering her a small smile as I used my remaining hand to gently pat her shoulder, all while doing my best to catch her gaze and make eye contact. Hey! It's okay. You didn't hurt me. It's fine. When she finally does make eye contact, I smile a little more before pulling away and looking over the stump itself. After a minute or so of quietly studying it, I can start making out distinct signs of regrowth. Whether it's going to cover the end of the stump or regrow to the entire hand, I'm not sure. But the growth is there, and I make sure Revia sees it. Look, my body is already starting to repair itself. Let's just think of this as another experiment to see how long it'll take me to regrow a limb that I can't just redetach. Revia sighed in response, and I could sense that she managed to wrangle her sudden bout of panic before taking her journal from under her arm and flipping to a certain page, jotting something down. You're deceptively charismatic, Vitmori. I hope you know that. What kind of person would just use their own body for potentially dangerous experiments? She said with no small amount of exasperation when she came to realization, and glanced up at me for a moment before going back to her notes when I offered her a small grin. Right. You're that kind of person, she said, feeling decidedly unimpressed at the moment as she tucked her journal away once more and began making her way towards the stairs of my mountain. Good thing you won't need both your hands for what's coming next. Let's go. Peter's waiting for us. Sounds good to me, I reply, even though I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to be helping with. As we began our ascent, Revia had managed to fully settle down again before glancing back at me once more. We can talk more about your magic practice later. After that little incident with the mana, I would much rather hear what you learned about mana hearts and the defensive abilities that can be developed through them. I nodded intently at her words before scratching the back of my head with my remaining hand. I learned quite a bit about how the mana hearts can be used in combat and how it flows through the body. I also learned that I can't make use of a mana heart like that. It was at that comment Revia stopped walking again, a sense of worry bubbling up all over her. What do you mean you can't make a use of a mana heart? Is there just something you're not getting or... She started to ask, not really sure what the possible problem could be. It has to do with a lack of blood, or perhaps it is due to the fact that I am not a proper living being, I started to explain, though, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure where the problem is ultimately stemming from either. From what I've seen of mana hearts, even a new and an inexperienced one, the mana itself is spreading through the body with little thought or action from the person themselves. It can be further refined and directed by instincts and specialized training, but at the very least it's done as a natural and near thoughtless function of the body. I then gestured to myself with my remaining arm. I can't do that. Sure, my body may be filled with mana, but that's only because of the vessel's baseline of animating this body to my thoughts and commands. If I want to move mana around my body, I have to both will it and think about the function while also trying to move and fight. I may be good at multitasking, but unless we find a way to spread mana around my body for more useful functions, and then will for a certain effect to happen, I really don't see a way for me to increase my defenses, strength, and mobility in the ways that Reardon and the Drake Wardens are able to. Rather than worry, I could sense Revia was more perplexed than anything, as she considered the findings I placed before her. It wasn't long until she was jotting down yet another series of notes in a journal before glancing back at me. That is certainly an interesting issue. I would have thought that the sheer amount of mana your core houses and the quality of your vessel would have made up for any of those issues or shortcomings, but to think the problem was something so fundamental as a lack of blood. I'll see what we can possibly do to work around it, and if I can come up with any answers before you head off towards the hegemony, she said as she offered me a small smile. That body of yours is my best work yet, and I would hate to leave you wanting despite my efforts. Just leave it to me, Vitmari. I nodded in response as I scratched the back of my head. Take your time, I'm in no rush for all that stuff. It's not like I'm planning to get into any straight-up fights. I've never needed abilities like those to handle myself in my day-to-day back in my old life, and I'm sure I'll manage here just fine for the most part. Besides, I've got magic to supplement any physical shortcomings that I may encounter. Revia chuckled softly at that before sighing softly. I know, Vitmari. I know, again. I'll do my best, she said with a little more self-assurance as we came up to the entrance to my core chamber. Making our way inside, I'm greeted by the sight of Rita as she uses a rather long stick to draw what looks to be a magic circle that we saw Oris's memory into the stone sand. In the center of the magic itself is a sapling with runes carved into it. It was one of the many evergreens that made up the forest around my mountain, though this only stood to be around 3 feet tall from where it had been planted in the sand. So, what's all this then? I asked, my curiosity only really being matched to my confusion as I looked over to Revia. Revia smiled a little more as she gestured to what was still being set up. We'd spent the better half of the morning experimenting with what could be used as a spawner while also studying that magic circle we saw. While we haven't been able to get the magic circle to actually respond to our mana, we've got some interesting reactions from the potential spawners. The feeling of possibility was rather potent during our last attempt when we used the sapling as a base, she explained before looking just a little hesitant. Mind you, nobody's ever studied spawners in the way that we're doing now, so this is all just untested potential and guesswork. We believe the one thing that we're really missing is a certain kind of mana to activate the magic circle, which should then ready the spawner to be attuned to whatever creature you might summon. I think I get it. So you want me to try running my mana through the magic circle? I asked just to clarify before I try anything while approaching the magic circle itself. Rita piped up as she pulled away, lifting the stick carefully away from the sand before resting it against her shoulder. That's right. It's ready whenever you are, she expressed with a fair deal of excitement while making her way over to stand with Revia, giving me a fair bit of space for whatever reason. Looking the magic circle over, I get an odd sense of trepidation, now vaguely worried something might blow up for whatever reason. After another moment, I managed to squash away my nerves and get to one knee, reaching out with my hand and touching the magic circle before running my mana through the runes in the sand. At first, it was slow going, and I could feel the mana being consumed by something. All of a sudden, like a vacuum is being pressed against my reservoir of mana, the energy being greedily slurped up in such intense way that I was somehow getting a headache. By sheer focus and will, I quickly pulled away and practically threw myself into the sand after freeing my hand from what I felt like a hungry tarpet. What the hell? I couldn't help but murmur as I lay on my back for a few moments. I could feel Revia and Rita making their way to me and even see them as they looked down at me, but I couldn't hear them as my head suddenly felt much more full than usual. I wasn't sure what was going on, and until I saw a familiar panel form in front of my face and heard an all-too-familiar feminine voice fill my ears.
"You've been busy. I'm sorry I didn't reach out sooner, but Maury."
End of chapter. Chapter 117. Vidmori Point of View.
"Vidmori,"
the feminine voice called out to me again, but I was still mentally reading from the sudden train of my manner. My name was written out in patient anticipation on the panel in front of me as the voice waited for me to respond. After another moment, I finally managed to get myself to sit up before just sitting cross-legged in the stone sand. The panel, following my field of view as it rested in the bottom right corner of my vision, where I could see it clearly without obscuring my vision. I could feel Revire's hand on my shoulder and feel the vague sensation of her talking to me, but I couldn't make out anything as I offered her a small smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just give me a few minutes. We're not alone right now." Having taken a moment I needed to orient myself, I looked at the panel and spoke up. "Sorry for making you wait. I can safely say that I wasn't quite ready to hold a conversation after everything that just happened." Despite never having seen her face, I could vaguely sense the feminine voice was smiling a little in understanding.
"No need to apologize, Vidmori. I suppose it's fair to say that none of us were quite expecting to have this conversation right now."
Now that was interesting. "What do you mean by that? Weren't you the one who reached out to me?" I asked while casually dusting myself off. Glancing over at Rita and Revire, I could tell that they were clearly concerned, but Revire soon had a realization of some kind, and she opened a journal and began writing things down.
"No, by using that magic circle, you reached out to those of us who have granted you your aspects. While I may not have been the one to originally grant you your aspects, you still inherited the one I granted to Lichtren," the feminine voice explained. "Ah, okay, wait. You said us, right? I have 3 aspects, don't I?" I asked curiously, while quirking a brow at the panel. "That's right, you do. And she did indeed just say that,"
a younger-sounding feminine voice called out, sounding remarkably cheerful and rather enthusiastic. A different line of writing came onto the screen with a different color and font.
"I don't get to meet the living mortals all too often, so it is great to finally talk to you. It hasn't been fair of her to hog you for herself all this time."
My head started to reel at her excited reveal. Though I suppose that explains why my head was feeling more occupied than usual. In the next moment, a new line of text with a different color and font came onto the screen. This time, a male voice came to my mind. It sounded like a young man, though he held a more mature and calm air when compared to the other new arrival. You and I both know that he wouldn't be able to handle all of us as he was a month ago. Just be happy he's defined his existence enough to be able to handle this conversation now. Handling it might be a stretch, though I suppose that this whole experience could be worse than a mild headache, I mentioned with a pointless huff before doing my best to collect myself again. So what are you all doing here, and what did you mean by me defining my existence? They didn't respond right away. I could feel them discussing something between themselves, but I couldn't make anything out despite the conversation happening in my own mind. After a few moments, the first feminine voice spoke up as a new line of text started scrolling down.
"Well, like I said before, you called us by using that magic circle you found in the memories of that scion. As for why we were called in particular, it's because I am your handler. I chose you and brought you into this world once you had passed on in your home world. As for the other 2, they sponsored me and gave me the influence I needed to place you into the mountain as a dungeon core." The younger female voice chimes in at that. "Not that you're any kind of dungeon I've seen before, but I suppose that's our fault,"
she mused a little sheepishly, and I could vaguely imagine her scratching her cheek out of embarrassment. "How is that your fault?" I asked. It's not like the idea of making a labyrinth even appealed to me in the first place. The male voice spoke up at that. "Well, all 3 of us may have contributed to your being here. We accidentally spent too much of our influence granting you your titles and aspects. You were quite accomplished for a mere human, and the karma you acquired helped us do quite a lot to prepare you for your arrival here."
"With that said," the original female voice started to say, "we failed to set up a summoning circle along with the spawner for your first scion and monsters. If we were able to do this from the start, we would have been able to properly speak to and advise you as to what you were supposed to do to build up your strength and get a dungeon going."
"Ah, I see. Well, that certainly explains my days of complete solitude when I first arrived here, I mentioned, though I didn't feel particularly bitter about it, especially considering that I do get the sensation that they genuinely felt bad about letting that happen to me. The original feminine voice continued, By the time we were able to actually contact you, and you managed to accidentally trigger the system which had been in place to help guide you, you were already well into getting yourself established in this world and influencing it on your own unique way. So instead of getting you to a spawner in Scion, we spent the karma you accrued to remove the system and gave you a goal to prepare for it in the near future. Who would have guessed that a magicless old man like you would have figured out how to absorb natural mana, not to mention mutating and ascending all those animals into formidable mana beasts? The younger feminine voice mused as she chuckled softly. Then, with only one beast, you managed to slaughter a bunch of criminals and absorb their souls, which allowed you to grow even faster. But then, with nothing but sheer intuition, you somehow figured out how to resurrect the only two people who were worth bringing back and won them over to your winning personality. She continued, sounding a little sarcastic at the end there. Those gems made from people probably helped a lot with that. Even I didn't know something like that was possible. Oh, but the silliest thing about you is how you keep sharing your titles with everyone. Sure, you didn't know better, but come now, you could stand to be more creative, you know. I wasn't exactly sure how to take those remarks. They didn't sound like insults, but they certainly don't paint a pretty picture of how brutal I was when I first came here. Not that I've changed all that much since, but I'm definitely in a better place than I was at the start of this. So, what did you mean when you all said that I've defined my existence? How did that happen, and what does that have anything to do with the ability to speak to you all? The male voice decided to pitch in at that. Well, not every decision you've made has an impact on the world. There are some that'll absolutely change things in possibly big ways. The decision you made to ally yourself with the Empire then led you to be labeled as a druid, only to then become a protector of the Empress Historietta. The decision to give Dread and your sinners their memories back, and then send them into the theocracy. Not to mention your plan to explore the hegemony with your right-hand Basti. You've set so many things in motion. The potential futures are numerous, and many of the others are interested to see what you'll ultimately do and become. There are many paths, the possibilities for great good and possibly terrible evils, but all of them are unique, interesting, and valid. Wait, what? Great goods and terrible evils. You're expecting both from me, and you're all fine with this? I mean, I'd like to think that I'm a good person, and sure, I've done horrible things to people who deserved it, but I'm not sure how I feel about hearing it laid out like that. The original feminine voice spoke up at that. As I'm sure that you know, we have watched you become a person you are now. We know what you stand for, and what you were capable of before becoming what you are now. No matter what you do, we chose you, and we'll be in your corner regardless of what you become and the decisions you make. We're just here to help you and offer our guidance should you choose to ask for it. Just stay true to yourself, and you'll do just fine in this world. My head was starting to ache more noticeably again, and I could feel the strain on the conversation wearing on me. Before I can say anything, the younger feminine voice speaks out again. Enough chit-chat. Let's get this spawner set up before we lose connection again. It would be a shame to not reward him for his efforts after all this time without our support. I could sense the other two agree with the younger feminine voice as the magic circle started to shine and glow before me. Before I knew it, there was a crackling cacophony as what felt like hundreds of presences made themselves known for several seconds. The original trio of voices listening and discussing with them what to do next until it all went comparatively quiet. The original feminine voice then piped up, sounding almost apologetic, while I sensed the other two setting to work on the magic circle. Sorry about that, Vidmari. Given how long you went without having a properly summoned scion, a lot of the others were interested in what you'd get, so we put it up to a vote. You what? I asked, still a little stunned from all those presences, practically invading my thoughts all at once before vanishing just as quickly. However, the idea that a bunch of higher beings were interested in what was summoned for me also sounded more than a little ridiculous, and was kind of ruining my mystique of the higher beings somehow acting as gods of this world. That again, there were apparently some of these beings who took time out of their day to describe food and other things to Tori upon request. Is that wise? I could feel an amused smile coming from the original feminine voice as the words scrolled out before me.
Well, there are a few that would like to mess with you for the fun of it. A majority of them are interested in the story you'll weave. So do not worry. These things will generally play out to your benefit.
Before I could say anything else, the sapling at the center of the magic circle began shifting and changing as the mana built up from the magic circle began swirling into the wood itself. Suddenly, a crack ran through the trunk of the sapling, glowing red embers licking the fresh wound on the surface of the bark, when a hoof emerged from the flames. I couldn't help but be fascinated by the scene playing out before me, as a young fawn emerged from the flames of the smaller tree. It had an ashy grey coat that was speckled with black and white dots. Both of its eyes were vibrant emerald green, and it had 2 tiny spike horns that were a fiery crimson red. All in all, it looked like a young button buck with fresh horns still growing from its head. It stumbled into the stone sand, nearly falling over and tripping on itself as it took in the first look at the world around it. This fawn is the first of its kind and will be the scion of its species. Name the species and grant your scion a name. The ones that spawn afterwards will be monsters who are meant to die and come back. Do not feel remorse for them, as that is their lot in life. They are not like the natural-born mana beasts in your service, and will not suffer as the other creatures would. The male voice explains, a gentle reassurance ever present in his words. This is different than when that blue core got his scions. Why is that? I couldn't help but ask as I approached the fawn, reaching out and gently petting the ashy grey head fur. Even through the sensors of my wooden hand, I could feel that it was incredibly soft and pleasantly warm to the touch. The fawn lets out a muted bleat while leaning in and affectionately nuzzling its head into my touch. And it's only now that I realize I still can't hear anything but the trio of beings that had been occupying my head for some time now. I glanced over at Revire and Rita, though the duo was currently more occupied by the burning tree that just spat out a fawn rather than me or the fawn in question. The younger feminine voice decided to answer as she spoke up.
It's likely due to the sheer difference in mana being used here. Most cores only get a minimal amount of mana granted into those magic circles, and small hints of guidance from their handlers. You're much more than a simple core. And the amount of mana you can wield combined with the influence of your handler and 2 sponsors, well, we can do a lot more than summon a rando frog and spider, she explained with a distinct note of amused mirth in her voice. That's, fair enough, I considered before regarding the fawn, still doting on the little guy as I considered the names. I'll name the species Fuvimo Hearts and Hides, for all the ties to life and death and fire. As for this one in particular, I name you Bratibus. With that, the bond is formed as a green ring starts to take shape around his ear. Bratibus let out another muted bleat, which I can tell is full of delight thanks to our new bond. I couldn't help but smile even more at just how happy he was as he nuzzled into my hand with even more delight. The original feminine voice speaks up once again as the words scroll down the panel again. It'll be some time before we're able to perform another summon like this, but just as so you know, you should be able to attune spawners to your other scions, or vassals as you call them. You won't be able to make new monsters with your natural-born mana beasts, but you'll be able to maintain what you have. As for your new spawner, you'll need to feed it more mana if you want to make more for Vimos, but in the meantime, we'll set it to create and maintain 8 of the monsters until you want to make it more. Before I could reply, I could feel the younger feminine voice almost mentally butting into the conversation as her words started scrolling down the panel. Yeah, you'll figure it out soon enough, like with everything else he does, she said, seemingly addressing the original feminine voice before turning to focus on me. As for you, you better not keep us waiting this long next time. You're just about the only interesting thing around that I can directly interact with, and it'll be a pain just to sit and watch for another couple months. Before she could make any other demands, I could feel the male voice step in with a smile to his voice. I'll admit, it was nice interacting with the mortals again. I look forward to the next time, V.R.E. With that, the younger female and male voices seemed to leave my mind, leaving me with the original feminine voice. I look forward to seeing your progress, V.R.E. Just remember to stay true to yourself, and you shall do fine in this world.
After that was said, my mind was finally my own once more, as I could hear Revire dictating notes to Rita about her observation on Pratimus while doting on the ash-grey fawn. I couldn't help but sigh with vague relief as the overall headache I'd been enduring the whole time also finally faded. "Well, that was unexpected. Sorry if I scared you all," I offer while making my way up to Revire and Rita, doing my best to make sure that they knew that I was addressing them now.
"Good morning. I'm glad to see that you can finally hear us,"
Revire said in good cheer, due to no small part of Pratimus's affectionate charm.
"So, do you want to fill us in on the other half of the conversation that you were having?"
she asked, pulling away from Pratimus and taking her journal back from Rita, as tangible curiosity bubbled in the forefront of her thoughts. "Well, where do I begin?" I start to say, considering everything that just happened as I thoughtfully stroked my wooden chin. "Well, I just spoke to the beings that placed me here." End of chapter. Chapter 118, Vidmori Point of View. To say things got busy after the talk with the beings who said that they were my handler and sponsors is an understatement. Just so that I could get things done, I had to make Revire walk and write, so that we weren't sitting around for the next few hours, as she had me describe my entire experience from when I touched the magic circle until Pratimus was spawned. She wanted to know everything from the way the higher beings spoke, their personalities, and what their domains were. As I forgot to ask those kinds of questions, I gave her my best guesswork, that the original feminine voice was the one who granted me the aspect of creation, whereas the younger feminine voice and the male voice were likely the ones who granted me life and death. Despite what I felt was a lack of information, Revire was ecstatic with what I was able to give her, and promised that she would do her best to figure out who these beings were, so that I could better understand the ones who brought me here. I was admittedly skeptical of her claims, especially considering the possible hundreds of presences I felt in those few seconds during that vote. However, according to Revire, there were many gods known to interact with the world at large. Anything from local deities of harvest or fertility, to gods and goddesses of intrigue, and of course gods and goddesses of life and death. Even with these excess of religious icons, being granted an aspect that way I still have is very rare occurrence, and not every deity apparently has the power of such a feat. As we discussed gods and various deities, Rita dismissed herself for some reason or another. As for Pratimus, I left him with Lugosi and Jack, having them show the fire fawn around and handle his introduction with Haven for me. Meanwhile, I made my way down my mountain and stopped around 80 to 100 feet up from the mountain base. We walked around the site until I found a natural and sturdy-looking cliff of sorts. I figured, if I was going to have multiple spawners for my mana beasts and monsters, I should make a specific room for them all. I began by strengthening the cliff with my earth magic, hardening the stone before carving a discreet walkway that led down to the base of the mountain. Going back up to the cliff, I started carving out the short hallway into the mountain face, which then opened up into a round chamber I quickly carved out before smoothing out the floor and walls, at which point I started carving out a number of alcoves to place the spawners in. The endeavor itself took a few hours as I ended up losing myself in the work. At some point, I disconnected from my avatar so that I could really get down to details of the chamber. Before long, Revire and Rhiannon started bringing in the potential spawners that she'd been experimenting with, so that I could get a frame of reference on how to make my own spawners. From what I could tell, it wasn't even all that difficult to set one up. The only problem that Revire and Rita had come across was actually activating the spawner itself. With what my handler and sponsors taught me, I had a good idea of how to activate these spawners. So I decided to make use of what was already made. Through my connection with the others, I called on Ururu and Frisbee to come and meet me down in the new chamber, since they didn't seem to have anything in particular going on at this point. Ururu was first to arrive, slithering in the chamber with his massive body, before shifting back into his snakekin form as he closed the distance and offered me a respectful bow of his head. "It is good to see you, Vidmori. How can I be of service?" he asked as he began undoing a button on what looked like an oversized scarf when it fell into place and looked more like a poncho. I smiled a bit while looking him over. It seems Miriam was inspired by the poncho I wore when I first met the others, since Uru was now wearing a brilliant red poncho that matched the lining of my armored coat. It fit him snugly around what could be approximately his neck, while he is in an oversized serpent form, but now fit loosely on a small snakeskin form. The poncho barely hung onto his shoulders with a deep V-neck that exposed most of his lithe, undefined chest. The nearly pearlescent white scales of what would be his underbelly in his serpent form was nicely complementing the brilliant red fabric of the poncho. Before that, I see you're wearing some clothes now. How do you feel? Are they restrictive as you were worried about? Ururu smiled cheerfully, before taking advantage of his long neck to look himself over for a moment, when he then regarded me again. It is quite nice, isn't it? That tailor, Miriam, is quite considerate with the things she makes. She had me shift between my two forms in order to make sure the neck hole would accommodate my body in my larger form. That way, I don't have to take this off and leave it somewhere for whatever reason, he explained rather happily as he wiggled his body slightly, making the poncho swish and sway. It's loose enough to not feel restrictive, yet it covers all the important parts, so I can maintain that modesty you wished for me to have, he mentioned with a hint of amusement as he looked at me again. I chuckled softly at his description before scratching my cheek a little. Well, it does cover most of your body. I wouldn't say that it's modest. Well, let's just be happy you're a man rather than a woman. Somehow, it felt like I was revealing more by just wearing a poncho instead of just a battle skirt that I had him wearing to cover his masculine pride. Ururu looked a little confused at that, tilting his head at my comment. I suppose he didn't really get what I was saying. Then again, I'm not going to explain myself regarding those matters. That's when I sensed a hint of alarm and worry as he slithered closer to get a better look at me. Fitmori, you're missing some of your arm, he asked with shock more than stating it, as if he really wasn't sure what he should be looking at, but he was surprised nonetheless. I had actually forgotten that I was missing most of my left forearm, since I didn't really need to physically use my hands to make use of earth magic that I had been carving this room with. I chuckled a bit, before holding up the stump and using my right hand to roll the sleeve back. Yeah, I was experimenting with magic and ended up melting it off with acid. Don't worry, it'll grow back, eventually, I added a little uncertainly. It had been hours since I originally lost it, and barely 4 inches of wood had grown back. I was still missing a chunk of my forearm, my wrist, and the rest of my hand. I suppose if I actually willed it to grow back, my arm would then be rebuilt much faster. Though, now I'm more curious to see how long it would take for it to passively restore itself. Ururu looked a little unsure of my claim, but chose not to question me all too much as he curiously looked around the chamber before looking back at me. In any case, what can I do for you? I bobbed my head intently, happy to get to the matter at hand as I walked him over to the alcove with the beginnings of a serpent statue, which stood tall on a stone block with runes for a spawner carved into the face of the block itself. I want you to run your mana through this block with me. If it works, should you ever meet an untimely death, this block should be able to bring you back to life. Ururu looked over the alcove curiously, and while I could tell he liked the statue that was being made, he felt more than a little uncertain by my claims, as his head twisted around to look at me closely at eye level. There were one too many shoulds in that explanation just now. How sure are you about this? I chuckled softly as I scratched the back of my head. Honestly, I'm not sure about it at all. I just learned about these things earlier today, and you're the first one I'm talking to about this. I don't expect you to die to prove whether or not it works, so just think of it as an emergency safety net. Ururu was at least mollified by my frankness as he regarded the spawner again, looking it over once more before bobbing his head. I suppose it won't hurt to have something in place. Very well. With that, he placed his hand against the stone block and I followed suit. Together we ran our mana through the stone block, filling the runes with a combined mana as something within the stone shifted and came to life. After a few moments, a crack emerged from the face of the block, revealing a dim green glow from within. I could feel Ururu's hesitation combined with my own as he watched the cracked face of the stone block for a while, and after a few minutes of nothing else happening, we both pulled away and shared a glance.
Well, nothing blew up, so I think that means we did it right, I mused before chuckling a bit. Uru seemed to wither at that comment, but he ended up smiling soon enough as he looked around the various alcoves with the potential spawners waiting to be activated. You've certainly been busy, Vitmari. Do you need any help? I smiled a bit before shaking my head. Nah, I'm good. I like having tasks to focus on. It helps me pass the night, you know. I do my best to look cheerful at that. I'm sure he probably understands some of what I'm going through as an animal-turned-person. But at the end of the day, there's likely to be some things that he wouldn't fully get. Ururu just watched me intently, giving a little bob of his head when the pitter-patter of scampering feet caught our ears. Looking to the chamber entrance, we spotted Frisbee as she hurried over to us, looking rather apologetic as she moved from a running on all fours to jogging on her hind legs.
Sorry about the delay. I was spending time with the Dianoba around her territory and had a ways to go to make it back here.
Frisbee, for her part, was also wearing some new clothes. She had on a red hooded cloak which had a simple wooden button that kept the cloak secured around her neck and shoulders. It looked to be cut from the same cloth as Ururu's poncho, but I was more amused by how she was starting to look more and more like her namesake. I simply shook my head at her apology before meeting her eyes. No need to apologize. It's my fault for assuming that you weren't busy. I should have been more thorough when I checked in, instead of just asking the two of them to make their way over to me. Frisbee looked admittedly relieved once I said that, though her attention was quickly consumed by the glowing crack in the stone block. She didn't say anything at first, walking up to the spawner before gently touching the stone beside the magical crack.
You have spawners now?
She asked, though it seemed to be rhetorical, since it was clear that she recognized it for what it was without being told. My curiosity was piqued as I smiled kindly, leaning back against the smooth stone of the alcove while watching her. Uru coiled his lower half beneath himself and waited, seemingly using himself as a chair as he relaxed for the time being. Yeah, I just learned how to make them earlier today. I was hoping to set you up with one just in case anything were to happen, I explained in a fairly nonchalant way, though something about Frisbee's expression caught my attention. I could sense a deep feeling of nostalgia from Frisbee, a memory of a brood from before Lictrin's fall. It doesn't seem like she even realized that she's having the memory, and I'm ashamed to admit my curiosity was getting the better of me. Tapping into our bond, I focus on her thoughts when I catch her faint whispers, fragments of memories. I could feel pride in her work, the joy of being amongst the other scions as they reported to one who brought them into this world. They were like her family, and she was the youngest amongst them all. Her brood had grown up again. They were stronger now, and she was stronger. It was only a matter of time before she could too become a peaskin like the others. Then, the memory was gone, and I could feel the lingering sorrow in Frisbee's heart. She was in tears, but she couldn't even remember enough to know why she was crying. By the time I pulled away from the pond, Ururu was at Frisbee's side, gently rubbing her back and comforting the oversized rodent.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why this is happening,
she said softly between snuffles, doing her best to at least try to smile while wiping the tears that wouldn't stop.
I must have gotten something into my eye. Please, I'm fine. Don't worry.
I could feel Uru mentally prodding me for assistance. He was feeling more anxious and nervous than he was in a long time now. He wasn't sure what to do around someone who was crying and was hoping that I could do something to help. Even if he was looking for me for advice, it's not like I was especially good around cries either. The only thing I could think of was to do my best to try and distract her from her tears. Looking around, my eyes landed back on Ururu's spawner, as I had a bit of an idea before getting to my knees so that I could be closer to eye level with Frisbee. Say, would you like to attune with Ururu's spawner? If he doesn't mind, you two can share it, and I'll carve a statue that features you both. How does that sound? I could sense that Ururu was on board with the idea, but he didn't say anything, letting me do what I needed to do to help Frisbee move past her tears, at least for the moment. Frisbee couldn't quite stop her tears, but a small smile was on her face as she looked up at me and smiled.
That sounds wonderful. You sure you wouldn't mind?
She asked as she looked up to Uru, gently placing a hand against his arms as the still did his best to comfort her.
Ururu was all for it as he smiled kindly, even if I could tell that he didn't understand why he would mind if they did share. I wasn't sure as to the specifics either, though perhaps Frisbee simply saw it differently than us. I would love to share a spawner with you. I don't mind at all. That settles it then. Let's get you both attuned at once, I offer as cheerfully as I could manage, while placing my hand against the spawner once more. The other two followed suit, though as I started swirling my mana into the stone, I was suddenly struck with a rush of energy. My head feeling more full than it should for a couple moments when the sensation vanished as quickly as it had arrived. When I managed to focus on my surroundings again, I caught a faint flash of purple light coming from the crack in the stone before it quickly shifted back to green glow of my influence. Looking at Ururu and Frisbee, it didn't seem they noticed anything amiss. Frisbee now leaned into Ururu as he had draped his arms around her, pulling her into his coiled-up lap as she settled down from her sudden bout of tears. I was about to leave them to it when the spawner suddenly pulsed with energy. I could sense something forming in it like there was a burning tree had done earlier today to make the other foe Vimos. But that shouldn't be the case, right? The handler and sponsor said that I shouldn't be able to spawn more creatures with my other spawners due to my vassals being natural-born animals. It was only then that I remembered that Frisbee was not natural-born like everyone else. In the next moment, I watched as an outstretched paw emerged from the crack in the stone, and what emerged was half of a rather wild-looking and scraggly brown rat. Now that I think about it, I had to actually clean up and fix Frisbee up to make her look like an oversized fancy rat, rather than a New York sewer mutant. The rat scrambled out some more, fully emerging from the glowing crack and revealed the lower half of its body as a snake's body. End of chapter. Chapter 119. Vitmori point of view. The rat snakes, the Titan boa rats? How about I just call them borats? Nobody here should have anything to say about a name like that. Anyways, with the surprise appearance of the borats, I suddenly am flush with a fresh batch and what can be earnestly described as monsters that I'm not entirely sure what to do with. They're a bit odd to look at due to their fur-covered serpentine body, yet they're almost endearing in a way with their wide eyes and big ears. They also all bore the marks of my bond, having a green diamond shape on their foreheads instead of a ring around their ear or shoulder. I wasn't sure if it was odd or just since the only ones to have this style of mark were reptiles like Uru and Zassita. I really should have taken some time to explore the whys and or hows of the mark of my influence. Maybe it's different from each dungeon. I should check on with the spiders and always to see if there is a variety of what sorts of marks they can have and where they are on them. Regardless, while Ururu and I were both taken aback by surprise by the appearance of borats, Frisbee was ecstatic upon seeing them. I'm not sure how it works or what exactly happened, but according to Frisbee, despite their new and unique physical appearance, these borats are the same rats from our old brood, with the same minds and souls. Like Frisbee, the borats lack the memories of their lives they had during their service under Lictrin. But what they do remember is that Ururu consuming them all. You should think something like that would make them develop a grudge, or at least harbor some kind of ill will towards the person who killed them. But not these critters. Like Frisbee when she first joined us, these borats idolized Ururu. In their minds, the nonverbal communication, they call him the Great Devourer, or the Consumer of all, since he liberated them of their centuries of starvation with his own hunger by eating them all. The fact that they've been granted bodies with features with their idol only raised their fervor in their adoration of Ururu. They seem to respect me as well, in a way, recognizing me as their new dungeon core and the one who commands both their idol and their brood mother. However, I do get the feeling that they adore and respect Ururu much more than they do me, which I don't mind. By the time the spawner stopped spitting out borats, the total head count came to a rather substantial 34. According to Frisbee, this is just under half of a total brood, which is quite frankly a lot of rats. Well, borats now. I couldn't help but regard Ururu in a new light after hearing that number. I did get impressions of how hard he had fought, but the idea that he fought off such a massive swarm of ravenous rats all on his own back when he was still an anxious and smaller serpent is rather impressive in its own right. It is no wonder he's been more confident in himself since then. As for just how many boar rats there are scurrying or slithering about, I can't help but wonder why so many were spawned at once. I mean, the Fuvimo's spawner only produced 8 of these fire fawns when it was first activated. Did it have anything to do with my head feeling more full than usual? So far, that's only been caused by a handler and sponsors. Now that I think about it, I did spot a purple light flash within the crack for a moment. Well, it's not like I'll be able to find an answer anytime soon, and it doesn't appear that any damage was done, so I'll leave the matter to rest for now. With the boar rats now in play, I'd say that I have a considerable force of power built up around my territory. For the time being, they currently surpass Jack's scouts who haven't left for the winter, and outnumber Dianoba's squirrels and Lugosi's wolves by head count alone. As for their combat prowess and effectiveness, I'm not sure how they would hold up on their own, but I have no doubts as to how intimidating they might be if they retained their swarming tactics. It's only now coming to my attention how much I've been neglecting Frisbee since she came into my service. Considering her background and circumstances, I had chosen to leave her mostly to her own devices while managing my cave greenhouse experiment. I figured that she was content with herself since she asked for nothing and would often spend time with Ururu when she wasn't tending to the greenhouses. But even now, I realized I barely know anything about her and what she was capable of. Today I've learned that she is a skilled and mindful leader, making use of some sort of hive mind connection with some of her brood to guide and instruct half of them on how to tend to the various greenhouse rooms, even making sure to stop in with each borat that wasn't sure of themselves and offering a more direct guiding hand. Poor. As for the other half, she sent them out from my mountain to explore the forest on their new home so that they could better understand their surroundings, though they didn't ask her nearly as many questions as the ones that are the greenhouse rooms. Regarding her apparent hive mind, I was aware of the fact that the naked mole rats were one of the only mammals in my world to have a functional hive mind and actively serve a queen, but to think that Frisbee, of all of my vassals or scions, was capable of such a feat was surprising, to say the least. Out of sheer curiosity, I tapped into her connection and was surprised by the sheer flow of information that she'd been processing. It felt very much like the direct bonds I have with others, receiving their thoughts at a minimum and being able to share their senses if I were to focus on it. As far as I know, Lugosi, Jack, and Dianiva don't have this much of a direct and thorough connection with their subordinates, so it must be unique to Frisbee herself. As for Frisbee in particular, I've come to learn that she has a deep affinity with water and earth magics. She apparently had a focus on the poison and venom paths of water magic, using her affinity with water to make her bite much more deadly. With that in mind, she has been using her magic to actually water the crops this whole time. I actually feel rather bad that I completely failed to consider that she would have to water the crops on a regular basis to maintain the greenhouse. If she didn't have the magic available to her, then would she have brought it to my attention, or would she have suffered in silence? I wonder if she thought that I already knew and just trusted my judgment. In regards to her earth magic, she told me it had to do with just being great at digging. I knew rats were good at making burrows, but to think that she would have a connection to it with magic as well. According to her, she had been using it to enrich the dirt and stimulate the growth of the crops, which I didn't even know was a possibility. I am glad that Frisbee is in such a mature and self-sufficient rat. I've been giving her so much space and independence that I may as well have been neglecting her. Since getting some of her brood back, it's like a fire has been lit in her heart and she's been that much happier and has an air of confidence that I haven't seen from her before. I had spent the day finishing the spawners themselves, getting Lugosi, Jack, and Dianiva attuned before setting up the cubs with their own individual spawners just in case. All that was left was Basti, but she was currently a little preoccupied with stealing someone's identity to set her up with a spawner at this point. Before long, all that was left was to make the statues that I had gotten started with. First finishing up was the coiled Ururu in his serpent form, biting his tail with a stone frisbee resting safely in the center of the coil. Up next was Lugosi, proudly sitting tall with his swords hilt prominently between his teeth. After him I prepared a stone Jack, the charismatic bird in the midst of his flourishing bow with a cocky look in his face despite only having a beak. Finally, I made up a statue featuring Basti and the cubs all together in a single pedestal. Basti sitting tall and looking rather regal, while the statues representing her cubs play at her feet. All that's left are the statues of Praetimus and Dionyba. But I hold off on making ones for them now. After all, I don't feel like I know them well enough to portray them accurately enough at the statue. As I'm setting up twin stone sconces around this alcove in the spawner room, setting up a ball of self-sustaining light in each one, I'm hit with a distinct wave of mana. It wasn't all that much, but it was different from the usual ambient mana that was my reserves topped off. Focusing on the flow as best I can feel the mana building up as a little more than what I received is taken back with it before heading for the spawner tree in its alcove. I kept an eye on this tree for now, but went back to what I was doing. I guess one of the Fovimo was just killed and is slowly being spawned again. A good 10 minutes go by as I finish the lighting of the spawner room when I feel a shift in the air as a hoof emerges from a crack in the tree. One of the nameless Fovimo stumbled out before shaking itself, looking rather cheerful despite being recently killed. "Hey there, little one, are you all right?" I ask while making my way over to him, reaching out and gently patting his head as they look up to me and lean into my touch. He doesn't verbally respond, but I get the impression that they're rather happy considering the circumstances. He was playing with one of the people from Haven, and they caught him after giving them a good chase. I could tell that he was planning on not letting them catch him so easily next time. Yet Praetimus already told them to not make it too hard on the people, because they need to catch the Fovimo for the sake of their futures. As he thinks more on it, while still nuzzling my hand, I get the feeling that he doesn't want Praetimus to know what they were thinking, suddenly feeling more than a little mischievous that his grey tail waggles with delight. I smiled a little as I chuckled at their rapid-fire thoughts and unfiltered cheer. "Sure, I'll keep it to myself. Run along then," I suggest to him before putting away. I could tell that he was vaguely disappointed. The petting had stopped, but he quickly made his way out, pronking with playful delight as he made his way down the hall. Following the fawn out, I'm greeted with the morning sun just barely cresting the horizon. I must have really lost track of time if I didn't realize that yesterday had even ended until now. Well, at least I managed to keep myself busy, which is always a plus. As I'm contemplating what I should do for the day, I suddenly remember that I technically had an assignment that I never reported back on. With that in mind, I suppose I should spend some time around the Haven today. A quick jog down the mountain and through the woods, and I find myself in the clearing soon enough. The sun was still barely cresting over the horizon as I entered the clearing, and the Haven was mostly quiet for the moment. There were a dozen people going here and there, a couple hunters getting some kills at the edge of the clearing, behind the longhouse, whilst a few others were collecting baskets and discussing what part of the forest they should try foraging around. A few people greet me with a polite air around them, and I could tell that while they generally consider me an oddity, they at least appreciated what I've done. That's fine by me at the end of the day. I don't need people to like me for me to help them. Making my way inside the longhouse, I spot Luna, Remy, Mina, and Heftio working around the kitchen. I could smell the scent of dough for some kind of bread, a dry rub of herbs on uncooked meats, and fresh fruits that were perhaps crushed or cut. Making my way over, but not making myself known just yet, I watch as Remy and Mina work side by side, talking about this and that. I was more than satisfied to see that Mina was blossoming around the others of the Haven, becoming sincerely more cheerful and animated. While I may not have absorbed her memories, I had seen some of what she endured through Rita's perspective, and it was never pretty. Remy is a good young man, rat. He's a good person, as far as I've seen, and I can tell that he's got feelings for Mina, and she has feelings for him. Looking to the other end of the kitchen, Luna was kneading some dough, wearing some gloves that went up past her forearm while talking with Heftio, who sat on the counter nearby. She was sincerely instructing him on how to prepare bread, showing him how to knead the dough and flour when it was necessary. Heftio, for his part, was following the kneading motions with his paws and kneading the counter while intently watching Luna's hands. His ears perked and clearly listening to what she had to say. "Good morning to you all. How's it going today?" I call out with a little more cheer than usual, flashing a smile as I made myself known while vaguely relishing in the jolts of surprise that came from their tails and ears. Heftio was the first to act, springing from the counter and scampering over to me as he meowed with delight. He quickly leapt for my legs, his nails digging into the wood to find purchase as he began to scale my body. I helped him the rest of the way, gently grabbing him with both hands as I brought him up to set him on my shoulders, where he perched and settled, nuzzling his fluffy red head into my throat and jawline. It was only then that I noticed my left hand had finally grown back to some point since yesterday. I probably should have paid more attention to when it actually happened, but at least I know I can passively repair my limbs if the needs were ever to arise.
"Good morning, Great W.R.E. It's good to see you. Do you need another bottle of wine?"
Mina asked with an enthusiastic reverence, even going so far as to curtsy before looking up with her vibrant pink eyes. I chuckled a bit before shaking my head. No, I'm just stopping by for a visit and checking in is all. How's everything going? Do you need anything? I asked, looking at Luna and Remy, before looking down to Mina in particular. Mina shakes her head, her round ears wiggling a little as she just offers me a cheerful smile.
"You've already done so much for me, W.R.E. I couldn't possibly ask for more from you."
I tilt my head a little, smiling but quirking my brow at that. Oh, really? Nothing at all? You of all people could afford to be a little more greedy, Mina. Regardless, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. At that, Mina looked a little bashful, but bobbed her head cheerfully as she went back to work. Luna piped up next, scratching her chin against her shoulder for a moment before actually speaking up. If it's not too much trouble, I actually overheard some of the others talking about trying to cross the river to look for more foraging opportunities, and maybe set up some more traps. Could you possibly help out with that somehow? The river, huh? I remember that it was supposedly rather deep, with a surprising strong undercurrent according to Jack's more aquatic birds. Now that I think about it, I got a whole half of forest that only Jack and his birds are able to monitor because of the river in question. Well, I was hoping to help out with more immediate concerns like helping cook breakfast or something, but sure, I'll see what I can do, I mused kindly. Luna flashed a wolfish grin at that, but shrugged a bit.
"I suppose I'll have to keep that in mind the next time you're offering your help." "Oh well," she mused in response before looking at Heftio. "Come along, cub, your lessons aren't done yet." Heftio did look a little hesitant, glancing between myself and Luna, though after a moment he just gently head-butted my cheek before making his way down my side and hurrying back over to her. With that, I looked to Remy and offered him a bit of a smile as well. "And how about you? Do you need anything?" His ears flicked thoughtfully as he hummed for a moment, currently scoring shallow cuts into various pieces of meat before looking back at me. "I can't think of anything myself, but I certainly appreciate the offer," he said with a bit of a smile before getting back to the meal prep. With a simple bob of my head, I look amongst the cooks once more before taking a step back. "Well, all right then. I'll go see what I can do about the river then," I say before dismissing myself and making my way out of the longhouse. I could sense movement around the longhouse as the others started to wake, but I figured that I could go deal with this river thing first and come back after breakfast once everyone was a little more awake. Another quick jog through the woods, and I came across the small clearing by the riverside. The trees and brush still had signs of fire damage and scorch marks, but all in all, it looked all right as far as I could tell. Approaching the riverside, I decided to take a seat and just listen to the running water for a while. Sure, it was a quiet moment where I'm alone with my thoughts, but, well, I hardly ever got to do this back in my home world after it all went to shit. I forgot just how nice just listening to the sounds of nature could be. Even now, I've hardly taken time to just stop and enjoy my surroundings, without feeling the near constant need to be busy and productive. I suppose, at the end of the day, I just need to remind myself that I don't need to do everything all on my own anymore. I'm not fighting for survival with every waking moment anymore. And maybe, sometimes I can just allow myself to enjoy a quiet moments and little things without feeling guilty. It isn't long, though, until I feel eyes on me. I don't sense that they're a threat, so I just choose not to acknowledge them just yet and force myself to enjoy the moment for at least a few minutes longer. Isak eventually comes up beside me, sitting by the riverside as well, and just taking in the sounds of nature with me. As much as I could appreciate the tact and consideration the teen was having for me, I know that I promised him a talk, and it wouldn't be polite to ignore him for too long after he's been this patient. "Hey, Isak, what's up? Are you ready for that talk?" I asked, looking over at him now and offering a small smile. He met my gaze before suddenly feeling sheepish as he started to rub his neck, though after another quiet moment he bobbed his head once and spoke up. "Yeah, I think I'm ready." End of chapter.
Chapter 120. Vidmore Point of View. Isak sat in silence beside me, even though he said that he was ready for a talk. He was still thinking just about what he should say. After another quiet minutes of just listening to the river coursing past us, he finally spoke up.
So, Vidmore, you've killed before, right? How do you handle something like that?
I nodded intently, thinking about his words for a moment. It all depends on who I killed, why I killed, and how I killed them. Sometimes I feel nothing, just numb to the moment. Other times I felt satisfied, even almost happy at times that a certain someone was dead, and that I was the one to put them down. Then there were the times where I felt sick to my stomach, full of remorse that I was the one who killed that person, and cursing the world for the things that led me up to that point. Isak nodded slowly, and I could tell that it wasn't exactly what he was looking for or wanted to hear. But he had more questions, and I was willing to answer them.
What was it like, the first time you killed someone? He asked, looking at me now as I felt his eyes intently studying my face and expression.
I sighed for no reason other than to sigh as I scratched the back of my head. Well, I'll tell you 2 times I killed. The very first, and the first time I killed somebody who didn't deserve it. Isak looked on with interest, but didn't say a word in response as I continued. I was around 16 years old. It was a few years before everything went to shit, as it was normal society. There was still a government-instituted justice system, with generally good moral fiber and common sense of what was right and wrong amongst the majority of society. I closed my eyes as I recalled the day of the first time I killed someone. At this point, it felt like it was multiple lifetimes ago, but after all that dream-walking I had done with Ravaya and Rita, I could remember it like it was yesterday. I was in a sort of a guild that my family had founded. We served wealthy merchants and politicians, ensuring that their property and persons were protected. I was assigned to a job to protect some merchant's son while they were traveling, and was tasked to accompany him and pretend to be a part of his group of friends while they were on the trip. There were other guards, of course, who were older, stronger, and allowed to be better equipped than myself. In my world, and during the era that I grew up in, it wasn't common to have to fight for your life in most countries, and it was even less common to be armed and armored outside of conflict zones. I explained, looking to Isak now to make sure that he was at least understood the picture that I was painting for him. He was a little confused about a couple things as far as I could tell, but he looked like he understood the general information I set up for him as he watched me with intent curiosity for the rest of my story. As far as the guy I was protecting knew, I was just the son of his father's new business partner, and nothing more. We'd spent the better part of a week just going places and hanging out, and we got along well enough. Things were as quiet as they could be, and it looked like my job was going to end without me needing to do anything. Well, that was of course when things went bad. I mused a little, sighing softly as I gazed into the water. The carriage we were taking got hijacked by some kidnappers, mercenaries hired by his father's competitor. But that doesn't really matter in the context of the story. The next thing I knew, the 2 of us were in some kind of warehouse on the docks, getting ready to be loaded onto a boat to make it harder for my guild to find us. I closed my eyes again as I visualized the day. We were locked in a storage room, arms bound behind our backs and gagged, and with only one way in and out. Since it was my job to make sure he was safe, I knew that I had to do whatever it took to not end up on that boat. So after discreetly escaping my bindings, I caused a scene. I started screaming through my gag, kicking the walls and the doors and just making a lot of noise. Of course, I would have never actually gotten anyone's attention, but I kept it up and managed to frustrate the one kidnapper guarding the room. I say while holding up a finger to emphasize my point. Well, to say that he was frustrated was an understatement, especially since I wasn't the main target. The only reason I was taken was to try and sweeten the pot so they could possibly get more out of the merchant. So he was rough with me, kicking me in my stomach and stomping on my chest to get me to shut up. I couldn't help but smirk a little as I reflected on that moment. I put on such a convincing act playing a sniveling coward, crying and begging for my life. Once he had me whimpering from the pain, he turned to leave. And that's when I sprung into action and jumped on his back.
I locked my legs around his waist to prevent him from going for his weapon, while hooking my arms around his throat and squeezing as hard as I could to try and knock him out.
I couldn't help but sigh again as I scratched my cheek.
Except I screwed up. In the heat of the moment, I didn't get the technique right, and I was only barely choking the kidnapper out. Now fighting for his life, he slammed me hard against the wall several times and did his best to pull me off his back and maybe even kill me. I had no choice. Now it was me or him, and I wasn't about to let it be him. So I snapped his neck, and he went slack.
Looking at Isak, he was still listening with rapt attention.
At that moment, I was running off of the adrenaline high and probably had a concussion, so I wasn't thinking all too hard about what I just did. I took his weapons, freed the guy I was protecting, and used the kidnapper's magic tool to contact my parents and update them on the situation. From there, the only thing to do was to fortify the room we had originally been trapped in and stay put. The kidnappers weren't aware that we were free and that help was on the way, so the best way to keep them in the dark was to pretend that nothing changed. My family's guild came in soon enough, took down the kidnappers, and my charge was safe. From there, I was praised for my actions. My parents and guild were proud of me for what I was able to accomplish at my age. They even assigned me my own team so that I could take charge of jobs and assignments going forward, now that I'd proven myself without a shadow of a doubt that I was skilled enough to not only protect myself, but others in the field. I didn't feel like I earned it, though. I looked over at Isak and shrugged a bit. If I had practiced more, I would have had better control of myself. And then the man would have lived past that day, since I would have simply knocked him out when his death wouldn't have been at my hands. He only died because I wasn't competent enough to take him down alive. And that's what scares me now that I've reflected on it. I was more worried by the fact that I didn't do it right, rather than the fact that the man was dead because of me.
Isak bobbed his head thoughtfully and considered the story so far.
You had to kill him. It was your job, and ultimately it was done to defend a person in your care and yourself, he responded, before looking at me again. You weren't in the wrong, and you should be proud of yourself for taking down someone stronger than you. Right?
He asked, with uncertainty in his voice. I nodded once before looking over at him again.
You know, I learned later in life that killing without purpose is a waste, and one must never be wasteful. I took great pains to ensure that I didn't kill most of who crossed me or those under my protection. As for most cases, they were just desperate people who needed their needs to be met. Once they were allowed food, water, medicine, and or safety, they were willing to work and follow the rules to ensure they continued to receive those things for themselves and their loved ones.
I looked away and sighed a bit as I watched the water once more.
Now, of course, you must be mindful of those who cannot be reasoned with. Those who will take advantage of your mercy and kindness or ignore it outright and act cruelly for cruelty's sake. And it's against those people you must not hold back for, as they will cause even more damage to you and those you care for when given half the chance. There will come many times in your life and in your line of work that you will have to kill another for the sake of others. This will be something that is expected of you, whether you're slaying some kind of beast or a person you've only met mere seconds ago. Like with all things, killing will get easier as time goes on. But with that in mind, you must always take time to reflect on what you've done so that the idea of taking life doesn't become too easy. Never allow yourself to become numb to the act of taking a life of a person.
I could sense that Isak was intimidated by my rather intense beliefs and views, so I opted to dial it back and stood and began pouring out stone and wood from my storage space. After some thinking, I decided that I would build a bridge across the river, and I should be able to make a sturdy one that'll last a while with the materials I had on hand.
Then again, your world still has a structure in society. There's a future here and a sense of security I haven't seen in decades, even despite your current circumstances. For someone like you who's just starting out, I would say you need to decide on who or what you're fighting for. It can be anything, an ideal, a cause, or for a goal.
I then offer him a bit of a smile as I shape stone anchors which will make up the foundations of the bridge.
It could even be a person, someone you want to make the world a better place for.
Isak looked confused, to say the least, still sitting by the riverside as he watched the running water before him looking over at me.
Is that really all there is to it? That's all I need to think about when it comes down to killing.
I tilted my head a little before looking back at him and used my magic to shape and carve the stone of logs into manageable posts before planting them into the stone anchors and using magic to fuse the wood to the stone, almost as if the stone were cement. Like I told you the other day, it's all about your mindset. You're not going out into the world trying to kill someone. What you're doing is fighting to protect your ideals and beliefs, or to protect someone. It can be a loved one, or it can be the villagers of a community asking you for help. Or it can even be your brother or sister in arms in the midst of a battle. At the end of the day, you should strive to be a protector, someone who will fight for the sake of others. By no means will you ever be a weapon to be used indiscriminately. As I spoke, I pulled the anchors and posts back into my storage, before pouring out some more stone from my storage and shaping them fairly heavy blocks around my feet. Taking a minute to test my weight and mobility, I started walking into the river, going waist deep into the water before pulling the anchors from my storage, only to then use my earth magic to bury them into the riverbed, while my new stone shoes kept my light wooden body from being washed away. I could feel Isaac starting to get better understanding of what I was getting at, though he was still rather curious about something. Getting to his feet, he walked closer to the water bridge, watching me intently as I worked at building the bridge.
What about the first time you killed someone who didn't deserve it? You said that you'd tell me about that too.
I internally winced at him reminding me to talk about that. I probably shouldn't have mentioned that when I would talk about it, but it would do him good to hear about wasteful loss of life. I don't think I'll ever talk about this with anyone now that I consider it. It wasn't just one person. It was a whole group of them. 9 people died when they shouldn't have, and I led the team that killed them all.
What happened?
Isaac asked, and I could sense that he wasn't particularly judging me, but was curious nonetheless. I pulled more wood from my storage and proceeded to flesh out the frame of the bridge, carving out slots in order to fit wood onto the posts in the anchors without needing to use any kind of nails to keep them framed together. I was leading a strike team. We were out hunting a group of bandits that were operating in the area, robbing passing survivors and supply lines. It was a relatively small group as far as we knew, so they didn't have to steal often, but they did it enough to be a pain in our sides. Done with the bare bones of the frame, I slowly make my way out of the water before using some concentrated gusts of wind magic to dry myself off. I had spent the latter half of the month scouting out the area in order to find the bandits' base, and succeeded in my efforts. Within the week, I had my team ready to attack. When night came, we made our advance, and the scene we came across was grisly. The bandits had just finished having a battle of their own. Bodies littered the outpost, and those that survived were looting the corpses, stripping them of everything of worth before tossing them into a bonfire for cremation.
Why would they burn the bodies like that? I mean, cremation is not an uncommon practice, but why burn them? He asked with a simple curiosity.
I scratched my cheek, thinking about how to best answer that question. It was just, more efficient that way. There wasn't space to do burials in the most communities, and it was overall the cleanest method, which prevented the spread of the disease from rotting corpses, and also kept the zombies from eating their corpses and being attracted to the rot. I could tell he felt no comfort in that answer, and I could appreciate the sentiment that he had for treating the dead with respect. It's been a long time since I could afford the sentiment myself. Not that death really means much to me now that I consider it. In any case, we struck first. It was a quiet affair, and the people I picked to be there were some of the best combatants my community had to offer. Using a mix of knives, bows, and crossbows, we eliminated everyone that was there. I personally took down 2 of them, a bolt through the ear for one, and 2 thrown knives in the neck for the other. It was quick, clean, and quiet. We suffered no losses and no injuries. Plus, we now had all their resources as well as their equipment of the victims, which meant more all round for the people of my community. I explained, forcing false enthusiasm into retelling of the story, since it was nothing but positives at that point. Isaac nodded intently, but then he frowned a little.
So you regretted killing those bandits? Why, you just said that they were terrorizing your people and other groups in the area.
With that, I just sighed as I began laying boards of wood over the frame I had built and carefully fusing the boards to the frame to make one piece. You're right. The bandits were causing trouble for my group and for other people. The problem is that another group had the same idea our group did and, well, communication wasn't all that great in the beginning. Isaac had to take a moment to consider what I just said, but he figured it out soon enough as a look of shock came across his face.
By the gods, you killed the ones who just killed the bandits.
I nodded silently, fitting another board into place while reshaping it into my needs. It was an honest mistake, but that doesn't excuse the loss of life. It was from that day on I began changing my methods. Whenever possible, I would take people alive, if only to avoid repeating that mistake ever again. I glanced back at Issa, who looked more pensive than anything before speaking up as he watched me.
But like you said, there are some people who can't be afforded that kind of mercy, right?
I offered a nod as I got back to focusing on the bridge. That's the truth of the matter at the end of the day, Isak. But for now, you should just focus on your training. You won't be making those kinds of decisions anytime soon. After all, you're still an apprentice, and you still have plenty of time to learn just what it means to behold the blade or any other sort of weapon for the sake of others. Isak watched the water for a time before standing as he walked closer to me on the bridge.
Thank you for your time, Vitmori. I appreciate the wisdom that you've shared with me today. I think you've given me a lot to consider. I have to get back to training now, though if it's all right with you, can we have another talk sometime?
I couldn't help but smile a bit as I made my way over to him, properly meeting his gaze and offering a nod. Sure, Isak, my door is always open to you. He looked a little confused by the door comment, but he notably brightened as he lowered his head respectfully for a moment and stood tall once more.
I'll be off now.
With that, he made his way off, leaving me to the bridge. Survivor point of view. My men loot with delight as they fill the trucks with the stolen goods and equipment. The bandits had so much stockpiled, they will likely have to make a second trip to get it all back home. It's good that they've been cleared out, and the outpost is a surprisingly good place. I'll have to see if we can spare some people to maintain this location for future use. But all the dead bandits don't matter right now. The problem I have is all the survivors that my men just killed. The damning evidence being this journal that I've just pulled from one of the corpses. These folk come from the Riverside community to the east. Damn it! Why, today of all days did you have to be here? Weeks of tracking only to be second to the goal. My eyes go over to my men as they chatter cheerfully enough. The pride of their faces plain to see after helping get rid of a problem that's been plaguing all of us for so long. If any of them learned the truth of what they did today, the guilt would ruin them. One of the guys walked up with a cheerful grin on his face as he just juts a thumb over to the trucks. Hey boss, we found a crate of Twinkies in the storeroom over there, and they're all still good. Want one? I force a smile on my face as I look over to him and bob my head. Yeah, sure. We all deserve a treat after today. Just make sure not to eat too much. I want to see the looks on the kids' faces when they start handing out those sweets, I muse, tucking the journal away in my coat as I followed him over to the others. Though, as we walked past the bonfire with the bandit corpses, I flicked the journal into the fire and watched as the pages burn up in flames. What was that, boss? He asked curiously, still in a relatively good mood as he glanced over to the bonfire for a moment. Nothing much, just a journal full of sick fantasies, I mused with a shrug. Let's get the rest of these bodies burning before we're out of here. We shouldn't let the smell of rot set in. He nodded intently, his good mood unimpeded. Of course, boss. We'll get right on it. End of chapter. Chapter 121. Vitmori point of view. The bridge looks just about done to me. It's a simple wooden affair with railings that go straight across the water. Nothing impressive at all. But I still couldn't help but smile with pride at a job well done. Looking at the sky, I can guess that around an hour has passed since I got started on the bridge. Not long at all, considering just how much work this would have taken back home. Standing on the bridge and testing it out a little more, I momentarily got the urge to go for a walk and perhaps explore the forest on the other side of the river. But I was distracted soon enough before I could properly consider it, as I sensed a presence in my core chamber. I briefly think about running over to my mountain so that I can meet whoever it is face to face, but I'd rather not keep them waiting long. Plus, now would be a good time to test if I'm able to even leave and then return to my avatar outside my bubble of influence. With that now in mind, I make my way back to the clearing by the riverside and sit down against one of the trees before disconnecting from my avatar. In a blink, I find my perspective back in my core chamber and spot Trisha walking through the stone sand as she runs her fingers along the murals on the walls of my chamber. I mentally poke her before speaking up, wanting to give her a moment to at least be aware that I'm in the room with her before possibly startling her by suddenly talking to her. "What's up, Trisha? Did you need something?" She's still at least a little startled, despite my efforts, as she jumps up before pulling her hand away from the mural of Basti and her cubs. But boss, sorry if I'm interrupting anything. I just wanted to let you know that I'm done with your sword," she says as she crosses my chamber before standing beside my core, addressing it directly. "Really? That's fantastic. If that's the case, then I should be ready to start heading to the hegemony." My delight was clear even to myself. I don't think I even realized how much I was anticipating getting to see the new world for myself, instead of through the memories of others. Sure, I was heading out on some serious business, but the idea of seeing a proper city without the wear and tear of an apocalypse just had me excited. Trisha looked fairly surprised for her part, but she still smiled at me, as I could tell she was feeling how excited I was. "I don't mean to hold you back, but I haven't even gotten started on your spear yet, boss. Aren't you going to wait for that?" I mentally wave away the comment before actually offering an answer. "I was just waiting for the sword in particular, so that I could have a proper weapon aside from just a dagger and throwing knives. That being said, when you are finished with the spear, just let me know, and I can pull it into my storage and have it ready for my avatar when I need it." Trisha nodded thoughtfully at that for a moment before looking a little more confident in herself. "Well, if that's the case, I'll take my time and make sure that I prepare a great spear for you," she stated confidently before considering something and piping up again. "Would you like me to bring your sword here so that you can leave straight away?" I mentally shake my head at that. "Nah, could you make your way up to Haven? I'm going to properly say my goodbyes rather than just up and leave like that." Trisha bobbed her head once before lowering it slightly out of respect. "All right, boss. See you soon," she enthused as she stood tall quickly enough, turning and leaving as she made her way out of my chamber quickly enough. Once she was gone, I decided to look for and visit Dredd real quick. I don't find him at first, as he isn't in the training room for whatever reason. Though, after a few minutes of just feeding around for him through our pond, I finally tracked him down to the wolves' den at the base of my mountain. The scene I came across was rather interesting, to say the least. With a half-dozen spitter wolves crowding around one side of the first chamber, Dredd stood in front of them, facing a wall with a number of improvised targets between himself and the wall. The air seemed tense as all the wolves watched Dredd with clear anticipation. Dredd, for his part, looked intensely focused, his brow furrowed in concentration as he attempted to bore a hole into one of the targets with his eyes alone. All of a sudden, he spit as hard as he could, only for it to come out in a spray as spit dribbled down his chin. The wolves broke out in laughter at the attempt, their sounds of amusement sounding remarkably like the cackles of hyenas as they teased him for his apparent failure. I'm not sure what to make of the scene before me, but rather than trying to figure it out on my own, I decided to just ask as I conjured a ball of green light and made myself known. "So, what's going on here?" At my appearance, Dredd and the wolves stiffened and suddenly appeared much more attentive to me as they all regarded the ball of light. It was almost cute as I watched Dredd mirror the mannerisms of the spitter wolves, their brown fluffy ears perked at attention, while their tails slowly swayed behind him in delight at my presence amongst them. Dredd soon spoke up for the group, clearing his throat and wiping his chin as quickly as he could. "Great Herbert Barry, you honor us with your presence," he enthused as the wolves followed up with the absent barks of agreement. Though when it came for the moment for Dredd to actually explain what he was up to, he looked hesitant and a little embarrassed as his ears drooped for a moment. "I was hoping to learn more about my body and the abilities granted to me as a new beastkin made from a spitter wolf. So I came to the den to ask the wolves for training and guidance," he explained dutifully enough, while still looking admittedly embarrassed. "I see. So I take it that you can't spit?" I doubt Dredd would have any issues with feats of athletics and combat, but based on the display I saw moments earlier, It is the spitting he's having trouble with." The spitter will snicker quietly in amusement as Dred's ears droop again. "That's right. I've never had to need to spit, let alone spit for distance, as the wolves do. Now that I have a practical and tactical reason to do so, I would be remiss to neglect an ability that is unique to me as your paladin." That's a good reason to practice spitting if ever I've heard one. "Well, nobody can fault you for your dedication towards self-improvement. I look forward to seeing the fruits of your efforts." At that, Dred perks up dramatically. While it doesn't show on his consistently stoic face, Heap's perked ears and swaying tail are clear physical indicators of his mood. "You honor me with your words, creative W.R.E," he enthused, bowing deeply in respect, before standing tall once more. "Was there something else you needed, or were you just checking in?" he asked, curious as to why I suddenly appeared now that we've moved on from discussing him. I couldn't help but smile to myself before speaking out to him. "I was just stopping in to let you know that I'll be leaving for the hegemony now. If you need anything, even if it's just a talk, let me know, okay?" His ears drooped for a moment, but he immediately perked up again, looking much more confident as he saluted with a closed fist tapping against his chest. "Very well, creative W.R.E. I shall stand in defense of your territory until my equipment is done, at which point I'll make my way to the theocracy." "Thank you, Dred. I appreciate your diligence. Good luck with your spit training." With that, I pull my attention away from the room and call Jack, Lugosi, Ururu, Dainava, Pratimus, and Frisbee through my bond to meet me at Haven. With all that done, it was time for the moment of truth. Can I get back into my avatar while it's outside of my bubble? Going back up into my core room, I try mentally searching for my avatar, visualizing where I had left it. It takes a few minutes, but before long I'm able to visualize a thin thread coming from my core and going through the stone and beyond my mountain. I focus on that thread and push my mind through it, and when I blink, I find myself within my avatar once more, still leaning up against a tree just where I left it. Sitting under the shade of the tree, I consider what I'm about to do, and I still can't believe it. I'm about to leave this forest and see the world properly with my own eyes. Sure, they're eyes made of wood, but they're my eyes nonetheless. I just hope I don't stick out too much now that I'm thinking about it. Will my common sense even hold up in this world? Well, no use in just thinking about it. Hopping to my feet, I quickly make my way back to the Haven's clearing, and I'm greeted with a more active and awake community. The smell of food lingers in the air, though it has clearly all been eaten by now. The majority of kids are at the edge of the clearing, weaving sticks and twigs together to make what looks to be fish traps under the guidance of some of the adults. On the other end of the clearing, improvised targets have been set up using pieces of scrapped wood, and two of the older kids and some adults are training with some good-looking bows and a number of stone-tipped arrows. Beyond that, it looks like a majority of the adults are currently out foraging or maybe checking traps. Looking around some more, I spotted the herbalist workspace and made my way over, finding Batissa dutifully grinding away at some kind of grey paste. Intentionally making my footsteps more noticeable in my approach, I step up to the flap that leads into her space and flash a small smile. "Good morning, Batissa. I'm back with news regarding the spiders." The lizardkin woman and Seka look up from their work, the duo wearing cloth masks that thoroughly cover their mouths and noses, though I could at least tell Batissa was offering me a pleasant smile on my approach, and Seka was clearly happy to see me. "Good morning, W.R.E. I'm glad to hear it. I hope it wasn't too much trouble," she said, leadingly as she went back to crushing grey paste. Now that I was standing closer, I could tell the paste had a distinctly acrid scent. It was an odd feeling to be able to smell something so unpleasant, yet not experience the involuntary need to react to it. Shaking the thought from my mind, I just chuckle a bit as I consider just how much happened between when she asked me to look into the spiders and now. "Well, it was a lot, but I suppose there was no real trouble," I mused thoughtfully, earning a curious look from Batissa as she quirked a brow at me. "So it turns out that the spider village is actually surrounding a cracked but still living dungeon core. Long story short, after viewing the memories of the spider scion, we were able to determine that it was an innocent core that was illegally cracked. I've since made a peace with the spiders and am currently working with the Drake Wardens to repair the core. So you don't need to worry about the spiders coming onto this side of the forest anymore. Oh, there's also something about some extinct magic album fruits we found growing there, but Revire still needs to do some research on that.
Vertissa looked wide-eyed as I told her a very summarized version of what transpired since she asked me to check on the spiders a few days ago. She ended up taking a moment to think about what I said, setting the pestle down and leaning back in her chair as she glanced between me and Seka. Well, I don't quite know what to say. I feel good work may be a little condescending, but, good work? And thanks for your help, W.R.E. I chuckled softly at her expense, stepping closer and doting on Seka as I gently scratched the top of her head between her ears, the blue-furred cub murmuring with delight and leaning into my touch.
Think nothing of it. I got a lot out of this too at the end of the day.
Vertissa bobbed her head before looking around her workspace, standing as she looked through the various bundles, wooden bowls and bottles. I can't imagine the payout or commission that this job would have been rated for, especially with what you've accomplished if this has been an actual quest placed with the guild. With that said, I don't have much, but I should have a few things that may prove useful to you. I couldn't help but blink in surprise, pulling away from Seka as I watched Vertissa go around and grab a few things here and there.
There's no need for that. I didn't do all of that for a reward. Besides, I've benefited a lot already by taking on your request.
Nonsense, W.R.E. A request was made and a reward must be given, Vertissa said in an admonishing way before stepping up to me and looking up into my eyes while wagging a finger at me. This is common sense. She then stepped away once more as she took up another pouch and looked through it. Adventurers often find treasures, goods, and all kinds of boons while out on the job, which is expected. But all of that is not considering their base pay, which has sent them to go work the request in the first place. No matter how much you may have earned on the side or benefited, you are still due payment for the work that you have done. I just chuckled a bit, amused by how this young woman was treating me like an ignorant novice. But I could appreciate her frankness and sincerity when it comes to a job well done.
If that's the case, then I won't argue. Thank you for instructing me in the ways of this world,
I mused while laying it on a little thick. Vertissa harumphed, but I could tell that she was smiling underneath the cloth mask as she walked from one end of her workspace to the other, before coming back up to me with a few things in her hands. Like I said, I don't have much, but perhaps you'll find use for these. If not for yourself, then at least you can use them on others or sell them for a small price, she said before holding up a pouch with some kind of herbal pills. These are general antidotes, using a select mix of ingredients and a dose of mana during its refinement. These pills can be used to treat most kinds of poisons and venoms. There are, of course, many recipes to make general antidotes, which can come in powders, pills, and potions. They help reduce the effects of poisons and venoms, allowing the body a better chance at fighting whatever poison or venom is in your system. Of course, they're more effective if used with life magic and certain kinds of water magic, but they're good enough to be used on their own, she explained, looking admittedly proud of her last comment as she placed the pouch in my hands.
That's fascinating. The only general antidote I know of is a certain kind of charcoal, and that only works for some kinds of poisons. Magic truly is a rather useful thing to have, I enthused as I gently plucked the pill from the pouch, studying it for myself before dropping it back in with the others. I flashed a smile as I looked at Vertissa while stashing the pills in my storage space. Though your knowledge and skills are equally impressive to be able to produce something like this, despite your limited equipment.
Vertissa actually chuckled softly at that comment as she scratched the back of her head. It has been a challenge, yes, but this experience has been rather enlightening. I feel I'd gotten stagnant in my methods and treatments before I ended up here. Despite the circumstances, I feel that I've grown more in my time here with limited supplies and equipment than I ever had in my shop in the capital, she expressed cheerfully, before frowning a little bit. That said, I'm not about to forgive the bastards behind this anytime soon. I miss my cushy bed and scented candles, not to mention the savings I had stashed away in the chest in my floorboards, she mentioned, sighing with frustration as she sat back down at her workbench. Now that comment caught my ear as I considered something for a moment before speaking up.
You know of the paladins, acolytes, and mercenaries in my service, right? I asked, while stepping closer to the workbench and doting on Seka some more. That earned a curious look from Vertissa a vaguely wary one that as she took up a pestle again and went back to grinding the grey paste.
I know of them, yes.
I nod intently, scratching my chin for a moment. Well, they're all currently back in the theocracy, infiltrating the parts of the church that did this to you as well as my agents. Well, not all of them, but I'm not about to explain the specifics if I don't need to. Except for Dredd. You know Dredd, right? I ask and get a silent nod from Vitissa in response. He hasn't left yet, and won't be going back to the church since he can't convincingly return to his old post due to the changes he went through. Instead, he'll be meeting with the Imperial spies and assisting them in undermining the church however he can. With that in mind, he should be able to have the means and anonymity to look around and recover your belongings. Not just your things either, but everyone else's stuff if he has time for it. Of course, he likely won't be able to get every little thing, but a beloved keepsake, a favorite toy, a picture, or perhaps someone's hidden life savings, I'm sure that he could do that much at least. Vitissa looked thoughtful, considering everything I'd said before looking up at me, and I could sense that she was grateful for the offer.
I'll have to bring this up with the others. Perhaps we can put together a list,
she said rather cheerfully, before appearing a little hesitant.
Well, perhaps I should speak to Zassiter first regarding the existence of those people in your service. He had asked me to keep quiet and trust your judgment regarding them.
Now that was a surprise to me, though I could certainly appreciate Zassiter's discretion regarding the sinners. They were people who blindly followed orders and did bad things while obeying those orders. Well, I'm generally not in a forgiving sort. They've already suffered the death penalty, and now they serve me. There's no real purpose in punishing them anymore, especially considering they genuinely wish to do right by the people of Haven and bring down the ones who orchestrated everything to happen. Besides, the only truly irredeemable ones of this group were the acolytes, whom I turned into healer zombies. I see. Well, do you think the others are ready to know about Dredd and the others? I can trust Dredd and the sinners because I know them just as much as they know me. But I can also see from the view of Vitissa and the others. To them, most of the sinners were still the aggressors. They're part of the same group that hurt them and many others, ruining their lives and ripping them from their homes. Just like the reformed and corrected survivors of my world, the sinners are going to need to work real hard to earn the trust of the others around here. And that is if the people of Haven are willing to forgive the sinners for what they did, since that is still their choice to begin with. Vitissa looked uncertain before shrugging a bit.
I'm not sure. I'll discuss things with Zassiter and see how we should proceed. Regardless, I'll talk around with the others to put together a list in the meantime.
Fair enough, I reply with a nod before offering a bit of a smile. By the way, I'll tell you first, but I was planning on letting everyone know that I'll be heading out today. Most of my equipment is done, so I figured I should start making my way to the hegemony's capital sooner rather than later.
Vitissa looked pleasantly surprised by that, bobbing her head once, when she then sat up a little more, as she had a thought. Do you have any limits to your storage space? She asked curiously.
Oh, I don't think so. At least I haven't found one. I explained as sincerely as I could. It's not like I've gone out of my way to fill up my storage space so far. At that, I could tell from her eyes that Vitissa was smiling wide behind the cloth that she wore.
If it's not too much trouble, could you get us some barrels of salt? I won't ask you to get us food outright, but salt would go a long way for food preservation, general health, and overall flavor of food. We have a single barrel that we've got from the cart the slavers brought, but we're running through it rather quickly and ready in preparation for winter.
I smiled a bit before shaking my head. You don't even have to ask, and I'll forget you did, so you don't try to compensate me, I muse. I'll see what I can do about bringing both food, salt, and other supplies in bulk. But you're all still under my protection, and while I can appreciate wanting to be self-sufficient, you've hardly had enough time to get properly settled in here. I'll make sure that you're all stocked during this first winter, and we'll see how you all fare on your own next year. I could sense Vitissa wanted to argue. Something about not wanting a handout, or her pride being too strong to allow herself to be so one-sidedly provided for. But then her mind wanders to the children of the group as she sighs a bit.
If you could also bring thicker fabrics and furs for warmer clothing and blankets, I'm sure that we could use them, she requested, before slightly lowering her head. Thank you for your support, W.R.E.
I smiled again and just shake my head a bit. It is my pleasure. Though with that said, I could sense my vassals. Should I call them my scions? Well, They had just arrived at the clearing and were looking for me. But that said, I should meet with the others before I go.
Of course, V.R.E. Safe travels,
Mutisa expressed politely before going back to her work with a grey face. Zeka, for her part, had opted to follow me out, hopping right off the workbench and onto my shoulder as she moraled with delight from her new perch. Back out in the clearing, I spot Jack sitting out on Pratimus's head, chatting one-sidedly with the firefall. Ururu sat coiled with Frisbee standing right beside him, the duo also talking amongst themselves, while a few of the boar rats quietly meandered around them. Dinaiva was nearby but remaining out of sight from what I could tell. I could sense that she was just here out of a request but didn't really care to mingle with the others. Lugosi sat nearby the group, accompanied by a certain she-wolf and a couple of his other wolves who decided to tag along. Once I was out in the open, the rest of the cubs rushed me as they started clambering up my body and racing each other to get to my other shoulder. The honor ended up going to Fraley, surprisingly enough, while the brothers seemed content to be in my arms. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for meeting me here," I called out warmly while standing before them. Some of the people from the haven at that point started to make their way over to see what this gathering was all about. "I just wanted to see everyone before I take my leave. Now that my equipment is mostly ready, I will be making my way to the hegemony to meet up with Basti. Now, even though this avatar of mine is physically leaving here, my core will still be here. So if you need anything at all or need to speak to me about anything, reach out through our bond and I'll do my best to respond as soon as I can."
Safe travels, V.R.E. We shall do our best to watch over this place while your mind is elsewhere.
Ururu spoke out with a smile, lowering his head respectfully before meeting my gaze again. The others murmured their agreements, and even Pratimus bleated encouragingly. Despite this, Lugosi looked uncertain, glancing at the she-wolf who accompanied him and then back to me before looking at her once more. The she-wolf met his gaze thoughtfully, flicking her ear before letting out a low woof and bobbing her head. At that, Lugosi stepped forward, his ears low and his tail slowly wagging in anticipation.
V.R.E., allow me to come with you. As one from the same pack, it is never good to travel alone. Only together are we at our strongest,
he declared, his voice sounding more confident than his body language displayed. I smiled at him, and I suppose I don't really have any reason to say no. I would definitely need someone to watch over my avatar if I were to ever need to leave it for any reason. And I personally know just how formidable Lugosi can be after all the work I put into fortifying his already strong body. "Lugosi, I appreciate that offer, and I accept. I'll trust in you to watch over me and protect my back." With that said, Lugosi immediately perked up, doing excited little tappy taps with his paws as he basically danced in place before howling with delight. His call soon being joined by the other wolves that had accompanied, and a few others in the distance. Then again, Lugosi is in charge of his own group. I may lead a group of leaders, but someone will need to take over in Lugosi's absence. "Since you are journeying with me, who will watch over and guide the spitter wolves in your place?" Lugosi tilted his head at that, as if only now realizing that might be an issue. He looked at the she-wolf curiously, and she regarded him with mild surprise, as she in turn looked at me before looking back at Lugosi. After another moment, Lugosi spoke up as he looked at me once more.
I nominate her to watch over the pack in my absence. She really helps me so much and does a lot for our pack. I can think of no other who could do as well as her."
Regarding the she-wolf, I could tell that she was already rather intelligent when compared to the others of her pack, and I could easily see the makings of sapience in her eyes and thoughts. Quite frankly, if I don't do anything right now, I wouldn't be surprised if she could start speaking soon enough. "I think you're right, Lugosi," I mused with a smile, glancing at Lugosi before looking at the she-wolf once more. "How about it? Are you willing to take on this role?" For a moment she looked uncertain, and her ears drooped at my attention, though she soon gathered herself, sitting taller and bobbing her head once in confirmation, as her ears stood at attention. I smiled some more and nodded in return, reaching out and placing a hand on her head, gently petting her for a moment. "All right. To aid you in your future endeavors, I shall grant you a name. How does Garm sound to you?" As soon as I said the name, I could feel the mana shifting in my core before traveling into the vessel within my avatar. The she-wolf tilted her head and the name before yipping in delight. At her confirmation, the mana travels through her, and I do my best to ease the impact as the mana settles around her already ignited mana heart, and surprisingly, forms a mana ring. By the time it is all done, she looked predictably tired, yet her tail still wagged with clear delight as she turned to leave and rest. Before I could say anything else, Trisha and Miriam had walked up and they each held out their own bundles.
"Hey boss, sorry for the wait. I just was doing one last check on your new blade,"
she explained as she held up the wrapped blade. "It's no problem. I am in no rush after all," I mused pleasantly to her before taking up the bundle. I could already tell it was a well-balanced blade as I quickly went about unwrapping it. What I saw was a beautiful mint green blade with a slight curve at the end. It was fairly wide and had a single meticulously sharpened edge. The guard was simply sideways S, made of polished grey steel of some kind. Finally, the pommel itself was a matte black medallion with what looks like to be a cat's paw print stamped in the middle. All in all, it was a beautiful blade, and I almost felt bad that I would have to use it for combat. This is a falchion, isn't it? It's a beautifully well-made piece. You said that you would make the sword better than the dagger, and you certainly delivered. Now I can't wait to see what you'll do for the spear," I mused with delight as I looked over to Trisha. Trisha looked both proud and embarrassed, her cheeks almost as red as the flames of her forge as she scratched the back of her head.
"Ah, boss, you're just saying that,"
she enthused before flashing a grin. I smiled a little more at her reaction while stashing the blade away in my storage space, before looking over at Miriam as she held up her own bundle.
"Here, W.R.E. I admittedly got some practice making cloaks for Frisbee and some of the others before I got started on yours. I hope you like it."
I just chuckled a little at that. If that was just practice, then I have high hopes for this, I mused kindly as I unfurled the brown cloak and pulled it on. It was a cloak, that's for sure. I just wish I could properly appreciate the feel of the fabric with my wooden hands, but it looked pretty nice. It consisted of 4 separate cuts of fabric, which did well to conceal my overall frame, a hood to obscure my face rather thoroughly if I were to slightly hunch over, and, oh, nice, it has hidden pockets. You added pockets to my cloak. I didn't even think about that. Nice work, I enthused, making sure Miriam knew just how happy I was with her work as I went about fastening the cloak's clasp around my neck. Now, between my new sword cloak and the anticipation of heading out on my first expedition in this world, my day couldn't possibly get any better. All right, I should really be heading off now. I want to try and make as much ground as I can before night falls. Looking at my cubs, I get down to my knees, setting them down and making sure to give each one a loving pet and a throat scratch before pulling away. I'll be back real soon. Be good and stay safe, kiddos. I love you all. As I stand, the cubs jump for me again, and it takes everything I have to gently nudge them down and dodge them until I'm forced to run a little ways away so they couldn't cling to me. I know for a fact if I let them keep me here now, I definitely have a much harder time trying to leave later. Casting one more look at Haven and everyone, I flash a grin before looking over at Lugosi as I pat my leg and beckon him over. Come on, we're off. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Bit Morning Point of View. I haven't felt this excited in years, decades even. The idea that I'm on my way to a whole new city in a new land that hasn't been seen by anyone from the world I came from. Well, I can't quite put it into words, but I just can't wait. Lugosi and I had jogged through the forest for a couple of hours before he suggested that I get on his back, and while I didn't want to impose at first, he seemed oddly insistent about it, so I relented and climbed on. Once I was settled, I was quickly reminded that I didn't even weigh all that much when Lugosi immediately launched forward and began running at a steady pace. While I could tell that he wasn't going full tilt, it was much faster than the brisk jog that we were originally doing as we approached casual motorway speeds, hitting around 30 to 40 miles per hour as we raced through the woods. Even without tapping through my bond with Lugosi, I could tell that he was having fun just running through the woods for the hell of it, even as his mana heart pulsed with vigor through each bounding step. After another couple more hours of this, we decided to stop and take a break in the shade of a good-sized tree. Lugosi took his time to quench his thirst as he drank deeply from one of the stone bowls that I had saved from the drinking party with the birds and squirrels. Despite how hard he pushed himself, Lugosi was clearly still in a very good mood, his tail slowly yet steadily wagging as he loudly lapped the water that I made with my magic. As we sat in the shade of the tree, I could feel the eyes of various creatures and critters as they crossed the woods around. Most of them were wary, if not at least curious about me and Lugosi. I felt that quite a few of them had at least thought about attacking me for a moment, but one look at Lugosi made them think again and left us well alone. However, as the minutes went by, I sensed that there were 2 pairs of eyes lingering on me. At first, I thought nothing of it, yet as idle curiosity took my attention, I noticed that the gazes were coming from Lugosi's shadow. I couldn't help but sigh a bit, but a smile still crept to my face as I realized that we had some stowaways on this expedition away from home. "I know you're there. How about you stop hiding from me and come out of there?" I say aloud before looking directly at Lugosi's shadow. Now that I knew they were there, I could sense the 2 in the shadow got startled by the call-out. After another minute of stalling, Basmori emerged from the shadow and unfurled a pair of tiny, shadowy wings from which Frady was stumbled out into the open. At first, I intended on lightly admonishing them for doing something so foolhardy as running away from Haven without telling anyone, but I was so impressed by what I saw Basmori do that I had to talk about that first. "How did you do that? Did your mother teach you that?" I asked in an excited voice, doing my best to make sure that he knew what he did was something to be impressed about. That's not even considering how he managed to also hide Frady in the shadow with him. While he was initially nervous, Basmori immediately perked up at that praise, fluttering his little wings before springing forward onto my lap, and standing as he rested his paws against my chest and nuzzled his head into my chin and throat. I returned his affection by gently scratching his throat and chin while patting his lower back. Yes, I'm very proud of what you're able to do, but I'm not happy that you did it," I say gently. I'm sure the 2 of them had their own reasons for stowing away in Lugosi's shadow, but the trouble is that they did not ask permission to come with me. Basmori only meowed softly, his ears drooping as he gently headbutts my throat still. He settled soon enough as he hopped off my lap and approached the water bowl, quietly lapping away at the water while Lugosi pulled away and licked at the water dripping from his muzzle. Frady was up next, hesitantly stepping up onto my lap with her front paws as she looked up at me. "No trouble?" she asked cautiously while tilting her head in a rather cute fashion. I could only smile kindly as I sighed again before gently patting her head. "Well, little trouble, but I'm not mad," I decided to clarify, scooping her up to my chest as I nuzzled my chin against the top of her head, as she mewed with delight. Setting her back down, she joins Basmori in drinking some water, while Lugosi lies down in the shade beside me.
"What do you want to do? Shall we take them back home?"
Lugosi asked as he looked between the cubs and myself. I could tell he didn't mind either way as he laid his head in his paws enjoying the break. I thought about it for a few moments before just shaking my head. While I am upset they didn't ask for permission, I'm not about to deny them their curiosity. There's a saying I know that goes, "Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back." If we send them back now, they'll only be more eager to explore and might attempt to leave again on their own. It's better for them to travel with us and under our watch rather than deny them the experience outright. Lugosi flicked his ears thoughtfully before bobbing his head in understanding.
"I see, all right then."
With that, he lay there for a moment longer, Frady hopping up on his back and sprawling across him while Basmori made his way into my lap to relax for now. Once a good 15 minutes had passed, Lugosi was ready to go again. Now that the cubs weren't hiding, they decided to join me on Lugosi's back. Basmori sitting across my shoulder, with his claws digging into my wood to keep himself steady. Brady settled in my lap, her claws digging into my thigh to keep herself, as Lugosi took off once more. He didn't go as fast as he had before, likely out of consideration for the cubs, but we still went at a rather steady pace of around 15, maybe 20 miles per hour. We kept to this pace for another 30 minutes when Lugosi suddenly caught an intense wave of smells that reeked heavily of blood. While my initial instinct was to avoid whatever could have caused that much blood to hang in the air, the fact that we were much closer to proper civilization made me think to at least check it out so that I could possibly report it to someone else to check out. Setting out towards the scent, we suddenly came across a trio of teenagers in a clearing, surrounded by 5 maroon-furred boars with strangely oversized tusks. At least, they were oversized as far as I knew. 3 of the boars were already hanging by their hind legs in the surrounding trees, their necks slit as the blood drained from their bodies into ceramic jars with wide, funnel-like mouths. Among them, there was a brown-skinned human guy wearing a grey tunic with a mix of leather and black chainmail. He had a short sword of some kind on his hip and wielded a shield and club with a weighty knot at the end. Behind him was a hooded, pale girl with canine features, wearing a similar mix of chainmail and leathers, though she had a bow and wore a green tunic underneath it all. Lastly, there was a petite, olive-skinned guy standing around maybe 4 or maybe 4.5 feet tall, wearing decent-looking robes that were several shades of blues and greens. The robes themselves were inscribed with a few runes that I could recognize and wielded an odd-looking staff with a low-quality gem embedded at the end. Judging by their expressions, they were just as surprised to see me as I was to see them, but I could sense that they weren't hostile and just wary of a stranger that suddenly burst into a clearing they were in. Mentally, I suggested to Lugosi and Fraley to not speak around these people. I flashed a smile as I looked among the teens. "Ah, good. When I smelled all that blood, I had feared the worst. Sorry I startled you." With that, I could feel most of their wariness had waned, but I was still a stranger, so a healthy amount of distrust lingered as the guy with the club spoke up first. "Hey there, thank you for your concern, but I can assure you that we're just fine," he said as he hooked the club into a clip in his waist. "Can we help you?" he asked in a probing way. I smiled a little more before thinking about it and speaking up. "Actually, I could use some help finding the nearest town. I've been wandering for some time now, and I'm not exactly sure where I'm going," I explained as I got off Lugosi. As Maury and Fraley hopped off of me as they stretched their own legs, while Lugosi laid down in the grass and dirt to rest some more. Even without sensing their emotions, I could tell that they weren't expecting that particular request. Though, at that, I could sense the canine girl's eyes wandering at my body as she seemingly noted my apparent lack of supplies and boots. The young guy spoke up once more as he procured something from a pouch in his belt. "Sure, we're not that far off. Just keep heading east-southeast and you should see it soon enough," he explained as he looked at the thing in his hand. "Is it a compass of some kind? Maybe I should look into getting one of those." "Many thanks," I reply amicably, though as I'm turning to leave, I can't help but consider using these guys to possibly make my way into town easier. I don't have any kind of identification on me, and I'm likely suspicious-looking if the canine girl is anything to go by. If I can endear myself to them, maybe they'll vouch for me, or at least put in a good word. I looked back at them as I gently rubbed the top of Lugosi's head. "Actually, if it's no trouble, do you mind if I tag along with you all? I haven't been around these parts before, and I'd rather not get lost again. I'll be happy to compensate you for your time if that helps." At that, the trio glanced at each other before huddling up, taking moments to discuss amongst themselves before the guy in the robes pipes up, looking over at the huddle. "How much are you offering?" I chuckle softly as I can't help but appreciate how direct they are. "How does, 4 silver sound?" I asked, reaching into my cloak and pulling the coins from my storage and holding them out of my hand for them to see. They went back into a huddle, discussing a few more things before a guy with a club spoke up once more. "Sure. We don't have a problem with escorting you, but we do ask that you at least help us load our cart with the kills so that we can leave here sooner." I bobbed my head intently, though looking over at the 2 balls that haven't been drained yet, I glanced back at the trio. "Aren't you going to bleed these 2 like the others?" The guy with the club shakes his head as he heads towards the edge of the clearing. "Nah, we bled these first 3 as they came in order to lure more of them into the area. Now that we've got the number we needed, it would be safer to finish the butchering behind the safety of walls," he explained, grabbing a small cart that looked barely big enough to hold all the balls, not to mention that they didn't even have anything to pull the cart, aside from himself, that is. "I see. And you intend on pulling this little cart yourself with all that weight?" I asked as I walked closer, regarding one of the bleeding balls as it hung in the tree. Maybe I was wrong and they had something to pull the cart leashed up safely somewhere in the near distance. It just seemed like a lot of work for one guy. Even before he spoke, I could tell I struck a nerve with the guy as he glanced over at me. "Yeah, what of it? Do you want to pull it instead?" I held up my hands in a placating manner, even as Lugosi stood and bared his fangs at the aggression displayed at me. a low rumbling emanating from his throat. Even Basmari followed suit, hissing as intimidatingly as he could manage while flaring his tiny wings. This caused the trio to be alarmed, the canine girl's hood swishing around as her ears turned back while the guy in robes looked over at my beasts in a new light, seeming more fascinated than scared as he got a second look. Now, I meant no offense. Perhaps I can help move things along, especially if we need to leave sooner, rather than later, as you say, I explained before gently petting Lugosi's head, letting him know that it was fine before scooping up Basmari and cradling him in my left arm. Lugosi relaxed almost immediately and stayed standing as he followed close behind me. Braley hopped onto his back and rode the wolf as she eyed the trio curiously. Basmari, for his part, gave the guy pulling the cart a rather nasty stink eye, glaring as he rested cozily in my arm. The guy looks a little wary after the whole display, but once my beasts calm down, he clears his throat and speaks up again. Well, I won't turn down the help. Glad to hear it, I mused kindly before holding out my hand, pulling the boar into my storage along with the rope that kept it strung up and the vase collecting the blood. At that, I could feel the trio look on with surprise, but it was the guy in the robes who nearly fell over himself as he watched me collect the boars as I went around the clearing, before also taking up the cart. They didn't say anything at first, but the guy in the robes quickly pulled the others into another huddle as he frantically whispered to them. This time, I opted to eavesdrop, listening in on the conversation while I walked over to Lugosi and doted on Brady, scratching her throat affectionately. It seems the guy in the robes thinks I'm a powerful mage of some sort, citing my casual use of spatial magic as his reasoning. He had supposedly heard from his teacher to be mindful of traveling eccentrics like me, and if you were to ever encounter one, to be respectful and helpful within reason if you wanted to survive, and maybe even benefit from the encounter. Though I'm not really sure if I can be called a powerful mage. Well, I'm not about to correct him if that's the conclusion he came to. They broke their huddle soon enough, the guy with the robes approaching me, this time as he lowered his head slightly in respect before looking back up at me. Great mage, you honor this novice with your display of magical prowess. Forgive me for not recognizing your might sooner. Well, I suppose it's time to improvise. Don't worry about it. Do you think I intend on making grand entrances everywhere I go? It's fine, I offer kindly while shaking my head a little. At that, the guy in the robes beams, feeling as if he just passed some kind of test as he stood upright once more. Of course. You said you wanted us to escort you to the nearest town, yes? Well, we'll be glad to do so, and we should help you pass without even being hassled by the guards, he added almost knowingly, as he began absently patting at and brushing down his robe some more to appear more presentable. I couldn't help but smile a little more. This guy was surprisingly shrewd for his age, and I could appreciate a mindset like that. I wouldn't want to impose on you that far, but I do appreciate it. Shall we be off then, novice? Of course, he exclaimed a little excitedly, turning to look at his group as they gave discreet thumbs up at him. He then led the way, walking a little stiffly as he stood as tall as he could manage, trying his best to make a good impression on me, apparently. I like that one, Lugosi murmured to me with a wolfish smile as we made our way from the clearing. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Bitmori Point of View. The trio of what I now know are adventurers were an odd but friendly sort. I suppose you would have to be a bit odd to willingly risk your life on what's likely a daily basis for money. They were fairly quiet during the majority of our walk, likely out of respect and maybe a small amount of intimidation based on the image that they conjured for me. Regardless, with just a little bit of encouragement, I managed to get them talking as I asked questions about the town we were going to. Who has since introduced himself as Rats, did most of the talking since he was apparently the local of the trio. He called the place Sunspot Keep. It was a fortress that was built nearly 1,000 years ago and has since developed into a thriving but relatively small city. It's not much when compared to the capital of the hegemony, however. He's proud of his frontier town and speaks highly of the people he's grown up around. It was around then that the guy in the robes who introduced himself as Cecil pitched in, telling me about the local guild that handled all the mercenaries and adventurers in the area, as well as about what services the local businesses offered. I could tell that he was not so casually fishing for some information on what I intended to do during my stay in town. which I didn't mind, since it seemed that he wanted to endear himself to me as much as I wanted to do to them before this whole ordeal of mistaken identity. The pale canine girl, who turned out to be some kind of dogkin rather than a wolfkin, introduced herself as Lily for the sake of being polite. She didn't say much besides the occasional grunt or hum in response to passing comments from the other two, more intent on listening and looking around than being part of any sort of conversation as far as I could tell, which I can relate to. She seemed to be clearly fond of her two friends, and I get the impression she often finds other people as tolerable or not tolerable and isn't sure what to make of me yet. From what I know so far, while there is no dungeon around this town, the untamed wildlife of the frontier and Lichtrin's folly provide plenty of opportunities to hunt for materials and food. However, with that said, there is still a stable farming and ranching culture around the fort, with food being brought in from the farmers in small villages that are under the fort's protection. Beyond that, there is a bountiful mine nearby. While it isn't considered a dungeon in itself, there's a steady work to serve as guards for local miners, due to it having connections to various underground biomes that have monsters and aggressive flora that occasionally surface. All in all, it's generally a quiet town, but there's always something to do to keep the money and materials moving. It wasn't much longer until we crested the hilltop and a massive clearing filled with farmland and other buildings came into view. A fort sitting in the middle of it all with 2 layers of stone walls, based on one I can see. Residences and businesses reside in between the outer and inner rings of the fort, with the fort itself residing in the inner ring. I can't help but take a moment to admire the view. It may not be anything like my homeworld, but the idea that I could see a stable and thriving town like this just fills my heart with a feeling of joy that I can't properly describe. It took everything I had not to run forward like an excited child, and race to see the town close up and be around all the people. Maybe if I was alone. But alas, I now have an image to maintain and thus follow the trio of adventurers down into the outskirts of the frontier town. It was late in the afternoon and the streets were moderately busy with activity. People coming home from work, others going to work, with all sorts of vendors hawking various goods and knickknacks along the main road. I'm vaguely reminded of the border markets back in my grandfather's hometown, and am filled with several lifetimes' worth of nostalgia. Sure, the languages and cultures were different, but there's no mistaking that ambience, that's for sure. There were many looks tossed my way as we walked among the people, though as far as I could tell, it was mainly glances of curiosity, as they mainly looked at Lugosi with interest as he walked closely to my left. Fraley still rode his back, eagerly looking at all the new people, and even mewing at curious children who walked close by. As for Bismori, he ducked away into my shadow as soon as he realized just how many people would be around and decided he'd rather stay out of sight rather than deal with the crowd. As we neared the walls, I could sense Cecil stealing glances at me as he seemingly built up the nerve to talk to me again. I offered him a small smile, pretending to notice the third glance when I quirked a brow at him. "What is it, Cecil?" He stiffened at being caught, but smiled as he eagerly grabbed the opportunity to engage in conversation with me as he stepped up closer beside me. "Great Mage, I don't mean to be forward, but what should we call you? I understand if you don't want to give us your real name for the sake of anonymity, but we still need to call you something." That was, fair enough. I suppose being the nameless stranger wouldn't get me very far, all things considered. I was about to just give them my name when I had a second thoughts. After all, Vidmori will soon be known as the Druid of Lichtrin's Folly. If I build a name during the expedition of mine, or better or worse, it is likely to be easier for me to go by a different name if I need to travel again. A different name. Damn. After naming so many others, why can't I think of another name for myself? You can call me, Vito, I say after a minute of mulling it over. Cecil grins with clear delight as he bobs his head. "Very well, Vito. Do you already have a place where you plan to spend the night?" he asked curiously as we stepped into the line as we approached the gate of the outer ring of the fort town. I, of course, had some memories of how things worked in this world and knew I had to find an inn of some kind if I wanted a place for the next night or two to work from, especially since I didn't want my cubs or Lugosi to have to stay on the streets while I handled things. I didn't plan on leaving right away, at least, since I did need to shop around to complete my look and get my hands on more of the local currency for potential expenses and general buying power. Well, as I mentioned, I've never been here before. I then looked at him more directly to offer a bit of a smile. Where are you staying? Cecil looked clearly delighted by the question, standing a little straighter as the line moved forward.
We're staying at the Guild's apartment complex. It's quite comfortable with a number of useful amenities, he explained before considering something. However, as you aren't affiliated with our guild and likely not registered to the continent's listing given your desire for anonymity, you won't be able to get an apartment for yourself, especially since there is a reserve for adventurers who intend on staying in the area for at least 2 weeks or months at a time. But you can stay with us, he mentioned excitedly, though that earned him a disapproving look from both of his friends. I chuckled a bit, but shook my head at his offer. I definitely wouldn't be taking him up on that offer, even if the others approved. Thanks, but no thanks, novice. Well, I certainly appreciate the offer. I need my space. At that, Rance let out a sigh of relief before looking over at me. I can help you find a good inn, one that'll allow your familiars to join you, he offered, seemingly needing a moment to find the word to describe my beasts. Familiars, eh? I'll need to remember that term. Thank you. I'll have to trouble you with that then, I say as I bob my head at Rance's offer. Though Cecil looks clearly dejected by my decision. Soon after, we were near the head of the line as we approached a row of 4 guard stations. It reminded me of a customs station at an airport. There were guards posted all around, though it didn't look like they were at all vigilant to me. It seemed like today was just another day for these people, and they clearly weren't expecting anything to happen. From what I can tell, most of their attention was given to the incoming merchants and supply caravans, shooting the shit with most of the drivers and casually inspecting the outermost crates in only some of the carts, or even bags of some of the travelers. If this is how lax they are, then I can't even imagine how often things are allowed to slip by. When it came to be our turn, the trio approached as a group and I followed closely behind as we walked up to one of the guard stations. The guard in question clearly recognized the trio, though gave me and Lugosi an odd look as he checked me out and noted my lack of boots. Hey, you three, how'd the hunt go and, who's your new friend? He asked as he glanced over at me again. I looked over to Cecil, wondering just how he intended to get me through the gates without being scrutinized by the guards like he said he would. Cecil just flashed a small smile as he leaned forward on the guard station and silently placed down 3 silver pieces before speaking up. The hunt went well. This is Mr. John Smythe, he said simply before putting away. The guard smiled a little more casually, placing his hand over the coins while writing something down in his logbook. I see, welcome to Sunspot Keep, Mr. Smythe. I hope your stay here is uneventful, he said almost pleasantly before waving us along. I couldn't help but be vaguely amused by the whole exchange. It was painfully simple to get past the guards without much scrutiny. But again, I likely wouldn't have been able to do that all by myself. Between the trio being known and likely trusted by the guards, along with the bribe, the guards were willing to look the other way and allow me to enter without being checked. As we made our way through the gates, I was greeted by an equally busy main road, with peoples of all sorts making their way to wherever they needed to be. The first thing I noticed was the increase in quality when it came to the overall infrastructure. There looked to be some kind of street lights with crystals instead of light bulbs. The roads were probably paved, whereas most roads outside the wall and beyond the main road looked to be dirt and gravel. The buildings looked better designed and much more maintained. That's not to say the buildings outside the walls weren't nice and maintained. There was just a more noticeable difference in the effort, it seems. The people looked better too, again, not by much, but it was noticeable if you were to look for it. It was like the difference between upper middle and lower middle class earners. They were both middle class, but one group bought name brands while the other bought generic ones. I'm vaguely reminded that I am again without boots, but that'll be something I can take care of later. Looking at the trio, I follow after them as they seem to have a clear destination in mind. So, what was that all about at the gate? The trio looked vaguely surprised by the question before Rand snapped his fingers in realization. That's right, you said you've never been here before. Of course you wouldn't know, he reasoned before offering a kind smile.
Regarding the business at the gate, well, money, might, and merit are everything here, he explained as he held up a finger for each thing he mentioned. For those who aren't known or established merchants, mercenaries, or adventurers, there's a 9 copper tax to enter the city, and you're often subjected to a physical and magical screening to ensure that you are not a threat. Of course, if you are a local and have identification to prove it, that tax is only 2 copper pieces, and there is no search. He then shrugged a bit before flashing a small smile back at me. Lily is good at judging character and doesn't think that you're a bad guy. You may be some kind of powerful mage, but we would have ditched you and taken the loss of our goose if we'd sensed something was off about you, even if Cecil protested. He mused before looking ahead as he reapproached the rather grand-looking building. There were a number of armored individuals milling about, eating and drinking at various tables, looking at boards with notices, or talking to a variety of receptionists. We didn't stop inside, though, instead going around the building and approaching some sort of stall with a number on it. Cecil piped up this time, as he took a placard with the same number as the stall.
Vito, if you can place the balls and blood in this stall, I'm going to go turn in the results of our hunt,
he explained diligently while opening the stall doors, taking a key that had been left in the keyhole as he watched and waited. I did so, carefully stacking the balls and placing the jars of blood around the stall as neatly as I could manage while the trio looked on, still seemingly impressed by the display. However, once I finished, Lily grunted almost expectantly as she watched me.
Cart,
she said in a soft, almost whispering voice. Right, if you can leave the cart with Lily, she'll go put it in our storeroom while I help you find an inn, Rance explained while Cecil locked up the stall and made his way off into the building we passed. Ah, of course, I replied as I gently set the small cart out for them, Lily taking it up by the handles as she walks off and leaves me alone with Rance. Well, alone with Rance, Lugosi, and Fraley. Rance watches her go off before turning to look up at me. Come on, I know a good place. I kind of grew up around the family, and I know they would be willing to put up with your familiars at a reasonable price if I vouch for you, he explained as we waved me along. Sounds good to me, I mentioned agreeably, patting Lugosi's head and Fraley's back before moving to follow after Rance. As we walked and weaved through the hustle and bustle of the town, Rance would occasionally steal glances back at me, but not saying much until another few minutes had passed and he looked at me again. Listen, I know I probably don't have a place to ask this of you, but, well, he scratched the back of his head before looking at me again. Gave Cecil the time of day. He was really excited to meet someone like you and is hoping to at least learn something from you or get a little bit of advice. I don't know if that's a big ask since I don't know much about magic, but he's usually not this outgoing and confident. I couldn't help but offer a kind smile as I simply bobbed my head. I'll be around for a couple of days at least. I don't know what exactly I can offer him, but I'll see what I can do. At that, Rance flashed me a small smile. Thanks, Vito. Come on, let's get you to that inn. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Vidmore Point of View. To say that the inn was nice felt like an understatement. Or maybe it was just that I was so used to such a low standards of living after decades of living through an apocalypse that I had forgotten what decent living was like. Even the sleeping areas I made for the people back in the haven feels Spartan when compared to the room of the inn I found myself staying at. I really should spend some time putting together a good collection of quality bedding, blankets, and pillows to improve day-to-day living. The room was simple in regards to the layout, a single bed, a dresser, and a single suspended lamp. The lamp had a simple-looking crystal instead of something like a candle. That would illuminate the room with the tap of a button on the wall by the door. The room was on the 3rd floor and had an actual glass window that could be opened and closed, accompanied by a set of olive green curtains. The mattress itself was a relatively thin thing stuffed with wool or perhaps some kind of cotton that was then covered by clean grey sheets. It's a shame that I can't enjoy the experience of actually lying in bed. While I can tell it's soft, there's just an odd disconnect where I can't feel the comfort or relief of getting off my feet and laying on my back. Though the cubs seemed to enjoy the bed, Vasmori and Fraley kneading their claws into the mattress while they audibly rumbled with delighted purring. The skins and furs they used to sleep on must seem like hard floors in comparison. Even Lugosi looked rather comfortable as he lay on the bed behind them, sleeping soundly after the day of running that he'd gone through. The cubs, for their part, were resting near his belly on what free space remained on the mattress itself. The day was close to ending, as far as I could tell, with the sun nearing the horizon, yet the streets were still active with people going on this way and that. I figured now that I'm on my own, I might as well try and get some of my personal shopping done before most of the stalls actually close for the day. Leaving Lugosi, Basmori, and Freddy in my room, I made my way downstairs and came into a fairly busy dining area/lounge room where a number of people ate and conversed. There was an eclectic variety of individuals in the room, with a number of various races being represented here. Colorful adventurers drinking loudly at the bar, caravan guards eagerly eating in groups clustering around large room tables, and a few hooded figures seemingly brooding in some odd corner, keeping to themselves as they quietly sipped at a drink or ate. Honestly, the fact that I may be the strangest one here simply due to the fact that I'm a fancy wooden man who's actually a dungeon call from another world is an odd feeling to come to terms with. As I pulled up my hood and made my way to leave the inn, I was actually stopped by the innkeeper's son, a strapping young man who has some kind of half-orc with a tan skin. I couldn't remember his name, though he had remembered mine as he flashed a toothy grin. "Mr. Vito, will you be having dinner with us tonight?" I flashed a small smile as I looked down at him from under my hood. "Not tonight, no. I don't need to eat much after all," I mused while slightly patting my stomach. "Though if you could bring some meat up to my room, I'm sure my familiars would be happy to enjoy the treat." It's not like they needed to eat often either, but Lugosi worked hard today, and the cubs should still eat plenty to grow big and strong. "They're docile and very well behaved, so don't worry about bothering them," I quickly added reassuringly as I could manage. I could sense him feeling vaguely nervous as he recalled seeing Lugosi, but he just bobbed his head and gave me a thumbs up. "Understood. I'll see what I can put together," he enthused before stepping away and tending to some other guests. Now that I'm free, I made my way out and just started walking. First thing first, I need to look more like a regular person. So what that means is that I need to get some boots and gloves. Up till now, I've somehow managed to avoid outright touching anyone or being directly touched, and nobody has really commented on how my footsteps sound like a clacking of wood on stone rather than thumps of meat on stone or wood. Though there might be thanks to how lightly I walk anyways. That would not last forever, so the sooner I have those things, the sooner I can better blend in. Taking a mental inventory of things, I had spent 4 silver on a room and board for 2 nights at the inn. It was a nice room, and this looked like a nice part of town. Even with the apparent discount, I was likely staying at the place that had a hotel rates rather than motel rates. At the moment, I was left with a total of 7 silver pieces and 12 copper pieces, which didn't sound like a lot when I considered just how much I gave out to the sinners in Basti to make sure their potential expenses were covered. Thinking of the conversion rate for the currency of this continent, 30 copper equaled 1 silver, and 15 silver equaled 1 gold. There are apparently bigger coins, but I don't plan on handling them anytime soon. As for the coins themselves, copper pieces were no bigger than pennies, but they were strangely complex for something that looked stamped in mass production. Then again, they might have had some magic or advanced minting process that helped with that. The silver pieces themselves were around the size of a nickel, and the gold pieces looked close to quarters to me. The coins also weren't straight up copper, silver, or gold, but a thin blend of metal specifically minted into the various coin types, which reminded me of the way we did things back home. This likely aided in preventing people from melting the coins down and helped against counterfeiting. I visited a cobbler first and picked out a pair of ready-made brown boots that were close to my size. It was made with some kind of leather laces, which were used to adjust them to better fit around my calves so they wouldn't slide off. I was moderately surprised to find that they offered a wide selection of socks that looked rather nicely made. But I didn't bother since it's not like I particularly needed them for comfort or health reasons. The boots were 18 copper pieces, so I ended up breaking a silver before moving on. From there, I found my way into a store that specializes in traveling equipment, after having visited 3 different general stores for a pair of good gloves. Well, I was vaguely surprised to find a specialized store like this. It was set up next to an armory that catered to mercenaries and adventurers, so it was likely geared towards servicing the needs, which is probably why all the good gloves were here. While I initially came just for the gloves, all the other equipment just kept catching my eyes as I ended up shopping around for some more to help supplement my look. For the grand total of 4 silver pieces and 17 copper pieces, I ended up buying myself a pair of black leather gloves that went halfway up my forearm, a brown satchel that I slung over my shoulder, so it sat on my hip like a messenger bag, a canvas tent with blankets, as well as 50-foot bundle of rope and a pair of knives in case I needed to field dress anything. Lastly, I managed to set myself up with a leather belt that had a loop of leather that hung off my right hip, which allowed me to openly wear my falchion that Trisha had made for me. I say openly, but I'm still concealing it with my cloak. But at the very least, I don't look like an unarmed, undressed anymore. By the time I was finished with my shopping, the sun was halfway down the horizon, filling the sky with an array of purple and orange hues. Now that I've spent money, I figured it was time to make some money. Well, I did spy a couple of pawn shops here and there, where I could possibly sell some junk armor I still had lying around in my storage from the bandits all those weeks ago. I needed more money if I wanted to do even half the things I promised I would do for the Haven. Thankfully, I still had a ton of unprocessed ores that I could possibly sell to the Miners Guild around here. The only problem with that is that apparently the branch that deals with the miners is outside the walls, but the main office is in the inner city where I'm at. Maybe if I go into the main office while still pretending to be an incognito powerful mage, I could get them to deal with me directly, instead of having to go out past the gates and risk being hassled if I wanted to come back in for the night. Miners Guild Guildmaster Tilsum POV. The dwarven man sighed with frustration, looking at various reports and orders that were gradually starting to get back up due to current circumstances. While most metal refinement and production went through unimpeded, they've been sorely lacking when it comes to meeting quotas for the Wolfram orders ever since their crucible master fell ill. He was one of the only ones who could manage the intense flames needed to refine Wolfram in bulk to keep up the demand for the metal in question. His assistants do well enough to keep things running without him, but they could only refine so much before their weaker mana hearts and mana rings get strained. Perhaps it is true that the guild relied too much on one man, and they'll certainly need to restructure, recruit, and train more guild members to harness fire magic as soon as possible if they don't want this to happen again in the future. That is, if the Crucible Master ever recovers, which is looking doubtful with each passing day. Reaching for a bottle of something strong he had in his desk drawer, he's vaguely startled by a knock at the door to his office. Committing to grabbing the bottle, he also grabbed an iron cup and began to pour himself a barrel-aged bourbon. "Enter!" In the next moment, he heard the latch turn as one of his receptionists stepped in. It was a squirrelkin woman whose name was escaping him at the moment.
"Excuse me, Guildmaster, so sorry to trouble you, but we have an odd client who is wishing to sell a lot of ore. He's not a miner and claims that the ore doesn't come from a local mines. Due to how suspicious he is, I figured you ought to know," she explained, looking rather uncertain as her tail flicked anxiously behind her. Tilsum just sighed tiredly, glancing at the window as he noticed the sun's fading light on the horizon, taking the drink from his cup before gently setting it down. "He also came before we closed. Well, we had the least amount of traffic. Obviously, we have some sort of amateur scalper who likely came from a nearby territory. Could you do me a favor and start looking into reports from other guilds and see if there's a warrant on this guy? In the meantime, take him to one of the waiting rooms, and I'll see if I can't lure him into a trap and get the guards to seize his cart." At that, the receptionist looked clearly relieved and bobbed her head eagerly. "You got it," she enthused before closing the door behind him and hurrying off. In the next 10 minutes, Tilsum made his way to the waiting room, bottle in hand as he took a swig from it before letting himself inside. He didn't really have it in him to be especially courteous and professional for the criminal, and if the suspicious guy really was a scalper, he'd likely be willing to put up with the most things in order to make the sale. Looking around, he spotted a cloaked human man in his late 30s with a rather impressive air about him. His clothes didn't look like anything special, though they looked rather well made. Yet he carried himself with an air of confidence Tilsum wasn't expecting from an amateur scalper. As Tilsum stepped into the room, the man turned to look as he regarded him with vibrant green eyes. For a second, Tilsum felt as if his very soul was being measured before his feeling faded as quickly as it went. For a second, he wondered if he was being overly sensitive or on edge as he brushed the feeling aside. "Sorry for the wait. You caught me at a bad time," he expressed with a faux sincerity.
In reality, he was in no rush for this meeting, as he sat on one of the couches in the meeting room, gesturing for the man to sit across from him in the opposing couch. The man just flashed a smile as he moved to take a seat, brushing his cloak back and settling in comfortably, though Talzin noted the empty loop that hung off the man's right hip, vaguely surprised that the man would seemingly come to his meeting unarmed considering the circumstances. "It is no problem, Guildmaster. It is my fault for coming in without an appointment, though I am grateful that you are seeing me despite the circumstances." Tilsum just mentally facepalmed. Of course, he could have just had the guy wait until tomorrow. Then again, he might have tried to sell the ore elsewhere if he had trouble getting rid of it. He took another swig from the bottle before just smiling a bit as he shrugged. "What can I say? You caught me in a generous mood, despite the circumstances," he parroted, setting the bottle down on the table between them before leaning back against the couch. "So, how much ore are we trying to offload, and what kinds?" he asked bluntly now, making it easier for the human to make the deal without dancing around the topic too much. The man reached into his cloak, and despite it being bunched up over his shoulder, he pulled out a hefty chunk of cleaned iron ore that couldn't have possibly been in that cloak a moment ago. It was as the man set the iron ore down on the table that Talzin realized he may not be dealing with an amateur at all. "Well, I know from the receptionist that you're buying iron ore at 4 copper a pound, but I need more than that," he said simply, before leaning back in his seat. Tilsum couldn't help but feel a shudder traveling down his spine, his hand clenching his bottle as he realized that he was the one who was trapped here. He may have a decent man of heart and be a capable fighter, but he's definitely not armed and likely wouldn't be able to outrun this guy if something happened. He took a swig of the bourbon before narrowing his gaze as the human crossed from him. "And how much do you want?" The man flashed a small smile as he gestured at the iron ore between them. "Give me 9 copper per pound, and I'll refine it all for you. No waste, minimal impurities," he offered, as he seemed to relax even more. Tilsum opened his mouth to call the man a crook, a cheat, and yet that actually sounded reasonable. Not even that bad of an offer if the human handled all the labor and could actually guarantee that sort of quality. In fact, he was now having a hard time finding something to disagree with, beyond the fact that these ores were likely all stolen from somewhere. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" the man asked almost teasingly as he smirked with amusement. "Or is it the fact that you think that I've stolen all of these ores, or something?" At that Tilson tensed as he eyed the man warily again. But before he could say anything, the man continued. "Oh, come on now. It was obvious. As soon as I mentioned just how much ore I was planning on selling, the receptionist got all squirrely." The man then shrugged a bit. "You won't find any records for this ore, though. It's from my own private mine," he explained, rather nonchalantly. "I haven't needed money in the last decade or so, but now that I'm traveling again, I need a little spending power. You can help me with that, right?" Tilsum was starting to get more and more of a feeling that this guy probably wasn't just some scalper. Doing his best to remain calm, he took another swig of bourbon before sitting up and looking at the human over more intently. "How much ore are you trying to sell?" The human looked thoughtful before shrugging a bit. "Well, I initially planned on selling 50 pounds, keep things relatively tame, but I think I'll sell 100 pounds. Do you think that you can handle that much?" Well, of course he could. They process close to that on a regular basis. Though 100 pounds of already refined iron. "How long until you have the iron ready?" The human hummed for a moment before smiling. "Show me a standard ingot and I'll see what I can do." Something about that smile unnerved Tilsum, and if he didn't realize that the human wasn't in a good mood before now, he definitely was sure that he was pretty pissed about being treated like some kind of criminal. I see. Give me a moment," he said quietly as he stood, making his way to the doors of the waiting room, only to be greeted by a squad of guardsmen being led by the Squirkin receptionist, who was looking rather worried.
"Guildmaster, I couldn't find anything on the reported scalpers, but I got the guards here ready to take care of him,"
she explained as her fluffy tail wiggled frantically. The guardsmen looked at the guildmaster expectantly. They weren't here for a fight, just to arrest some thieving scalper. But that was not the situation anymore. Not by a long shot, as he stared wide-eyed and choked on a response at first. Glancing back in the room at the human, he seemed as calm as could be, despite the amount of manpower gathered here. He finally cleared his throat a bit and looked up to the guards. "Thank you all for making the trip, but this has been all a big misunderstanding. Mr. Mr. Tilsum started to say, realizing he hadn't even gotten the human's name before now as he glanced behind him again. The human just smiled a bit as he leaned forward on the seat, resting his elbows on his knees. "John Smythe," he said simply. "Right, Mr. Smythe is a legitimate businessman. There is no trouble here," he expressed to the guards before he then looked over to the Squirrelkin receptionist and cleared his throat a little more. Could you fetch Mr. Smythe an iron ingot? He would like to have an example of the processed material." The guards did look a little confused for their part, but they weren't about to argue with an influential man like the Miners' Guild guildmaster. If he said things were all right, then they were all right. In short order, they filed out and left the guild hall while the Squirrelkin woman rushed off to do as he asked. As Tilsum looked back at Mr. Smythe, he offered a rather sheepish smile as he ran his fingers through his beard in an attempt to keep himself calm. "Sorry about her. She tends to get excited over the littlest of things. I truly hope you found no offense." The human merely shrugged again as he smiled, leaning back into his seat. "It's fine. I know I am an upped one, that's for sure. That reminds me. I remember a group of teens calling me a traveling eccentric. I suppose that is a rather fitting descriptor." And there it was, the answer to the growing feeling of unease that the bourbon wasn't settling. An eccentric. In his guild, it's only by the grace of gods that he hasn't crossed whatever line this man had drawn in the sand. Swallowing to himself, he set the bottle of bourbon down and approached the cabinet, as he procured a bottle with a liquid as black as a shadow before glancing over to Mr. Smythe. Sir, would you perhaps enjoy a drink with me while we wait?" he offered out as a genuine sincerity as he grabbed 2 crystal glasses and uncorked the bottle. "It's Everblack, a rather potent brew," he explained with a dejected little shrug. This was the only thing that could possibly help him keep his nerves now. The human smiled a little more, starting to shake his head before looking thoughtful. "You know what? Sure, make mine a triple." Tilsum tensed again, though more out of shock than anything, as he just finished pouring himself a double that he intended on nursing. Though he wasn't about to argue with an eccentric as he poured the man a triple and brought over the glass, setting one down in front of the man on the table before taking his own place back on the couch. The human eyed the drink curiously before licking his lips a little, taking up the crystal glass and swirling its contents, though in the next moment he downed the whole thing, tilting his head all the way back as he emptied the glass before setting it back down. He hummed, seemingly in delight, before sighing heavily as a small spout of flame spewed from his mouth. This seemed to amuse him even more as he chuckled to himself. Tilsum now couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Smythe is even human at all, nursing the black brew as he sighed a little more. After a long few moments, the receptionist finally returned with the ingot in hand, much to Tilsum's relief as she held it out to him. Though at that, he merely shook his head and silently gestured for her to give it to Mr. Smythe, which she did, rather cheerfully in fact, as she apparently took Tilsum's reassurance that Mr. Smythe was actually a businessman. "Thank you," the human mentioned fairly cheerfully as he took up the ingot and looked it over, twirling it around in his hand, when it suddenly disappeared into thin air. Tilsum couldn't quite believe his eyes and wasn't sure if it was a sleight of hand or magic, but then he didn't even see a spell being cast. The human then reached out to the Squirrelkin receptionist before seemingly pulling an ingot out from behind her ear as he chuckled a little more. "Thank you for your help. Sorry for scaring you earlier," he offered rather sincerely. The receptionist, for her part, clearly amazed as she kept looking between Tilsum and the ingot of iron, or rather, before looking at Mr. Smythe and flashing a warm smile. "It's okay, Mr. Smythe. I apologize for thinking that you were a criminal," she said rather bluntly, lowering her head a little before looking back to Tilsum again. If you excuse me, Guildmaster, I must get back to my closing duties." With that, she made her way out of the meeting room, excitedly waving her goodbyes to Mr. Smythe before stepping out of sight. Before Tilsum could ask Mr. Smythe how long it'll take for the ingots to be ready again, the human stood and pulled the coffee table away from between them. He then took a knee before holding out his hand and closing his eyes. Tilsum watched on curiously as he took the time to try and find the words to ask what was happening. He suddenly realized that ingot after ingot of iron was suddenly appearing out of thin air, being neatly stacked up on some sort of pyramid until all 100 pounds of iron was standing between them. Once again, Tilsum was lost for words as he opened and closed his mouth a few times, setting his glass of Everback to the side before reaching out to touch the ingots themselves. "By the gods, they're still warm," He looked between the metal ingots and Mr. Smythe, a brilliant little idea forming in his mind, as he finally flashed the first confident smile he could muster this whole conversation. "Are you available for hire?" End of chapter. Chapter 125. Vidmori Point of View. A job. Now that I wasn't expecting. Well, I don't have any intentions of being tied down during this expedition. I can't say that I'm in a place where I could turn down a chance to make even more money. I'm only in town for the next 2 days, so I'm not doing anything long-term. But what are you thinking, and how much are you offering? I ask, making it clear that I'm willing to listen as I move to sit back on the couch again and act as if I'm relaxing. The fact that I was leaving so soon would take the winds out of Tilsom's sails a bit. But he picked himself back up quickly. 4 gold pieces, he said, as he first held up 3, then 4 fingers. I tilted my head a little, showing that I was still inclined to listen as I watched the dwarf intently. He gulped a little, as I could feel him gathering his thoughts. Our Crucible Master has been ill for the last few weeks, and we've fallen behind on orders for a certain kind of metal, he explained. He was clearly doing his best to set a scene for me, though I was perhaps a little impatient as I interrupted his explanation. Do you want me to heal him, then? That stopped him in his tracks as he looked up at me, wide-eyed with surprise. He stopped talking, looking extremely thoughtful as he picked up his glass of Everblack and swirled it around before sipping at it. He then looked up at me once more, and I got the feeling that he was trying to get a beat on me, not daring himself to hope for the best. So you're a healer too, as well as a fire mage? He asked curiously, nursing his drink a little more. I'm not really either, but I suppose I can heal in a way. No need to look at him, but I can certainly try, I offer as I sit forward again, resting my elbows on my knees. The dwarven man nodded intently before downing the rest of his Everblack, setting the crystal down before wiping his lips. Please, follow me, he said, as he gestured for me to come along before making his way out of the waiting room. He led us down the hall at first, going into what looked to be his office as he approached a painting on the wall. Instead of going for the painting, he pressed his hand against the wall below it and ran his manner through it when a click sounded out from the other side of his office. He then made his way over to a different panel in the wall, opening it and revealing a safe of some kind. He opened that using his manner as well, before reaching in and grabbing a pouch amongst other things. He locked everything up once more before walking up and placing 2 gold coins in my hands. Here, for the iron, he said before offering a bit of a smile. Now that our first deal is done, we can move on to other matters. If you'll let me take more of your time, he explained as he offered his hand. I couldn't help but smile before meeting his hand and giving an appropriate squeeze in response. Sure, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Though at that, I curiously looked over the gold coins before stashing them away in my storage. Looking back to Tilsom as he went around his office, he grabbed a dagger from a drawer and strapped it to his hip. He then walked up to the coat rack, grabbing what looked remarkably like a grey trench coat that's been sized down to his proportions before also putting on a brown cloak over that. All those layers suddenly reminded me that we're in a part of the world that gets colder than the rest. Most people I've seen didn't wear all that many layers, though it could just be a matter of tolerances or even preference. So, what can you tell me about his symptoms? I asked as he fastened the cuff of his cloak. Tilsom looked thoughtful as he considered his words before looking back at me as he led me out of his office. It's the foul growth, he said, as if that would given me the whole answer. It might have for others, but so far that name is not ringing any bells in the memories I've absorbed. Well, statistically unlikely. I suppose that none of the people who have died to me or my beasts have encountered this foul growth disease. I don't want to make it obvious that I don't know what he's talking about, as I suppose a healer, so I'll just pay it off. That doesn't answer my question. What are his symptoms? Tilsom seemed reluctant to answer, and I could sense him remembering his last visit to the Crucible Master of his. It wasn't a pleasant memory, as far as I could tell, which was understandable. As we walked out through the foyer and exited the guild hall, we were greeted by a rather brisk night, the sun having now fully set by now. The streets were rather thoroughly illuminated by an array of enchanted crystal streetlights. As we walked past a few people here and there, I decided to give Tilsom an out for now, since we will see the guy soon enough anyway. What were you originally going to ask me to do? At that, Tilson was more willing to speak as he glanced back up and ran his fingers through his beard. Well, I was hoping that you would be willing to take the Crucible Master's place for a short while. It'll take a while to train a replacement who could manage to replicate his skills and capabilities. And we're already very behind on orders for refined wolfram. We just don't have the people who could possibly match the heat of the flames he was able to maintain and withstand," he explained with a heavy sigh before leading us out past the gates. The guards at the gate watched us curiously, but made no attempts to really stop or approach us. Making our way through the city outside the walls, Tilsum pulled the hood of his cloak up, and I followed suit, just in case. In regards to his offer of work, I suppose I could help out with that. It would be something to keep busy tomorrow night, at least. "I'll think about it. First, let's tend to this Crucible Master of yours," I offered, as I flashed Tilsum a small smile. At merely offering to think about helping, I could sense a little ball of stress within Tilsum starting to unwind and relax. Before long, we stepped away from the main street, taking a path made with cobblestones rather than the smooth pavement we were walking on earlier. Even outside of the walls, the state of the outer town that was close to the walls looked significantly better than the buildings I first saw on the outskirts of the frontier town. General security was pretty decent too, as we walked past a pair of guards who were patrolling the neighborhood. Once more, they regarded us with vague curiosity, but upon recognizing the guildmaster, they simply moved on without a word. "You must have a lot of influence. The guards recognize you on sight and don't question you whatsoever," I mentioned it offhandedly while looking him over. Tilsum just chuckled softly as he shook his head. "That's just how things work around here. I'm a rank 3 elite, after all," he mused as he tapped the innocuous little badge that was on his coat collar. Now that he had mentioned it, I've seen a few of those badges here and there, even on the trio, but it didn't stand out to me before. "Forgive my ignorance, but what does that mean?" I asked curiously as I watched him. I don't remember learning about these from either Rita or Dahlia's memories, though I think I have a good idea of what this might entail, based on what Cecil told me earlier today. Tilsum looked vaguely surprised by the question, but then he remembered that I'm a traveller and just smiled a bit. "Ah, so you haven't been in this country before, right?" he said as he began to consider his words. "The only things that matter in this nation are might, merit, and money. How strong you are, how influential you are, and how much money you're able to field," he explained, counting the 3 M's on his fingers as we walked. "Rank 5s are the most common types of elites. There are merchants who are wealthy enough to own and maintain their own stores, or adventurers who manage to reach a rank of steel. They're granted a measure of trust and allowed to be more easily traverse the nation with little hassle. Being an elite opens doors and generally shows that you are someone who can be relied upon to get things done one way or another." "I see. And do elites abuse this power?" This is starting to sound like some sort of caste system, and I can't help but wonder about the people who aren't even considered elites. As we rounded a corner, Tilsum looked thoughtful before bobbing his head once. "There are people who let them term elite get to their heads and abuse the positions of power they earned. But with that in mind, there are just as many, if not more people, who take the roles they've earned rather seriously. It's not uncommon for an abusive or corrupt elite to be slaughtered by another elite for their transgressions. Again, might is very important here. If they were unable to protect their lives despite their actions, then they certainly weren't worthy enough to keep their rank or their lives." He then looked thoughtful once more before looking up at me. "Though once you get to those in rank 2, you'll find people who manage large territories of land, basically the equivalent to mayors and governors. Even then, if you met one rank 2, you've only met one rank 2. They're the highest rank most people can obtain and maintain, even with money and might being passed down." "So what about rank 1? I prompted as we rounded another corner. Tilsum bobbed his head as he regarded me again. "They are the ones who stand above all the elites. There are 5 of them who hold council, all of whom come from founding families. Said families have consistently maintained their might, merit, and money since the start of it all, supposedly with little shifting in overall power dynamic. There are only 5 official rank 1s. A single representative from each family is chosen to represent their house and guide the nation." We rounded yet another corner. before approaching the rather nice-looking two-story home with an iron fence and a yard. "If you want to know more, you'll have to wait. We're here," he mentioned, gesturing to the house before pushing a button by the gate as a buzzing ring sounded out. After a few moments, a young lizard-kin woman in her late teens peeked out through the curtain, before stepping out through the door with a small smile on her face as she crossed the yard. She looked more human than lizard to me. She had chestnut brown hair and vibrant red scales decorating her tan face in patches that reminded me of Vertiligilio. I felt she looked rather beautiful, despite the odd blend of mammalian and reptilian genetics.
"Tilsum, what brings you by, and,
she starts to say while looking at me. For a moment, I sensed she felt intimidated when she met my gaze, before quickly regaining her composure.
"Who is this?"
she asks as she looks back at Tilsum. As Tilsum went to speak, I decided to interrupt. There was just something about completely obscuring my identity not sitting quite right with me now that I'm here to actually help someone instead of trying to make a sale. "My name is Vito. Tilsum has asked me to take a look at his guild's crucible master," I explained as gently as I can manage. At that, her eyes went wide as she looked at Tilsum. Tilsum returned a surprised look with a smile. "May we come in?" he asked kindly.
"Of course, please do come in,"
she said, as she stepped out of the way while opening the gate the rest of the way. After she shuts the gate behind us, she takes the lead again and opens the door to her home. Stepping inside, I could feel the cozy warmth coaxing through the air. The smell of food tickles my nose, and I can tell they just finished having dinner. While Tilsum and I pulled our hoods back, more people started coming over to see who was at the door. Before long, 2 young men are standing before me, hugging and shaking hands with Tilsum while giving me curious looks. Of the 2, the youngest, who was in his early teens, had more lizard-like features than his siblings, with sharper teeth, animalistic eyes, and even a tail. The eldest, who was possibly in his 20s, shared similar-looking features with his sister, patches of scales along his arms and face, though he too had reptilian eyes. Finally, a human woman came over. She looked to be in her late 30s, with chestnut brown hair and vibrant blue eyes, though they admittedly appeared dulled with exhaustion. Yet she managed to smile as she saw Tilsum.
"Guildmaster Tilsum, so nice of you to pay a visit. To what do I owe the honor?"
she asked pleasantly before regarding me curiously. Tilsum lowered his head politely before looking up to the matriarch of the household. "I apologize for coming unannounced. However, I brought someone who is willing to take a look at your husband's condition. He is a rather powerful mage and a skilled healer," he explained while regarding me. The woman looked me over, and I could sense the seed of hope in her heart. Yet she also looked very tired. She didn't dare let that seed blossom after seeing her husband deteriorate so much.
"You look young, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt. All the other healers we've brought here have tried and failed to heal him. If you can do anything, at least alleviate his pain, I'll be forever in your debt,"
she said as she lowered her head. Alleviate his pain, huh? Damn, she's not even hoping for healing anymore. "I shall do my utmost. Now then, can you please take me to him?" I asked, as I shrugged my cloak over my own shoulder while absently adjusting my gloves to make sure they are on securely enough. Tilsum stayed behind, conversing with the children while the matriarch led me upstairs. We walked down the hall before going up to a door and stepping inside. Immediately, I met with the scent of herbal incense, a thin layer of smoke filling the room as the door is shut behind me. The matriarch walks over to the bed and settles on a chair beside it, and it's there that I see the crucible master. I step closely, gingerly pulling the covers back as I look over the lizardkin man. What was once shiny and vibrant red and orange scales were now dull and faded. His scales clung to his body tightly, as he appeared distinctly gaunt. "Does he eat often?" I asked, glancing over to the matriarch before continuing to look down at the man. Despite how emaciated he was, his stomach looked unnaturally swollen around his right side. The woman shook her head slowly.
"Not often, no. And when he does eat, it's very little."
I bobbed my head intently and continued my examination. Despite touching and slowly moving the man's limbs around as I need him to, he doesn't wake to stir.
"He was awake earlier, talked with our children, and managed to eat some soup. He must have worn him out," she mentioned, as she stood and lovingly cradled her husband's scaled cheek, her thumb caressing his jawline. "I see," I say softly. With these symptoms, I could really be in any number of diseases. Yet they called it the foul growth. Could it be?
There's nothing left for me to look at on the surface, so I decide to peer in closer. Pressing my hand down on his stomach, I close my eyes and start slowly running mana through him to examine him as thoroughly as I could manage, and it's not good. His mana heart is like a flickering candle, and the 2 mana rings he has looks like they are close to unraveling with how expended and weak they now are. His body is riddled with tumors, and his liver is the worst off. Foul growth is what they call cancer here. With all the magic in this world, how are they still dealing with cancer? Maybe they don't know how, but how wouldn't they know? I know they have an understanding of surgical practices, but, well, maybe it's only limited to repairing physical damage. Damn. How should I handle this? While he's in worse shape than Zazata when I rebuilt him, I know for a fact that I can probably heal this guy if I brute force this. But I can't keep doing that. I need to treat this guy to the best of my abilities without overwhelming force. I need to find a way that seems plausible for other mages and healers to use and develop. Well, maybe I can worry about the specifics later. For now, I could feel the matriarch's eyes steadily drilling into the side of my head as she watched me work.
Well, what do you think?
She asked in a low voice, as if to not wake her husband. I glance over at her before looking over the Crucible Master once more. I can treat him, but I've never worked on someone this far along. It'll take time and, I'll need a bowl, I explain as I meet her gaze. She looked equal parts confused and yet hopeful as she quirks a brow at me, and I can tell I really threw her off as she took a minute to consider what I just said.
A bowl?
End of chapter. Chapter 126, Vitmori Point of View. Before long, the matriarch returned with a bowl I asked her for, and stood to the side, watching me with a rather intense if not curious gaze. Well, I usually don't get nervous under pressure. There's a stark contrast from facing down a horde of zombies who are licking at your heels, to having to deal with the pressure of someone's beloved watching you while you work. Quite frankly, I'd rather fight zombies. Looking over to the matriarch as I set the bowl on the nightstand, I offer a small nod as I meet her eyes. I'm going to start. I do have to ask that you give me privacy, as this will be a very delicate procedure. No matter what you hear, smell, or sense, once I start, nobody can enter this room, for your husband's safety and my own. Okay? I might be laying it on a little thick, but I don't even know how exactly I'm going to do this. I can sense her worry starting to rise, and she seems hesitant to leave her husband's side. However, after a few moments, she sighs softly and slowly nods her head.
Of course. Do what you need to do, Healer Vito.
She leaned in, kissing her husband's cheek before pulling away and going for the door. I follow her to the door, watching as she goes out into the hall. Now, this procedure can take anywhere from 2 hours to maybe even 12 hours. Like I said, I've never worked on a case this advanced, so I'll need to be extra thorough. Please, don't let anyone come in until I am finished. With that final warning in place, I shut the door. Now that I'm alone, I go ahead and mentally update Lugosi about what I'm up to and how I'm likely not returning to the inn tonight. With that done, I go back over to the Crucible Master and look him over again. With my hand pressing against his stomach, I run my mana through his body once again, mentally examining him once more. Now that I know what I'm looking for, my mana manages to flag each and every cell tumor in his body, and as I visualize what was essentially a full-body CT scan in my mind. How I wish I could have had something like this back home. Maybe no. Now's not the time. Focusing back on the moment, I decide to tap into my life magic as I focus on these tumors in particular. However, the moment I did that, the tumors began to almost squirm and rise as they grew from the stimulation. I cut off the flow of healing mana as quickly as I could the moment I sensed the change and pulled away as I looked him over again. Damn, his stomach looks distinctly more swollen than earlier. This is what the other healers must have ended up doing before, and I really should have made that connection sooner, since the tumors are just living parts of a body that got their instructions wrong. I can't just dive into the sky without thinking about it, and I shouldn't try handle everything on my own if I want to get this done properly. But who can help me? Right, I'm not alone right now, am I? Reaching into my inventory, I pulled my 2 healer zombies from storage, along with the muscle-bound zombie mutant. The trio stood around, looking around the room with vague interest, before focusing on me as I sensed that they were waiting for my instructions. I briefly considered the three of them for a moment, between some of the memories of Rita's time at the Magic Academy she attended, and the things I've learned from Avaya. I know that my zombies are definitely not like the undead of this world. The closest comparison I've managed to find is something along the lines of a flesh golem. Yet, the fundamentals of how flesh golem operates and my zombies are different altogether based on the limited knowledge Rita had at the time. As for the general behavior, it seems that may be due to my influence on my introspection of what zombies are and how they operate. They're hungry and aggressive when I need them to be, because that's what zombie is at their core. But that said, even though we're in a room with a dying man, the muscle-bound mutant isn't even showing the slightest interest in eating or killing him, because I don't want it to do that. "All right, you lot," I say as I look amongst them before addressing the muscle-bound mutant zombie. "You stand guard at the door, make sure nobody gets inside, and that it stays closed. Use non-violent methods, no hurting, no killing, just lean against the door to begin with," I explain, making sure to be as thorough as necessary, before looking at the healer zombies and addressing the one on the left. "I want you to run your mana through him and share your thoughts with mine. Highlight the tumors and maintain the mental image for me." I then look to the other one as I spoke up again. "As for you, I want you to stabilize his mana heart. Don't charge it at all the way up, but keep it from unraveling. What I'm going to do might hurt him, and we can't afford to stress him too much in his current state." The trio of zombies nodded my instructions and set to work. The muscle-bound mutant goes over to the door and essentially just leans against it, acting as a simple but effective doorstop. As for the two healers, they did as I instructed, and the mental image of the body and where the tumors were came to my mind again. Meanwhile, the second healer had their hands over the lizardkin's chest, and as soon as the healer zombie's mana started flowing into their mana heart, it came out slowly yet steadily, almost like a drip of an IV. Perhaps because I knew how to do these things myself and had a strong mental image of what I wanted to be done, but the zombies performed their tasks rather effectively. I can't say that it was perfect, but they were good enough to get what I wanted done. With the two healer zombies taking on the task I assigned them, I focused on the main thing I needed to do, removing the tumors. But how should I go about removing the tumors? Burning is out of the question. I have rather sharp knives and blades, but mundane surgery will do more harm than good with how many tumors are infesting the man. Well, if life magic makes the things worse, maybe what we need here is death magic. I have an aspect for it, so it should come easy to me. Should being the key word here. If life magic is the act of giving, strengthening, and healing, death magic would be the opposite, taking, weakening, and damaging. I think the only example of death magic I've seen is what Ururu did to Envy before it was Envy, draining him both of mana and vitality. But now that I need to just take vitality and only from a specific part, once I'm able to kill the tumor, I should be able to safely tear it off the lizardkin man before healing the flesh wound using very precise life magic. Once I have a mental image of what I want to do in mind, I get to work, snaking my mana around the lizardkin's body before draining each tumor of its vital energy. Once I sense that the tumor and the surrounding meat are effectively dead, I used a bit of water magic to pinch off the still healthy meat and rebuild what was now missing. As for the dead meat, I pulled it at first into my storage and then into my left hand as I simply plopped it into the bowl. It was a slow, painstaking work. Yet I found the endeavor rather stimulating as I stretched my magical muscles in ways I hadn't done before. I was using magic on such a small, precise scale that each tumor presented an interesting and new challenge, so much so that I often had to figure out a different way to drain it with my death magic before removing it with as little damage as possible. Despite the grim work, I was surprised to find that I was actually having fun. The idea that I got to apply my knowledge of modern medicine with the practically limitless uses of magic just made me want to find more people to work on, just so that I could see what I could do. But even as I had that thought, I was able to understand the arrogance in that line of thinking. I'm barely getting a handle on these new abilities of mine, and I shouldn't look forward to using them on others just for the sake of experimentation when they are in need of actual help. Hours went by, and the pile of meat in the bowl had grown steadily as I worked my way around the body, leaving the liver for last until I managed to pluck each and every single chunk of diseased meat from the lizardkin's body. I double and triple checked his body, having myself and the two healer zombies repeatedly scanning his body with our mana, but ultimately it looked like we were finally done. He was cancer-free. but that doesn't mean that he was healthy just yet. I can't help but wonder just how long this man suffered with the disease in silence. The amount of deterioration I'd seen couldn't have taken place in just 4 weeks, even with the consideration that whatever healers had come to see him, unfortunately, sped up the severity of his condition. It took another few hours as I slowly worked on painlessly fortifying everything that I could think of. But by the time I was finished, I could see the rising sun peeking through the curtains. His scales had gotten some of their luster back. He wasn't as gaunt anymore, and I even went as far as to restore some of the deteriorated musculature. Thanks to the second healer zombie, even his mana heart had gotten its strength back, and his rings looked stable, if not still a little weak. All in all, as far as I could tell, the Crucible Master just needed another week of bed rest, exercise, meditation, and lots of nutritious foods. Looking around at my healer zombies, I couldn't help but smile as I patted their shoulders. "Good work, you two. Your help is invaluable," I enthused to them as I went about putting them into my storage once more. Even though they didn't have egos, I got the impression that they were pleased with their efforts, somehow. Maybe I'm just anthropomorphizing them with emotions they didn't actually have, or maybe it was something lingering within the shadow of who they used to be. Regardless, I approached the muscle-bound mutant and patted their shoulder too. "Thank you for your diligence," I say simply, and pulled them into storage as well. Stepping outside of the room, I'm surprised to find the matriarch sleeping right beside the door. She was huddled in a ball with a blanket that looked to have been draped around her shoulders. Her head was rolled over on the side as it looked like she must have dozed off unintentionally at some point throughout the night. Getting to one knee beside her, I do my best to be as gentle as I very lightly tap her shoulder. "Ma'am," I call to her in a low voice. "Ma'am, wake up." I try again, while continuing to lightly tap her shoulder. After a few more moments, she started to stir, looking a little uncertain of her surroundings, until she looked up at me. At which point I sensed it all rushing back to her as she suddenly grabbed me by the shirt, looking me deep in the eyes. Is he?" she starts to say, though the words get caught in her throat, as she doesn't dare put them out into the world. I simply offer a kind smile as I bob my head. "I've completely purged the fell growth. He'll need some time to rest and recover." But even before I could get my words out, she'd already pulled me into a hug, squeezing me desperately as her whole body trembled. Thank you so much," she said between quiet sobs of relief, not able to say much as I could feel the warm tears soak into my wooden skin. Thankfully, as far as I could tell, she was too preoccupied with the current best day of her life to realize that I was a man made of wood. Or maybe she just didn't care what I was. Slowly, I returned the hug, just gently patting her on the back, while doing my best to help her ride through her emotions. After a few moments, though, I offer a bit of a smile as I softly speak up. "Hey, I'm happy you're grateful and all, but what are you doing here? Your husband's in that room over there. Why are you wasting time with me?" I muse kindly. She sniffles, wiping her eyes as she pulls away, doing her best to get herself under control, even as the tears continue to flow. "Of course, you're absolutely right," she says as she manages to smile despite the tears. I got to my feet first, helping her up after we went back into the room where the Crucible Master slept. "He's still physically exhausted after everything I put him through, but he should wake up before long," I mentioned as she crossed the room, sitting beside him before reaching out and taking his hand in hers. She nodded intently, a smile on her lips as she quietly sniffled, though it was then that she spotted the bowl of tumors that looked reasonably perturbed. Is that—" "Ah, right, yes. That is all the foul growth that was inside of him. I made it absolutely certain there wasn't anything left. But you must still keep an eye on him and make sure that he's more mindful of his health," I explained, as I went over and took up the bowl. Inside was around a pound of flesh and a grand mix of tumors and dead meat. I intended on explaining what tumors were with a bit of physical presentation, but now it seems in poor taste considering the circumstances. So instead, I just stashed it all in my storage, much to the vague surprise of the matriarch. She watched me for a moment longer before going back to looking over her husband, a smile still on her face as she leaned in and affectionately pecked his cheek. I watched on and admittedly felt a little jealous. These two will get to grow old together. They were able to get past this disease that came into their lives. Well, she would be happy for them. I suppose I should be too. I recommend feeding him a steady diet of jellied bone broth, leafy greens, root vegetables, and red meats to help him get back to where he needs to be physically.
He also needs to dedicate at least 2 hours a day to meditation and another 2 hours to exercise for at least a week, but a month if it's doable. Based on my estimates, he'll be ready to get back to work in a couple weeks, if he has to, I explained as I offer a small smile. The matriarch nodded intently, and I could sense that she took my instructions to heart. Pulling away from the Crucible Master, she stepped up to me before gazing into my eyes.
My husband owes you his life, and this family is in your debt. If there's ever anything that we can do for you, just say it, she said with a surprising amount of firm resoluteness. Name your price. I'll make sure that you are properly compensated for what you've done for us today.
I couldn't help but flash a smile as I held her gaze. I appreciate the offer, and perhaps I may eventually take you up on it. As for pay, I say before shaking my head, you owe me nothing. Tilsum is the one who hired me. But she wanted to say more, perhaps even argue a bit. But ultimately, she just smiled and lowered her head in thanks before standing tall again.
If you'll excuse me, I must go tell my children the good news.
I watched her step out of the room and go down the hall once more. With that, there was no reason for me to be around here, and I'd rather not be in the way of their emotional family moment. As I make my way outside, I hear the cries of joy from the rest of the household as they make their way to their father. Stepping outside, I came across Tilsum, who looked as if he was about to push the buzzer at the gate, though he stopped when he saw me. Good morning, Tilsum, I offer with a smile still on my face as I meet him after crossing the gates. Tilsum looked up at me, and I could sense the question he had on his tongue and the trepidation that he had about asking it. Is it a good morning? He asked after a few moments. I just chuckled softly at his expense before nodding once. Yeah, it is a very good morning. At that, a warm smile grew on the man's bearded face as he bobbed his head in response. I'm glad to hear that. With that, he reached into a satchel on his hip, and before procuring a small, ornate chest with a latch keeping it shut. Flipping the latch, he turned the chest to face me and opened it, revealing 3 rows of golden coins. There were easily several dozen inside, and they all practically glittered in the morning light. Here's your pay. You've not only saved the future of my guild, but you saved a dear friend of mine. I still couldn't help but smile as I looked between him and the chest before meeting his gaze again. It's only business. You hired me after all, I mused while plucking up 4 gold coins from the chest, bouncing them in my palm. Tilsum clearly looked confused by this, and he looked down between me and the box, though I spoke up before he could get his words together. Remember, you offered me 4 gold pieces for the job. I mused with a mischievous grin on my face as I start walking off, still bouncing the coins in a playful way. See you tonight for the smelting work. End of chapter. Chapter 127. But point of view. Despite my earlier confidence when leaving Tilsum behind at the Crucible Master's home, I've come to realize that there was now a major obstacle keeping me from going back to the inn with Lugosi and the cubs. That is the fact that I'm still an unknown individual without any kind of documentation, and there is nobody to escort me through the checkpoint into the inner city this time. Based on what Cecil said, they perform some kind of magic screening on people like me, whether it's as invasive as a magic x-ray or something like a metal detector wand. I'm certain that I would somehow trigger both, and I'd rather not deal with having to explain myself for each and every little thing that may potentially notice. So, how should I get inside? I could maybe attempt to scale the walls. I don't have to worry about getting tired for my grip strength considering that I'm made of wood. Yet it is early in the morning, and with the sun at my back, I wouldn't have any sort of shadows to rely on unless I walked all the way around to the other end of the fort town, which probably wouldn't help by the time I get there. Perhaps I could go through the sewers. I don't have to worry about physically reacting to any smells, yet I also don't want to dirty my brand new clothes or explain why I smell like the sewers once I return to the inn. Maybe I could sneak in through the back of a cart or cling to the underside of one and hide as they cross through the checkpoint. They weren't especially thorough from what I remember yesterday, yet that could also just have been a particular set of guards, and maybe the morning crew is much more vigilant. There are quite a few possible points of entry, but all of them have their risks, and I don't want to deal with having to fight or flee from the guards if I were to make any kind of mistake. As my eyes trail the stone walls of the fort, I'm suddenly hit with the realization, as I smile to nobody in particular. If all current points of entry have risks, how about I just make myself a new entrance?
moving along the stone walls and giving myself a good amount of distance away from the gate. I eventually managed to find a spot in which looked like a residential area with little to no foot traffic and no guards in sight. I loitered for a couple minutes, just trying to get a feel for the area and any possible witnesses. Yet despite looking especially suspicious, just standing around with my hood up, I felt no eyes land on me at any point. Using a combination of earth and spatial magics, I carefully pulled the stone into my storage, making myself a path about 5 feet deep into the wall before doing my best to seamlessly seal up the opening behind me. Pressing forward, I cross another 10 feet of stone before I find myself coming out the other side of the false wall. It's a rather slow process, and while I had long since trained myself to get used to tight spaces, the fact that I didn't need to breathe or suffer the consequences of my own body physically and chemically reacting to the conditions around me certainly helps when it comes to keeping my composure. Now that I am close to the other side, I carefully carve out a viewing slit and peek out. From where I am, I spot another street, yet another residential area, and even now, there isn't all that much traffic. A few people pass by, a mother and a child, a couple of teenagers, and the older man. Biding my time for another 7 minutes, I finally crossed into the open and sealed up the wall behind me, as quietly as I could manage before briskly walking away down the path. The seconds turn to minutes as I find myself back on the main road. Yet nobody bothers me or looks particularly interested in me in any way. Ha! I dare say that was one of the easiest infiltrations I've ever pulled off. Magic really is pretty useful. Not that I had any doubts about its versatility. It isn't long before I make my way back to the inn, pulling my hood back as I step through the doorway. Inside, I'm greeted with a similar scene as last night, if not more reserved, as most of the various patrons and guests appear to be either shrugging off last night's alcohol or working the sleep out of their system as they eat or drink whatever brews they get them going in the morning. I was halfway across the common area when a set of eyes locked on me, and an excited young mage proceeded to make his way over, staff in hand as it was tapped to the ground in every few steps.
Good morning, Vito. I didn't realize that you were already out and about. It is good to see you.
Cecil enthused cheerfully enough before brushing some of his hair out from his face as he looked up at me. Well, I was vaguely expecting something like this to happen. I didn't realize he would wait for me in the inn first thing in the morning. It seems that whatever trepidation he had about me being an eccentric, that he recognized me to be, was greatly exceeded by the anticipation of being around me and possibly learning something from me. I simply offered a bit of a smile as I gestured for him to follow. Good morning, novice Cecil. It's good to see you again. I trust the guild was satisfied with the results of your hunt, I asked, letting him talk about his own things before he could ask me about whatever I was up to. Cecil eagerly followed along as he bobbed his head a bit.
Yeah, we got some good coins for the hides and tusks that the job tasked us to get. And we got a little extra selling the blood to some alchemists and the meat to a couple butchers. All in all, it was a tidy little sum,
he explained as we reached the second floor and made our way up to the third. At the mention of a tidy sum, I suddenly remembered that I'd promised his party coin for getting me into town, not to mention that Cecil himself spent some coin in the process. Ah, that reminds me. I owe you a bit of coin myself, don't I? I mentioned, glancing back at him as we walked down the hall before going up to my door. Cecil looked a little sheepish at that as he merely shook his head.
No rush, Vito. I'm aware that you've only just arrived and are likely still getting settled in. You can pay when you're ready at a later date,
he explained as he scratched his cheek at that. I just chuckled a bit as I glanced back at him. No can do. You've done me a service and at a cost to yourself. It is only right that you are compensated for your efforts in a timely manner. At that, I opened the door to my room, only to be greeted by the sight of Lugosi and the cubs quietly eating from 3 different plates of meat. Upon seeing me, the cubs excitedly moraled with delight and rushed me, quickly climbing up and perching on my shoulders as they both nuzzled their heads against mine. All the while, I did my best to return their affection with the throat scritches and nuzzles with my chin. Lugosi, for his part, regarded me cheerfully enough before going back to his plate as he savored the seasoned meats. I felt Cecil look rather delighted upon seeing my beasts again, though he looked at me once more, lowering his head out of respect before standing tall again.
All right, Vito. I won't protest more than I already have,
he mused sincerely. Good man, I enthused cheerfully enough, before regarding the cubs. All right, you two, go finish your breakfast, and then we can head out and stretch our legs. The cubs were admittedly reluctant to leave my side, but at the prospect of getting to head out again, Rayleigh scurried down my side and returned to her food, as Maury stalled for a little while longer before reluctantly joining his sister, as he ate his own food as well. Looking at Cecil again, I pulled 10 silver from my storage and held them out in a closed fist, waiting for him to be ready, as he ended up needing a moment to realize that I was paying right then and there. He quickly held out both hands, cupping them together as I poured the coins into his palm. "There we go," he blinked with surprise, and I could sense he was clearly expecting to only get 4 silver pieces, those we had discussed before.
Vito, this is too much. I can't accept all this, he said, looking perturbed by the silver in his hands.
I chuckled softly at his expense as I pulled away, not letting him hand the coin back to me. "Also, every coin there is earned. 4 silver for getting me inside, 3 silver to cover the expenses that came up on the job, and another 3 silver for getting me such nice inn," I explained, before sitting back on my bed, now just waiting for the others to finish eating. I could sense that Cecil wanted to argue at least a little bit, but then he came to the conclusion that there was no reasoning with an eccentric before simply sighing and smiling a little more.
Thank you for your generosity, Vito.
"Now then, what are you up to today?"
I asked, looking at Cecil as I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. At that, Cecil looked admittedly sheepish as he scratched the back of his head.
I'm not doing all that much in particular. Rance is out shopping, making sure that we have enough supplies to make the trip to the capital tomorrow, and Lily is filing paperwork with the guild to report our leave of absence in regard to local affairs.
Now that does get my attention as I quirked a brow at him.
"Have you been snooping around my affairs?"
I asked teasingly while doing my best to play it straight. Cecil is momentarily startled and perhaps maybe a little too frightened as he frantically shakes his head.
No, of course not, your grand mage, Vito. Whatever would make you think such a thing?
I dialed it back, bashing a smile now as I met his gaze.
"Dispense with the formalities, novice. I'm merely pulling your leg," I mused before sitting up a little straighter. "I only said that because I also have business in the capital, and I plan on heading out tomorrow morning," I explained as I chuckled a little more at his expense. "A strange coincidence, isn't it?"
He gulped anxiously, running his fingers through his hair before offering another sheepish smile.
Quite the coincidence, yes.
"So why are you making your way to the capital? Is there any reason in particular?"
I asked as I stood, noting how Lugosi and the cubs were nearly done with their food. He bobbed his head thoughtfully before looking up at me.
"We're off to get our ranks assessed at the Adventure Guild's main branch for this country. We've qualified for the promotion for some time now. We just needed to save up and pay for the opportunity to get assessed."
I nodded in response, though tilted my head a little with curiosity.
"Why do you need to go to the capital to get assessed? There's a guild here, no?"
Cecil just smiled a little as he shook his head.
"The guild here is all well and good, but they only allowed to assess up to a steel rank,"
he explained as he reached around the collar of the robes and pulled out an interesting little dog tag that looked like it was made of steel.
"Once we enter the gem ranks, adventurers must be assessed at bigger guilds, since they all have the proper facilities and resources to test our abilities and measure our character."
"I see. And how long will the journey take you?"
I asked as Basmari finished his food and immediately ducked into my shadow, Lugosi going over and sitting by the door while Fraley began to climb my leg and then my back before perching on my right shoulder. Cecil looked thoughtfully again.
"Between walking on foot and having to bring along our cart to carry our supplies, it'll likely take us a week to get there,"
he explained, before smiling a little as he made eye contact with me.
"That's quite the journey,"
I commented, before regarding Lugosi and gently patting his head. We could likely cut that down by maybe 2 or 3 days if we push it. Looking back to Cecil, I flashed another smile while pulling away from Lugosi.
"Well, I've got some time to kill. Do you have a training area of some kind around your guild? I want to see what you're made of."
At that, Cecil's eyes practically gleamed with excitement.
"Truly? Do you really mean it?"
he asked, and I could tell it took every ounce of dignity that he had to not grab me like an excited child.
Yes, we do have a training area. Come on, follow me,"
he said excitedly as he opened the door for me and led us out of the inn. It doesn't take us all too long to get to the guild. Passing by, it's once again a similar scene as to what I saw yesterday, though there seemed to be even more people as they crowded around notice boards or lined up at the receptionist desk, seemingly getting started with whatever business they planned for the day. Moving past the main hall and proceeding further into the guild's complex, we come into what looks like a rather large open-air training area. There were stations and sitting areas strewn about the place, with snacks and barrels of what I should assume were water and other kinds of drinks. Just looking around, I spotted a number of children and younger teens being instructed in various forms of combat in what appeared to be a rather systemized training regime. A majority of them appear to be close-range fighters, with a wide mix of weaponry and combat styles. Beyond them are the long-range fighters practicing with a variety of projectile and thrown weapons, everything from slings, bows, crossbows, and throwing knives. The smallest group looked to be around 5 children, who appear to be mages of some kind. If Cecil is what is considered a novice, then these mages must be apprentices who are still learning the basics of spellcasting. "Quite an impressive setup around here," I mentioned as I walked with Cecil. This whole place reminded me of a compound I grew up on. Of course, there was less gunfire and machinery, and a lot more magic and swords, but the overall feeling was rather nostalgic. Cecil smiled a bit as he looked around as well.
"Well, it's not academy training grounds, but the instructors here are quite experienced and rather thorough in their teachings."
"So you're academy trained?" I asked as I recalled Rita's own experience as the academy student.
He bobbed his head intently. "My parents helped me get the training in the academy when I showed a talent for wielding magic, though I only stayed for a few years to get through my fundamentals before setting out as an adventurer," he explained as he flashed a cheerful smile. I could have stayed longer, maybe taken up a specialized education as some kind of artificer or researcher, but I couldn't see myself staying cooped up like that."
"To each their own," I mused before looking him over as we crossed training grounds, going to the area that was sanctioned off for the spellcasters. Once we found a good empty space, I mentally suggested to the Cubs and Lugosi that they go hang out in the nearby rest area while I worked with Cecil. Fraley and Lugosi took me up on it quickly enough. Lugosi sat in the shade while Fraley sunned herself. Besmori, for his part, seemed to be content with lingering in my shadow for the time being. "Now then, tell me what your affinities are and what you hope to learn from me," I say, as I give my full attention to Cecil now. Cecil was momentarily taken aback at the sudden change in topic, as he tapped his fingers against his staff to consider himself for a couple of moments.
"Well, I specialize in water and light magics, though I do use some of the other elements' branches when needed. But my strongest ties are to water," he explained before looking up at me again. "I've been having trouble with the force of my spells. I feel like I can output more power than I currently am, but when it comes to actually casting, the force of the spell just falls off after a certain threshold. I'm not sure where the issues are stemming from, so could you watch me and see if there's anything I'm missing?"
I feel like there's a performance issue joke in there somewhere, but I also feel like it wouldn't be right to poke fun at something that appears to be a serious concern for him. "Very well, novice, cast some spells, and let me see what you've got." Cecil flashes a cheerful smile, though he doesn't move yet, watching me expectantly before curiously quirking a brow.
"Aren't you going to write a magic circle or something to cast a detection spell so that you could watch how magic flows through my body?"
Ah, that's right. Most mages can only sense that there's magic in something or someone, but generally can't tell the specifics without the aid of tools or certain spells. Well, I suppose there's no need to lie since he already believes me to be both learned and powerful. I just flash a little smirk, quirk about him. "There's no need for me to do all of that. I can already see everything at will. Just go ahead and cast your magic whenever you're ready." Cecil is once again taken aback by the revelation, though he smiles in response before bobbing his head.
"Yeah, of course, Vito,"
he enthused as he clutched his staff, taking a moment to consider what he should do before holding it up above his head. I could see the mana start to swell around his heart and course along his arm before traveling into the staff. It all looks good, and I don't see any... Hold on. There it is. It's the staff that's the issue. There's some kind of defect around the end of the staff itself. That's not even considering the quality of the crystal at the end. Well, it's not bad. When paired up with the defect in the staff, I could see why he could feel that there's a drop-off in the power of his spellcasting. As Cecil finishes his casting, he manages to conjure a small rain cloud that is 10 feet up in the air, maintaining it as it starts letting down a small drizzle. With his concentration lingering on the cloud, he glances over at me and flashes a rather hopeful smile.
"Well, what do you think?"
Even as he waited for my answer, the 5 little mages made their way over with their instructor and watched Cecil maintain his magic. The instructor did her best to explain what Cecil was doing and offer informative comments on the technique to her students. Even then, I could feel that she was glancing over at me as well, recognizing Cecil to be a competent mage, who's usually around these parts, but wondering who I could possibly be. I just smiled a bit, nodding with my approval as I closed the distance between myself and Cecil. Everything looked good to me until the end. That is, I explained before holding out my hand, could you lend me your staff? I could sense a spark of hope and a little confusion as he bobbed his head intently and held his staff out.
Of course, Vito.
Taking up the staff, I ran my own mana through it as I studied it more closely. After a few moments, I spotted the imperfection again. It looked like dry rot, and it was right along the central vein of the staff where the mana activity flows through it. Upon closer inspection of the gem, it did have quite a few impurities, but as far as I knew, that wouldn't have hindered his ability to cast spells. At least, not on its own. Yep, it's your staff that is the issue here. See, dry rot, I explained as I hold Cecil's staff out for him to see. The other young mages and the instructor peeking over curiously at the staff as well. Cecil looked stupefied by the revelation, and perhaps a little sick and defeated as he looked between me and the staff.
All this time, I thought there was something wrong with me, and it was just my staff this whole time.
I bobbed my head a little, offering a smile as I handed him the staff back, before gently patting his shoulder. Think of it like this. You're now better than your equipment. You may have not noticed this when you were weaker, but now that you've reached a certain level of strength that your equipment just can't keep up with. At that, a small smile did show on his face as he looked between me and the staff again.
Yeah, you're right,
he enthused cheerfully enough. I chuckled a little bit before regarding the staff itself for a moment. And you know what? A new staff is something I can definitely help you with. Just give me a moment, I mused as I decided to have just a little fun, glancing at my left arm again before bringing up my right hand and placing it around the base of my upper arm and shoulder. Without warning anyone or saying anything, I used a little water magic to carefully cut off the arm without damaging my clothes. In the next moment, my arm suddenly fell off and landed limply in the dirt, causing the young mages to scream and run away. Cecil and the instructor were admittedly more startled by the screaming kids than they were with my arm falling off. And it took everything not to smirk or laugh at their expense as I played it straight, collecting my arm by its wrist. What? It's a prosthetic, I said as casually as I could manage. End. Chapter 128. Vidmori Point of View. As the instructor hurried off to collect his students, I couldn't help but break my facade a little, chuckling with amusement at my actions before glancing over at Cecil. Forgive me, I couldn't help but giving them a harmless little scare. I hope I didn't surprise you too much, I mused as I held up my now limp wooden arm. Cecil was still just a little stunned, but he gathered himself quickly enough as he looked between me and my arm.
I have to say, I wasn't quite expecting you to do that, of all things.
He then regarded my arm, looking it over curiously.
That arm looks like one solid piece. If it's made of wood, how is it still swaying like that? I would have assumed that you were animating it via your magic. But now that it's not connected to you, shouldn't it be stiff like a block of wood?
At that, I couldn't help but chuckle in response as I started walking towards the rest area, taking a seat beside Lugosi as we found some relative privacy, before holding my arm out to Cecil, silently suggesting for him to take it up if he wanted to, at which he obliged and gingerly held my arm between both hands and looked it over. To think the first thing that you think of asking after seeing someone's arm fall off is why is it not a solid piece of wood, instead of asking if I was all right, or why I did what I did. You have the makings of an eccentric, Nathras, I mused as I flashed him a smile. I could sense Cecil was about to ask another question as he took a seat beside me and gently manipulated the fingers of my hand, though, at my comment, he looked a little perturbed and then curious as he looked me over. I could sense he wasn't sure how to feel about it. He's heard many things about eccentrics, many great things, and many terrible things.
So, how is it moving like this?
He asked, opting to not address the comment outright. I smiled a little more as I looked up my arm over for myself. I don't know the specifics myself. After all, I'm not the one who made it. My mentor made it for me, I explained, and it wasn't a lie. I do consider Ravaya to be my mentor in the field of magic, and she is much older than me at the end of the day. The uncertainty in Cecil's mind from the previous comment was quickly washed away at the mention of my own mentor, as he wondered who could have taught someone like me. I flashed another smile, seeing that the intrigue and curiosity were practically palpable in his gaze.
Who is your mentor? Is it someone I would know, perhaps?
He asked, doing his best to recall famous mages in recent history. I just chuckled a bit at that question, though I consider what I know about Revire. All in all, it is very likely she does have some notoriety as a war mage in the Empire's service. The more I think about it, the more I've come to realize that Basti getting the drop on Revire that fateful day and killing her was really a matter of luck. If Basti had been spotted before attacking Revire, and if Revire had the chance to prepare a spell, then it would have been very likely that Basti would have been killed that day. I can't say whether or not they have a name that is known to the world after all. That would defeat the purpose of maintaining my own anonymity, I explained before regarding my arm. What I can tell you is that the arm is not a solid piece, and is in fact very fine wooden threads that were meticulously shaped with magic. The arm itself was made in the same style as the guardians of the elven libraries, if I remember correctly. At that, Cecil's eyes went wide as he glanced between me and my arm, looking a lot more uncertain and holding it more securely as he came to the conclusion that it was much more valuable than he had initially realized.
This is of elven make? Truly. Wait a minute. Why did you cut it off? What are you going to do with it?
He asked, only now just remembering the conversation we were having just before I cut off my arm. Well, I'm going to reshape it into a staff for you, duh. I mused while taking my arm back up by the wrist and looking it over. At that, Cecil blanched and shook his head.
No, I couldn't possibly take your arm. That arm of yours is basically an artifact. How could someone like me use it?
I just chuckled a little more as I ran my mana through the wooden threads that made up my arm and willed them to take on the shape I desired as the arm began to thin out and stretch. Novice, my arm will grow back in a matter of days. Possibly sooner if I willed it to. It literally cost me nothing to do this for you, and you asked me to help you with your magic output. I then tilted my head to the staff while it continued to take shape. The wood used to make this arm is several hundred years old and resided in a mana-rich environment that entire time. If this doesn't conduct mana better than your old stuff, then you're free to sell it off, I mused kindly. I was of course downplaying the age of the material. I could tell that it was really hard for him to accept the gift as it was, and there was no reason to tell him the whole truth.
But why?
He asked, and I could tell that he was overwhelmed by my apparent generosity. I suppose it makes sense he'd be confused. He's hardly known me for a day, or two at most. Why am I being so generous? Because you asked for my help. Should there be any more of a reason? I asked as I offered a smile, and when I could sense that he wanted more of an answer, I just shrugged a bit. You helped me even when you had no real reason to, and trusted me a little more than my word. While it may have been for possibly opportunistic reasons, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. I then looked over the arm as it continued taking shape into a staff. Besides, I like you, and I look forward to seeing you grow into the future. Well, I'm in no place to take on a student. I want to help you on your way. The staff continues to take shape as I do my best to make it look a little more natural, with grooves and twists along the length. Then there was the question of what sort of gem or crystal should be at the end of the staff itself. I could possibly refine the crystal on his old staff, make it more pure somehow, or I could use something else. Aside from the smaller shards of diamonds I had left over from supplying the sinners in Basti, I still had one more intact diamond. It was no bigger than a plum, and it could sit comfortably in the palm of my hand if I were to hold it. The gem itself was a shade of blue. Well, I'm not too sure on the particulars regarding gems or crystals and their colors when it comes to making staff. I figured that it would at least match his overall look, and I considered the blues and greens that made up his robe. I opened up the wood of what used to be my fingers and the palm of my hand before holding the staff out to Cecil. Here, hold this. I need a free hand for the final touch, I mused with a small smile. Cecil's eyes glittered with uncertain wonder as he took up the staff, looking it over curiously, but not daring to say a word in order to not interrupt my focus while I closed my eyes. Before bringing the gem in question out from my storage, I carefully used a combination of earth and water magic to carve and polish the blue diamond, smooth it out until it looked like an orb. It didn't take all that long, thankfully, enough as I pulled the blue gem into my hand, holding it for Cecil to see as he gasped with admiration. I soon fitted the gem in what used to be the palm of my hand, as I then whirled what used to be my fingers to grow and close around it, securing the gem into the staff as the wood settled in place. Cecil said something about my arm alone being some kind of artifact. Artifacts tend to have names, don't they? Like Excalibur or Vorpal Blade. Something like this should have a name, right? Taking up the staff from Cecil, I looked it over before closing my eyes again. I name this creation the Staff of Upper V Morta. With that, I could feel the mana swelling in my vessel before traveling into the staff as the gem began to glow. Though, as that happened, my head felt suddenly fuller than before. I didn't hear anyone this time, but I felt another rush of energy course through my vessel before it ran into the staff itself. Opening my eyes to look at it, it was like the staff blossomed with color. It suddenly had a little more weight than before as an intricate pattern formed along the shaft, a mix of black, white, and blue entwined beautifully. Once the staff settled, a small green circle formed on the wooden shaft below the gem with a single rose in the center. Before I could ask who was in my head and messing with my staff, my head suddenly felt empty once more as I was alone all over again, though a single word lingered in my mind. A tune. Glancing over at Cecil, I flashed a small smile and held the staff over to him. Looks like someone up above approved of this staff. Go on, take it. Cecil just looked flabbergasted, staring slack-jawed at the staff before looking around at everyone in the training yard. It was then that I could sense that he came to a realization. Nobody else saw it. Nobody else saw what just happened.
Who are you? You who was able to snap a few things together and just create an artifact that called down a divine influence to bless the name it was given.
I chuckled softly and merely leaned back in my seat, still holding the staff out to him. You know who I am. I am Vito, a wandering eccentric. Nothing more, nothing less. And that's all you need to know. Cecil gulped nervously before eyeing the staff again, taking it up and looking it over curiously.
By the gods, it's perfect,
he said softly under his breath. I couldn't help but chuckle softly at that before looking over at Cecil once more. I sure hope it is. It was made for you, after all. Go on, you'll need to attune to it. Maybe head back home and take a day to study it. Even I don't know what sorts of effects and functions it now holds. Cecil looked between me and the staff once more with wide eyes.
An artifact that needs to be attuned to. I never thought that I'd see the day.
He suddenly stood, vaguely surprising Lugosi, who had been dozing beside me, before bowing to me deeply at the waist and standing tall again.
Thank you for the generosity you've shown me this day. I swear on my life that if there ever comes a day that you need someone like me on your side, I shall answer your call,
he declared resolutely, lowering his head once more out of respect before flashing a small smile.
I'll be off now. See you tomorrow,
he enthused cheerfully before hurrying away from the training field. Lugosi stretched before sitting up and looking over at me with a wolfish smile.
I knew there was a reason behind like that one. Will you form a bond with him, like Zazata, Trisha, Revire, and Rita?
He asked, keeping his voice a low murmur since we were still out in the open. Maybe one day, I mused as I reached out and gently scratched the top of Lugosi's head, running my fingers through his thick coat and ruffling it a little. He's still young and finding himself. Besides, forming a bond with him would accelerate his growth, and I can tell he still needs some time to adjust to being able to use his current strength, along with whatever boons that staff will give him. It'll do him no good to form a bond with me here and now. Lugosi slowly bobbed his head in understanding, and soon enough Masmori hopped out from my shadow and settled in my lap, getting cozy as Fraley made her way over from where she had been sunning herself, only to perch my shoulders and cuddle with me as well. I do my best to dote on the cubs as well, giving them each a little attention with my one remaining hand. Now then, that was a productive morning. I'd say, what to do with the rest of my day, I mused aloud to nobody in particular. End of chapter. Chapter 129. But Mori point of view. Once I had left the Adventurers Guild's training hall, I decided to do more shopping around for the haven. Mainly, all that entailed was going from store to store around the inner city, checking the prices for various goods and sundries. All in all, what I saw painted a pretty clear picture for the average citizen of this frontier forge town. From what I can tell, the average household of 3 can thrive off 2 to 4 silver pieces every week or two, depending on how many preserved or fresh goods that they get their hands on. Beyond that, creature comforts and low-grade luxury goods are rather easy to obtain, as they are readily available in the inner city amongst quite a few stores. My guess is thanks to the heavy amounts of farming and ranching that is done out here, processed goods and made of things like wool, furs, feathers, and cotton are available for relatively cheap. Though I'm sure that if I were to look for these goods in the capital, they'd likely be 2 or 3 times more expensive due to transport costs. And again, a poor town just might have an even more readily available luxury goods. I'm getting off topic. I'm starting to think there was a reason I was never interested in being a trader or a merchant. I just don't have the head for macroeconomics. Anyways, based on my best estimates, I'm going to need a total of 19 gold pieces. If I'm going to get enough blankets, pillows, wool, and other kinds of thick furs to pad out jackets and clothes. Not to mention the extra materials to make said jackets and clothes for 30 people. I do feel a little bad for Miriam and Sylvia, as they're likely going to be the ones to make the clothes for everyone. Though, considering that I'm helping take care of the food situation, it might be able to free up a couple of the other adults to be able to help out. Or maybe they can even take some of the kids and start teaching them a trade if they haven't done so already. Aside from those materials, supplying a group of 30 with enough food and preserved goods for a month is going to cost another 5 gold pieces, and change according to what I've seen. The mental list I've compiled is comprised of 40 pounds of salt, 5 pounds of coarse sugar, 40 pounds of flour, 30 pounds of grains, 30 pounds of beans, 30 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of herbs and spices, 15 pounds of salted beef, 15 pounds of sausages, 2 barrels of pickled fish, and 2 wheels of some kind of yellow cheese. I may be overestimating just how much 30 people eat. Or perhaps I'm underestimating how much people who aren't used to the apocalypse-grade rationing are used to eating. In any case, this should be a good foothold for them to start off with in regards to the winter preparation. It'll be up to them going forward if they want to continue to focus on food gathering, or if they want to pursue other paths in preparation for winter. Then again, this is all without taking into consideration that another 50 people, along with an undetermined number of construction workers and mature drakes, will be moving onto my land in the coming weeks. I'm fairly certain that the Drake Wardens will be able to more than handle their own preparations, but I suppose I should check in with them once they start their own plans on settling my land. Since I had the coin for all the foodstuffs, I ended up getting all the shopping out of the way first. While I made sure to spread out my purchases between 4 different shops, I think I still ended up attracting a little bit of attention when I used my spatial magic to pack everything into my storage. I think it may have been something to do with the fact that I'm using my storage space without casting any noticeable spells or distinct magic. I mean, I did see someone who looked like an adventurer of some kind pull multiple items from a bag that was not physically big enough to have fit in all those items. So it is likely that while spatial magic is not necessarily uncommon, my casual use of it might be noteworthy. By the time I was done shopping for food, it looked to be around noon. Given that Lugosi and the cubs had been with me the entire time, I decided it was best to let them rest back at the inn. Even Freddy, who enjoyed being around people, was admittedly tired after being around so much constant activity. After dropping off Lugosi and the cubs, I decided to dress down a bit and stashed away my armored coat, my cloak, the belt with the loop for my sword. Once that was all stashed away, I looked like the average man as far as I could tell. Well, a crippled man if I consider my missing arm. All I had now were my boots, my canvas pants, a long-sleeved green shirt, and a single black glove. Putting my satchel on, I made my way out of the merchant's district again, and began looking around at the various stalls before coming across one building that looked fairly nice. There was a sign in the window claiming to buy gems and crystals. It looked to be some kind of pawn shop, if I was looking at it right. The store didn't have a name, but had some kind of sign with an emblem that had an old-fashioned scale that had coins on one end and a box of swords on the other scale. As I made my way into the shop, I suddenly felt a few sets of eyes lock on my back, and they seemed to linger there until I stepped out of the doorway. Odd. Making my way further into the shop, I'm greeted by a bird-kin man with a nearly glossy black and vaguely purple feathers.
Greetings, welcome to Corvid's Baubles and Blades. How may I help you today?
He asked in a rather cheerful manner. There were a few other patrons in the shop and 2 more attendees who polished items or wiped down counters. Regardless, my eyes focused on the bird-kin man as I couldn't help but smile at him. Corvid, isn't that a little on the nose, or beak, as it were? I mused as I approached the counter. The bird-kin man chuckled softly as he gestured to himself.
Well, sir, if you have a look, you may as well play into it, he said cheerfully enough,
before leaning forward on the counter with his elbows.
My name is Edgar, my good man, and how may I help you? Do you need a loan in exchange for your time, or are you here for some other business?
I shook my head at the mention of a loan before offering Edgar a bit of a smile. I'm here to sell, if your sign is still accurate, I asked as I gestured to the window with my thumb. Though as I mentioned the sign, one of the attendees seemed to watch me curiously, and I could feel them getting closer to eavesdropping for whatever reason. Edgar looked intrigued as he regarded the sign for a moment before bobbing his head.
Yes, we are still buying. What have you got?
He asked as he stood tall again, but still leaned forward on the counter with his hands. I flashed an almost relieved smile and sighed softly, as it made it seem like I was really hoping the sign would be true. At which point, I made a show of digging through my satchel and producing a black shard of a diamond and gently setting it on the counter. I have a few of these. Do you perhaps have a private room where we can talk business? I asked, now lowering my voice as I glanced around the shop, as if I were a little uneasy. Edgar looked clearly intrigued as he eyed the jewel for a moment. He then stepped away, pulling open a drawer as he collected a small box before walking to one of the counters and raising a panel that would allow me to walk behind the counter with him.
Come along, let's take this to the back room.
He then looked over to the attendants and called out,
Man the counter.
I plucked the gem from the counter and followed Edgar to the back, and before long we were in some kind of office. It wasn't nearly as nice as Tilsom's, but it looked nice enough to me. He led me to a sitting area and gestured for me to take a seat on a small couch that sat across another similar couch with a coffee table between them. After setting down the small box on the coffee table, he approached a cabinet and opened it up, revealing a small selection of bottles as he glanced over at me.
Would you like some wine? I've got a wonderful bottle from the north made with some rather delectable vicar berries.
He asked pleasantly enough as he plucked a glass out for himself. I simply offer a polite smile before shaking my head. No thanks. I've already had enough to drink with lunch. Edgar bobbed his head intently, pouring himself a glass before corking the bottle and putting it away. With a glass in hand, he settled on the opposing couch and took a drink before setting it down on the table.
Now then, may I see the gems in question?
He asked as he opened the small box he brought and procured a loop. Of course, I replied politely, before reaching into my satchel again and procuring a pouch with 6 diamond shards, along with a 7th, which was loose from the rest of the bag. Edgar eyed the pouch curiously before taking up the black diamond shard, bringing it up and examining it with the loop. He hummed thoughtfully as he turned it around again and again. Is it real? I asked with a hint of unease in my voice. With that question hanging in the air, Edgar couldn't help but glance at me with a sense of pity welling up in his heart. He took another look, more thoroughly examining the black diamond shard that he had in hand, before setting the loop down and holding the shard out for me to see.
This is one of the most pure diamonds I have ever seen. There is no cloudiness, and the black tint is certainly an uncommon one. If you don't mind my asking, where did you get these gems? He asked, setting the diamond down and regarding the pouch that he assumed had similar gems inside. I let out a heavy sigh and smiled as I made a show of rolling my shoulders to relax some more. I got it from some adventurer who hired my wagon to bring them here. They initially just paid me with 2 of these gems, but a couple days ago, one of them accidentally knocked over a lantern and set fire to my wagon. There was nothing that we could do to put it out, especially after that barrel of rum ignited, I explained somberly, running my hand through my illusionary hair before shaking my head. I then gestured to the pouch in question. To pay me back for my lost goods and wagon, they gave me a few more of those gems, since they claimed they didn't even have enough coin on them. Sighing once more, I just leaned back against the couch and do my best to look a little defeated, as I recalled the events of the last few days. I'm just hoping to make enough to buy a new wagon and cover some of my lost goods.
Edgar bobbed his head intently, looking me up and down once more before taking up the pouch. He undid the knot and peeked inside, before nodding some more as he looked over the blue diamond shard. I could sense he believed my story, or, at the very least, didn't think that I was any kind of thief, as he regarded me once more.
How much are you looking to get for these?
Well, how much are they worth? I asked while gazing into his eyes. Edgar held my gaze for a little while longer before looking at the gems over once more.
By my estimates, each shard could go for a good 8 gold pieces,
he started to say as he studied the black diamond shard once again. Praise the gods! I enthused under my breath before sighing with relief.
At that, Edgar does give a little wince. I'll take them off your hands, but I've got to make a profit here too. Can you do 3 gold per shard?
There he goes. Even in another world, pawn shops lowball their clients. I make a face at his words, showing no small amount of despair and belief. But you said that it could go for 8. Can't you give me more? How about 6 at least? I asked, sounding a little frantic, but still under control of my emotions. Edgar made a little grimace as he considered some things.
There is no guarantee that I'll be able to sell these right away. I'll need to take the time to even find anyone who's even able to afford gems like these, he lied, as he then hummed a bit before looking me over again. I can do 4 per shard. Can you live with that?
He asked while holding his hand out and shaking on the deal. I just sighed a little more before meeting his hand and shaking it. Could you give me some gold in silver pieces? Edgar just offered a bit of a smile as he nodded.
Of course, sir. I'll get it together for you,
he said as he stood. Though, as he stood, I heard movement coming from outside the office, footsteps going away from the door and back to the front. The next 10 minutes went by as Edgar handed me a pouch of 28 gold pieces worth of silver and gold. All in all, I turned quite the profit with just the remains of some dead bandits. I do my best to at least look a little dejected as I shook Edgar's hand on my way out of his shop. Though, as I walked to the door, the same attendant that was eavesdropping earlier seems to match my pace as he goes up to one of the windows and out in the corner of my eye. I watch as he grabs a statuette that was on the windowsill and turns it 90 degrees. Once I'm outside, I feel a similar set of gazes locked onto me again, but this time they stay with me even as I start heading down the street. Looks like I might have to see some action soon. End of chapter. Chapter 130. Bitmori Point of View. I soon found myself surrounded, yet my pursuers didn't act just yet. From what I could tell with discreet looks and glances, I was being followed by a trio of hooded figures. 2 of them were walking ahead of me, intermingling and doing their best to lose themselves in the hustle and bustle of the crowd. The third trailed me, and I could feel their eyes traveling up and down my body as they repeatedly looked at my satchel before looking elsewhere. It was clear to me that they were looking for my possible valuables, though my satchel was the only clear target for them. It's only a shame for them that the only thing in my satchel was some rope and a couple of knives, my coin being safely stashed away in my storage the moment I pretended to put it in my satchel back at the pawn shop. Seconds turned into minutes, and when I'd made it clear that I wasn't going to stop anywhere else in the near future, the trio made their move. The 2 in the front split up, one ducking in the next alleyway that was on my path, all while the other kept walking ahead before suddenly turning around on the heel and walking up to me. The next moment, I was shoulder-checked by a relatively thin man. While I could tell that he was initially planning on putting on an act of pretending to be hurt, the fact that he slammed his shoulder into what was essentially a block of wood instead of someone made of meat really threw him for a loop, as he actually ended up hurting himself. "What's the matter with you? Are you trying to break my arm, eh?" The hooded man grunted out with a voice that sounded unnaturally rougher and gruffer than it should be. I decided to play along, putting on my best startled look as I raised my only arm in a placating manner. No, I'm so sorry, sir. My mind must have been elsewhere. I meant nothing by it, truly." The man then grabbed me by the shirt, shaking me around with surprising amount of confidence, once I showed myself to be spineless against his initial bravado. While he shook me, the one who hid in the alleyway came up behind me before quickly cutting the strap of my satchel and running off with it. However, the second hooded figure didn't keep it, instead passing it to the third hooded figure that had been following from behind as they tucked my satchel under their cloak and immediately took a side path off the main road. All the while, The second hooded figure kept running the same direction they'd been going. Once his partners were gone, the first hooded figure just shoved me against the wall before booking it down the street, going his way as I was left to collect myself. That was so much fun, going through the motions of getting robbed with none of the threat or the loss. They clearly had a plan, were coordinated, and were quick enough to get away with it. Sure, they were rough around the edges and could definitely use some polish, but to meet some honest-to-goodness thieves who used misdirection and sleight of hand rather than just killing their victims like mindless beasts is such a breath of fresh air. Well, as much fun as that may have been, those three now owe me a new bag. Chris, point of view, Foxkin street thief. Another smooth lift, another easy payday. Well, he did feel a little bad that they targeted a crippled man today. Their contractor only ever sends them after especially fat purses with lots of silver. He weaved through the familiar alleyways at a brisk pace, moving quickly but not running as he crossed street after street until he reached this week's meeting point. Stepping through an open window, he looked around at the burnt remains of what used to be someone's house. Even though it's been a month since the fire, the smell of smoke still lingered in the air. He pointlessly brushed off a spot in what used to be the living room, sitting on the frame of what was once a nice-looking couch. Chris eyed the bag in his arms curiously and was momentarily tempted to peek inside while he waited for the others to get here. But he remained patient for now as he simply set the bag to the side. It was a tradition by now to wait for the others to get here before they looked over their spoils, and he would keep it to even now. The seconds turned to minutes, as Zax was the first to return. He was a half-orc who was taller than most others of his age, though he was fairly lanky and thin. He simply flashed a charming smile as he spotted Chris while climbing through the window. "Nice to see that you made it without a hitch," he mused cheerfully enough, while making his way into the kitchenette, when he began digging through various cabinets, before finding some dried meats he stashed a few days ago. "Want one?" he asked, walking over and holding up a strip out to Chris while chewing on a strip that he ate in one bite. Chris couldn't help but smile a bit, bobbing his head as he took up the strip. He sniffed the meat first, savoring the smell of the salted meat before taking a bite. As they ate, Chris's ears twitched as he heard a faint creaking of wood. He just smiled and spoke up, knowing by scent alone that the final member of the group had arrived. "Sarah, can't you just announce when you arrive?" he mused, though didn't bother glancing back at her. The petite human woman just huffed as she came up behind Chris and leaned onto him, his head now against her stomach as she plucked the half-eaten strip of meat from his hands. "Why should I? It's too much fun seeing Zax get all startled when he hasn't noticed me yet," she mused casually before taking a bite. Zax just scowled a bit, not appreciating her brand of humor, before looking to Chris and perking up a bit. "Well, the gang's here. Let's get to splitting the loot," he enthused, rubbing his grey hands together as they watched expectantly. Sarah stayed where she was, content to watch from above as Chris nodded intently, his vulpine ears waggling with anticipation as he finally opened the satchel and the hell is this? Despite the weight of the satchel, all that was in there was a pair of admittedly good knives and a 50-foot bundle of rope. "Now what? Did we screw up, or did he send us after a wrong person?" Chris asked, looking between his two partners in crime while Zax collected the now empty satchel and started shaking around and listening to see if they missed anything. Sarah plucked up the knives, looking them over before stashing them away somewhere as she then messed up Chris's short ginger hair. "Well, we have plenty of time before we have to meet up with him. Let's go do some freelance fishing and see if we still can't come out on top today." Chris sighed heavily, leaning into her touch before bobbing his head. "Okay, come on, let's get to it," he said as he stood, gesturing for the others to follow as he pulled up his hood. The others followed suit as they made their way out of the window. Later in the evening, all in all, not a good haul, but certainly not a bad haul. In the last 5 hours, they managed to get a total of 8 coin purses along with a few bracelets and even a necklace. In total, they got their hands on about 8 silver pieces worth of copper and silver. It was chump change compared to what they were usually able to get after waiting around the pawn shop for a couple of days. They could likely get something decent for the jewelry, but the local fence only opens once a week and Zax has a payment coming up. Sarah forfeited most of her share today, only taking a silver's worth of copper pieces for personal expenses. As for Chris, He needed at least 2 silver for his own reasons, so he only took that much and left the rest to Zax. Zax looked strained but remained stoic as he took the pouch in his chair. "Thanks, you guys. I'll try to make it up to you next week," he said as he stashed the coin away and sighed softly. Chris just smirked a bit, patting Zax's shoulder and shaking him a little bit. "No need. We look out for each other. It's only natural," he enthused kindly before looking between Sarah and Zax. "Come on, we should be close to the meeting time. Let's see what he has to say." The trio set off, making their way towards the pawn shop and stopping in an alleyway a couple minutes away from the pawn shop itself. The evening crowd was still making its way around, flooding the streets with activity once more. In the next few minutes, a goat-kin man with curled horns and a grey goatee stepped into the alleyway, making his way down before stopping and looking around. He looked clearly excited, rubbing his hands in apparent anticipation. Chris stepped out into the open first, likely kicking a stray glass bottle to make himself known. The noisy clinking drew the goatkin's man's attention, and while he was momentarily startled, he quickly grinned as Chris approached him. "I suppose this will be our last transaction together. It's a shame, but after a haul this big, I'm sure you'll have no more need for this partnership of ours. It was good while it lasted." "You're talking about the one-armed man, right?" Chris asked, leadingly, wanting to confirm whether or not they even went after the right man. The goatkin nodded with excitement. "Yes, that one. The fattest person to ever leave that place. 28 pieces of gold worth of gold and silver," he mused while rubbing his hands together again. Chris's eyes widened with surprise, though his expression was hidden by the shadows of the alleyway in his hood. He glanced over to Sarah, who waited out of sight, trying to double-check to see if there was any way they possibly missed that much coin on someone. Sarah merely shook her head, confirming there was no way the man could have hidden that much anywhere else on his body. At that, Chris looked back at the goatkin and spoke out once more. "We took everything he had on him, and there was no coin whatsoever. Nothing at all," he said simply. "What? No way. I heard the coins in the pouch. Edgar paid the man from his personal safe. Are you sure you fools didn't screw up?" The goatkin man accused, narrowing his eyes as his square pupils glared Chris down. Chris bared his teeth as a primal snarl started to rise from his throat. How dare you accuse his team of incompetence? Though before he could get a word out, a voice spoke up from above them. "Well, they may have been a little sloppy. They did everything right. It's only their poor luck that they tried to steal from me." Startled by the appearance of the stranger, Chris quickly looked up to see who was speaking, only to see stone and dirt being poured down from above before they were quickly formed into 2 massive walls that blocked off both ends of the alleyway, trapping him and his team along with the goatkin man. The goatkin man let out a startled bleat as he looked around, stepping closer to Chris to get away from the walls that suddenly formed. Zax and Sarah stepped out from cover as well, forming up on Chris as they looked around. "Oh, what do we do?" Zax asked quietly. "What can we do?" Sarah replied softly. Before Chris could say anything, a cloaked figure dropped from the rooftop, jumping down from 3 stories up and landing safely as they stood tall despite the drop. Chris caught a glint of green light from under the hood, his skin forming goosebumps as he felt some kind of sensation wash over him. "Tell me, why do you steal?" the cloaked figure asked while slowly approaching him. That voice, it's the one-armed man," Zax whispered frantically, apparently recognizing the cloaked figure. Chris felt his throat tightened. They were dealing with a very powerful man, all of a sudden. A powerful man they wronged. His thoughts turned to his little sister, as he wondered who would look after her if he didn't come home today. "What's it to you?" he spoke out, doing his best to put a sense of bravado into how he spoke, though it was ultimately ruined by his stutter. The cloaked man flashed a toothy grin before chuckling a bit. "How cliché, how novel. You steal for the sake of family. That's not a bad reason at all," he mused, looking to Zax next. You steal because of a debt your parents left you with. Another good reason." He then looked to Sarah, tilting his head as he curiously examined her. "You steal for the fun of it, but you like Zax, and you really like Chris, so might as well steal for them, eh? Fair enough." Chris was internally freaking out now. How did this man know his sister? How did he know anything about anyone? The man stepped closer, though his attention was now on the goatkin. "Tell me, why do you steal from your boss's clients? Well, not that you actually get your hands dirty. Why shoot you? Why take any risks when you can get some dumb kids to do it for you?" he said as he suddenly grabbed the goatkin man by his shirt collar.
I need the money. I swear I've got a sick mother I've been caring for. That bastard Edgar doesn't pay me enough, and I'm struggling to make ends meet. I swear,
he explained frantically, grabbing the man's arm as he tried to pull away and free himself. The man stares the goatkin down, slowly tilting his head to the side before starting to chuckle and laugh with apparent amusement.
"What's so funny?"
Chris asked, stepping away from the goatkin, and the hooded man, as a vague sinking feeling settled in his stomach. "He is," the cloaked man says as he shakes the goatkin a bit. "All that was such a blatant lie that he must have been trying to tell a funny story," he said with a smile still on his face. "He's a real comedian. How else could he live with picking out who does or doesn't get robbed? You're the brain of this whole operation, after all. I saw what you did with the statuette when I left. What a clever little signal system, that's for sure." The cloaked man then hummed a bit as he stared deeply into the goatkin's eyes. "I don't mind thieves, not at all. After all, a man's got to eat at the end of the day." He then lifted the goatkin up into the air, still holding him by his shirt collar. "What I don't like are cowards who don't even have the spine to get their own hands dirty. If you're going to take something, then own it. Do it right."
"Want me to get my hands dirty? Fine. How do you like this?"
the goatkin man shouted before leaning forward and suddenly chomping down on the cloaked man's arm, before crying out in pain, "Ah, fuck! My tooth!" At a glance, Chris could see the goatkin had a very bloody mouth, whereas the cloaked man didn't even flinch or react. The cloaked man just smiles a little bit more before chuckling a bit. "At least you showed a little spine in the end. Tell me, do you spend all the money you get, or do you save it off somewhere?"
"What? I'm not telling you anything."
The goatkin squirmed and shuddered, actually spitting blood in the man's face out of spite. The cloaked man just smiled, tilting his head a little more, before softly speaking up. "Too late," he mused before chuckling a bit. "I suppose you'll make good practice. Do try to memorize what you're about to feel so I can study this later." Chris watched as a green light emanated from the cloaked man's hand, when suddenly the goatkin started to writhe and thrash. Grunting through clenched teeth, he slammed his fists against the cloaked man's face and chest, trying to wrench himself free. The goatkin soon began to gasp desperately, as if he couldn't breathe when he suddenly went limp before vanishing into thin air. The cloaked man then looked at Chris and the others, Zax moving quickly to stand in front of Chris and Sarah, though the man simply smiled a little more as he spoke. "You three owe me a new bag, but I'll save that for later. How about you all come work for me?" Chris blanched at that, not sure what to make of it all, as he opened and closed his mouth a few times before hesitantly speaking up.
"But wait, what?"
End of chapter. Chapter 131, Vidmore Point of View. Today was a very productive day, to say the least. After being robbed of my rope and knives, I had just gone back to my errands and purchased all the blankets and materials for creature comforts that I had originally planned on getting, spending 19 gold pieces and some change, as I had previously estimated. The shopping trip left me with only 9 gold pieces and change, though, with that in mind, it was like saying I only had several $100s left after spending twice that much. It was still a considerable chunk of change, and I could do quite a lot with what I had left. Though what I was going to do with the money, I wasn't too sure, since I didn't outright need anything for myself here and now. What I ended up doing with my time was just exploring the town, taking to the rooftops and just people-watching to my heart's content. It was nice seeing all these people go about their days, their thoughts open for me to see as I occasionally fixated on various passerbys every now and then. Some people wondered what they would have for dinner, and others were eagerly rushing home to see their children's faces. There was one who wondered if the waitress at a certain restaurant truly meant what she said about liking his new shirt, while another internally grumbled about the rude person who ruined their day after some slight grievance. The minutes turned to hours as I free ran from rooftop to rooftop at a fairly leisurely pace, just exploring the town without having to deal with any kind of crowds. I was vaguely reminded of my youth, specifically when I would parkour around the compound or run certain courses that were built out of abandoned warehouse districts. Before long, I found myself in the merchant's quarter again, where I decided to stake out the pawn shop. From across the street, I watched as the attendant from earlier, a Galkin man, was performing his various duties around the shop until he finally left for the day and made his way up the road. It wasn't long until he turned down the alleyway, and I stumbled upon a meeting between the thieves that owed me a new bag and the Galkin. Suffice to say, that once the meeting had reached its conclusion, the Galkin would not be going back to work tomorrow morning, to say the least. As for the three thieves, who I now know are Chris, Sarah, and Zax, I saw some potential in them and decided to make them an offer that was hard to refuse. For Chris, I told him that I would heal his little sister. From the sound of it, she was apparently born with a weak constitution and struggled to live as most kids do. Despite being a thief, most of his funds go to making sure she lives comfortably enough, with monthly visits from a decent doctor and weekly visits from the local tutor to help her get a better education than he ever did. His sister means the world to him, and she is the only family he has left. In regards to Zax, I told him that I would give him the location of the Galkin stash and coin, and that he would be free to use the coin to clear his debt his parents had saddled him with. The circumstances for the debt were rather tragic, as they had initially taken out a loan from the Bank of Time for a business venture of sorts. They'd used the money to fund an expedition deeper into the local mines, so they could explore the underground biomes to bring back some kind of flora and fauna to sell to some researcher from the capital. The only thing is that they never came back and were presumed dead. Thus the debts for their loan defaulted to Zax as the only living member of the family that was left. So far, he's managed to barely stay ahead of the monthly payments and even the interest on his family's debt, but it would still take him a long time to pay off the remaining debt. That is, unless he takes my deal. As for Sarah, well, there wasn't much that I could actually offer her in particular, but ultimately I didn't need to offer her anything, as the fact that I would help her friends seemed to be enough to have her on board. In the end, I let them go after telling them where to find the Galkin savings. I didn't make them swear their loyalty to me or anything like that. I didn't need to. Between the fear that I had happened to instill into them after my display of power moments earlier, and the idea of being able to use said power to heal Chris's sister, I was more than confident that I would see them again tomorrow morning in the inn like I instructed. After all that business was settled, and after I cleaned up my mess with the walls, I took to the rooftops again and put some distance between myself and the alleyway, before making my way to the Miners' Guild for some smelting work which Tilsum wanted me to do. There was still a few hours of daylight left, so the guild was still fairly busy compared to my last visit. People of all sorts milled about, talking to the receptionist or amongst each other, as business was done and deals were being made for all kinds of things. Being mindful of appearances, and the fact that I was now missing an arm, I decided to keep my hood off this time and shrugged my cloak over my left side, to better conceal the missing limb for now. As I walked through the guild's main lobby, I was lucky enough to come across the Squirrelkin receptionist from before as she carried a small stack of folders and rolls of parchment. She spotted me first, immediately recognizing me, and even flashed me a small smile as she stopped to greet me.
"Good evening, Mr. Vito. It's good to see you again. How are you? Is that blood on your face?"
she asked, suddenly sounding rather concerned and a little worried, though not afraid at this time. Oh damn, I hadn't realized I still had blood on my face from when the Galkin spat on me. Whoops. I make the show of looking momentarily surprised before touching my face a little. Don't worry about it. It isn't mine.
Then, whose is it?
She asked, now more confused and concerned as she looked me over. From what I can tell, she heard good things about me from Tilson earlier in the day, and doesn't see any reason to actually be afraid of me, which is a relief in itself. I just offered her a little smile as I conjured a ball of water in the palm of my hand. Some thugs tried to rob me on the way over here, but don't worry, I'm fine, I vaguely explained before bringing the orb to my face and swirling it around a little.
Oh my, and do you need me to fetch the guards?
She asked curiously, her fluffy tail now flicking with distress as she looked me over again as if to check for injuries. Pulling the orb of water away from my face and stashing it into my storage instead of dispelling it, I simply shake my head in response before meeting her gaze. No need, it's been handled, I mentioned before gesturing to my face. How do I look? Did I miss a spot? I asked while flashing another smile. The receptionist just smiled in response as she shook her head.
You look good, Mr. Vito. How may I help you today? Do you have business with the guild? She asked as she adjusted her grip on the small stack of folders and scrolls in her arms. I bobbed my head. Yes, Tilsum is expecting me to come in today. He had some work for me, though I may be a little earlier than expected, I explained before looking around the guild lobby. The receptionist looked as if she had suddenly remembered something before smiling again. Ah, that's right. You're doing some of the smelting for us, yes? Of course, she enthused excitedly, before lowering her voice again when she realized she got a little too excited. Come along, Mr. Vito. I'll take you to the waiting room and notify the Guildmaster Tilsum of your arrival, she explained cheerfully enough, before turning on her heel as she led me further into the guild. Back in the waiting room from before, I was only left alone for a few minutes when Tilsum made his way into the room, looking as if he dropped everything the moment he heard I was here. Vito, a pleasure to see you again, he enthused cheerfully as he made his way over. How was your day today? He asked while holding his hand out in greeting. Well, aside from an attempted robbery, I had a pretty good day today. Got some shopping done and passed my time with some people watching, I explained while meeting his hand and giving him a firm shake before putting back. I have no doubts a mage like yourself would be able to handle things without issue, he mused with a warm smile before gesturing for me to follow. Our facilities are processing the ore are in the outer ring of the town. Before long, we were back in the main street, heading for the gates once more as we walked side by side. He woke up earlier today, Tilsum mentioned as he glanced over at me. I smiled a bit before returning Tilsum's look. Oh, really? Glad to hear it. Tilsum bobbed his head as he looked ahead. He mentioned that despite how exhausted he was, he felt 10 years younger. He kept talking about how old aches and pains he developed over the years just felt as if they never existed in the first place, he explained, just oozing with delight despite trying his best to maintain his composure. It was funny to see what was normally a very serious, professional man just look so happy after so much grief and stress. I chuckled softly at that as I rubbed the back of my head. Ah, yes, that seems to be a bad habit of mine. I had done some rooting around after I removed the fell growth. I did my best to fortify his body after all the damage he suffered. Tilsum just seemed to watch me as we walked and smiled a little more. So that was you after all. I'm glad to hear it, he said, looking a little somber now as he looked ahead again. You know, we dwarves are slow to make friends, but when we do, we forge friendships for that last centuries. I was friends with his grandfather, and since his passing, I've maintained a close relationship with his bloodline. They're practically family in every respect, save for blood. He then looked back at me as we crossed the gates, making our way out into the outer ring. You can ask for me for anything, and I'll do my best to do it for you. We dwarves never forget those who helped us, and as much as we never forget those who wronged us. I could feel the utter sincerity of his words with every syllable, and I could sense their presence in the air among us. It was some kind of deity, but it wasn't here for me, or using my mind to observe us. Interestingly enough, looking at Tilsum, I met his gaze, and while I don't say anything at first, I can't help but speak the next question that comes to mind. Will you be my ally? I need support in the coming days, and while you likely won't be able to help much, I need anything you can reasonably give me. I could sense that he was momentarily taken aback and perhaps a little offended by the comment, but I could feel him resolve himself in mere moments as something in the air shifted. I'll be your ally, Vito. What is it you need? He asked as we stopped walking, though he looked around for a moment before leading us into an alleyway so that we could get out of the way of other people who were still coming and going. He was then looked up at me, meeting my gaze as he waited for my request. I returned his look, staring deeply into his eyes as I do my best to focus on his thoughts. First, I need to see what you know about the slave trafficking that's been going on between the hegemony and the theocracy, as well as the enslavement of the hegemony's own people within its borders. The first thoughts are confusion, as if it wasn't sure what I just said, though as I spoke I could feel strong disgust and rage building in the pit of his stomach as he furrowed his brows. He was furious, not at me, but at my words and what they entailed. What? I simply nodded before continuing. In the last several months, numerous beastkin have been disappearing from the theocracy capital and surrounding communities. With some investigation, I've discovered that anywhere between 70 to 80 people have been smuggled right through this town, only to end up somewhere in the capital of the hegemony. They take anyone, the old, the young, the sick, and the healthy,
Children from orphanages, I explained while holding eye contact with Tilsum. I could feel the bile rising in his throat, the rage fully roiling in his stomach now as he took in my words. But most importantly of all, I see the despair in his eyes as he realizes the cruelty that has been taking place right under his nose without him even knowing about it. What can I do? What do you intend on doing about it? He asks in a soft voice, looking at me as if I were the only other person in the world right now. I'll be making my way to the capital starting tomorrow, and I'll be tracking down the group receiving those who have been enslaved, and I'll be killing as many of them as I can while liberating as many as possible. I say simply before reaching out and gently patting his shoulder. I need your help, as someone with authority, to do whatever you can to make it as easy for me to do what I need to do. I then pulled away as I held his gaze. Aside from that, I want you to do nothing. Don't say anything to anyone or involve yourself in any way. For all intents and purposes, everything is normal and content in the world, and this is just another day in your life. Do you understand? Tilsum opened and closed his mouth a few times, not sure what to say, if he even had any words that he could say in the face of everything I just put down before him. Well, what you're saying is preposterous. Full-blown slave trade in the hegemony of the Blue Sun, in the capital of all places, with people from that life-loving, religious country selling their own people into said slavery. Oh, that is ridiculous, unbelievable even. But why do I believe you? He sighed before running his fingers through his beard rather thoughtfully. I can tell you're strong, Vito, but are you strong enough to put a stop to this? What about everything happening at the theocracy? Are you alone in all this, or are you affiliated with anyone? I just smiled a little bit more before stepping back and leaning against a wall. I am strong, but you're right. I likely can't do everything by myself. That's why I need allies. I then tilt my head a little, going side to side as I consider what else to tell him. I'm not affiliated with anyone. You could say that I lead my own independent faction, though I am allied with a third party who is interested in seeing the trafficking put to a stop. I then met his gaze again. I already have agents working in the theocracy, and I'm meeting my right hand at the hegemonic capital. Tilsum nodded intently, still stroking his beard as he calmed his thoughts and centered himself. I could feel him planning, but he wasn't sure where to start. Ultimately, he just sighed and shook his head. I'll see what I can do. But you can count on me, Vito, he said as he held up his hand. I nodded intently before reaching out and gripping his hand, giving him a firm shake. Thank you, Tilsum. I appreciate it. He then pulls away before stroking his beard once more. Well, conspiracies and secrets aside, we still have business to attend to, yes? He mused, doing his best to wave the heavy mood now in the air as he began heading out to the alleyway again. I just smiled, patting his shoulder as we started walking down the street again. Yeah, let's get to it. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Bitmori Point of View. The Miners' Guild's smelting facilities turned out to be much more intricate than I had originally imagined. At first, I thought that it would be some kind of warehouse filled with a variety of crucibles for melting ore in many small batches. What I was not expecting was a full-on 2-story foundry complex that spanned around 4 city blocks. I felt almost like some kind of VIP being escorted around the foundry by Tilsum and some of his staff as they showed me around the place while guiding me to the station where I'd be working. From what I could tell, it was a rather odd mix of what appeared to be a rather modern techniques and practices with frankly archaic equipment. There were clearly painted lines all over the place, marking safe pathways and danger zones, not to mention multiple sandpit stations and even specialized water runes with some kind of mana batteries with piping leading to key points around each section of the foundry that created what appeared to be some kind of fire suppression system. Despite that, most of the machinery appeared to be man-powered, either by large levers and cranks connected to a simple array of large gears to move heavy loads from one level of the foundry to another, or by these hamster wheel contraptions big enough for 2 men to run on and power what looked to be some kind of conveyor belt that moves processed metals to another end of the foundry. At this time of day, the foundry's main floor had ceased production and has long since closed up for the day,
with only a few members of staff going from station to station, performing some kind of daily cleaning or maintenance. Coming up to the station where I'd be working, I was greeted by a team of 15 workers who were all dressed up in surprisingly thorough amounts of PPE. Even the beastkin, who I've noticed don't normally wear shoes, were wearing some kind of thick wrappings that covered their various unique styles of feet. All of them were wearing tinted goggles and an assortment of face wrappings and shields that seemed both mass-produced and specially made for their various facial structures. Tilsum took the initiative as he stepped forward and gestured at me, introducing me to the team before him. "This is Vito, an exceedingly powerful fire mage who is coming to help work through the backlog of Wolfram orders that we've been unable to complete these last few weeks. He's only in town until tomorrow morning, so we must do our best to complete as much as possible before he goes." The team murmured their greetings, though I could sense an overwhelming amount of uncertainty and doubt coming from a lot of them. It didn't take long before the dogkin man piped up, stepping forward from the group.
"How are you so certain that he's the real deal? This isn't going to be like those other mages you've hired who quit before we got started because they couldn't handle the work, right?"
he asked, turning his head to look from Tilsum and then to me. Despite the tinted goggles, I could feel his eyes scrutinizing me as if he didn't like what he saw. He then looked at Tilsum once more.
"How much is he charging you for this work anyway?"
Tilsum merely frowned at the insult against my ability and honor, though I could feel him understand where his workers were coming from as he merely shook his head. "I asked him for his help, not the other way around. Besides, as for his pay, He went quiet after a moment when he suddenly had a realization, glancing up at me as he ran his fingers through his beard before chuckling a little sheepishly. "Now that I think about it, I don't believe we actually discussed the pay for your efforts today." I merely smiled a bit before looking at Tilsum. "Don't worry about it. Consider my payment the favor I asked of you," I suggest before looking at the workers. "With that said, I'll do my best to maintain the crucible's heat and stay out of your all's way. My only experience in this place is fire, after all, so I'll keep my focus where it belongs." Now, that does get the mood to shift a bit as the workers look at each other, seemingly appeased by the fact that I wasn't a smug know-it-all or something along those lines. That's when Tilsum clapped his hands together, flashing a wide grin. "And remember, you all are getting 1.5 times pay tonight, along with overtime if Vito is able to handle it. We're only getting this one chance to get back on top of things, so do your best," he explained as encouragingly as he could, the workers cheering in response before Tilsum clapped his hands together a few times, doing his best to get their attention again. "When that all said, make sure to take breaks and play things safe. Nobody's going to praise you for pushing yourself to your limits and getting yourself and others in dangerous situations. Now then, to your stations." With that, the 14 workers dispersed, pairing off and going to each station as they began going through the motions of their work, though the 15th lingered nearby. It was a young man, as far as I could tell, due to their PPE, but not a beastkin. Tilsum then signaled for me to follow as he led me to the set of stairs that went up to the second level. Now at the top, Tilsum approached a console of some kind with a few different panels and even some temperature gauges, along with some few other meters. Gesturing to it as he looked at me. "This'll be your station, Vito. Just run your mana through these 2 panels, he said, as he gestured to 2 red panels with handprints worn into the surface. "From there you'll be able to heat the crucible and control the temperature without having to waste your mana running your magic through open air or needing to make direct contact with the crucible itself. Keep in mind that this is not a matter of strength, but endurance. Do your best to maintain the high temperature needed to melt down Wolfram, and then maintain it. You'll, of course, be given breaks every 2 hours, or as you need it. However, if you need anything between your breaks, just ask him," Tilsum says as he gestures to the young man who stayed by my side. "His job is to support and watch over the Crucible Master. In short, he is your assistant. If you need anything from water to mana potion, just ask and he'll fetch it for you." The young man in question just gave a small wave before speaking up with a rather muffled voice.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Vito. I look forward to working with you,"
he said politely enough. Tilsum gives a little nod of approval before looking at me again. "Now then, do you happen to know your measurements? We should get you some protective equipment before we get started." I just shrugged before flashing a smile. I don't. But don't worry about it. My mentor always told me that I'm like a dragon around fire, so it shouldn't affect me much. Though I'd like to test the resistance against prolonged exposure to intense heat amongst other things, I explained vaguely as I went about shrugging off my cloak. Tilsum looked admittedly unsure of my claims, and I could sense that he wasn't sure what to address in particular when he was suddenly startled as he finally noticed my missing limb. Vito, your arm, what happened? He asked, stepping closer as he looked over the limp left sleeve of my green shirt. I made a show of acting as if I didn't realize what he was talking about at first, glancing at my missing limb before a look of realization came over my face. That's right, don't worry. It's just a prosthetic, see? I mused as I took off my shirt, stashing that away before showing him the stump of my left arm. By this point, around half of my upper arm has grown back, so it'll likely take a couple of days for the whole arm to fully grow back on its own, if I consider how long it took to grow half a forearm and a hand. As for the stump itself, the illusion was covering the part of the arm that had grown back. But as for the part that was still growing, it seemed like an illusion magic wasn't sure what to make of it, so the wood was exposed for everyone else to see. That seemed to calm Tilsum for a moment, before he looked even more bewildered as another question came to mind. Even if it is a prosthetic, what happened to the prosthetic? I could have sworn that you had both arms last night, he asked as he looked me in the eye. I chuckled a little bit at his question before scratching the back of my head. I turned it into a staff and gave it to a young mage who did me a favor. Tilsum wasn't sure what to say to that, just flabbergasted by the sudden revelation, before sighing as he looked me over. When he took his time trying to find his words, I could sense that he was at least vaguely impressed with the array of scars that littered my body, though his eyes lingered on the old burn scars that ran across my right shoulder. I thought you said that you were resistant to fire. What are those? He asked as he pointed it out. I glanced over to my shoulder before smiling a little more. Well, they're burn scars, of course. I wasn't always as resistant to fire as I am now. I mused kindly before regarding my shoulder again. They serve as a very important lesson to a younger me about the power and might of simple flame holds. Tilsum just sighed softly before shaking his head a little, deciding to not argue all that much, as he smiled a little. Anyways, I'll leave you to it then. If you feel you eventually need some protective equipment, then just ask. With that, he dismissed himself, making his way down the stairs. I simply bobbed my head before looking at my assistant as I approached the console while placing my hand against a panel. Now then, shall we get to work? Chris' point of view. Today has been a day unlike any other. It started out so normal at first, waking up at dawn and making sure his sister's medicines were in order, making breakfast and eating with her, meeting up with his team. They snuck into the inner city using one of their usual routes and took their usual post outside the pawn shop. But now, their contact with the pawn shop was dead, and they were being hired by Vito, the man who casually made another grown man vanish into thin air. On the other hand, they stole everything of value from the Galkin man's home and found over 60 gold pieces worth of silver and gold in a floor safe underneath a bag of beans in the pantry. The amount of coin in that safe was staggering, as that much could change any of their lives, allowing them to live extravagantly for a week or very comfortably or modestly for several years without working. It did make Chris wonder just how long the Galkin had been stealing from his boss, or how many other thieves he worked with, because, as far as Chris was concerned, his team hadn't given the Galkin anywhere close to 60 gold pieces since they began working together. Ultimately, Zax took the dragon's share of the coin in order to clear his family's debt with the Bank of Time. The look on Zax's face when Chris placed the pouch of coin in their hands was a tearful relief. The half-orc was ultimately unable to remain stoic as he was finally going to be free from the looming debts that came around due to the untimely death of his parents, and according to Zax, his parents' souls could now properly rest, knowing that they no longer were troubling their son beyond the grave. Surprisingly enough, the Bank of Time didn't care to ask how or where Zax got his sudden windfall. All they cared about was getting the coin they were owed. With that business done, and Zax freed of his debt, the trio split the remaining coin evenly amongst each other before splitting up for the day. According to Vito, They'll all be heading for the capital first thing in the morning, and such a trip requires preparation. Thankfully, Vito said they could use the coin that was left after paying Zax's debt how they saw fit, as long as they gave him whatever was left over. Even as the others left to immediately begin their preparation, Chris couldn't bring himself to get started without going home first. After all, this decision won't only affect him, and if she doesn't want him to go, well, he'll have to figure something else out. He always has in one way or another. He made his way home soon enough, arriving at the apartment complex in the outer ring that has been his home for the last 5 years. Making his way past a few other residents, he made his way up to the second floor before procuring his key as he made his way inside. Opening and shutting the door behind him, he could hear somewhat frantic shuffling coming from the living room as his sister called out, "Welcome home, Chris," she says in a rather distracted fashion. With his curiosity piqued and worries momentarily set aside, he stepped further into the apartment, looking around the little living room as he spotted his sister, the 12-year-old girl frantically yet carefully stashing away what looked to be some planks of wood underneath a cushion on the couch. The coffee table, which usually doubles as her study area, was still covered in paperwork that looked to be some kind of homework or something. He wasn't too sure. "Ren, what are you doing?" he asked, not exactly sure what to make of the scene that was playing out in front of him. She meeped nervously, her fluffy burnt orange and black tails swishing nervously behind her, before she slowly turned to look up at him, flashing a little smile as she scratched her cheek. Her pale skin was covered in black smudges that were glittered around her hands and arms. "Nothing," she said, slowly dragging out the word as her vulpine ears waggled. "Uh-huh. So there's nothing to see under that particular couch cushion that you're hovering over, right?" he asked, flashing a small smile as he shrugged off his cloak and hung it by the door. "That's right," she said more confidently before slowly shifting around to sit on the couch, doing her best to further conceal whatever she was hiding. "Anyways, you're home early, like really early. Did something happen? Are you in trouble?" she asked, narrowing her gaze as she did her best to change the subject. Now it was his turn to stall a little bit, his tail curling close behind him as he went over to the kitchenette, grabbing a fruit before polishing it in his shirt. "Well, I'm not in trouble, I don't think," he admitted before taking a bite of the fruit. So something happened?" she asked, quick to grab onto the detail as she watched him intently from where she sat. He leaned back against the counter, stalling as he took his time savoring the bite that he was working on, before eventually responding. "I, got a new job," he said, not sure how else to say it when he took another bite. She tilted her head curiously at him, her right ear flicked in thought. Like a job, or is it a job? Of course, she knew that he was a criminal of some kind, but he didn't usually share, and she never really pried. Chris just shrugged, now scratching the back of his head with his free hand, as he stared at the fruit before glancing over at Ren, gazing into her eyes where he stood. "I don't actually know," he said, unsure of how to describe it, since Vito didn't exactly give them too much on details, and he was too scared to really ask. "So what's the problem? Or what's the catch?" she asked, leaning into the arm of the couch now as she watched him. "Is it because of me? Do we need more money or something? Did the healer say something to you?" She continued to ask, her mind running away with possible issues that came to mind as her brow started to furrow with worry. He set the fruit down on the counter, walking over to the room to gently pat her head to get her to stop her rambling. She went quiet at his touch, looking up at him as their eyes met. It wasn't hard for him to see the anxiety in her eyes. "It's not your fault. It's not because of you. Well, what I do tomorrow morning will affect both of us. And I want your opinion, since this is now a family matter." She nodded, seemingly calming down for the moment, before pulling away as she stood. "Give me a second," she said simply, before hurrying off and going into her room. It was the only other room, aside from the bathroom in his apartment, as he usually slept on the couch. He watched her go, though he glanced to the couch curiously, wondering what she was hiding from him. Ultimately, he left it alone. She was entitled to some secrets, after all. While he waited, he walked back into the kitchenette and collected his fruit, taking another bite from it. He could hear things being scooted around in a room, which he didn't think much of until he heard the sound of a lot of coins shifting around in a pouch. Ren came back soon enough, carrying a weighty pouch that jangled with every step.
Here, if we need money, I'm more than ready to contribute where I can, she said resolutely as she held up the pouch. Chris's eyes went wide, not sure what to make of this as he glanced between her and the pouch. Setting down his fruit again and taking up the pouch, he peered inside to see a lot of copper pieces and even a few silver here and there. Where did you get all of this? Are those silvers? She flashed an almost mischievous smile, her tail swaying behind her as she stood as tall as she could manage. There are 76 copper pieces and 3 silver pieces in there, she mentioned while looking a little smug. I've been working too, you know, for the last couple of months. I've been writing letters and documents for our neighbors, and they've been paying me for my help. Chris wasn't sure what to say, looking between her and the pouch again. Well, all this just from writing words and parchment. He couldn't help but be impressed. He had to put himself on the line every time he went out to bring home coin so that she could be comfortable. Yet she found a way to make money without a risk all on her own. She hummed a confirmation before making her way to the couch and putting out the planks that she had hidden. They appeared to be some kind of placards advertising a new deal at the food court. Mr. Ray even commissioned me to draw up some advertisements for him. He's going to pay me a silver for each of them. I've been working on them all day, and I am nearly done. The placards in question looked really well done, with very neat and big writing accompanied by illustrations of a few different types of food, along with a smiley face here and there. A silver for each, and she had 4 of them just about ready to go. In just one day, she was about to make double what he was able to bring home after a half a day of freelance fishing. Tears began welling up in his eyes as he turned away, bringing his hand to his face so that he couldn't help but feel pride at how much Wren had matured, while also despairing at how she felt that she had to step up to help their situation. Wren still hadn't noticed the state Chris was in, looking over one of her placards as her ears waggled with delight. Miss Ilse says that if I refine my penmanship more, she can probably introduce me to some merchants or a guild in a year or 2. Then maybe I can work as a scribe or some kind of receptionist. She enthused as she finally looked up to Chris with a smile. Isn't that great? Though her smile wilted a little as she noticed the expression on his face. Chris, is something wrong? Chris did his best to suppress his emotions. At the very least, he tried not to break down in front of her. He sighed softly after a moment longer, a shuddering breath escaping his lips as he wiped his eyes before anything could show. Nothing's wrong. I just can't help but think how amazing you are, he said as he offered a smile before draping his arms around her and pulling her into a deep hug. She was still so small, especially for her age. He still can't help but see her as a frail little girl who was sick every other week. She was better now, but nowhere near where she should be or anywhere like other kids. Wren was a little surprised by the hug, but managed to wrangle one arm free and return the hug with as much vigor as she could manage, her tail swaying with delight behind her. I know I'm pretty amazing, aren't I? She mused, preening a little under the praise. He pulled away from the hug soon enough, wiping his eyes again as he stepped away from the kitchenette while looking over the placards again. Like I said, I got this job, he mentioned while moving to the living room as he sat on the floor by the coffee table. Wren followed, sitting across from him as she set the other placards down on the table before taking up a small bottle of black ink and brush. An important decision that will affect the family, right? She asked, reiterating what he mentioned earlier as she went about adding the final details to the 4th placard she had been working on before he came home. Yeah, as far as I can tell, it's going to be a long-term job, and I likely won't be back for several weeks, if not months, he explained, running his hand through his hair before scratching the back of his head. Wren's eyes went a little wide with surprise, though she slowly nodded intently. No, that's very long time, she said softly as she watched him closely. How much are you going to get paid? Chris shrugged a bit. He wasn't sure of that either. I don't know, he admitted, rather sheepishly. Wren quirked a brow at that, her left ear waggling with uncertainty. So you don't know anything about the job, how long you're going to be gone, or how much you're going to get paid? What do you know? Chris huffed a bit, knowing how bad it sounded before looking over and meeting her eyes. If I work for him, he said he'll heal your body. Don't ask me how, but I believe he can actually do it. Oh, was all she had to say to that. Yeah, so I don't really care what I have to do. If I can give you a future without having to worry about your health, I'll do it. No questions asked, he said, resolving himself already, as he stared into the middle distance while looking at the table. Wren was silent for a time, not saying a word before standing, as she walked around and draped her arms around Chris, hugging him from behind while resting her chin atop his head. You do so much for me already. I couldn't possibly ask you to do more. Chris just sighed a bit, before offering a smile as he accepted her embrace. What else are big brothers for, anyways? What do you think? Like I said, this is a family decision, and this is affecting you the most. Well, where are you going? She asked, as her tail slowly swayed behind her. The capital, I think. I don't know if it's our only destination, but that's what I've been told, he mentioned with a small smile. That was the only other upside to this job. He'd lived his whole life in this frontier town, and had no real reason to leave before today. And now he was going to the capital. Well, really? She exclaimed, pulling away to sit beside him now. She then hummed thoughtfully, tilting her head side to side as her ears waggled some more. Well, if I'm going to get better anyway, think I can come along? We should stick together at the end of the day, and there's no safer place for me than by your side. Chris wasn't sure what to say to that. His own ears flicked thoughtfully. I don't actually know, he considered, before looking over at her, smiling a bit more. But I'll certainly ask. For now, how about we do some shopping? I'll make something extra special for dinner, he said, as he stood, holding his hand out to her. At that, Wren just smiled with delight, taking up his hand as she got to her feet. Sounds good to me. End of chapter. Chapter 133. Chris' point of view. Taking Wren out shopping proved to be more socially active than Chris had originally anticipated. It seemed just about every other neighbor they came across knew her and stopped to talk with her, thanking her for this and that, or just asking about her day. Chris, on the other hand, barely recognized a few of them and was meeting quite a few for the first time, despite having lived around them for years now. Quite frankly, he was a little perturbed to see how social his little sister was without him around, and how often she must sneak out of the apartment despite her poor health. But she looked happy, and that's what was important. When they eventually said all their goodbyes and made their way from their apartment complex, Chris's nose couldn't help but twitch at the smells in the air as the evening rush made its way through the streets of the outer rings, as a variety of food carts here and there cooked up fresh foods to entice those who were out and about. Wren hung on to Chris, her arm looped around his as they walked about through the crowd, her fluffy tail swaying cheerfully behind her. Chris could see that she seemed to be in a rather good mood for some reason, though as for why she was so happy, he couldn't tell. The first stop they made was Mr. Ray's food cart. Ray turned out to be an older halfling man with an almost always present cheerful smile. He had quite a few foodstuffs available, though his more popular items were the croquettes. Sure, it was just stuff covered in butter before being fried, but it was good and quick to make and would be prepared for a wide variety of palates. They had to wait for a good 10 minutes for Mr. Ray and his assistant to finish with the current line that had formed. But once things slowed down, the halfling stamped away from his cart with a cheerful smile as he looked up at Chris and then over at Wren. "It's good to see you again, Miss Wren. Is this your brother?" he asked politely, holding his hand out to greet Chris. Wren bobbed her head cheerfully before pulling away from Chris. "Yes, this is Chris. Chris, this is Mr. Ray," she said politely as she started going through her bag to procure the placards that she had been working on. Chris met Ray's hand soon enough, giving it a shake before pulling back. "It is good to meet you, Ray. If you don't mind, could you tell me about how you heard about Wren?" he asked, wondering how Ray happened to commission Wren for the placards. Ray chuckled a bit at the question as he pulled back. "She came recommended by my assistant," he mentioned while gesturing to a teenage human boy who was plucking croquettes from a pot of oil with some tongs. "He said that she was very neat handwriting and was good at drawing when I mentioned how I needed to replace my placards." Wren hummed in confirmation when she procured the placards, holding out the planks of wood for Ray to see while flashing a toothy smile. "Speaking of which, I'm already done," she enthused rather cheerfully. Ray looked rather surprised for a moment as he took up the placards before letting out a low whistle, looking clearly impressed by what he saw. My, that is nicely done indeed. So quickly, too.
I only just commissioned you this morning for these." Wren smiled a little sheepishly as she scratched the back of her head, her tail slowly swaying behind her.
Well, it's not like I had much else going on today, so it had my full attention.
Ray nodded in understanding, flashing a warm smile. "Well, I for one appreciate the timely completion and delivery of my order. Just give me a second," he said as he returned to his food cart to do something. Wren practically bounced in place, and Chris could tell that she was clearly excited by that little exchange, though he just remained silent as he enjoyed watching her take the lead and behave in a somewhat professional way while handling her business. Ray returned soon enough, carrying 2 croquettes wrapped in a wax paper in one hand, and a small cloth pouch with a mix of silver and copper pieces in his other as he held them out. "Here's your pay, along with a little bonus for how quickly you finished," he enthused charmingly.
"Thank you. It was a pleasure doing business with you,"
Brent said cheerfully enough, putting the coin away in her satchel first, before holding up her croquettes and holding one up for Chris. "The pleasure was all mine, Mr. Wren, and it was nice meeting you too, Chris," the older halfling mentioned as he looked between the 2 siblings before going back to his cart. The duo turned to start walking back along the street as Wren blew on the croquette a little, a smile on her face as she glanced up at Chris.
"Now I can really help out with the shopping today,"
she enthused, holding up the coin pouch in her palm before putting it in her bag when she went to take a bite of her croquette, only to realize it was still a little too hot as she pulled away instead of committing to the bite. Chris was going to say something, though when he heard the coin pouch drop in her bag, he heard a lot more coins than he was expecting and quirked a brow. "Wren, did you bring all your coin with you?" Wren was still blowing on her croquette when she glanced up at him again, her free hand now just holding his arm as they walked.
Yeah. You said that we were going shopping, right?"
Chris just sighed softly, poking his ears as he made an effort to be just a little more attentive to their surroundings. "Even if we are shopping, you shouldn't be walking around with what is essentially your entire savings. That many coins in your person. If you were walking any faster, you'd practically be ringing the dinner bell for people like me," he warned softly as he glanced around.
"Oh."
Wren's ears perked with worry as she glanced around more noticeably, her free hand now clutching her bag as she did her best to keep the coins from jostling around. "Just relax. The more stressed and worried you look, the more obvious it is that you have something to hide, which means that you have something valuable," he warned softly as he slowly looked from one end of the street to the other, getting his bearings before leading her down a path. "You may be well-read and book-smart, Wren, but you need to also learn about how the streets work so that you don't make yourself an easy mark." Wren did her best to calm down, sighing softly as she hooked her arm around his again, staying as close as possible while not getting in his way. Though, at his insistence to look relaxed, she turned her attention back to her croquette, taking a proper bite of what turned out to be a meat with soft veggies and gravy. Her ears waggled a little as she savored the food. Chris just smiled, taking a bite of his own croquet, before shifting his arm to drape his cloak around her, allowing her to hide herself more as they took another turn. Wren admittedly did relax a little more while under the cloak, though as they walked, she soon realized she didn't really recognize this part of town, piping up as she looked at Chris.
"Chris, where are we?"
"Well, since the banks in the other ring are closed by now, we're stopping by somewhere so that we can make your coin pouches a little less conspicuous," he explained, pulling up his hood once he finished his croquette as he rounded yet another corner before ducking down an alleyway. They soon came up to a somewhat dirty half-orc sitting in an alleyway, drinking away at some kind of brown liquid in a glass bottle. He glanced at Wren for a moment before regarding Chris and simply bobbing his head as he reached over to a certain brick and placed his hand against it. Wren gasped softly with surprise as the illusion of what was once a solid brick wall faded, revealing a door that Chris opened, leading them inside to what looked like some kind of well-lit waiting room. It looked vaguely like a reception area with multiple different hallways leading into the room. On the far wall, there were 3 windows, with each window having a desk behind it, along with a drawer beneath it to pass things back and forth from one side to the other.
"Where are we?"
Wren asked softly as she looked up at Chris. Chris said nothing at first, as he stepped into a line going up to the one window with someone working today, there being only one other person ahead of them right now. "We're at the branch. Think of it like a guild for people like me." Wren's eyes were wide again, but she remained calm, simply taking another bite of her croquette as she looked around.
Why are we here?
Chris tilted his head side to side before glancing down at her. Well, I was going to stop by after you went to sleep, but I need info and I have a report to make for my team. And, like I said, we're going to make what you have a little less conspicuous, he explained quietly. Soon the sound of metal sliding on metal filled their ears as the drawer opened towards their side. The hooded person ahead of them grabbed whatever was inside before wordlessly making their way out as they took a different path than the two of them used to come here. Chris then stepped up to the window, soon being greeted by a lizardkin woman with blue scales as she flashed a fang smile.
Chris, what brings you here today? Looking for some more work?
She asked almost pleasantly, though her eyes soon flicked down as she spotted Ren and smiled a little more.
Oh, a new recruit, keeping it in the family,
She mused almost teasingly before looking back up and gazing into his eyes. It was as if something shifted in the air for Chris, as he was suddenly more professional and carrying himself more confidently. No, and definitely not, he said more firmly as he regarded the receptionist. His ears flicked in thought underneath his hood before he spoke up once again. I've got coin that needs to be condensed. I also have info to report. I need info in return. The lizardkin hardly even reacted to his firm tone as she merely nodded with a small smile, pushing a button that unlocked a drawer in front of them.
What do you have to report?
She asked in an almost sultry, yet mischievous tone. Once the drawer opened, Chris looked down to Ren and then spoke in a more gentle tone.
Go ahead and put your pouches in the drawer.
Ren was a little bewildered at what was playing out before her, seeing a side of her brother that she hadn't seen before. She nodded at his instruction after a moment, placing the croquette in his hand before pulling away while remaining under his cloak as she began digging through her satchel. Soon enough, she pulled out 2 pouches, which now distinctly jingled against each other, with all the coin that was in them before placing them in the drawer.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I please get a big pouch back? It's mine, and I would like to keep it.
The lizard-kid woman chuckled softly, though she still smiled as she regarded Ren.
Ma'am, my, you're so polite,
she mused before putting the drawer to her side.
Of course, sweetie. I'll give it right back, don't worry,
she said as she took out the pouches, pouring the coin down a chute as they noisily slid away. She then neatly folded the pouches and set them to the side as she looked at Chris again, waiting for his report. Chris took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking up. The attendant at Corvid's Baubles and Blades was removed from play by a third party. He targeted someone he shouldn't have. The lizardkin woman bobbed her head intently, taking up a fountain pen as she began writing down notes.
Any info on the third party?
She asked, looking up from her writing. Chris bobbed his head intently. Exceedingly powerful mage, a one-armed male who looks like a human in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. He has green eyes and brown hair and is likely an eccentric. He goes by the name Vito. The lizardkin woman clicked her tongue thoughtfully as she wrote everything down.
What did you see to make you give this sort of assessment?
She asked, looking back up at him. Chris glanced over at Ren for a moment before speaking up. Plug your ears, he asked gently, and then while she hesitated for a moment, she soon did as he asked. He then looked back at the lizardkin woman once more. He jumped from a 3-story building and landed straight on his feet without rolling or doing anything noticeable to reduce the impact. Yet he showed no signs of damage. Before that, he conjured 2 distinct massive mounds of earth and stone out of thin air and used them to simultaneously block the alleyway by shaping them into walls. They went up the whole 3 stories in a matter of seconds. I then watched as he made the attendant choke and writhe in pain before making him just vanish into thin air without a trace. He didn't even directly touch the goat kid, just lifted him into the air by his shirt. When all of that happened, not to mention when the goat kid tried to retaliate, they broke their teeth on impact after biting his arm, and the man didn't even budge or react to any punches or kicks. Damn, the lizardkin woman said under her breath, writing everything down before looking at Chris again. Is Vito a threat to the guild? Chris actually looked thoughtful at that. In his words, he said he doesn't mind thieves. After all, a man's got to eat at the end of the day, he repeated with a little bit of a smile. The lizardkin woman admittedly looked rather relieved as she bobbed her head. Good. I suppose that explains how you walked away from that situation. What else? Chris nodded, still relieved that he got to walk away from the moment himself. He's hired my team and intends on taking us to the capital. The lizardkin woman looked pleasantly surprised by that as she flashed a bit of a smile. Ooh,
Hitting the big city, then. I suppose you couldn't exactly say no to him," she mentioned as Chris nodded at that. She then thoughtfully scratched her cheek with the claw before smiling a little more. "I guess we'll mark you as an out-of-town for the foreseeable future regarding local events. I'll alert the Capitals branch that you'll be relocating there for a time, and, I think we have something that needs to be delivered there anyway, so you won't have to show up empty-handed," she mentioned as she looked over some parchments and scrolls that were strewn about her desk. Wren piped up, looking between the lizard woman and Chris. "May I unplug my ears now?" The two of them looked at Wren, vaguely surprised by her cutting in, as Chris just smiled and nodded. Wren probably did as she finally took her croquette back from Chris and took another bite. The lizardkin woman reviewed her notes again before looking back at Chris. "Now then, you said you needed information. What specifically?" Chris nodded and thoughtfully as he considered his words. "I need to know if there is any info we have on Vito. A guy like that is bound to have left a path somewhere. I need to make sure that I don't cross any lines while working for him. Also, I want to know if there are any particular activities going on in the capital, any recent events that could make a guy like him come out of the woodwork." The lizardkin took down his requests on a separate sheet of paper before bobbing her head. "I'll see what I can find. Another member will meet up with you in a few hours to pass along the package we need delivered along with any info I turn up," she explained, flashing a little smile as she regarded Chris again. Before Chris could speak up, a hooded ratkin man stepped into the room with the lizardkin, carrying a wooden tray that was lined with some kind of black fabric. A simple brown pouch of coin sitting in the middle of it as he held it out for the lizardkin. The lizardkin flashed a fag smile, taking up the pouch along with Wren's original pouch before plopping them both in the drawer as she pushed the bottom that allowed it to be open. Wren took the prompt and opened the drawer again, collecting and putting away her pouch before looking into the other one with her coin. "Whoa," she said softly, admiring the 9 silver and 16 copper that were in there. "Thank you, ma'am, and thank you too," she said politely, addressing the lizardkin and then the ratkin, the two of them smiling as the ratkin made his way off. Chris smiled as well, though he stifled it as he regarded the lizardkin woman again. "Well, I'll be off now." The lizardkin woman bobbed her head intently. "It's been a pleasure working with you and your team. Good luck in the big city, kiddo," she mused as she turned her attention to other matters. Chris nodded intently, turning and leading Wren back the way they came, returning to the alleyway they arrived in and making their way back to more public streets. There was silence between the two siblings for a while, but eventually Wren piped up again as she looked up at Chris. "Being a criminal is more complicated than I thought," she considered rather thoughtfully. At that, Chris couldn't help but chuckle as he gently ruffled Wren's hair. "You have no idea." End of chapter. Chapter 134. Bitmori Point of View. The foundry work was both interesting and monotonous all at once. All I really needed to do was just stand there and run my mana through the console like I had been instructed from the outset. I am sure there would be more for me to do and likely focus on if I were the actual Crucible Master. Likely his role in all of this was more akin to an overseer or foreman, just watching over everyone and everything to make sure that it ran smoothly. But with the rest of the foundry being closed for the night, and the fact that these men and women were true professionals in their fields, made it so I didn't have to focus on much save for the temperature gauge. As for the workers themselves, they seemed to be divided between 2 different output stations as they produced separate products. On one side, they seemed to be preparing long poles or bars. They reminded me of some kind of support beams or materials to make frames. So likely, they're set to be used in some kind of construction or to reinforce some kind of structure somewhere. On the other side of the massive crucible, they appeared to be shaping ingots. The speed and efficiency in which they worked was astonishing when I considered the few experiences I had touring modern steel mills my family provided security for before everything collapsed. The memories were still fresh in my mind thanks to the dreamwalking I had done not too long ago. Besides watching the work play out before me, I ended up needing to be mindful of the Crucible Master's assistant, who dutifully stayed by my side throughout the night. As far as I could tell, he was stepping up to the plate, acting as a foreman in the Crucible Master's absence, as he called out instructions and observations to the best of his ability, while looking over some kind of clipboard that was filled with notes and instructions. Beyond that, he was frankly rather attentive when it came to me.
his eyes often staying on me as he seemed to search for signs of stress or exhaustion that I wasn't displaying. In the end, I had to at least pretend to have some sort of physical reaction to the intense heat that I was subjecting myself to ease the poor guy's growing worries. The results of which turned out to be rather interesting, as I began to conjure balls of water into my storage before releasing them under the surface of my wood. Somehow, the illusion managed to translate into a somewhat accurate depiction of sweating as the water slowly permeated through the living wood of my body. When it came to actually conjuring the water, it was an odd mental exercise in multitasking, since I had to still maintain the heat of the crucible while both conjuring the water and pulling it out of my storage. The mental gymnastics that took place required a great deal of my focus to achieve, and it felt a lot like trying to rub your belly while patting your head and jumping in place on one foot. Yet somehow, I managed to do it without compromising the heat of the crucible. I wonder how I could apply this in combat if it came down to it. Not necessarily just combining two elements via some branches of hybrid elements, but casting at least two independent spells simultaneously. It'll have to be something I properly experiment with later, since I really ought to focus on the crucible at this time. The hours go by, and the only thing really keeping me on my toes is the crucible master's assistant. Quite frankly, the young man was a worrywart, or at least he seemed especially worried when I wouldn't ask for things. It eventually got to the point where I would ask him to bring me water and potions just for the peace of mind rather than for my own sake, though I couldn't really fault him for his work ethic. He was a very kind and diligent young man, and when I had asked for something to drink while I was running the crucible, he went so far as to hold up the cup for me and tilt it so that I could drink without putting my hand away from the console. Before I knew it, what looked to be the morning crew for the foundry had started to show up and began going through the motions for getting their day going. As for how long I had been running my mana through this crucible, well, I'm not entirely sure. It does feel like it's been a long while, and I've definitely been eating away at my stored mana, at least more than I've ever put out in one setting. If I had to compare it to anything, it feels like I've spent more mana than when I built the recreation of my old street back in my mountain. At the very least, I was actively outputting more mana than I could possibly recover, but it's not like I've exhausted myself in any noticeable way. I couldn't help but wonder if that was because I didn't have the capability to be physically or mentally exhausted, or if it just wasn't that hard for me, what with my affinity for fire. Even with the increase in activity, I found myself zoning out as I continued to maintain the intense heat of the crucible. That was until a whistle of some kind broke me from my thoughts, as the men and women started to cheer. I wasn't too sure what was going on until I finally noticed that between the crucible and the multitude of containers that once had wolfram ores, everything had finally been processed. "You can stop now, Vito. Thank you for your work today," the assistant mentioned in a distinctly cheerful manner that was apparent even through all the layers of protection that were muffling his voice. "When you mentioned how you are like a dragon with fire, I thought that you were exaggerating. But after seeing your work, I can't help but believe your claims. Even the Crucible Master would at least be tired after processing wolfram for 6 hours, but you hardly even look fatigued after all that." "You guys usually only work 6 hours a day?" I asked as I used some water magic to pull in excess water from my body and stash it into my storage, before putting my shirt back on now that I was dried off. The assistant shook his head. "No, sir, we work 9-hour days. It's just that when we do get orders for wolfram, the Crucible Master is the only one who's able to maintain the needed heat and maintain it for long enough to process what needs to be done. As you surely know, the melting point for most ores is much lower, though wolfram and a few other ores are an exception and require exceptionally powerful flames to process it." "Of course, I knew that," I mentioned, putting my glove from my storage directly onto my one hand. "How long have I been working anyway?" I asked as I glanced over at the assistant while putting on my cloak. The assistant reaches into the layers of his PPE before pulling out a steel pocket watch and looking it over. Just over 13 hours. It is currently 7:42 in the morning, Vito." "Really? Didn't feel that long." I suppose I must have probably gotten into the zone more times than I realized. The assistant just chuckled a bit before gesturing for me to follow. "If you'll come with me, the Grandmaster Tilsum said that he'd be waiting for you if you were still here in the morning came." "Very well," is all I have to say to that, as I fell into step behind the assistant, following him as he led me away from the foundry floor and into what appeared to be a meeting room of some kind. There were multiple chairs around the oval table, and smaller tables along the walls that looked like they were used as drink stations or perhaps even snack stations. It wasn't more than a few minutes when Tilsum stepped in, a broad smile on his face as he looked clearly excited to see me. "Vito, good morning! It is such a good morning indeed!" he enthused heartily as he walked over and patted my back. "I should have known better than to underestimate you, but you continued to surprise me. It's no understatement to say that the skill is truly in your debt now," he explained as he continued to smile. "With what you've done today, we have now caught up with the current orders of Wolfram, and can now reasonably deny future requests until the Crucible Master is well enough to return to his position. Thank you again for all of this, Vito." I just chuckled a little and shook my head at all of his thanks. "No need to thank me. It was all to further my own endeavours in the end." Tilsum nodded intently, stroking his beard as he considered me. "Well, you could stand to be a little more greedy and selfish, Vito, but I've benefited more than enough from your efforts since we have met. Now it is time for me to return the favour," he explained as he gestured for me to take a seat at the table, pulling a chair for himself and settling in as he pulled out a scroll of parchment, along with a folder and a small little box from underneath his coat, and set it on the table. I could start seeing semblance of his plan forming in his thoughts, but I opted to let him explain himself as I took the chair next to him and looked over the documents. "What's all this, then?" Tilsum looked rather pleased as he flashed a toothy smile. "Identification papers. I called in a few favours of my own, and had a few things arranged," he mused as he tapped his fingers against the table. "For all intents and purposes, you are now a merchant affiliated with Merrill's General Goods and Sundries." I couldn't help but smirk a little, but what better cover for the hegemony than being just another merchant? "So I'm playing at being a merchant, then?" I asked as I looked over the documents in question. They weren't nearly as thorough in regards to my background and information as I would expect. But then again, I may be basing myself too much on a modern information network, where someone can be looked up in their entirety with the right string of numbers. Tilsum nodded intently as he leaned forward on the table. "Yes, merchants come and go all the time, and with what's in the little box right there, you'll be allowed to go into most places with little scrutiny, as long as you don't cause any overt trouble or bring any undue attention to yourself," he explained while gesturing to the little box, as he then slid it closer to me. I plucked the box from the table, holding it in my palm as I used my thumb to open it up. Inside were 2 badges, the ones the elite wore, in fact. "Those are my old rank 4 badges, and they will hold up just fine to inspection, as they are still the current model used in circulation for elites, as they haven't updated the style in the last 150 years. If it's just a matter of what badge I use, couldn't I just come up with a counterfeit badge of my own for me and my associates?" Even as I asked while looking over the badge, I suddenly sensed a small dash of magic coming from the badges themselves. Tilsum smiled as he noticed a change in my expression. "Yes, well, counterfeits and fakes are common enough. What can't be faked is the magic signature being used to create the badges in question. A single household of gnomes has been charged with the production of the badges for the last 600 years now. The current head of the family taking over in the last 150 years and updating the magic signature at that point," he explained, apparently more than happy to talk about old history, even if it's starting to feel like these things happened in his lifetime. "By the way, I've also arranged for 2 carriages with a couple weeks' worth of food and supplies for your journey, along with any hirelings you take with you. I just need to know what you plan on selling so that I can finish preparing a letter of introduction for you." Now that does take me by surprise. I suppose I shouldn't have been that surprised. After all, a merchant needs to sell something, and if I'm pretending to be a merchant, I'll have to be at least put in the token effort. "I do have to admit, Tilsum, but I have next to no experience acting as a merchant myself. I have more experience escorting and guarding merchants than anything." Tilsum nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair as he thoughtfully stroked his beard. "I figured as much. But at the very least, you should know how to act like one if you're going being around them. You certainly have the confidence and charisma to be one. As for actually handling merchant business, I'm prepared to assign you a couple of employees who are willing to use this experience to pad out their resumes," he mentioned as he offered a little smile. Just think of anything you're familiar with, and I'll do my best to procure some materials and goods to fill your carriage so that you can pass inspection." I couldn't help but smile as I leaned back in my seat, regarding Tilsum in a new light. "You managed to arrange this all in a single night?" Tilsum flashed another smile as he met my gaze. "Money, might, and merit, Vito. I have plenty of all three to call upon." I chuckled softly before rubbing the back of my neck as I considered what I could sell convincingly. Though a thought does come to mind. "Do you have silica sand?" I asked, though it seemed to draw blank from Tilsum as he cocked a brow. "Glass-making sand, as well as maybe marble or limestone, and maybe some nice woods." Tilsum looked rather intrigued by the list of goods I put before him, and he nodded intently. "I can make some arrangements. The sand will be easy enough, though your carriages may be too weighted down if you also want marble and wood." He started to warn before remembering just how much iron I seemingly pulled him from thin air. "Though I suppose that won't actually be a problem for you," he mused cheerfully enough. "What do you plan on selling?" I just held out my paw, pulling out a stone from my storage, as I first rounded it into a smooth sphere before focusing a little more as I make it the shape of a coiled snake with its tail in its mouth. "Sculptures, figurines, and maybe even some toys, if I feel like it." Tilsum just clapped his hands out loudly together before grinning with delight. "It sounds like we're in business. Let's get the ball rolling then." Chris' point of view. Chris found himself eating at a rather nice inn in the inner ring. It felt like a rather odd experience, if he was being honest. The ambience was just distinctly nicer than that of the taverns in the outer ring, despite the number of armed and armored individuals that were around. It felt like there was even less of a chance for a random fight to break out among the patrons. His right side felt heavier than usual, as he considered the wolf-steel mace that now hung from his hip by a strap. He usually didn't carry weapons on him beyond the odd knife or two for cutting purses or self-defense, but considering how far he was traveling, he had a feeling that he would need more than just a knife if he wanted to keep himself and Ren safe. In fact, his whole body felt a little off balance at all of his new equipment, as he considered the mix of leather and cloth armor that he outfitted himself with. And he wasn't the only one. Zax and Sarah were wearing similar sets of light armor. Though Zax had gotten his hands on a one-handed warhammer, whereas Sarah got a light wooden crossbow and quite a few knives, which she strapped to various points of her body. Looking to his left, Ren was sitting by his side, looking rather cheerful, as she hummed to herself, while digging into some pancakes that were drizzled with syrup. Her ears waggled with every bite underneath the dark blue hood of a new cloak. "Those look pretty good, kiddo, if the syrup on your chin is anything to go by," Sarah said while watching Ren, flashing a mischievous little smile as she poked at her eggs before plucking a piece of bacon from her plate. Ren smiled, though she looked a little embarrassed, as she hadn't realized how messy she let herself get. Grabbing a napkin to wipe her face. "Sorry, they really are very good. You should learn how to make these things. I'm sure yours would be better," she mentioned as she looked up to Chris with a playful look before cutting into her pancakes some more. Chris couldn't help but chuckle at her comment as he took up his mug of coffee. "Sure, I'll make sure to put that on the list," he mused before taking a sip. Zax was chowing down eagerly enough, taking a big spoonful of hash browns into his mouth and chewing fairly noisily as he absently began looking around the inn's dining area. He at least had the good tact to not talk with his mouth full, swallowing as he spoke. "So why'd we show up so early if the guy's just going to make us wait?" Chris just shrugged a little, scratching the back of his head through his hood as he surveyed the inn from where they sat. "I'm not sure. He said the first thing in the morning, but maybe something came up," he considered, glancing over at Ren, wordlessly, before regarding Zax and Sarah as he lowered his voice. "All I know is that he's not going to let us get off that easily after letting us have that much coin with everything that happened. That's for sure." Zax just grunted in agreement as he went back to his food. Sarah remained quiet as she grabbed a couple of bread rolls from the basket on the table and stashed them away before going back to eating what was on her plate. After a few more minutes, a conversation at the front counter caused Chris's ears to perk. Putting his hood back, he to eavesdrop better, he listened in as a woman asked the innkeeper's son for directions to a certain room and asked after Vito's associates. He smiled a little bit as he looked at Ren and his team. "Sounds like that's our cue," he murmured while grabbing his things. As the woman headed up the stairs, the innkeeper's son stepped away from the counter before looking among the inn's dining room and just calling out,
If Mr. Vito's associates could please make themselves known, he has a representative here to escort you over to him.
As Chris approached with his team, another trio approached, led by an armored human with a club and a sword at their hip, and followed by a human mage and dog-kin girl. They all appeared to be a little younger than his team, but they certainly looked strong.
"Oh, who are you all?"
the teen mage asked as he leaned on a rather ornate-looking staff. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Chris' point of view.
"Yeah, who are you all?"
the teen mage asked as he leaned on a rather ornate-looking staff. Chris took a moment to collect himself. These adventurers were younger than his team, but he didn't want to say anything to overtly antagonize them as he looked them over.
"They're freelance contractors that Vito hired. Who are you?"
he asked, turning the question back on them. The mage actually looked a little sheepish at that point as he scratched his cheek.
I see. Well, we're adventurers who have associated with Mr. Vito before. Considering the dangers of the road, we figured we could tag along with him to watch his back. And hopefully in turn he'll help watch over us. It's safer to travel in bigger groups after all," he explained, simply enough.
"What dangers?" Chris asked, wondering what they meant. His mind went back to the report he got from the guild last night. There was some activity in the capital to keep an eye out for. Not to mention the activity regarding the deserters from the northern territories that settled in the hegemony, but there was nothing overtly troublesome as far as he knew. The armored team spoke up next. "Active banditry currently along the main road to the capital and in the surrounding areas. They tend to not harass large groups and caravans in general beyond demanding a tax of foodstuffs, but it's better to play it safe, especially with the rumors that they've been taking people now and then."
"But bandits? Why hasn't the local guard or even adventurers taken care of them yet?"
Chris asked, his ears flicking in thought as he regarded them. If there was anything adventurers were good for, it was cleaning out the bandits and the monster nests. The armored team then shook his head at that. "They're a dangerous group, made up of deserters of some war in the north. Quite frankly, they're too strong for most adventurers to handle on their own," he mentioned before leaning back on the front counter they were all standing around. The innkeeper's son was also there, but seemed more content with actively eavesdropping on the conversation than walking off or asking them to move away. Chris's brows quirked at that, though if they came across any bandits, he was almost certain Vito would be able to make them disappear, or worse, easily enough.
"How strong are they? What do you know about them?"
The armored teen tilted his head to side. "They're rated as a gold-level threat. It's not that they're all especially strong, but there are just that many of them, all with military training and being led by a notable war mage. Currently, it seems they're just trying to stock up for the winter, so we're being advised to stay out of their way and let them take the food they're demanding from passing caravans." Chris just nodded as he sighed, scratching the back of his head. It makes sense. If they're strong enough to hold their own, then it's likely none of the wealthy merchants or local governors want to risk their own men to clean the bastards out.
"I see. Well, I suppose if it's the group you're looking to travel with, then you'll have to take it up with the boss,"
Chris mentioned, not saying anything positive or negative in regard to what the adventurers were looking for and playing into what he already said about working for Vito. The armored teen nodded in understanding. "Fair enough. My name is Rance, and this is Cecil and Lily," he mentioned as he gestured to the other two who were with him. Chris gave a small nod before gesturing to his team.
"I'm Chris. There's Zax, and that's Sarah. And this is my little sister Ren,"
he said as he patted Ren's hooded head while she gave a small wave in response. The trio of adventurers smiled a bit, Lily silently returning Ren's wave when suddenly their attraction was pulled to something coming up behind Chris's group. Turning to look, Chris is momentarily startled to see a massive wolf coming up to them. The wolf in question was accompanied by two cats which sat on its back, the three of them looking over at the group curiously. The white cat was seemingly happy to see Rance and his group, meowing out almost cheerfully to them. The trio of beasts was accompanied by a brown-furred rabbitkin woman with the lop ears and what looked to be an intentionally shabby bob hairstyle. She wasn't armed, but was rather well dressed in traveling clothes made with quality materials. She even wore spats, accompanied by soft leather wrapping on her feet, which wasn't necessary for most beastkin, but certainly showed that she was at least wealthy enough to splurge on unnecessary footwear and clothes meant to endure travel according to Chris's reckoning. The rabbitkin woman looked over the assembled group curiously, plucking a small piece of paper from a pouch on her hip as she looked over whatever was on it before looking the group over again. Well, now, there is more here than what I was told, which amongst you are Mr. Vito's associates. At that, Chris spoke up as he stepped forward. Now it be me and my team. Vito hired us yesterday and told us to wait here for him. The rabbitkin nodded intently, her pink nose twitching in thought, before she then looked at Rance and his group. And you are? Rance spoke up at that. We are the adventurers who have business in the capital. We've associated with Mr. Vito before, and we're hoping to join him as he journeyed off to the capital as well. The rabbitkin woman hummed in thought as she looked the trio over. I see. And how much do you intend on charging for your services? Rance smiled as she shook his head. We're not charging anything. We've even prepared our own food and supplies. All we want is to travel with his group. The rabbitkin woman looked almost pleasantly surprised by that claim, before quirking a brow curiously. What are your ranks? She asked, though Chris could see her eyes noting the elite badges the trio of adventurers wore. We're still going on to Sapphire if we do well with our evaluations in the capital, Rance explained, sounding justifiably proud about the fact, as he offered a smile. The rabbitkin woman nodded intently again. I am not permitted to make decisions on behalf of Master Vito as of right now. However, you are free to follow me to him so that you can make your request in person, she explained rather professionally. With that, she turned, making her way out of the inn as the wolf followed after the rabbitkin woman. On the way back, Chris watched as Rance took a moment to grab a small folding cart by its handles and proceeded to follow after the group as they made their way across town. Before long, they were deep in the merchants' quarter, going through the warehouse district as they passed by a number of wagons and merchants, making their way out of the fort town. Most of them were not capital-bound, of course. Their destinations likely were the other towns and villages in the immediate area. According to the report Chris got last night, the last caravan that was headed to the capital left 3 days ago, so it is unlikely that they'll be traveling with anyone else for the majority of the way. Oh, wow! Is that a Miners Guild guildmaster? Zax said, as they rounded the bend and approached a certain warehouse. Sure enough, Chris spotted Vito speaking with the dwarven guildmaster. A smile on his face as he talked about something or another. Vito certainly looked a lot less intimidating in the daylight and when not being confronted by him in a dark alley. However, that's not to say Vito doesn't cut an imposing figure in the light of day. As they approached, Ren tugged at Chris's sleeve before looking up at him. Is that the guy you said can heal me? Chris nodded intently. Yeah, that's him. Don't bother him with that right away. He looks busy and it won't do to interrupt his business, he warned quietly. If his guess was right and Vito really is an eccentric, then he didn't want to do anything that could risk Ren losing out on a potential cure for her condition. As they spoke, Chris spotted Cecil looking them over for a moment before turning away once Chris made eye contact with him. The cats suddenly broke away from the group, hopping off the wolf and hurrying over to Vito, racing each other up his back before perching on his shoulders, as the duo nuzzled his head rather affectionately, causing the man to chuckle and dote on the two of them. Good morning, you two. Did you miss me? He mused rather cheerfully before looking over the approaching group and smiling a little more. Welcome back, Riley. I see you found everyone, and a few extras, he mentioned as he regarded the adventurers with a look of amusement. The rabbitkin woman, Riley, bobbed her head intently as she looked up to Vito. Yes, sir. The adventurers say they know you and wish to volunteer their services in escorting you to the capital, she explained dutifully. The massive wolf moved to settle beside Vito, the man reaching out and resting a hand on its head as he ruffled their fur as well, before looking at the guildmaster with a smile. There we go. Now I've got those extra escorts that you were insisting I find. I think a trio of steels on their way to becoming sapphires are certainly dependable enough to watch my back. The guildmaster just smiled a bit while stroking his beard, regarding the trio of adventurers before also looking over Chris and his team. His eyes lingered on Ren for a moment before looking up at Vito and nodding his assent. I suppose it is now a suitably big enough group to watch over your carriages. Very well, I'll let the matter rest. Vito chuckled a bit at that. Well, I am glad I have your approval, he mused before regarding the group as a whole. Feel free to load your things in that carriage over there. We'll be heading out soon enough, he explained before gesturing to said carriage, which was currently being loaded with a variety of bags and crates. As Chris and his team followed the adventurers, he spotted another nicely dressed individual. A grey lizard man with a stone grey scales going over some kind of checklist. He looked up from his paperwork and smiled a bit as he regarded the group as a whole.
I take it you'll be Mr. Vito's escort. Glad to have you all along. We'll be in your care,
he expressed pleasantly enough.
Do any of you have any experience driving a carriage?
He asked as he looked among them. Rance and even Zax held up their hand, much to Chris's surprise, as the Lizardkin man smiled a little more.
That is great to hear. I thought I would be glued to the seat for the whole journey.
He mused with no small amount of relief.
Go ahead and unload your things here. The other carriage is more meant for Mr. Vito's merchandise.
Merchandise? Cecil piped up curiously, looking especially interested for whatever reason. What does Mr. Vito sell? The Lizardkin man flashed a toothy smile, as he seemed rather happy to talk about the subject.
He is an artist, true and true. With a simple pile of sand or a humble rock, he can bend the materials to his will, using magic to make something surprisingly intricate and detailed. I haven't seen anything like it before. It supposedly takes a lot out of him, but when he really commits to his work, he can make a 5-foot statue faster than I've ever seen done before.
Chris was rather skeptical when it came to the Lizardkin's claim in regards to Vito getting tired out after a single statue after seeing him create 3-story stone walls in a matter of seconds. Though he could guess his new boss was playing some kind of angle and opted just to keep the detail to himself.
So no magical items or artifacts?
Cecil asked, looking especially disappointed for a moment. Then he seemed to regard his staff and almost immediately perked up for some reason or another. The Lizardkin looked a little confused by that comment, but just went back to his work as he began reviewing the next checklist, while the adventurers and his team began loading their packs into the carriage. As Chris shrugged off his satchel, he turned to help Ren with her things, only to realize she wasn't by his side anymore. Feeling his heart skip a beat, he quickly looked around before watching as she marched right up to Vito, while he was talking to the dwarf and tugged at his cloak. Vito looked fairly surprised by the interruption, but smiled a bit as he looked down at her.
"Ah, you must be Chris's sister. Did you need something?"
Ren, for her part, crossed her arms as she looked up at Vito with a surprisingly defiant look on her face.
You're not going to scare my brother, are you? He said you promised to heal me if he worked for you, but if you're just some nobody artist, how exactly are you going to heal me?
The guildmaster looked vaguely amused by Ren's accusation before looking over to Vito curiously. Chris quickly closed the distance between himself and Ren, gently grabbing her by the shoulders and pulling her back behind himself. As he looked at Vito with clear fear in his eyes, he could hear his heart thumping in his ears before letting out a nervous chuckle.
Forgive my sister, boss, Mr. Vito. She hasn't seen what you're capable of. I promise you she's only acts out of ignorance.
Vito just smiled a bit before regarding the guildmaster.
"He was amongst the thieves that robbed me yesterday,"
he mentioned simply, the guildmaster just nodding as if that explained everything. Vito then looked between Chris and Ren before getting down to one knee to get closer to Ren's eye level.
"I can tell that you care for your brother a lot, and you're very brave for your age.
I can respect that," he mused with another smile before standing tall.
"As for whether or not I'm the real deal, well, you're just gonna have to wait and see. Just don't push yourself, and I'll look you over later today."
He then looked at Chris and chuckled a bit.
"As for you, relax a bit. I already told you I don't mind thieves."
With that, he returned away, walking off with the guildmaster as they talked about something else. Despite what he said, Chris couldn't help but feel as if he just dodged an arrow as he looked at Ren, not even sure what to say to her, whether or not to count himself lucky that nothing happened to her or to chastise her for antagonizing the man. Ren, for her part, still looked unsure as she kept her arms crossed.
"He's a weird man,"
she said simply, before finally uncrossing her arms and looking up to Chris. Chris just sighed as he ruffled her hair through her hood before pulling back.
"And you're an idiot. Come on, let's go load up your things,"
he said as he led her back to the carriages. End of chapter. Chapter 136. Chris' point of view. They were on the road, and quite frankly, Chris wasn't sure what to expect. Having lived his entire life in the city, and barely going out past the outskirts for anything more than dead drops, the sight of trees all around felt like an almost wholly unnatural experience for him, despite the fact that he was surrounded by said nature. Looking around, he could tell that Sarah was sitting in a similar boat as him, though Zax looked remarkably comfortable considering the circumstances. The adventurers looked fine for the most part as well, huddled together over some kind of enchanted chessboard that Cecil brought. Said enchantment apparently being that it kept the pieces from falling off the board unless they were intentionally grabbed. Ren was sitting amongst them, looking cheerful enough while interacting with people who were relatively closer to her age than his team was. Watching as Rance played against Liddy while Cecil seemingly meditated, the white cat, who he learned was called Fraley, was also among them, surprisingly watching the game as well, if he was following her eyes accurately. Chris wasn't too sure where Vita's black cat Basmori ended up, though he watched as Lugosi ran along with the carts, seemingly patrolling the area for them, as he occasionally ran into a tree line before returning along the carriages, casually striding around without much effort. Looking ahead, he watched as Riley handled the lead carriage dutifully enough, seeming rather alert for the last few hours despite not much actually happening. Glancing back to the carriage that followed behind them, it was driven by the grey-scaled lizardkin who went by the name of Lostrel, who seemed to be gazing at the mostly evergreen scenery while the two shiver steeds pulling the carriage handled themselves for the most part by simply following the lead carriage. As for his boss, well, Vito was sleeping in the rear carriage, something about how he hasn't actually slept in the last 3 days and needs to catch up on some Z's, as he put it. Regardless, there wasn't much to do as he let his eyes wander. That was until Sarah procured a set of cards from somewhere and held the deck out enticingly while flashing a smile. "Fancy a game of war?" Chris just grinned in response as he bobbed his head. "Sure, I'm up for it." Bit Maury point of view. It feels strange to be back in my chamber after having been gone for a few days. The feeling of being both just a core and an entire mountain around me feeling vaguely comforting after walking around as a person for an extended period of time. It was almost liberating in a sense, as I reveled in my heightened awareness as an intangible perspective that could wander the mountain freely. Moving around, I first come across Tricia working the day away in the smithy. All around her workspace, I spotted a few varieties of spearheads strewn about, looking rather well done and sharpened, though, from what I could vaguely sense in her mind, she wasn't satisfied with the styles that she'd thought up for me. Heftio was nearby as well, feeding the flames with his breath as she needed, while his eyes were watching as Tricia swung her hammer, the movements that went into the act as he studied their technique and physique. I got the impression that he was mentally developing by leaps and bounds during his time around both Tricia and the cooks of the Longhouse. Between learning from them and putting his manor heart through its paces in such a manor-rich environment, I could feel him growing day by day, despite not having hunted like Basmori. It may also have something to do with the influence of the dense manna Basti got from the Lichtrin. She had mentioned that she had given each cub a dose of it, and now it was up to them to process the manna in question. Regardless, I go ahead and mentally tap on Heftia to let him know that I was here, which earned a curious but happy morale as he seemed to look in the general direction of my perspective. Though as I asked him to let Tricia know that I was also here, when he felt it was best, he nodded intently and went back to watching Tricia while continuing to maintain the flames. Surprisingly enough, he made me wait a full 30 minutes before mentally reaching out and verbally meowing to inform Tricia of my presence. The teen blacksmith looked over and acknowledged him with vague surprise as she quenched the spearhead before setting it down on a workbench and pulling off her face wrappings and tinted goggles. "Boss, are you here?" she asked as she looked around. I went ahead and conjured a green ball of light for her to look at, while I mentally smiled to myself. "I still find it fascinating how focused you can be when it comes to smithing. It's rather impressive, you know." Tricia just chuckled softly as she scratched the back of her head before undoing the ponytail and pulling off the bandana that kept her hair down. "I appreciate the kind words, boss. What brings you back so soon? Did you forget something?" she mentioned before flashing a smile. "Well, you did forget your bow and arrows, but anything else?" "Oh, right. I was so quick to head out the other day that I had completely forgotten to ask about them before I left. Well, I might as well pick them up before I head back." "Well, thank you for the reminder regarding my equipment, but I actually came back to drop off some supplies. I did some work while I was in town and managed to do some shopping. Got some food and materials for clothes and stuff." Tricia looked pleasantly surprised by that as she nodded intently. "Well, that was fast. Though you don't need to stop by with every little delivery, boss. You can take your time and collect things until you have a big supply, and then drop it off all at once. I couldn't help but mentally chuckle, as I could sense she was thinking I was maybe had a bag of grain and a couple bolts of fabric or something. I appreciate the sentiment, but it is quite a bit. In any case, we can perform a short trade then. If you can just give me a bow and arrows, and I'll leave the supplies with you after you stop by the longhouse. Tricia smiled at that as she bobbed her head. Sure, why not? The bow and arrows are at the longhouse anyway, since Cinco was putting the finishing touches to it last night, she explained as she pulled off her gloves and her apron before waving Heftio along as she started to leave. With that, I hitch a ride with Heftio as we make our way down my mountain and beyond the bubble of my territory. The forest seems to bustle with more activity than before, as borats scurry here and there for whatever reason Frisbee has for them to do. Coming into the clearing, it was relatively quiet, with most people having gone out to forage or hunt some more as they continued to prepare for the day. I could smell the scent of food on the air, thanks to Heftio's nose, as lunch was already being prepared for the group. Pressing further, as Heftio scampered into the longhouse, we spotted Cinco sitting at one of the tables, still busily working away as he prepared quite a lot of arrows, carefully fitting the fletching where it needed to be along the shaft. Though as Heftio hopped onto the table to greet him, Cinco flashed a smile, looking up to see him and Tricia as she approached. Back so soon? What's up? He asked pleasantly as one of these ears flicked. Tricia just smiled as she gently scratched the top of Heftio's head. B-Robbo just stopped by to drop off a few supplies he's put together and wanted to pick up his bow and arrows. Already? He asked curiously, taking a moment to look around for me, but not seeing me. Heftio pipes up soon enough, mirroring cheerfully with delight, as Cinco nods intently. Ah, he's with you then. Give me a moment, he said as he moved to stand before walking off. What was that about? How did Cinco understand Heftio without a bond to him? I asked while reaching out to Tricia. Tricia just smiled a bit, still doting on Heftio. It is because Cinco is a ranger. I'm not sure about the specifics, but he's able to speak to animals without any noticeable magic. Something about an intrinsic connection to wildlife or something. Like I said, I'm not sure, she said while doing her best to explain what little she knew. Interesting. Something like magic without magic. Cinco returned soon enough, coming back with a neat bundle of 30 black-tipped, barbed arrows, along with what looked like a meticulously hand-carved recurve bow. That was one solid piece and sanded down until smooth. He smiled as he gestured at his handiwork. I recommend you get your hands on some lacquer and beeswax to protect the bow when you get a chance. However, I do want to make sure that you know just how much Seka has been helping out when it comes to preparing the staves for the bows, among other things, he mentioned with a smile before continuing to speak before I could respond. That clever little cub has been very helpful with dyeing the wood using the water magic of hers, saving us months of waiting time without making the bows too brittle or dry, he enthused as he patted the bow gently. The craftsmanship was certainly impressive, though I was more pleased to hear my cubs being praised like that, as I couldn't help but smile to myself before speaking out to them in their minds. Well, thank you for your kind words. I'm glad to hear it. As for the bows and arrows, they look great. I'm sure they'll serve me well, I say as I reach out and put them into my inventory. Cinco smiled a little more as he bobbed his head. You're too kind of it, Maury. If you have any troubles with it, do let me know, he mentioned as he went to sit back down and work on preparing more arrows. At this point, I nudged Heftio to head towards the middle of the longhouse as he cheerfully popped down and made his way closer to the kitchen area, before sitting and waiting for me to do my thing. It takes a little more focus than usual as work to carefully set out all the materials and foodstuffs. By the time I was setting out the barrels of pickled fish, Tricia's eyes were as wide as they could be as she took in the spread of food and furs along with all kinds of other materials. By the gods, when the hell did you get all of this? Tricia asked with a delighted smile on her face that looked like she wasn't quite believing her eyes. It wasn't long until Cinco came over as well, letting out an impressed whistle that caught Luna, Remy, and Mina's ears. Whoa! Where did you get all this from? Luna asked, her eyes wide with surprise as she picked up a hefty wheel of yellow cheese and looked it over, her tail wagging behind her despite the look of confusion on her face. Tricia couldn't help but smile, picking up the delighted Heftio while he sniffled at the barrel of pickled fish curiously and just cradled him in her arms. But Maury just stopped by to drop off some foodstuffs and other things, but I didn't think it was going to be this much, she explained as she looked over some of the furs and blankets. Mina picked up a pillow and hugged with a smile on her face.
It's so fluffy,
she said softly as she looked over to Remy and sighed happily.
I could die.
She mused a little as her ears flicked with delight. Luna set the cheese wheel down before taking a step back as she looked at the array of goods. There's so much stuff here. How much gold did he spend to get it all? About 24 pieces of gold and change, I mentioned, amusement clear in my voice as I watched from over Heftio's shoulder, expending a little effort to get a better look around the room instead of directly through his eyes. It was more than a little funny seeing everyone save for Trisha and Cinco jumping at hearing my voice as they looked around curiously for me. Oh gods, Vitmari, I didn't know that you were here also. Wait, 24 gold, truly? Luna exclaimed, looking surprised, once at my interruption, and then again as she heard just how much I'd spent. Where did you get so much coin? Remy asked while looking through bags of beans and rice. I just did a few things. Sold some gems and cured a guildmaster's family friend of fell growth. Made some friends while I was at it too, I mused before looking around at them. Anyways, I gotta go now. I'm playing at being an art merchant and currently riding a carriage to the hegemony's capital. With that, I pulled away from Heftio's perspective and ended up back in my core room, even though I heard the others try to ask a few more questions before I left. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself at their expressions and thoughts, though even I could recognize that those series of events were just a little preposterous for the average person. Regardless, it was time to go back on the road. Looking around my core, I soon spotted the thin, intangible thread that connected me to my vessel and reached out for it. In a blink, I find my vision obscured by a cloak as I slowly sit up, doing my best to act like I'm stretching and waking up, even going so far as to yawn as my cloak falls into my lap. I could sense Lostral's surprise at a moment as he turned to look back at me with a faint smile on his face. Good morning, Vito. Up so soon? I thought you said that you were tired, he asked in a rather pleasant, if not confused manner. I make a show of rubbing my eye with my one hand before yawning again, pulling my cloak back on, and fiddling with the button before climbing up on with the Lizard King man. Yeah, but all I need was a power nap, and now I'm good for another 3 days, I mused kindly, while patting his shoulder while settling in beside him. Lostral just looked a little bit more confused, but just smiled a bit as he looked back at the road. You mages are odd ones, but I can't say that I'm not a little jealous for your endurance, he said in a good-natured way. I just chuckled a little bit before leaning back against the somewhat cushioned seat of the carriage and started to take in the scenery. Don't worry, it's not all mages. It's just me in particular. That's more than a little odd. End of chapter. Vitmari point of view. The road to the capital was relatively uneventful for the most part, just hours upon hours of riding down a wide open road. Maybe I should have looked into getting some books. Maybe I'll start my collection again now that I have somewhere to call home and properly go back to again. Regardless, I ended up getting bored enough that I went riding with Lugosi and decided to scout around with him as the carriage kept rolling along the road. There still wasn't all too much to see, but the act of actually riding around did at least keep me mentally occupied enough that it was enough for me to pass the time for the most part. I'm just dreading the fact that this trip will likely take another 5 or 6 days, depending on whatever happens between here and there. Supposedly, there are a couple of villages along the main road that see plenty of traffic to their local inns, based on what I learned from Tilsum. They serve as hubs for smaller villages that are set up further away from the main road. While the villages in question may be old and well settled, they aren't nearly as populated as a few fort towns that dot the frontier of the hegemony or the coastal towns and villages that have been established away from the country's port capital. Considering the hub villages along the road from Sunspot Keep, the first one is still going to be another day away, having been a total of 2 days of travel from the keep itself. The next hub village is 4 days away, another 2 days until we reach the capital at that point. All in all, it sounds like it won't be too bad for those in my caravan, as they won't have to rough it the entire trip and can sleep in relative comfort. I'll likely be footing the bill now that I think about it, at least for the employees that Tilsum assigned to me and for Chris and his team. As the sun started to go low on the horizon, Riley began to wave me down once I'd returned from riding through the woods again.
So, I just wanted to inform you that we should be coming up to some camping grounds in the area. I know from experience that it's a relatively spacious ground close to the freshwater lake, so that we can top off our water and perhaps even fish to supplement the foodstuffs that we packed for the trip. She explained dutifully, looking at me while I rode up alongside the carriage. I nodded intently at that, before looking back over to her.
I see. And is this place where caravans usually stop along this route?
She looked thoughtful at that, before simply bobbing her head. Yes, sir. As far as I know, it is a regular camping spot for travellers along this route.
I think it is best to avoid their place this time, considering the consistent bandit activity in the area. We should do our best to be less predictable. Staying at that campsite may just invite a target on our backs, I suggested, looking ahead at the road and then glancing over at the sun to gauge how much sunlight we had left. Riley looked stoic and composed, but I could sense her hesitance as she took another glance at the horizon before looking at me again. What would you like to do then, sir? I flashed a small smile as I met her gaze. Let's ride for another hour at least, put some distance between us and that particular campsite.
She nodded some more before speaking up again. Very well, sir. However, I would be remiss if I did not mention that we will likely be setting up camp in the dark. She glanced back at the adventurers and Chris's team for a moment before regarding me again. Well, it is not that big of a problem for most of us. It'll likely mean that we won't be able to get meal prep started until even later in the night. At that, I smiled some more before shaking my head.
Don't worry about setting up camp. Since I'm the one inconveniencing the group, I'll take responsibility and set everything up myself. No worries.
I could tell, even though I said no worries, she still felt that there was plenty to worry about, as she simply settled in for the slightly longer trip than anticipated. In the meantime, I decided to let everyone else know what was going on, moving between two carriages since I was mobile enough to do so, thanks to Lugosi. It wasn't much longer until the skies were painted with purples and oranges along the horizon with the setting sun. I'd gone ahead with Lugosi to scout around some more, eventually finding a manageable path between the trees to a relatively open-looking clearing with tall grass and bush. Once I had led others there, the adventurers immediately set to work in regards to setting up camp. Rance and Lily went around to make sure that the immediate area was clear. All the while, Cecil took a moment to stand in the middle of the clearing, the gem of his staff glowing as he murmured a few words of power and conjured a thin blade of water that began chopping the grass down to a more manageable length. Chris and his team looked like deer in the headlights, not exactly sure what to do as they stood around near the carriages, while clutching their packs and watching as the younger adventurers did their thing. Meanwhile, Riley and Lostrel set to work where they could, unloading a chest that appeared to have cutlery and cookware, while also setting out a smaller box with several crystal-powered lanterns and a number of metal poles in which they could hang them. Before everyone could get too far along with their self-assigned goals, I decided to speak up as I made my way to the center of the clearing with Cecil.
Cecil, if you'll give me a moment, I'm just going to set up our campsite real quick, and then you can get back to what you were doing soon enough.
Cecil looked pleasantly surprised, if not a little confused by what I said, before bobbing his head with a small smile on his face.
By all means, Vito, go ahead,
he said as he stepped aside. I smiled in response, pointedly looking over to Riley while holding out my hands. Stone soon began to pour out of the air like water as I began to shape it while walking around. I made sure to take my time with it, pacing myself for no other reason than to keep up my act as I formed several stone huts along with stone walls that were around 7 feet tall, with a single opening for entry and exit. To finish things up, I made a couple of stone picnic tables along with benches before finishing up with a stone fireplace, at which point I dropped in some wood scraps and ignited it with a small ball of fire.
There we go, the camp has been set,
I mused with a bit of a smile before making a show of yawning a bit as I settled down on one of the stone benches. I couldn't help but revel in the stupefied expressions on Riley and Lostrel's faces. But they got to moving soon enough, setting up crystal lanterns around the camp to properly illuminate the area. Cecil looked clearly delighted by the display as he went back to trimming the grass down to a more manageable level, though soon enough I could hear sounds of surprise from Rance and Lily as they came across the walls after returning from the patrol. Once the others had mostly settled into camp, Chris, Lostrel, and Rance had gone about preparing dinner. Lugosi posted himself by the entrance,
keeping watch while Lily walked off with Cecil to set up some kind of magical alarm wards. It sounded interesting for sure, though I'm not too sure about the specifics when it comes to actually making the wards. The wards are essentially supposed to notify Cecil if any living thing crosses the threshold he set up. At the other bench, I watched as Sarah and Zax set up some kind of card game that they were teaching Ren, though it seemed that the cubs were interested in the game as well, as both Basmori and Frady sat on the table itself and watched while the cards were dealt. Left to my own devices for time being, I figured that I should get some practice with actually making some things for me to actually sell once I get to the capital. It's one thing to say that I'm an art merchant, but if I don't have any products once it's time for inspection, my story will likely fall flat. I don't pull anything out from my storage for the time being, just closing my eyes to make it look like I was meditating before looking into my storage space itself. I'm not exactly sure what to make it first, but in the end I decided to stick with what I know. Taking some stone from the veritable quarry in my storage space, I started shaping them to look like some of my beasts, making quite a few wolves, squirrels, and a variety of birds. I must have lost track of time at some point, as I suddenly felt a tapping on my shoulder, only to see Rand flashing a small smile as he held out a wooden bowl of stew for me.
"Here you go, Mr. Vito. I hope you enjoy it,"
he said pleasantly enough, as he set the bowl down before walking off to continue serving the others. The stew itself certainly smelled good. It looked to be some kind of meat stew with vegetables and rice. It's a shame that I can't actually eat it, though it would be rude of me to just give it to someone else or pour it back into the bowl. Looking around, I see that Lostrel is serving the cubs and Lugosi their own bowls, while Rance and Riley served everyone else. For the time being, I went about pretending to eat, bringing spoonfuls of stew into my mouth, before stashing the food away in my storage and making a show of chewing and swallowing when necessary. As everyone else began settling in, Cecil made his way over and sat across from me with a small smile on his face, leaning his staff up against the table before looking over at me.
"I just have to say that was some impressive spellcraft earlier, Vito. I don't think I sensed that you were forming all that stone out of magic. Did you just have all that in your storage space?" he asked curiously. I couldn't help but smile a bit, making a show of swallowing the nothing that was in my mouth while nodding intently.
"You have a good eye, Cecil. Yes, I'm carrying around a considerable amount of stone with me. I just find it easier to have my own supply instead of trying to pull from my surroundings or make it from pure mana."
Cecil bobbed his head intently, clearly pleased by the compliment while also doing his best to comprehend the apparent complexities of my magical abilities.
"If you don't mind me asking, what are your affinities, Vito?"
he asked, feeling rather sheepish about the question. I could feel that he considered it to be a personal question, but his curiosity was rather palpable by this point. I had to think about that for a few minutes. As far as I've displayed spatial, earth, and fire magic, but what else should I tell him? What would make sense?
"Well, speaking strictly of elemental branches of magic, you could say my weakest affinity is with wind magic, and my strongest affinity is fire. My mentor often told me that I was akin to a dragon in regards to my ties with fire,"
I explained with a bit of a smile, conjuring a small flame in the palm before making it slowly swirl around my hand. Cecil nodded intently, watching the ball of fire swirl around my hand for moments, before looking at me once more.
"If it's not too presumptuous, Vito, can you tell me just how strong you are, how old you are as well?"
he asked, his mind swirling with theories and possibilities, as he couldn't help but steal glances at the cubs for a moment, before looking around at the stone camp around us.
"You're awfully curious, aren't you? Why do you ask?"
I couldn't help but wonder what he was trying to get at, if this was just idle curiosities or if he had some other intentions. Cecil looked fairly sheepish as he scratched his cheek thoughtfully.
"Well, it is not like I've met many powerful mages such as you outside of the elders at the academy. It's often through both age and experience that most mages get to the level of strength that you seem to be at. I mean, not even considering that I haven't heard you chanting any spells or using any magic circles. The mere fact that you were able to make something like this, it's,
He lowered his voice a little as he leaned forward, his left hand now holding the staff in question as he regarded it.
"Well,
I haven't heard of many Academy elders being credited for making a divinely blessed artifact, let alone with seemingly random materials they had on hand. I couldn't help but smile some more, dispelling the ball of fire as I leaned forward on my only arm. Well, I'm not really sure how old I am. I lost track after a few decades where I grew up, though I'm somewhere between my late 40s to 60s, if I had to give my best guess, I explained before sitting up again. As for how strong I am, well, I have 3 rings, so that should be enough for you to know, I mused, doing my best to seem casual despite the smile on my face. To say that Cecil looked shocked was an understatement, his eyes wide as I could feel him doubting his very ears. He wasn't even sure what he wanted to say or what to address first, and needed more than a moment before he finally spoke up. Wait, what? Truly? He had set his staff down, placing both hands on the table as he leaned in even closer, lowering his voice to an even quieter whisper, as if to keep this just between us. But you look so young. How old were you when you fully condensed your second mana ring? Now that was an interesting little tidbit. What do you mean by that? I asked with a kind smile. Cecil looked even more confused, but then he looked thoughtful, as he considered that I may have an irregular training. At the very least, I was probably not academy trained. Well, Vito, when you fully condense your second mana ring, as in, you develop it to its limit and can start working towards etching a third ring, your body's aging process slows down. Of course, with good medicines and special kinds of treatments, older mages can help themselves look younger, since usually most mages will reach the limit of their second mana ring until their late 50s to 60s. He then looked me over, disbelief still plain in his face. Well, by the gods, you look like you achieved that in your 30s. To say that this isn't amazing is an understatement. He then tilted his hand to the side as he stroked his chin. Aside from that, you've already achieved what is considered to be the pinnacle of power for the short-lived races at such a young age. I just chuckled a bit, sitting up a little more as I turned my attention to my stew, taking another spoonful. So you're saying that being in my 60s is young, I mused almost playfully, before pretending to eat the spoonful, stashing it away as I chewed at nothing. Though at that, Cecil bobbed his head rather seriously. I know of academy professors who are in their late 90s, looking like they're in their 50s or 60s. Though, at the stage you're in, Vita, well, you could have a long life still ahead of you. For a human, that is, he explained, and I could feel he was trying to do his best to make sure I understood that fact. However, it then looked like he had a bit of a realization for himself, and an expression of awe, perhaps even jealousy, on his face. You likely even outlived me, by the gods. You're not just an eccentric, you're a young eccentric. I smiled a bit, especially since the young mage really had no idea just how right he likely was. But there was no point in beating himself up due to a difference in circumstances. I set down my spoon before reaching across the table and gently patting Cecil's shoulder. No need to look so down. You're still young, and you have great potential, especially now that you have better equipment, I mentioned as I pointed to the staff. Besides, I'm sure it won't be long until you're completing your second ring, and then some. Cecil did perk up at that, smiling some more as he bobbed his head and returned to his own stew. After a brief moment of silence settled between us, Chris had made his approach, coming over with Ren holding his hand. I could tell that he was still rather anxious about being around me, though when it came to his sister, I could tell that not even the threat of pain or even death would stop him from doing whatever needed to be done for her sake. So, with a brave face, he gently tapped my shoulder as I turned to regard him with a small smile. Yes, what is it, Chris? He stiffened slightly, his tail curling close behind himself as he met my gaze. I can see the anxiety plain in his face, yet he stiffened his nerves. This morning, you said that you would see what you could do for Ren tonight. Well, it's tonight now, he said more firmly before his side was elbowed by Ren as he piped up again. So, if you could please look her over now. I bobbed my head intently as I looked at Ren, a small smile still on my face. I could tell that Chris had long since explained the circumstances of our agreement, though he likely didn't tell her everything he knew. At the very least, she seemed to have a healthy wariness of me now that she knows that her brother sees me as a real deal instead of some nobody art merchant. Sure, let's head into one of the stone huts so that we can talk. At that, Chris nodded intently,
waiting for me to stand while I excused myself with Cecil. Leading the siblings, I walked into one of the huts before sitting on the ground, watching as the duo took a moment to figure out how to situate themselves, until they opted to also sit on the ground. "All right, Ren, if you could please sit in front of me and give me your back, I'll use my magic to see what I can do." Ren hesitated for a moment, but then scooted over as she gave me her back. I could feel her unease practically radiating off of her, and I could tell that she was more worried for Chris than herself, just wondering what I'll say to make her brother owe me for her sake. For now, I focused on the moment, reaching out and placing my hand on her back, as I slowly started to run my mana through her body like I had done with the Crucible Master, practically scanning her body, doing my best to see what exactly was wrong with her, and, well, it's a number of symptoms. "Was she often sick as a child?" I asked as I glanced over to Chris. Chris looked a little surprised by the question, but soon nodded his head as he considered the question.
"Yeah, she was often sick as an infant, and while growing up, though she's gotten better in the last few years. I made sure of it,"
he explained with a bit of a smile at the end, feeling rather proud of her development. "How about your mother? Was she sickly when she gave birth?" I asked, though I regretted it the moment the words came out, given their situation. It's not hard to guess what happened that made him have to step up so early in life. I could see Chris stiffen a little, and even Ren grew more somber as his ears sagged at the question.
"Yes, she became especially ill in the weeks leading up to Ren's birth. She's survived giving birth to Ren, but she died within a month."
With the absence of a father figure in their life, I could only guess that in the following years the bastard just up and removed himself from the situation. But I'm not going to ask that question, since that wasn't relevant here and now. Simply bobbing my head at his words, I pulled my hand away from Ren's back and scooted away. "Well, Chris, your hard work over the years has kept Ren from death's door. The long answer is that if you keep making sure she eats well and continue getting those supplements you're likely been buying for her, she'll eventually be able to live a stable life." Chris initially perked up at the start, though looked a little confused as his ears flicked while he glanced between me and her before piping up.
"Oh, okay, but you said that you could cure her, right?"
I tilted my head side to side as I had to consider what I could do, and I did have an answer. "Well, the problem fundamentally stems from her development while growing up. Between your mother being unwell for what sounds like a majority of her pregnancy with her, and the fact that Ren didn't get to properly grow up on her mother's milk, her body is just weak outright. Like I said, good nutrition and a steady dose of the proper supplements will help in the long term for sure, but she'll always be behind the others of her age." I then looked at Ren again for a moment before looking at Chris again. "But that's just the slow and mundane method. If you want to really help her, she'll need to ignite a mana heart. Based on the general benefits of having a mana heart, she should see considerable improvement in her overall health and constitution, and be able to live at a level of other kids her age, and maybe become even stronger with proper meditation, exercise, and a continued healthy diet." Chris's eyes widened at that as he regarded Ren, and already I could sense him considering just how much coin he'd need to start gathering the things he's only heard of that help mages and adventurers become stronger by leaps and bounds.
"Okay, thank you for this. I'll see what I can do once we reach the capital,"
he said with a sincere appreciation as he resolved himself already. Ren seemed to recognize the look in her brother's eyes and only grew more worried as she looked at me again.
"Isn't there anything else that you can do right now? Someone as powerful as you could at least do something to help."
Chris just shook his head at that.
"Ren, you shouldn't bother Boss Vito with that. He's already done more than all the other healers that have seen you over the years. Not even 2 minutes, and he knew that our mother was sick just by looking at you."
At that, her ears drooped with concern as Chris looked at me and lowered his head again.
"You've already held up your end of the deal as far as I'm concerned. I'll take it from here, boss."
Ren looked at me pleadingly still, and I couldn't help but pipe up as I met Chris's gaze. "Well, there is actually something I can do in particular, thanks to being trained by elves in the ways of magic." That was a lie, of course. It was because of my dungeon magic, but I have a feeling that elves are mysterious enough for that to be believable. Chris and Ren shared a look, and I could tell that they were curious as to what I had to say, though Ren just listened intently as she relied on her brother to lead the conversation again.
"And, what would that be?"
Looking at Chris again, I held up my hand and conjured a ball of green light. It's just a light, but it's also to help sell the moment.
Form a bond with me. I'll share a portion of my mana and help you form a mana heart. I was actually going to offer this to you and your team from the outset, to help you help me with the job I actually hired you for.
Chris looked momentarily taken aback by the idea, though I could sense Ren's palpable curiosity as she gazed into the ball of light before looking up into my eyes.
Are you some kind of fiend or fae?
At that I couldn't help but chuckle softly before shaking my head.
I'm neither, though at the very least I used to be human, I offered with a kind smile.
What will this bond entail? Will it make me into some kind of slave or servant?
He asked, though despite his question, I could already sense that he was seriously considering the offer already.
No, of course not. This is essentially a familial thing as far as I've seen so far. You agree to enter into my service, and I give you my power to protect yourself and others, keep you from death, or even bring you back to life. It's basically what I did with Lugosi, Basmori, and Frady. Now that I had to think about it, the only thing I really get back from this whole deal is mana if they kill or get killed. I wonder if there's more to this whole pond than what I know. Well, if there is, then I probably don't need it, since I'm more than happy to take a loss if I can make others around me stronger. Chris nodded intently before taking my hand, the green light shining through between our palms before meeting my gaze.
All right, I'll do it.
I flashed a bit of a smile at his determination before gripping his hand with a firm shake.
Sure, let's get started.
End of chapter. Chapter 138. Bitmori Point of View. I was able to form a bond with the siblings, and they both seemed to take to having a mana heart surprisingly well. I was just happy to have had some practice making sure that the process was painless for them, thanks to the examples provided to me by Rita and Revaya. I didn't grant them any sort of names or titles, doing my best to replicate the same method I'd done with Grim to simply form a bond without any odd details or weird things for them to question. They were, of course, exhausted by the experience, as was expected. So I made sure to at least help them set out their bedrolls before making my way back out of the stone hut and leaving them to rest. Back out in the open, now I looked amongst the camp before making my way over to Lugosi and gently patting the top of his head. He leaned into the touch for a moment before looking up at me with a wolfish smile.
"So Chris and Ren have joined us in your service?"
he asked knowingly, and I could tell that he'd sensed the change from where he sat. I just bobbed my head once before putting my hand away.
"Yes, though they haven't been told everything yet. Just be mindful of them. Keep yourself non-verbal for now, but feel free to show off your awareness if you want."
I mused a bit before looking down at him with a smile as well. He nodded in response, his tail slowly swaying some more as he looked out beyond the stone entryway that he'd been sitting in.
"I'll do my best, Bitmori,"
he thought to me before glancing at his side, his sword noticeably missing since I felt it might attract too much attention in town. He then glanced at me, not really thinking to me, but his mind was on his sword. I couldn't help but chuckle softly as I petted his side.
"Fine, you can carry it again, at least while we're on the road. These folks shouldn't question us all too much about most things anyways."
With that, I pulled out the sword and custom sheath from my storage, before taking a knee and working to snugly strap it to his side, before putting away.
"There you go. How does it feel?"
Lugosi's tail was actively swaying now as he smiled some more before bobbing his head a few times.
"It feels great to have it again,"
he thought rather cheerfully. I gently pat his head before double-checking his straps one more time and standing up.
"Glad to hear it, buddy. Don't stay up all night. Between the two of us, I'm the only one who doesn't actually need sleep."
He nodded at that, looking up at me once.
"Of course, Bitmori. I'll only be up for a little while longer."
I stepped away, looking around the camp before spotting Lostrel and Ren starting to gather the dishes. Making my way over, I looked between them before flashing a bit of a smile.
"Don't worry about all of that. You should get some sleep and rest up. I'll handle the dishes myself."
Lostrel looked uncertain about whether or not that he should let me trouble myself with such menial chores, though Rens had flashed a bit of a smile and bobbed his head.
"Sure, thanks, Vito."
Wiping his hands on his pants, he stood before looking up into my eyes again.
"By the way, I wanted to touch base with you in regards to who will be taking the night watch. Cecil, of course, has his wards up, but we should have a couple shifts with someone actively awake just in case anything were to happen beyond the wards or anything else like that. I couldn't help but admire how professionally Rance carried himself. He reminded me of me when I was his age, though perhaps he wasn't as stoic or serious as I was. You don't need to worry about that. Just help guard the carts during the day while you can. Well, I can appreciate the fact that you don't need as much sleep as a regular person, thanks to your mana hearts. I would prefer you all get to rest so that I can have you at your best for later if we need it. I'll be taking the watch myself, since I really only need to sleep for a short while every 3 days or so. Rance looked pleasantly surprised by all that, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Well, I could tell that he had some reservations about letting me take the entire watch all on my own. He reasoned that his party wasn't being paid to be here in the end, so he shouldn't turn down a full night's rest when it was offered to him. All right, you're the boss after all, he mused cheerfully enough. I'll let the others know. With that, he walked off to let Cecil and Lily know. Lostrel looked up at me curiously as I squatted beside him and flashed a smile. Go on, you worked hard today. Get some rest, I said as I gently patted his shoulder. He hesitated a little before standing tall as he wiped his hands off his pant legs. Very well, Mr. Vito. I'll just tend to the shiver steeds one more time, and then I'll turn in as well, he insisted, before heading off to check on the goat horses in question. Left to my own devices, I looked at the setup they had put together, with a pile of dishes and utensils along with the cutlery and a pot they used for cooking. It looked like they were planning on slowly scrubbing things down with a relatively large bucket that they hadn't filled with water yet, along with a scrub or brush with hard bristles for scrubbing. There was also this wooden pint-sized container with a twist-off cap. Inside was some kind of soft soap that looked remarkably like liquid soap for a dispenser, though it admittedly looked thicker than it should be, kind of like paste. It suddenly dawned on me that washing dishes with one hand might be a little more trouble than it's worth, so I figured now was a good time as any to forcibly regrow the rest of my missing arm. Shrugging my cloak away from covering my left side and looking at my arm, there wasn't all that much left to grow back, as I could see the makings of what looked to be the wrist starting to form. With just a little bit of effort, I watched as the rest of my hand more rapidly grew in place as the illusion settled over it again, making it look like flesh and blood once more. Instead of working out the portable bucket, I poured out some more stone and shaped out a rather good-sized basin, which I filled with water, at which point I used a dash of fire magic to bring the water to a boiling point, while rolling up my sleeves so that I could get to work. It was only then that I realized just how odd this point of my life truly is. Here I am, a man from another world who is now a sentient rock, that was also an entire mountain, puppeting a wooden man who is pretending to be an art merchant, who is also supposedly a very powerful and eccentric mage. I command a veritable army of animals, can carve a quarry's worth of stone with a thought, and can conjure spouts of flame that even the most impressive flamethrowers of my old world would fail to measure up to. I cured a form of cancer using magic, and apparently made a divine artifact in the last few days, and now here I am, doing dishes. All this does bring a smile to my face, despite the circumstances for me taking this trip in the first place. I can't say that I can ever remember being quite this happy, enjoying myself day after day. I've had fun and experienced so many new things that I couldn't have hoped to dream of in my old life, where I had to fight to survive with each new dawn that came across my path. As I worked, Riley and the rest of Chris's team ended up turning in for the night. Eventually, even Lugosi went to sleep, going into the remaining stone hut that was left for me to use. The cubs gathered around me while I slowly did the dishes, just quietly vibing as they watched the glowing crystal lanterns and the dim flame light in the center of the camp. They dozed off soon enough as well, leaving me to carefully scoop them up as I brought them over to Lugosi in the stone hut, leaving them with him and then draping one of the blankets I kept for myself from everything I had taken to Haven. Now truly on my own, and with the chores all but done, I went about adding some more wood to the fire before stashing away the benches and picnic tables, making myself a wide space for me to do some training. The half day I spent training with Isak was beneficial for sure, but I needed to do more if I wanted to keep up with the people of this world, especially with the significant disadvantage of not being able to properly make use of my mana heart in active combat in the ways other warriors are able to do.
For now I draw a falcon Trician maiden for me, the polishment green blade glimmering in the mix of flame and crystal light that illuminated the Camperarwe. Starting with the basics, I begin with a vertical slash, going through my footwork as I gradually walk through the motions again and again. The minutes turned to hours as I worked through decades of experience. The training made new as I explored the capabilities of a wooden body without the mental limits of flesh and blood. Each new technique I put my body through exhilarated me as I kept swinging and slashing without a hint of mental or physical exhaustion. The grass beneath my boots trampled into muddy mush as I introduced magic into my swordplay, bursts of water launching out from my offhand when I pretended to dodge attacks and counter where I could. The muscle memory coming to me as if I were using a gun during a rare bloody free-for-alls of open combat that I somehow survived back in my world. When I finally stopped, I couldn't help but wonder what the upper limits were for me. Everyone keeps saying how powerful I am. What does that mean? What exactly could I do if I were to actually let loose and push myself into a true life-and-death situation? Even if I did put myself in that situation, I still wouldn't physically be at risk because my body of mine is a mere puppet that can't feel pain or die in any traditional way. Sure, I can be destroyed, but the only ones at risk would be those around me, not myself. Is it bad that I'm looking forward to a chance to properly put myself against someone, to see how I measure up against the people of this world? I would have thought being this hot-blooded would be a younger man's game, or at least require actually having flesh and blood to get this riled up. By all means, I am expressly on this journey to assassinate some people, quite a few people, likely, if it comes down to it. My path will be drenched with the blood of others, but ultimately it is necessary for the sake of preventing further bloodshed and suffering. Revia and Rita both looked at memories. They saw the terrible things I've done in my life, and yet they still say I'm a good man. I suppose I must find comfort in their judgment, and the judgment of the sinners who came to trust me after seeing what I had to do in my last life. I don't think I'm a good man. I know good men and women, and would say I fall short in far too many regards. I wonder if there will come a day when I can finally set down my weapons and not have to pick them up again, to live a quiet life where I can just watch the others around me grow and prosper in peace without the unnecessary shedding of blood. I don't think that day will ever come, really. Even now that I try to reflect on such a life, I can't properly imagine myself ever settling down like that. Not anymore. Not after everything I've gone through and done. Maybe if I lived a different kind of life. Maybe if I didn't have to go through the apocalypse of my world, I could have lived a life as a peaceful man, a sort of family guy, perhaps. But somewhere out there, in this myriad of parallel worlds and alternate dimensions, there's a version of me who got to live that sort of life and grew old enough to have children and grandchildren around him. If there does exist a version of me out there that got to live that kind of life, well, I'll just have to be content with that, since this life I've lived is mine, and I'll just have to soldier on with this lot I was given. My path of great goods and terrible evils, we'll see what the future holds for me. All I know now is that I should probably try and find something to occupy myself with, and I don't want to be left with my thoughts any longer than I have to be. Pama, Teen Catkin point of view. A fresh spray of blood soaked through her fur. Thankfully, it is not her own this time, as she cleaves through another soldier, the back of her neck tingling with an air of warning as she ducked and weaved away from the slash of one of the other bastards that got behind her. With a smooth pivot, the momentum of her swing sent the heavy blade that she wielded slicing through the mix of chain and leather the next soldier wore, bisecting them as she liberated their left arm from their torso and the upper half of their torso from the rest of their body. Puma's mom warned her not to try and break through the siege these deserters bastards had set up, but once the wall was poisoned somehow, they all collectively knew that they were now on a much stricter timeline than before. Well, if she lives through this day, she'll just have to ask her mom to forgive her for her actions instead of waiting for the permission she was never going to get. Her manor heart pulsed with fury as another rush of energy flooded her senses, bringing her sword up and gripping the blade as she desperately blocked a furious swing of a great hammer one of the soldiers wielded, the force of the impact sending shivers through her limbs. Thinking quickly, she kicked out with a clawed foot, managing to dig a sharpened nail through the gap between the metal greaves the soldier wore. Her nail broke, much to her dismay, but it sent the soldier to one knee as she desperately bashed her sword against the hammer that the soldier wielded, causing the spike on the other end of the great hammer to lodge itself into the soldier's throat. As the seventh soldier in her path dropped, Puma finally spotted an opening in the slowly gathering clusters of troops that had formed around her. However, in that moment of desperate hope, she had lost focus and only barely noticed the heavy club that was sailing for her face. That was until a volley of arrows suddenly impacted with fierce accuracy, skewering the soldier around her as a voice rang out clear into the night. "Run! Run, you stupid girl!" Sparing just the briefest moment to glance behind her, she spotted her mother in the inn's rooftop with a few of the other guards, already notching another arrow and loosing it into the growing battle below. With the sun starting to crest the horizon, Puma broke into a hard dash and started running for the tree line. Though each step reminded her of the crossbow bolts already in her lower back and shoulder, it didn't matter. All she had to do was get word to Sunspot Keep. If she can do that, and if her mom can keep everyone alive, then she still has a chance to save her home. End of story. Chapter 139. Chris' point of view. Chris woke with a start as he was gently shaken out of sleep, opening his eyes in the faintly illuminated darkness around him, the only light being what crystal light bled through the blanket that made up the door for the magically built stone hut. Looking around for what woke him, he glanced up and met Wren's gaze, his sister's ears wagging a little with delight as she flashed a smile. "Good morning, Chris," she said softly as she pulled away, her tail slowly swaying and curling behind her. Chris couldn't help but return the smile, yawning a bit as he stretched and popped his back, his ears noticeably flicking as he popped his back and found some relief before sitting up. "Good morning," he said as he yawned a little more. Despite just barely waking up, he found himself more aware and alert than usual, and not in a bad way, as he just felt better than he had in a very long time. Looking back at Wren, he noted her now distinctly green eye before looking her over curiously. "How do you feel? Better? Worse? Different?" Wren had a smile on her face as she tilted her head from side to side. "I feel different. A good different, but different all the same," she explained before turning her attention to her bedroll as she started packing things up. Chris laid on his back for a little while longer, just relaxing as he considered how his body felt. Though, after a few moments, he realized something as he sat up to watch Wren. "Why'd you wake me?" She kind of shrugged after seemingly thinking on it for a moment. "Well, I just figured that we should wake up now. Rance and his party are already up, and Vito is packing the camp away," she explained, as she sat cross-legged, pulling her bedroll in her lap as she did her best to tie it up again, struggling a little with her knots. Chris blinked a couple times before standing as he peeked outside. Sure enough, just about everyone else was already up. Even Sarah and Zax were out helping where they could. At first, he wondered just how exhausted he was after forming that bond with Vito to end up being one of the last ones to wake up. But then he noticed that the sun wasn't even up yet, so he figured this was the usual time he'd be up anyways, and everyone else was just up extra early for some reason. With a sigh, he pulled away from the curtain and went about packing his own bedroll before looking at Wren again. How long have you been up anyway?" She hummed for a moment, her tail curling in thought, as her little fingers fiddled with putting together a knot. "Not too long, maybe 30 minutes, she mentioned, looking up to Chris for a moment before looking back down to her bedroll. "Mr. Vito said to let you rest a little while longer, since the process for forming a bond exhausts those on the receiving end," she explained, as she finally managed to properly roll up her bedroll before strapping it to her back. "Anyway, you should hurry up before breakfast gets cold. Rance made biscuit sandwiches with sausage and really nice gravy." At the mention of food, Chris's stomach quietly rumbled as if on cue as he chuckled sheepishly. "Yeah, food sounds pretty good right now," he mused a little more, strapping his bedroll onto his back and standing, joining Wren as she waited for him by the curtain. Making their way out, they watched as the walls that surrounded the camp were slowly pulled into nothingness. Aside from the stone hut they were staying in, the only signs that anyone even stayed in the clearing were the tracks and the fact that the grass was cut short. Even the fireplace was practically indistinguishable from the rest of the dirt and grass around it. Wren walked off towards the carriages, meeting with Lostrel, who helpfully took her pack and loaded it into the carriage before helping her up into it. After Wren had left, Chris looked around, wondering where the food was, when Sarah walked up, procuring something wrapped in a wax paper from somewhere as she flashed a little smile.
"Morning. I missed you last night. I didn't realize that you were planning on turning in so early,"
she mused, stepping in close as she affectionately kissed his jawline before placing the food in his hand. Chris's tail flicked behind him at the kiss as he just smiled a bit while taking up the food.
"Sorry about that. Some stuff happened last night, and it left me more exhausted than I realized,"
he explained as he unwrapped the wax paper and took a slow inhale through his nose as he savored the scent of the meat and gravy before taking a bite of the food. Sarah let out a huff of mock annoyance before running her fingers through his own hair and flashing a mischievous grin.
"Oh, well, I suppose there's always tonight. I'd much prefer an inn than open air,"
she mused before looking into his eyes, though it was at this point she quirked her brow before reaching up and gently grabbed his face with both hands. Her touch was light yet firm as she carefully made him look down more directly at her.
"Since when did you have a green eye?"
she asked in an almost silent whisper. Chris wasn't sure what to respond to first, his tail having been initially swayed at what she had been implying a moment earlier, though now he was desperately trying to chew faster to finish what had been in his mouth without choking. After another moment, he spoke up while still maintaining eye contact with her.
"It was part of the deal with Boss Vito,"
he started to say before considering how he should phrase what happened last night.
"I formed some kind of pact with him, and so did Wren. He gave us some kind of power that allowed us to ignite a mana heart, and now we bonded to him,"
he said softly, doing his best to explain what he understood from last night.
"I was worried too, but he said that it was some kind of familial bond rather than that of servant or slave."
Sarah frowned a bit, though she considered everything she just heard before leaning her head into his chest and huffing a bit.
"Did he cure your sister?"
she asked under her breath. He nodded slowly while bringing up his free hand and gently rubbed her upper back.
"Yeah. He could tell that our mom was sick during her pregnancy with Wren, and that Wren herself was a sick child after less than 2 minutes of looking at her. He gave me 2 ways to cure her, the slow and mundane method that'll barely get her stable, or an effective way with magic that may give her a chance at living like others, or maybe more."
Sarah nodded intently, looking admittedly more relaxed as she looked back into his eyes.
"Well, at the very least, the green eye doesn't ruin your good looks,"
she mused playfully before pulling away. Chris couldn't help but chuckle at that as he smiled.
"I suppose that's the only thing that matters in the end of the day,"
he mused back, closing the distance for a moment to kiss her forehead before going back to his food. But Maury, point of view. We were back on the road first thing in the morning, with Riley still taking the reins on the lead carriage, while Rance drove the second carriage himself. This split up the group between the carriages, with Cecil and Lily following Rance to the rear carriage, while Chris and his team sat together in the front carriage. Lostrel, for his part, was sitting up front with Riley, the two of them discussing something or the other, while he sketched in a journal that he had on him. As for me, I was riding Lugosi as he ran along with a small caravan, Maury sitting cosily in my lap as we made our way down the dirt road. Frady, for her part, was among Rance's group, watching as Cecil played against Rance, using that enchanted chessboard again. The next couple of hours go by as the sun crests the horizon, the morning light gradually warming the crisp autumn air. Everything was relatively quiet, with only the sounds of the shiver-steed hooves, wheels on dirt and gravel, and birdsong filling the air. It was a clear day so far, with minimal cloud coverage, with what should be an absolutely beautiful view of practically untouched wild forest, with the beauty of a practically glowing horizon. The only problem is the thick plumes of black and grey smoke on the horizon directly in our path. I've seen many kinds of smoke throughout my life, and I know what causes certain kinds of smoke and what signs to look for when seeing smoke in the distance. Riding alongside Riley, I could already sense her unease as she looked over at me on my approach. "Tell me, does the village ahead have any major foundries or happen to specialize in charcoal production? Or anything like that at all?" She looked between me and the smoke ahead of us before looking back at me again.
"No, sir, it does not,"
she said, swallowing as she did her best to portray a professional stoicism for her own sake at least. By now, everyone had seen the plumes of smoke in the distance, and I could tell that they were all forming their own ideas on what may possibly be happening. Despite what was going on in the distance, I could feel both Chris and Cecil watching me with intent curiosity to see what I planned on doing. There really was only one thing for me to do about it, and that was to go scout things out myself.
All right, everyone. I'll be riding on ahead to see what's going on. Keep your current pace and remain vigilant.
I then looked over to Chris, physically pointing at him before pointing to my own ear.
If anything happens that I need you all to know about, I'll be reaching out to you in particular. Just keep an open mind when you'll hear my voice if it comes down to it.
With that, I got nods of confirmation from the group, even if I could tell there were some who were confused by what I said to Chris. Looking down at Lugosi, I gently ruffled the fur along his neck before looking ahead of us.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to need you to give it everything you've got, buddy.
Lugosi just bobbed his head, and despite what I'd asked of him, I could only sense an anticipation and eagerness to see what he could do if he pushed himself. In the next moment, I sensed his mana heart flare with vigor, the mana coursing through his blood as he physically charged himself up before breaking out into a full sprint. If I thought that we were going casual motorway speed several days ago on our way to Sunspot Keep, then this time we were really racing along as Lugosi practically launched himself into speeds I could say rivaled that of a cheetah. It was to the point where I had to lean forward into him so I wouldn't slow him down, the wind whistling in my ears as I could hear my cape flapping noisily behind me. At first, I was worried that Lugosi was pushing himself too hard, but it was clear to me that despite giving me all he's got, he was exhilarated. His mind was racing as fast as his body as he took in all sorts of scents and sensations with each and every single inhale and exhale. The information was mind-boggling, and even I was struggling to process everything he was taking in. As the seconds turned to minutes, Lugosi kept up his ridiculous pace as his mana heart pulsed with vigor. Though despite how hard he was working himself, I could see through our bond that Lugosi was just shredding his muscles faster than his body could naturally heal them. He kept pushing on, not asking for a break due to simply not wanting to let me down. As much as I could appreciate and understand his mindset, I couldn't bring myself to tell him to stop or pace himself simply due to the fact that I knew that I would have been pushing myself just as hard back when I was just a normal man when it came to there being lives on the line. We were quickly closing in on the source of the smoke ahead of us, the acrid scent reaching even my nose as the wind started blowing our way. As the smell of smoke practically clouded my senses, I sensed Lugosi pick up to a faint whiff of a scent intermingled with all the other overwhelming scents the wind was carrying, and that was the scent of blood. Lugosi came to a skidding halt, almost drifting on his paws through the dirt as he took a hard left through the tree line, following the scent of blood until we came across someone sprawled out in the dirt and grass. Smoothly hopping off his back, I closed the distance, looking over the figure as I took the knee beside her. It was some kind of catkin girl, and she was drenched in blood, her greyish fur looking more brown and red, with the mix of drying and somewhat fresh blood that slowly oozed from her wounds, though I could tell that most of it was likely not hers, based on where the blood was on her body. Surprisingly enough, the wounds with the arrows that stuck out of her back had already closed around the arrows, so it is likely she has a mana heart if her body managed to heal over that kind of damage already. Just a few feet behind her was a massive blade that looked vaguely unwieldy for a girl her age, though it would fit Rionim like a regular longsword if I had to consider the general scale of weapons from person to person. After examining her for those few seconds, I reached out to start healing her where I could and do a closer examination of the kind of damage she suffered. But as I touched her, her body seemed to unconsciously react as she cried out with fury and fear, flinging something that was clutched in her right hand and with an amount of force and speed that I wasn't expecting. In the next moment, a small clay jar smashed against my left shoulder before I could even realize that she was throwing something at me. Before I knew it, my left arm had melted off as some kind of acid began hungrily eating through the wooden flesh. Despite the direness of the situation, I managed to quickly conjure a bowl of water and promptly started soaking myself in order to dilute the acid.
Damn! I really should try to figure out a proper defense for this, I murmured to nobody in particular.
While I could regrow the arm, the shirt Miriam had made for me was completely ruined for sure. Thankfully, the cloak seemed to be relatively untouched, with only a couple of holes here and there, but nothing particularly noticeable as far as I could tell.
Mori, are you okay?
Lugosi asked frantically, halfway between snarling at the girl while looking at me with concern, not entirely sure what he should do as his hackles visibly rose up along his back. Yeah, I'm okay, I say after a moment while looking over my half-dissolved torso. I take a few moments to try and repair myself, but I don't bother wasting the mana to rebuild my arm since I don't really know just how much mana I'm going to need in actual combat. Glancing over at Lugosi again, I flashed a small smile before suddenly noticing Basmori stepping out from Lugosi's shadow, looking expressly concerned for me. I couldn't help but sigh at the sight of him and rub the back of my head with my remaining hand. You really have a bad habit of following when you shouldn't, don't you? I should have known that you were tagging along when you suddenly disappeared. Glancing around at the woods around me, I looked back at Basmori again. Stay close or stay in my shadow at all times. We're going into actual fight, and even though you have experience hunting, this will be something completely different. Understand? Basmori looked hesitant for a moment, but nodded resolutely before striding forward and ducking into my shadow. With him taken care of for the moment, I turned my attention back towards the catkin girl and looked her over again. She had collapsed once more and didn't look like she had it in her to lash out again. Placing my hand against her shoulder and running my mana through her body, I find that she has just a considerable amount of damage. Between the blood loss, shredded muscles, and arrows her body healed over, and all sorts of bruising and fractures littered over within her body. I set about fixing what I can to at least stabilize her, swiftly pulling the arrows out of her back and shoulder while mending her skin and bones. It's ultimately quick and dirty, but at the very least it doesn't look like she'll fade from life if I were to glance away. As I started to pull my hand back, I am once again surprised as the catkin suddenly reached out for me, grabbing me by my shirt collar and pulling me down to look her right in the eyes. Her gaze is unfocused and her eyes are erratically dilated. She slurs her words, mumbling desperately as she tries to get her message across. Thankfully, I don't need to hear the words to get her message, as it comes clear through her thoughts. Save my home. With that, she falls back into unconsciousness again. Standing tall, I looked at Lugosi and reached out, ruffling his fur on his head. Take her back to the caravan as soon as you can, but don't push yourself if you need time to recover. If anything, you can just wave them down when they come along. For now, rehydrate and recover, I instructed, pulling a stone bowl from my storage as I poured out the mana potions the Crucible Master's assistants had me drink a couple days ago, along with some fresh water. Lugosi looked admittedly reluctant, but he didn't argue as I could sense him gauging his currently shaky and sore limbs. After a moment, he simply bobbed his head in understanding. Very well, Vidmori, I shall do as you say. With that, he made his way over to the basin and began lapping down the water and potions. Looking down at my ruined shirt, I decided just to stash it away along with my cloak before putting on my back poncho. It was admittedly still rather singed with burns and torn from when I made use of the fabric for various things, but it still covered more than the shirt. Taking a pointless breath, I scooped up the catkin's blade and stashed it away before starting to sprint towards the smoke which filled the sky. End of chapter.